Legendary little Taoist Feng Guangling, while researching instant spellcasting, suffered divine retribution and soul transferred into the body of a wasteful playboy. Bad news. I was punished for studying instant spellcasting. Good news. Someone shot my soul away, and I crossed over. Bad news. I crossed over into a good-for-nothing bully who oppresses men and women alike, wreaking havoc in the countryside. Good news. I have a good father. Bad news. This world is filled with demons, and life is tough. Good news. I know Taoist magic. Bad news. Others expend energy to cast spells. I expend my life to cast Taoist arts. Good news. I can prolong my life by slaying demons. In a world of demons and chaos, I shall reverse the heavens and shake the world, proclaiming the might of my Taoist way. Chapter 1. I am a waste. Accompanied by several rapid cold shivers, an unprecedented sense of comfort flooded through Feng Guangling's entire body. Dazed as he opened his eyes, Feng Guangling was stunned to find that he was lying atop a body with skin as smooth as cream and curves in all the right places, and on that exquisitely beautiful face, a pair of fiery eyes were glaring at him. The tears glistening in the corners of those eyes seemed to accuse him of his wrongdoing. Wasn't I experimenting with instant spellcasting? Did someone plot against me? Who is she? And why am I on her? Who dares to stir my Taoist heart? Feng Guangling's mind was in chaos. Aren't you getting up? Do you want to go again? A bone-chilling voice rang out. Go again? That doesn't sound too bad, does it? Looking at the stunning face comparable to a star from a later era, Feng Guangling couldn't help but move a bit more. Get away from me. With an angry shout, Bai Fuling, who had regained her cultivation, lifted her jade foot and kicked Feng Guangling away. Damn, this little girl has some strength. Before he could finish that thought, Feng Guangling crashed heavily against the wall, the back of his head striking hard against it. Immediately, a flood of memories that did not belong to him surged into his mind like a raging river. Bad news. I was punished for studying instant spellcasting. Good news. Someone shot my soul away, and I crossed over. Bad news. I crossed over into a good-for-nothing bully who oppresses men and women alike, wreaking havoc in the countryside. Good news. I have a good father. Bad news. This world is filled with demons, and life is tough. Good news. I have a good father. Young master, the head of the Bai family and your father are here. Hurry. Ouch. This was the last sentence Feng Guangling heard before losing consciousness. Feng Guangling, 18 years old, the only legitimate heir of the Feng family in the Great Hua Empire. A super playboy who is idle, lazy, and a scourge to others. Feng Guangling looked at the face in the bronze mirror that resembled his own youthful visage so closely if he weren't sure he was no longer in Shenzhou, he might even suspect he had been reborn rather than crossed over. A handsome face with long eyebrows slanting into his temples, sharp eyes that also carried a sense of absurdity and irreverence. The problem was the body was weak to the point of being pitiful. Not to mention the inability to lift a shoulder or carry a burden, it was practically the same. This body would probably get beaten to death after just a few punches and kicks from peers. Forget about being beaten to death or eaten by demons. It seemed like his life was not long for this world. Feng Guangling had decent medical skills and had already checked himself upon waking. As expected, this body had at most a year of life left. Besides that, there was one most lamentable and helpless fact: the name. Your family really isn't afraid of karma. You dare to take the name Guangling? As soon as I took the Taoist title Guangling, I inexplicably crossed over, and you come to Feng Guangling, who else would die if not me? After adapting to the memories of the original body, Feng Guangling rubbed his temples in frustration. This karma is boundless. How to deal with it? Not to mention anything else. Just the matter of the Bai family's young lady is already problematic. It has been 3 days since he woke up and was kicked unconscious, and Feng Guangling hasn't stepped out of the house. His father said that if he dared to go outside, his legs would be broken. Of course, this statement was followed by an explanation. The Bai family had arranged people outside. Given his father's indulgence, the first statement was merely casual, the second statement was noteworthy. Feng Guangling actually had no intention of going outside. He needed time to figure out exactly where this place was. And so, he stayed for 3 days. During these 3 days, Feng Guangling's life was not a 3-point line, but rather a 2-point line. Through a large number of books, Feng Guangling gained a certain understanding of this world. The skin color is the same, the language is similar, and even the clothing resembles that of ancient Shenzhou, who wouldn't be confused. Only this culture. It was immensely lacking. Shenzhou has always been proving one thing. Whether ancient Shenzhou is a cultivation world, whether the history of the great Xia truly existed, whether the Shanhai Jing was the history of the former Blue Water Star. These are the three things countless archaeologists in Shenzhou wish to prove. But here, there is no need for archaeologists to validate their history and also what is happening now. Demons and humans coexist. Monsters, demons, and ghosts all appear together. Here, the cultivation methods are not called techniques or Taoist arts, nor are they physical arts, but rather they're mystical arts. Those who use mystical arts are not called qi, but mystical energy. Damn it. While I was in Shenzhou, I could still cast a few spells, but now I'm a waste. Forget about spells. I don't even know physical arts. I want fall over if the wind blows, but it's not far off. Feng Guangling looked up to the heavens and silently mourned. In a world rampant with demons, let alone a lazy waste like me, even an ordinary person would die inexplicably. There are no so-called golden fingers, nor any so-called systems. Even all my Taoist magic has vanished without a trace. Forget about Qi. Feng Guangling can't even sense a hint of the local mystical energy. Unconvinced, Feng Guangling began to cast a spell again. Before crossing over, Feng Guangling disliked how slow spellcasting was and wanted to get it done in one step. Now, Feng Guangling sincerely hoped that this spell would work. Unfortunately, there was no effect at all. Form, battle, all array in front. 6, Jia, secret blessing, character decision. Swish. Golden light vanished. Feng Guangling's eyes widened in shock. It really worked. 3 days exactly 3 day finally succeeded. But why did the effect disappear in less than a minute? And there was no mystical energy in the body. What does this mean? This strange world has no Taoist magic and no mystical energy, so no one can teach Feng Guangling what to do. Next, everything must rely on Feng Guangling to explore himself. Son, good news, good news. The Bai family agreed. Just as Feng Guangling was lost in thought, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a burly middle-aged man excitedly shouted at Feng Guangling. Chapter 2. No power, no background, and still afraid of death. Feng Yumin, known as Feng Gongdao, is the magistrate of Mingshui County and the father of Feng Guangling. Over the years, Feng Guangling's idleness and troublemaking can be partly attributed to Feng Yumin. Dad, did that old man decide to marry Bai Fuling to me? Feng Guangling almost instinctively blurted out this question. In the next moment, he shivered. The original owner's obsession with Bai Fuling could certainly move the heavens and the earth, but in terms of actual action, there was not the slightest bit. Speaking of which, Bai Fuling had the greatest merit. She once said that she didn't like to play with those who tease virtuous women. Marry you? No way. The Bai family is of royal blood. How can our family compare? The Bai family has already stopped pursuing this matter, so keep it to yourself. Feng Yumin cursed a few times in annoyance, then turned around and couldn't bring himself to continue. Good son, you must not mention this again. If you cause trouble again, your dad really can't protect you. Got it. Looking at the fierce expression in front and the doting expression behind, Feng Guangling just wanted to rub his temples. Dad, what did the Bai family agree to? They won't hunt me down anymore. Feng Guangling had not wasted the books he read these past few days. The Bai family's power is truly on par with his own father. Yes, they won't pursue you anymore. It's not that they want to hunt you down. They want to investigate. Hearing this, Feng Guangling let out a huge sigh of relief. Don't talk about being a time traveler or a reborn person. Even those with foresight must bow their heads and accept their fate under absolute power, especially in a time when demons and monsters run rampant. Moreover, Feng Guangling didn't have the fate of a prophet. He couldn't even cast spells, and there was not a trace of energy within him. Given this situation, how could he not worry? He was more worried than anyone else. Having inexplicably gained a second chance at life, he didn't want to mess it up himself. Furthermore, his dad told him that he had secured a position for him, but with one condition. He must not disclose his relationship with the Bai family girl. Feng Yumin leaned in close to Feng Guangling, speaking mysteriously. A position? Feng Guangling thought for a moment, and memories suddenly flooded back. More than a year ago, Feng Yumin had been trying to secure a position for him. In Feng Yumin's words, get an official identity, and even if you bully men and women outside, you'll have a reason, and I want to have to clean up your mess every day. The Demon Suppression Department, under the Emperor of the Great Hua Empire, operates at a higher level of authority. They only care about one thing, demons. As long as there are demons appearing, don't say risking your life. Even high-ranking officials would be exterminated. This has happened many times before. Entering the demon suppression department is like obtaining a death immunity card. Of course, you must be prepared to die at any moment. Even so, entering the demon suppression department is not something you can do just because you want to. First, you need to be selected based on strength. Second, you need to be selected based on background. Third, you need to be selected based on fearlessness. Besides these three criteria, there is also a crucial and deadly reason why all court officials dare not intermingle in the department. No factional allegiances. The last point ISNT stated openly, but it is the most severe. Once discovered, not only the pawn but also the forces behind the pawn must die. It doesn't matter who stands behind you. Whether they are officials, princes, or even the crown prince, they must die. The Great Hua Empire has been established for 3,000 years, and during this period, 3 crown princes have interfered with the demon suppression department, ultimately dying without a sound. What kind of situation is this cheap old man in? He can even navigate this path? The most ridiculous part is that the Bai family's daughter was forced into this. Yet she still helped this murderer enter the demon suppression department. It seems unreliable no matter how you look at it. The 4 key elements to enter the demon suppression department: strength, background, fearlessness, and no factional allegiances. Wait, no factional allegiances, otherwise you won't die well. What the hell? I'm innocently caught in a big whirlpool. How can this cheap old man still be so happy and excited? Dad, can I ask you a question? Feng Guangling looked speechlessly at the cheap old man who had brought him a bowl of medicinal soup like a treasure. You really don't have to do this. We are father and son. Why does it feel like you are serving an ancestor? Oh, is that how it is in my memory? Then it's fine. Feng Yumin looked surprised and reached out to touch Feng Guangling's forehead. Hey, son, you're not running a fever today. All right, that is how it is, just wait. Feng Guangling impatiently swatted Feng Yumin's hand away. Dad, do you have any factional allegiances? Factional allegiances? Like which prince you support among the crown prince, the 3rd prince, and the 5th prince? Or who are you secretly colluding with? Upon hearing this, a brilliant smile immediately appeared on Feng Yumin's face. Look, that familiar feeling. Only by talking like this does this cheap old man feel normal. Feng Guangling almost couldn't help but slap him. Damn it, making me sound like a dissolute, unfilial son. Wait, he is not just sounding like it. He actually is a dissolute son. It's been a few days, and he still hasn't adjusted his mentality. Fortunately, this cheap old man didn't notice the problem. Otherwise, it would be a big deal. Son, in our Feng family, whoever is the emperor, we support them. So you can rest easy. Feng Yumin said this very naturally, and Feng Guangling couldn't help but feel a strange confidence from him. How did he come up with such a stupid question about which prince a county magistrate supports? Dad, do we have a super strong background? Feng Guangling tentatively asked. Background? Our Feng family is the background. After all these years in Mingshui County, who has ever made things difficult for you? Then your strength is quite formidable. It's okay. Just at the 7th level of the profound realm. Feng Guangling looked at his cheap old man in astonishment. There is not even a hint of background. In the 7th level of the profound realm. Come on, is that something to be proud of? The Great Hua Empire's hierarchy is as follows. First is profound realm. Second is clear realm. And finally, the spiritual realm. 10,000 paths lead to the Tao. The Tao ascends to divinity. Profound, clear, spiritual, and finally, the divine. Each realm has 9 levels, divided into 3 stages: initial, middle, and high. Well, currently, there are no divine beings on the continent, at least not openly. The Western Buddha, Southern Demon, Northern Wilderness, plus the Great Hua Empire. Only 5 have reached the completion of the path, of which the Great Hua Empire has 2. Dad, do I look like someone who isn't afraid of death? Feng Guangling pointed at himself, looking very speechlessly at Feng Yumin. No background, no strength, so only fearlessness remains. Does a dissolute son fear death? Isn't it obvious? Chapter 3. Wow, an immortal. Not like it. You absolutely are. Otherwise, how could you have pushed by Laopi's daughter so hard? Feng Yumin looked seriously at Feng Guangling. This matter can't be overlooked. Feng Guangling rubbed his temples in frustration. To be fair, Feng Yumin was right in thinking this way. Regardless of whether one fears death or not, no one dares to provoke the Bai family's precious daughter. Feng Guangling, on the other hand, has been provoking her since childhood, and now he has directly been forced into it. Feng Yumin said the Bai family is of royal blood. He wasn't joking. The legitimate daughter of the Bai family married the crown prince as a concubine. So in this regard, it's not an exaggeration to say they are of royal blood. Feng Yumin left Feng Guangling, who was lost in thought. This time, the reason Feng Guangling could enter the demon suppression department was not only due to Feng Yumin, but also because of the Bai family, which was the biggest surprise. The Bai family had only one requirement. Feng Guangling must not disclose what happened that day. Don't say in this ancient-like world, even in modern times. This would be a hugely explosive matter. But such a thing happened to Feng Guangling. which is the reason he finds it utterly confusing. Confused or not, Feng Guangling still chose to accept it. How many people get a chance to start over in life? Furthermore, Feng Guangling could see very clearly that things that couldn't be achieved in Shenzhou could be completely realized in this unfamiliar land. He just didn't know if he could condense his qi again. 2 days later, Feng Guangling, dressed in a tight outfit and with a sword at his waist, turned to look at his cheap old dad and the many servants of the Feng mansion who were seeing him off, a hint of sadness on his face. Where's the promised pampered young master? Why has it turned into a solitary journey? Son, your father can't provide you with any help from now on. But don't be afraid. Your father has already made arrangements, and there won't be too much danger. But remember, don't go to the training hall with your body. At this point, Feng Yumin let out a deep sigh. It's a well-known fact that Feng Guangling can't cultivate. Otherwise, Feng Yumin wouldn't have worried so much about this son. Dad, can you say less? Why do I feel like you're saying goodbye forever? You don't know your son. He will definitely not suffer losses. In the past few days, Feng Guangling has sorted through his original temperament and can now communicate with his father in the original way quite skillfully. Indeed, you've never suffered losses. When faced with unsolvable problems, just mention your father's name. In this little area, no one dares to disrespect your father. Feng Yumin kept advising and reminding him. I know, you've said it at least 800 times since yesterday. Isn't it annoying? Feng Guangling retorted, clenching his legs and shouting go. The white horse galloped out, running wildly down the street. The Demon Suppression Division is located at the very edge of Mingshui County. Don't think this is a remote place with few people. On the contrary, it's not much different from the bustling center of the county. The reason is simple. It's safe. Where the Demon Suppression Division is, there are night watchmen, and where there are night watchmen, it proves its safety. Others need to undergo assessments to enter the Demon Suppression Division. Starting from the most ordinary night watchman, Feng Guangling joined the Demon Suppression Division directly as a squad leader. The hierarchy of the Demon Suppression Division is quite similar to that of a certain dynasty in Shenzhou, comprising formal night watchman, small flag, general flag, 100 households, 1,000 households, 10,000 households, commanding officer, and deputy commanding officer. To differentiate the titles, the prefix night watchman is added before all titles. Without stopping, they arrived at their destination in just half an hour. Looking at the building in front of him, Feng Guangling was momentarily at a loss for words to describe his shock. In the end, he could only use the simplest 2 words from Shenzhou. Wow. The Demon Suppression Division and the government office occupy the north and south of the county town, presenting a posture of mutual watch. The building in front of him, nearly 30 meters high and occupying a vast area, turned out to be the Demon Suppression Division. The fierce aura that rushed toward him instinctively made people want to retreat. The most exaggerated part was at the highest point, where a demon eagle was poised to take flight. This was completely different from the low-key Demon Suppression Division described in books. Just as Feng Guangling was in shock and confusion, the main door of the Demon Suppression Division suddenly opened, and a group of men in black and white robes streamed out. Feng Guangling blinked. Does my dad have such great power? Just for taking a job, and the Demon Suppression Division is putting on such a grand display to welcome me? Whoosh. In the next moment, 3 figures suddenly flew out from the tall building of the Demon Suppression Division. At that instant, Feng Guangling's eyes widened in shock. Wow, immortals! This is incredible. I finally saw someone who can fly and traverse the earth. This world is truly wonderful. Every person in Shenzhou has a dream of flying, and every person in Shenzhou has a heart for cultivating immortality. Especially for cultivators like Feng Guangling, their ultimate pursuit is to transcend and become an immortal. Previously, it could only be imagined. Now, it was right in front of him. What is learned from books always feels shallow. True understanding comes from practice. Seeing with his own eyes is completely different from reading about it. Clang. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and the sound of unsheathing blades rang out in unison. In the blink of an eye, Feng Guangling was surrounded. In front of him, 2 middle-aged men were staring at him with stern expressions. The terrifying killing intent spread like a tangible force, instantly enveloping the entire street. Just moments ago, Feng Guangling had been too focused on his shock and excitement to notice that there were no pedestrians on the street in front of the Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division only takes action when demons appear. Anyone who dares to block their path is as good as dead. Although the Demon Suppression Division mostly operates at night, they occasionally act during the day. This display was clearly not to welcome him. It was obviously a task. And he just happened to be in the way. If they don't hold it against you, everything is fine. If they do hold it against you, you can only die for nothing. Who dares to block the way of the night watchman? The leading man stared intensely at Feng Guangling, clearly indicating that if Feng Guangling didn't provide a satisfactory answer, he would be eliminated right away. Don't get agitated. My father is Feng Yumin, and I came here to take up a position today. Feng Guangling shivered and quickly clasped his hands in greeting. He didn't dare to dismount or reach into his pocket for the token. These men were all watching him like hawks. If he made any other move, they would not hesitate to strike lethal blows. The sense of danger was all too clear. Feng Guangling was worried that if he took a moment too long to speak, they would erupt in violence. Currently, Feng Guangling had no strength at all. He couldn't even use martial arts, let alone magic. Where's the token? The middle-aged man frowned and stepped forward, his expression full of doubt. Chapter 4. Joining the division and slaying demons. The token was confirmed to be valid. The middle-aged man glanced at Feng Guangling in surprise. Small flag? It's not unusual for a person without any chi fluctuations to become a night watchman. There are many ordinary people at the bottom of the demon suppression division. But these people are all those who have no way out and are exchanging their lives for a chance at survival. However, no ordinary person has ever been able to become a small flag. But this time, Feng Guangling directly broke that rule. I am Qianhu Su-chan. You've come at the right time. Come with us on a mission. The middle-aged man tossed the token to Feng Guangling and waved his hand. And all the night watchmen instantly sheathed their long knives. Those were blades similar to Tang's swords, known in Dahu as demon-slaying swords, weapons exclusive to the demon suppression division. What? Going on a mission? Feng Guangling's eyes widened in shock. This is different from what my dad told me. Didn't he say I could hide in the demon suppression division and muddle through? Didn't he say I wouldn't have to go if there was danger? Why am I being conscripted as soon as I arrive? Don't worry, this time it's just a low-level demon. Stay safe, and you won't get into trouble. As Su-chan passed by Feng Guangling's white horse, he even patted its back. In an instant, the white horse knelt down. At that moment, Feng Guangling's pupils constricted, and he flipped off the horse, looking at the white horse with a confused expression. Chi, this is Chi. Feng Guangling was all too familiar with this feeling. He had been thinking about regaining his Chi for days, and he was absolutely certain that the airflow released by Su-chan just now was definitely Chi. Oh, no. It should be called mysterious energy now. Realizing this, Feng Guangling let out a sudden sigh of relief. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. The ancestors did not deceive me. Before this, Feng Guangling did understand the current environment through books. But he wasn't very clear about what the so-called mysterious energy was. Now he knew. Mysterious energy is just Chi, merely a different name. Slaying demons and eradicating evil is the path that cultivators must take. Even if he couldn't use magic now, so what? Su-chan was right. Staying safe wouldn't lead to trouble. They sped down the road, and the speed of the night watchman was indeed rapid. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, they had already passed through the bustling market and appeared at the edge of the desolate mountains. Feng Guangling supported himself on his knees, gasping for breath. This body was truly weak to an extreme degree if he used it to cast spells. He worried that he would collapse before the enemy even died. Looking up at the towering peaks that seemed to pierce the sky, he felt an impulse to cry. Others who traveled to another world became wealthy and powerful, and he was no different. Others had great backing upon arrival. He also had great backing. Others enjoyed delicious food and fine drink, while he was not only kicked out of his home to join the most dangerous department, but on his first day, he hadn't even seen his superior before being sent out to slay demons. Is there really any justice in this? Feng Xiaoqi, can you still hold on? Su-chan looked down at Feng Guangling. It was clear that although there was no disgust in Su-chan's eyes, there was also no warmth. One could even say it was very cold. This was not someone else's fault. After all, Feng Guangling's position as a small flag was not legitimate. All right. Feng Guangling gritted his teeth and spoke. No matter what, he had to see what kind of monsters and demons existed in this world. His lifespan wasn't long. Cultivators usually had a prediction of how long they would live. There was no doubt about Feng Guangling's abilities. He had once researched how to instantly cast spells to the point where his internal chi would erupt, and then he was inexplicably sent to this world. Good. Let me see what qualifications you have to be a small flag. The small flag obeys orders, and all subordinates enter. Kill any enemies encountered without holding back. Su-chan shouted loudly. Yes. 8 men suddenly ran wildly in 2 directions, their blades drawn, rushing headlong into the mountains with a tendency to encircle. The meaning of no holding back was that there was no need to leave any survivors. Whether encountering people or demons, everyone except the night watchman would be killed. It was equivalent to not sheathing their blades. Feng Guangling blinked, staring blankly at Su-chan. Each small flag had 9 subordinates. So the question arose. Feng Guangling. This small flag was just a lone commander. Now, the only ones left in place were him, and Su-chan entering the job meant slaying demons. Feng Guangling. You are the 3rd person in our demon suppression division to have this treatment. Others who want to join the demon suppression division, no matter who they are, must go through an assessment. You have not gone through an assessment and have directly become a small flag. You need to show your attitude to prove yourself. Su-chan's back was to Feng Guangling, his voice neither happy nor sad. Lord Qianhu, am I the only small flag? Feng Guangling's face was filled with disbelief. This truly refreshed his worldview. What did you think? Special circumstances allow you to operate on the periphery. For this operation, you only need to keep your eyes open and survive. At the last moment as Su Chan walked into the mountains, he tossed something to Feng Guangling, along with a parting remark. If you encounter a great demon and cannot escape, detonate it. It was an object resembling a talisman, compared to the talismans Feng Guangling was familiar with. This yellow talisman had an added string. Pulling the string would detonate it, just like a grenade he knew from another world. Boom. The enemy would be blown sky high. This is called proving yourself? You might as well not give it to me. Feng Guangling rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat tearful. Forget it, one step at a time. He looked around, and it was empty. With a sigh, Feng Guangling stepped forward in the direction Su Chan had gone. For the people of this continent, demons and demon beasts were common knowledge. Even a 3-year-old could name a few. In his memories, Feng Guangling also remembered a few, but their specifications were too high, clearly incompatible with the current situation. No one came to explain the specifics of this mission. It truly felt like being in the dark, indistinguishable from seeking death. If death was inevitable, so be it. It was rare for him to come here. Even if he died, he would gain experience. This was the deepest thought in Feng Guangling's heart. With a short life left, did he really have to confine himself and not go out? This was also why, despite knowing how dangerous the Demon Suppression Division was, he agreed to join without a second thought. Boom. Just moments ago, the weather was sunny. But in the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered, and heavy rain poured down. Feng Guangling tilted his head slightly, gazing up at the sky. Whenever the weather was unusual, something strange was bound to appear. Was he hitting the jackpot or facing disaster? Chapter 5. Didn't he see the demon, but killed 2 people first? It's not surprising that Feng Guangling was overthinking. Deep down, a stirring unmistakably told him that this matter might be related to him. In the forest under the heavy rain, it resembled an ancient giant beast with its mouth wide open, ready to devour. Feng Guangling strolled through the woods. Was he afraid? Not really. What he felt was more excitement. Although there were many myths and legends in the divine land, in the modern era, things like demons and monsters were almost unseen. As a cultivator, Feng Guangling had never encountered any great demons. Now that he had the chance to witness demons firsthand, how could he not be excited? Suddenly, Feng Guangling's gaze sharpened, his body flashed, and he climbed a tree in a few swift movements. Without strength to rely on, sometimes it truly broke one's heart. If it were the pre-transmigration Feng Guangling, he wouldn't have needed to go through such trouble, not to mention casting spells. Hiding wouldn't have been so painful. Moments later, whispers mixed with the sound of rain hitting the leaves reached Feng Guangling's ears. The Bai family sent someone out? Not pursuing it. It is said that the Feng family paid a huge price for this. It benefited that useless wastrel Feng Guangling. No choice. Who told the Feng family to have such a solid foundation? Alright, it's not the time to talk about this. That mountain beast has already started to awaken, and the drug I administered is quite potent. Let us hurry and retreat. Don't let those night watchmen spot us. Feng Guangling crouched in the tree, listening intently. And the more he listened, the brighter his eyes became. As for Bai Fuling, Feng Guangling's impression was limited to the 2 movements when he woke up and then being kicked. He really had no other impressions. This was also why he did not refute Feng Yumin when he said he was not afraid of death. Now it was good. He finally understood that there was indeed another cause behind this. Moreover, the so-called demons in this desolate mountain were actually man-made. According to the Great Hua laws, those who collude with demons would face extermination of 3 clans. Not bad. There really are those who are not afraid of death. When Feng Guangling read in books about the extermination of 3 clans due to collusion with demons, he thought it was a boring joke. Who would be foolish enough to do such a ridiculous thing? Unexpectedly, on his first day out, he encountered it. Speaking of which, it was still a failure to shift his mindset. In the divine land, such matters did not need official laws to be announced. Normal people's spittle could drown the other party. Fortunately, he was cautious enough. If he had gone out to cause trouble on the first day, he would likely have been seen through in the blink of an eye. At that time, he wouldn't die but would never see the light of day again. Suddenly, the 2 men halted abruptly. One of them suddenly turned and shouted toward Feng Guangling's position. Who is there? Just as the voice fell, a spell was already cast. Golden light surged. A thunderous strike. The shouting was just to attract attention. Negotiation? Impossible. There were not many people in this desolate mountain. Even if there were, they were night watchmen. If encountered, the only option was to kill. Everything else was superfluous. They had lured the demon beasts out and naturally understood the situation inside. Wuyang Tianzuan. Damn it. They can even discover me? Feng Guangling's pupils contracted at the moment the voice sounded. He pushed off with both hands and jumped backward like a nimble monkey. It was at that instant that the tree trunk exploded. The spell had landed. The magic technique used by Feng Guangling was not clearly seen, but one thing was certain. Its lethality was extremely strong. A single hit would definitely knock him down. Damn it, it's over. There's a chance to escape from a demon beast, but encountering a person means certain death. Exiting means slaying demons. And slaying demons means being in a desperate situation. This desperate situation is not from encountering demons, but from encountering people. Who can he reason with about this? This crossing is just too damn difficult. He's not a night watchman, just an ordinary person. Kill him quickly, and don't let the night watchman find out. In the instant the sound rang out, two figures shot towards Feng Guangling. His gaze instantly turned fierce. Since death was certain, he would fight back. Treat a live horse as a dead horse. Magic technique, golden light spell. In the moment he silently recited it in his heart, a faint golden light appeared. It was so thin it could break one's heart, yet Feng Guangling felt incredibly invigorated. He finally sensed the presence of qi. Ding! The sound of two crisp clashes rang out. Two long swords crashed onto the golden light. One sword's tip even pierced through the golden light. Just one more inch, and it would hit his body. How is that possible? What kind of mysterious technique is this? Aren't they ordinary people? How could they suddenly use mysterious techniques? And why is there no fluctuation of mysterious energy on them? The two men in black widened their eyes in terror, unable to believe what they were witnessing. This weak golden light indicated that Feng Guangling's strength was pitifully low. He might have just stepped into the cultivation world. At most at the initial stage of understanding the mysterious. Yet they were all at the enlightenment stage. They couldn't even break through the defense of a mere initial stage technique. Line up in front, all who fight. 6 secrets, the word technique. Feng Guangling didn't care about so much. After experimenting for so long with magic, only one technique had succeeded, which was the 6 secrets. And it only lasted a mere 20 seconds. In the moment of drawing his sword, the technique was complete. The next moment, the sword flashed with golden light. Cutting through the night, the cold light slicing through the neck, and blood sprayed out in that instant. In the duel of mysterious techniques. Just one oversight determined life and death. The two men, clutching their throats, looked at Feng Guangling in horror, especially when they clearly saw his appearance. Amidst their terror, there was an utterly absurd illusion. The most famous dandy in Mingshui County, the biggest pest, the most notorious waste, was actually a practitioner of the mysterious. The most absurd part was that these two enlightenment stage experts had died so confusedly at the hands of a wasteful playboy. Who would believe this? The golden light flickered and dissipated. Feng Guangling suddenly thrust his sword into the ground, supporting his body. If he had the demon-slaying blade, he wouldn't even need to use the 6 secrets. Slaying demons breaks the magic. The demon-slaying blade, besides being sharp, has an even greater function of breaking through the mysterious barrier. Feeling the pervasive weakness in his body, Feng Guangling helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Just this one move had instantly reduced his lifespan by a third. If he had estimated a year of lifespan remaining before, now he had at most 8 months left. When others cast mysterious techniques, it was a manifestation of strength, merely consuming mysterious energy. When he casts mysterious techniques, it reflects a desperate situation, and it consumes his lifespan. Is there anyone worse off than him? This crossing is still not worth it. Perhaps he could have met the ancestral master of the 3 purities. After resting for a full quarter of an hour, Feng Guangling finally regained his composure. What to do with this corpse? As this thought emerged, an extreme sense of danger suddenly exploded from deep within his heart. Without even thinking, Feng Guangling turned around sharply, staring intently at what was behind him. Just escaping a life and death situation, he stepped into another one. What luck! Chapter 6. Dragging a burden. A mighty aura rushed towards him, like a mountain pressing down, making it difficult to breathe. Just as Feng Guangling focused and remained vigilant, a colossal creature finally slowly emerged. The terrifying aura, the ferocious fangs, the massive size, and the bloodthirsty gaze undoubtedly indicated one thing. This demon beast wanted to eat people. Eating people is the nature of demon beasts. It's not much different from humans serving chicken and ducks on the table. Oh, right, demon beast meat is also a delicacy. Moreover, it is beneficial for practitioners. Regardless of which world humans are from, they are all foodies. Especially in the Great Hua Empire, which is very similar to Shenzhou, it is even more so. It was as if two ordinary top predators regarded each other as prey. However, at this very moment, in this torrential rain, Feng Guangling was undoubtedly the prey. My life is over. Ancestral master of the 3 purities, are you messing with me? Feng Guangling took a deep breath, solemnly staring at the massive creature slowly emerging from the darkness. It was a demon wolf at least 3 times larger than an adult wolf. And unlike a normal wild wolf, it had a sharp horn on its forehead. So what if he sensed qi? So what if he could cast techniques? He was doomed. At this moment, Feng Guangling had only one thought. He was extremely unlucky and was embarrassing the army of crossers. While others could cast techniques or mysterious arts with just qi or mysterious energy, Feng Guangling needed his life to cast mysterious techniques. He was using his life to kill the enemy. How could Feng Guangling not feel sorrow? The demon beast stepped out, its gaze fixed on Feng Guangling. A look that treated him as prey, as food, with an insatiable hunger deep in its eyes. Roar! The one-horned demon wolf suddenly howled at the sky. Not the normal wolf's howl, but a roar similar to that of the lions and tigers of Shenzhou. Feng Guangling tensed up. These beings and demons from another world are really not following any martial ethics. They start fighting directly without any opening statements. Thinking back to the boring novels he read during his cultivation, they were all full of nonsense. Whoosh! As the howl fell, the demon wolf suddenly lunged forward. Wherever it passed, whether it was large trees or giant rocks, all obstacles were instantly flattened. What level of demon wolf is this? Can someone tell me so I can prepare psychologically? As his thoughts floated, Feng Guangling suddenly formed a hand seal. Magic technique, golden light spell. The golden light manifested. Magic technique, 8 trigrams of the mysterious gate. In an instant, a huge 8 trigrams array suddenly appeared, and in the yin-yang eye, 2 spirit fish, 1 black and 1 white, darted out and smashed down again. Infinite heavenly sovereign. Ancestral master, you're amazing. The 8 trigrams can still be used in another world. This is stable for me. However, at that moment, a wave of weakness suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would probably have collapsed just like that. It's worth it for me. Having come to another world, I've witnessed the flying heavens and the earth. And I've seen the so-called great demon, a prophet. Let us die together. As he raised his head, the demon wolf's ferocious fangs were already in front of Feng Guangling. 8 trigrams. Jin is the mountain. Earth river cart. Boom. On the ground. The soil gathered to form a terrifying and exaggerated earth dragon, suddenly drilling out from the ground and directly knocking the demon wolf away. Boom. The massive demon wolf, propelled into the air, crashed to the ground, flattening countless trees and kicking up clouds of dust. Feng Guangling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze became sharp. In the 8 trigrams, my hand governs life and death. If I don't destroy you, my Taoist heart won't be at ease. 8 trigrams. DUI is the marsh. Water floods Kunming. Splash. A great flood suddenly condensed, instantly becoming a vast ocean, but it could only submerge the demon wolf's neck, unable to drown it completely. Feeling the endless weakness within him, Feng Guangling's gaze grew even sharper. He couldn't drag this out. If he couldn't resolve it in the shortest time possible, he wouldn't even be able to find someone to take the fall for him. On the other side, Su Chan looked at the giant python in front of him, his brows furrowing deeply. The information received by the Demon Suppression Division indicated that there was a demon beast here that was at least a high-level enlightenment stage. The reason why the 1,000 households assembled was not to deal with the demon beast, but to capture those who colluded with it. Not only were there no people in sight, but the strength of the demon beast also did not match the intelligence. This was a high-level Xianyuan beast, a giant python that wasn't even in the clear light realm. There were other demon beasts in this desolate mountain. Damn it! Su Chan nearly choked. The Demon Suppression Department almost emptied out, and in the end, they only killed a Xianyuan demon beast? This is so embarrassing. If this gets out, how will the Demon Suppression Department maintain its reputation? Lord 1,000 households, we have conducted a thorough search and found nothing. Lord 1,000 households, we also did not find anything. 2 team leaders reported with cupped fists. To avoid any oversight, they even conducted a carpet search, but they didn't see a single person or ghost. The goal was not to slay the demon beast, but to capture those cooperating with it. Suddenly, the roar of the demon beast echoed throughout the desolate mountain. Su Chan abruptly turned his head, looking in the direction of the sound. Who was in charge of that direction? Why was there no signal? That was definitely the voice of a demon beast, and with the overwhelming malice emanating from it, there was no mistake. Lord 1,000 households, that's the kid from the street. Everyone on standby at the Demon Suppression Department was present, and the rest were either on patrol or on a mission. Aside from the rich kid on the white horse, there was no one else. What? Su Chan's face changed drastically, and before his voice fell, he had already leaped 10 zhang away. What happens to an ordinary person when encountering a demon beast? They become food for the demon beast, with no chance to escape. This is a cruel fact verified by countless blood and tears in the Great Hua Empire. What happens to a privileged rich kid who has no strength and relies on backdoor connections when encountering a demon beast? Do I even need to say? Without hesitation, the rest of the team rushed towards the direction of the demon beast's roar. Wrong intelligence that led to the death of comrades was a far more serious consequence than mere embarrassment from erroneous information. Feng Guangling leaned against a big tree, his face as pale as paper, watching the fierce and menacing unicorn demon wolf not far away, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He had only been in this strange world for a few days and unexpectedly faced deadly crises 3 times in a row. The first time was the Bai family. The second time was those two unidentified black-clad individuals, whose corpses were not far away. Now was the third time. The qi within him had completely dissipated, and Feng Guangling could not even defeat an ordinary child now. It wasn't that his techniques were ineffective, but rather that his body couldn't support him in this tough battle. The terrifying power of the Qimen Bagua could not be resisted by the demon beast, but the issue was that Feng Guangling's endurance was insufficient. Chapter 7. My lord. There is still breath in the person. The ancestor was quite powerful. The demon beast was severely restrained in the face of the technique. However, his own life was not good. With only a few months left, he couldn't even drag a demon beast down with him. Wu Yang Tianzuan, young master is in trouble, and has embarrassed the crossing army. Feng Guangling gasped heavily, reaching into his pocket, pulling out a talisman that appeared in his hand. This was the talisman Su Chan had given him. He hadn't used it before, not because he couldn't, but because he hadn't had the chance. Most importantly, Feng Guangling didn't believe that Su Chan would give him anything good. They were meeting for the first time, unrelated by blood, and he was just a backdoor kid. Would others give him good things? Not giving him trouble would be good enough. Now that he was in a desperate situation, he had to take a gamble. Roar. The unicorn demon wolf, with its blood-red eyes, stared fiercely at Feng Guangling, its killing intent almost palpable. The next moment, the demon wolf suddenly leaped, pouncing ferociously towards Feng Guangling. Feng Guangling raised his head, a bitter smile on his face. This crossing experience would have been better off not happening. As he looked at the menacing fangs, Feng Guangling's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly pulled down the tail of the talisman. Boom. The next moment, an earth-shattering rumble echoed throughout the desolate mountain. Su Chan, who was on his way, felt his pupils contract sharply as he looked at the soaring white light. His heart racing. This is bad. It's the light of the talisman. That kid even used a talisman. It seems he really encountered a demon beast. In this world, talismans are rare and precious, and ordinary people can't afford to use them. Moreover, talisman masters are a fixed profession, unlike other practitioners, who can cultivate as long as they can sense the mysterious energy. Therefore, unless in a desperate situation, no one would waste precious talismans. Su Chan would certainly not be so generous as to give a talisman to someone he met for the first time. That talisman was given to Feng Guangling through Su Chan by Feng Guangling's chief father, Feng Yumin. However, Su Chan never expected that the power of this talisman would be so terrifying. It seems that it has already reached the level of spiritual communication. Just how much money does the Feng family have to be able to casually give away a precious talisman like this to waste on a spoiled child? Moments later, Su Chan stood dumbfounded, stopping in his tracks. Within a radius of 300 meters, it had become a large pit, and in the center of the pit, Feng Guangling was weakly leaning against the trunk. 100 meters away, only a wolf's tail remained, proving what kind of demon beast had just been blasted by the talisman. Damn it. Using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, what a waste. No wonder he is the biggest wastrel of Mingshui County. Using a spiritual talisman to blow up a clear light demon beast. Feng Guangling leaned against the trunk, looking at Su Chan, who appeared at the edge of the pit, and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Wu Yang Tianzuan. If I had known this talisman was so vicious and wouldn't harm myself, I wouldn't have needed to drag anyone down with me. I would have smashed the talisman the moment the demon beast appeared. Precious talismans? What is more precious than life? As someone who has died once, Feng Guangling values his life more than anyone, and is more afraid of death than anyone else. Don't say just one talisman. Even 10 talismans he would throw without hesitation. This is too much of a scam. Feeling his life force constantly draining, Feng Guangling cursed inwardly. Face death calmly. Who can calmly face such great terror when there is a chance to survive? In a daze, he seemed to see Su Chan's panicked face. And then a flash of crimson light flickered on that wolf's tail, disappearing into his body. Feng Guangling saw it clearly, but he no longer had the strength to dodge. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, in Feng Guangling's heart, he believed he was doomed. However, in the next moment, Feng Guangling's pupils suddenly shrank. That red light was actually repairing his body. Not only that, but Feng Guangling, who was on the brink of death, surprisingly felt vitality returning to his body. Every Taoist is an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Every Taoist is a fortune teller. Taoists are more aware of their bodies than anyone else. A doctor once said that as long as they don't undergo surgery, a Taoist can even know their impending death date, reviving from a near-death state. Who could he complain to? Feng Guangling did not dare to be negligent, and quickly closed his eyes to feel his body, sensing the inexplicably increased red energy within him. In his perception, that energy grew weaker and eventually disappeared in his dantian. Yet Feng Guangling could distinctly feel that this body, which had originally been dried up, was slowly recovering. It was an exhilarating feeling of revival. If earlier he had only 10 months of life left, making Feng Guangling look weak and powerless, as if he were suffering from a serious illness, Now Feng Guangling had at least the ability of an adult man to run freely. Seeing Feng Guangling close his eyes, Su Chan was dumbfounded. Why did this person just pass out? Did he come to take one last look? It's over. It's really over. The Feng family of Mingshui County is not an ordinary family. Although the Demon Suppression Department is unafraid, they also do not want to provoke them. There are many reasons for this. Those who are unaware might think the Feng family is arrogant and overbearing, but Su Chan, who knows a bit of the inside story, is well aware that those above actually hope the Feng family becomes even more arrogant and overbearing. However, the more it is like this, the more fearful Su Chan feels. At that time, he would definitely be thrown out to take the blame. No, it can't be called taking the blame. The Feng family handed their people over to Su Chan and even took out precious talismans, only for Feng Guangling to end up in a situation of life and death. Sir, this. The two small banners behind him were dumbfounded. They were on a mission on the first day of their job and then directly met their demise. Su Chan sighed. No matter what, Feng Guangling couldn't be left to rot in the wilderness. Sir, there are two corpses here, a night watchman reported loudly nearby. These are corpses, not beasts. Su Chan waved his hand disinterestedly. Their purpose this time was to capture someone. But what was the use now that they had caught someone? With Feng Guangling, this playboy, dead, there would be a mountain of trouble afterward. He couldn't even dare to think about what would happen to him. How could he have the heart to think about anything else? Sir, the person is still breathing, not dead. Another voice chimed in. Su Chan still had no expression. This burden was too heavy. His shoulders were too small to bear it. Right now, all he could think about was how to resolve the situation of Feng Guangling dying on his first day of work. Ordinary people are easy to deal with. Those who come in through the back door are also easy to handle. But the Feng family is different. So, there are levels even among those who come in through the back door. No, sir, Feng Xiaoqi is still alive, still breathing. The small banner below had to remind him again. Are you kidding? No matter what Feng Guangling's reputation was before, to have such a significant achievement on the first day of his job at the Demon Suppression Division, and then to capture him, the Feng family would explode on the spot. Chapter 8. If I don't stir things up, I will die. Today, the Demon Suppression Division was as solemn as ever, making people afraid to approach. In front of the main gate of the Demon Suppression Division, let alone people, even dogs dared not pass by. However, there was one thing different. There was an extra white horse in front of the main gate, and the Demon Suppression Division was under full lockdown, with several doctors entering from time to time. Many people paying attention to the Demon Suppression Division were speculating that something must have happened to a big shot inside, but no one dared to be certain. After all, anyone who could become a big shot in the Demon Suppression Division was a practitioner, right? What use would a regular doctor be for an injured practitioner? Inside the Demon Suppression Division, Feng Guangling stared blankly at the ceiling, while an old man with a white beard furrowed his brow and sighed while taking his pulse, making Su Chan so anxious he almost wanted to stab him. Speak plainly. What are you sighing and frowning about? Injured at the source, cannot be cured fundamentally. But as for the practitioner's issue, I, a regular doctor, cannot be sure. I can prescribe some medicine, 1 dose a day, and the external injuries can heal after 7 days. This was already the 8th doctor saying the same thing. All injuries to the source. The problem is how the injury occurred. As a 1,000 householder, Su Chan was not weak and had already checked Feng Guangling as soon as he arrived in the wilderness. It was hard to say if it was an injury to the source, but it could be confirmed that Feng Guangling was indeed weak. To avoid accidents, he had called several doctors over. He didn't expect all of them to give the same answer. All right, thank you, doctor. Xiao Lu, pay the doctor. Su Chan shouted to the outside, standing by the bed, looking somewhat speechless at Feng Guangling, who had a blank stare. The #1 playboy of Mingshui County wouldn't he really be turned into a fool on his first day of work, right? That would sound bad if it got out. But as long as the person wasn't dead, the problem wasn't big. This point was vividly reflected in the Demon Suppression Division. If you're afraid of injury, don't go near the gate of the Demon Suppression Division. If you're afraid of death, don't enter the main gate of the Demon Suppression Division. If someone dies, it might be hard to explain, but if they are not dead, then it's nothing at all. Do you really think the back door of the Demon Suppression Division is easy to pass? Feng Guangling just happened to encounter such a situation on his first day. But after another 10 days or so, Su Chan would really not be afraid. Feng Xiaoqi, is there anywhere else in your body that feels uncomfortable? Su Chan sighed. It was supposed to be a good show of authority, but now it had turned into such a situation, which was really annoying. Sir, I'm fine. I just feel a bit weak. A couple of days of rest will do. Without Su Chan's talismans, he would definitely become fodder for demons. This is beyond doubt. Therefore, Feng Guangling was very obedient. He had no choice. The big shot in front of him was actually a spirit communication expert. In a small county, just 1,000 householder. Did he really need to be so powerful? Okay, although you are a small banner and must lead the team on missions, due to your special circumstances, I've arranged something for you. From now on, You only need to do some clerical work in the division, Su Chan said without hesitation, directly assigning Feng Guangling no dangerous tasks to do, and you understand the arrangement. Of course, the merits would also be gone, and you would be just a small banner for life. But safety is the priority. He couldn't afford to be scared again. Sir, my father sent me to the Demon Suppression Division not to slack off. Since I am a small banner, I have the responsibility and obligation to slay demons. Feng Guangling almost couldn't help but jump up. Along the way, he had already figured it out. That red light was none other than the blood essence of demons. That is a good thing for extending life. If he isn't allowed to kill demons, how can he extend his life? These doctors only saw the injury to the source and didn't see other issues. But Feng Guangling was different. He not only knew that his source had not been repaired, but he could even vaguely sense that he had more than a year of lifespan left. A demon at the clear understanding realm. A beast that hasn't even evolved to communicate could actually extend his life by a year. What about the others? This is life, if given a choice. Feng Guangling would be happy to hide in the Demon Suppression Division for quiet cultivation. But the problem is, if he doesn't stir things up, where would life come from? Su Chan's arrangement was fine for the old Feng Guangling, but for the current Feng Guangling, it was simply murder. So Feng Guangling, without saying a word, played the father card. Whether Feng Yumin, as a county magistrate, could suppress a spirit communication expert like Su Chan didn't need Feng Guangling to think. He just chose the simplest, most direct, and most brutal way. It would be best if he could suppress him. If he couldn't, there wouldn't be any big problems. What surprised Feng Guangling was Su Chan's reaction. He stroked his chin and began to think, and he actually thought for a quarter of an hour. Since it's the intention of County Magistrate Feng, then I will arrange your tasks normally. Good heavens, he really managed to suppress him? Feng Guangling's eyes suddenly lit up. His old man, this county magistrate, isn't bad. He can even suppress the 1,000 householder of the Demon Suppression Division? Who would believe that if it got out? Su Chan had no choice. Something like this happened on the first day. If he didn't handle it properly, Feng Yumin wouldn't be easy to deal with. Did you really think that just because Feng Yumin had no temper in front of Feng Guangling, he was a good man? Have you heard of the Broken Family Magistrate? And this Broken Family Magistrate even has a private guard team of 300. Have you heard of that? This is treated like a prince. Who would dare to look down on him? It's just that the original host foolishly thought that all of this was normal, as he had grown up this way and had never seen the world. As for the current Feng Guangling, he didn't understand any of this. So he thought it was normal just like the original host. After arranging everything, Su Chan painfully gave Feng Guangling another talisman. When leaving, he specifically instructed that this talisman only works against initial clear understanding realm beings. If he encounters a big guy, he should escape if he can. Su Chan wasn't generous. He was just worried about trouble. The bastard Feng Yumin launched an attack with a spirit talisman, and it was used by Feng Guangling. But at the end of the day, it was because of Su Chan that this talisman was used. He had to shut Feng Guangling's mouth. There are still many good people. Feng Guangling lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, his eyes no longer dull, but full of spirit. To be alive and able to realize his plans from when he was in Xinzhou, where can one find such a life? This time of crossing over was not in vain. God knows that 3 hours ago, Feng Guangling was still cursing the experience of crossing over. Killing demons can extend life. So this demon must be killed. In the vicinity of Mingshui County, there aren't many things, but there are plenty of demon beasts. Otherwise, the Demon Suppression Division couldn't possibly be located here in Mingshui County. The biggest reason is the Linhe Forest to the north of Mingshui County, where there are peak spirit demon beasts. As long as they don't come out of Linhe, the Demon Suppression Division can only watch over it. Previously, a 10,000 household from the Demon Suppression Division went in and never came out again. So, the attitude of the Demon Suppression Division towards the Linhe Forest is clear. As long as there's nothing going on, they just let people go in and take a look. Besides that, many practitioners from the Dahuang Empire also choose to come to the Linhe Forest for training. The special status of Mingshui County has been built up step by step. Chapter 9. The Special Feng Family. Feng Family. Feng Yumin listened to his subordinate's instructions, slightly opened his mouth, and finally said one sentence. Is Xiaoling okay? The young master is fine now and is resting at the Demon Suppression Division. Do you know who is secretly causing trouble this time? We haven't figured that out yet. Is there any movement from the Bai family? After the young master left home, the Bai family sent by Xiaojia to Fuqing. Fuqing, the third city of the Dahuang Empire, is the closest city to Mingshui County. It is called Fuqing because it is a paradise for talisman masters and also the first line of defense for the Dahuang Empire facing the Linhe Forest. Mingshui County is just a forward base. Let Insan go to the inner circle of the Linhe Forest. If there aren't at least 10 peak spirit demon beast heads, let him die in there. Yes, the dark department does not need a second voice, just clean it up. Yes. After the one-armed housekeeper went down, Feng Yumin slowly rubbed his forehead. Bai family, Ning family, Xiao family, You better behave yourselves. Feng Yumin raised his head with a serious expression. The demon Feng Yumin is not afraid, and the scheming Feng Yumin is also unafraid. They are all just trash. But once something happened to Feng Guangling, Feng Yumin almost flattened Mingshui County. Once the news is confirmed, the Bai family and the 3 clans will have to accompany Feng Guangling to the grave. At the same time, Su Chan, who had just walked out of Feng Guangling's room, had no time to breathe a sigh of relief before being grabbed by the scruff of his neck and taken to the highest level of the Demon Suppression Division. Sir Ming. As soon as Su Chan saw the person clearly, cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and he was glad he hadn't resisted just now. Otherwise, he would probably be meeting his great-grandmother by now. Look at the foolish thing you did. Do you know that this incident almost caused a change in the entire Mingshui County, and even Fuqing was on high alert? Toad, do you really want to die? Ming Qingtian pointed at Su Chan, 1,000 households, and scolded him harshly. The imposing Su Qianhu outside was being scolded like a grandson in front of Ming Qingtian, and didn't he dare to raise his head to retort. There was no way. Higher officials can suppress lower ones. Ming Qingtian was a commanding officer, and not only was he a rank higher, but he was also 2 ranks higher. More importantly, his strength was also pressing down on him. Without the high rank, without the strength, and still making mistakes, Su Chan could only lower his head and endure the scolding. Sir Ming, this was an accident. Su Chan desperately tried to defend himself. Madmen don't care if it was an accident or intentional. If something really happened to Feng Guangling because of you, the whole Demon Suppression Division would suffer. Do you understand? What did I tell you before? Have you forgotten? Ming Qingtian almost choked. Is it a matter of accident or not now? Now it's about Feng Yumin almost going berserk. Oh no, he has already gone berserk halfway. According to the information I received, the Bai family is being watched one-on-one. Once something happens to Feng Guangling, the Bai family will have to accompany him to the grave. Besides that, even the Demon Suppression Division in Fuqing is being targeted. As for Mingshui County here, Ming Qingtian didn't find any problems when he came over. But one thing is certain, once something happens to Feng Guangling, the Demon Suppression Division in Mingshui County will be leveled to the ground. The consequences of Feng Yumin doing this will naturally mean the end of the Feng family. Even the ancestral grave will be dug up, but what use is that? This is the forward base facing the Linhe Forest. If something goes wrong here, the entire Demon Suppression Division behind will also be affected. Ming Qingtian scolded Su Chan for at least half an hour before stopping. Su Chan didn't dare to wipe the spit on his face. He originally thought he had taken Feng Yumin seriously enough, but now it seems he still underestimated him. Otherwise, there would be no need for Ming Qingtian, this commanding officer, to specially come over. Looking at the situation, he had rushed over immediately after receiving the news. Sir Ming, the Feng family really. Shut up, I warn you. In the future, when you encounter Feng Yumin, keep your distance. Ming Qingtian slammed the table and shouted angrily, calling him by name. What a joke, the stronger the person, the less they dare to provoke Feng Yumin in public. There are many things involved here, and many arrangements. Ming Qingtian would not foolishly spread it everywhere. But what should be taboo must be taboo. Don't tell me you have no clues at all. I need to go give them an explanation later. Don't make it difficult for me. Ming Qingtian narrowed his eyes, staring at Su Chan. If it weren't for him being his disciple, he would have dragged him over as a scapegoat for an explanation. Su Chan didn't dare to say anything more and quickly recounted everything, including that Feng Guangling entered the Demon Suppression Division with the prince's name and token, not daring to hide anything. He still couldn't figure out why. During their first meeting, Feng Guangling was just an ordinary person. After being seriously injured and walking through the gates of hell, he woke up and suddenly became a practitioner. You mean this time it's the 3 major families in the southeast battling it out, and the Feng family got dragged down? Ming Qingtian almost laughed out loud. Feng Yumin. Oh Feng Yumin, when you were young, you bullied this and that, and now in your old age, you're actually being bullied by those so-called big families. If this gets out, wouldn't it make people laugh their teeth out? As for whether Feng Guangling was an ordinary person or a practitioner, Ming Qingtian didn't care. As long as Feng Guangling's father was Feng Yumin, then few people would dare to openly target him. Yes, and although there's no evidence proving it's related to the Xiao family, I'm 60% sure. Su Chan quickly spoke up. You really have the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard. All right, organize the information and hand it to me. I'll handle this matter. You better pay attention. If this happens again, even your master won't show mercy, understand? Ming Qingtian impatiently took an envelope from Su Chan's hands, opened the window, and jumped straight down. Taking the stairs is a waste of time. High-level practitioners are just that willful. As soon as Feng Guangling pushed the door open and walked out, he saw a figure streak across the sky. He was so envious that he almost drooled. Flying through the air, practitioners in Shenzhou can most deeply understand this exhilarating feeling. However, Feng Guangling still doesn't know what level of realm one needs to reach to fly. Little master. A night watchman saw Feng Guangling come out and hurriedly greeted him. Feng Guangling may not even realize that he has become famous, and quite famous at that. On his first day on the job, he not only entered the Demon Suppression Division, but also executed a mission, killing 2 people and a demon beast. Such a resume is truly unattainable for most people. Chapter 10. The Unstoppable Actions of the Small County Magistrate. Su Chan was not wrong. Upon joining, one would slay demons. Up until now, there have only been 3 people in the Demon Suppression Division, and Feng Guangling is the 3rd. Others who wish to enter the Demon Suppression Division, whether through connections or by passing the normal assessments to become Night Watchers, have a 3-month familiarization period. They familiarize themselves with the demon beasts, combat methods, and how to preserve their lives, and only after that are they assigned tasks. There has never been anyone like Feng Guangling who charged in without hesitation. The problem is that after Feng Guangling charged in, he actually won. His achievements were remarkable. Not only did he kill 2 traitors colluding with demon beasts, but he also took down a transparent demon beast. If this gets out, who wouldn't he give a thumbs up? It is well known in the Great Hua Empire that a demon beast of equal realm requires 5 practitioners of the same realm to suppress it. Feng Guangling, looking like an ordinary person, single-handedly defeated a transparent realm demon beast. This performance is truly extraordinary. Oblivious to his large reputation in the Demon Suppression Division, the confused Feng Guangling politely inquired about the location of the library. For the next few days, Feng Guangling spent almost all his time in the library of the Demon Suppression Division. The library is quite tall, with 9 floors. The first floor contains general books, all about the history of this continent. There is no guardian on the first floor, but from the second floor onward, each entrance has a guardian. It is worth mentioning that not all Demon Suppression Divisions have a library. Only those with 10,000 households stationed are qualified to build one. The library in Xianxiaaudiobooks County is a special case. This is related to the uniqueness of the Linha Forest. After all, the area of the Linha Forest is even larger than 1/3 of the territory of the Great Hua Empire. Who knows how many demon beasts are inside? Moreover, the areas near the Linha Forest have long been plagued by demon beasts. If they don't offer some special treatment, who would be willing to come here to seek death? Feng Mansion. Feng Yumin calmly watched the appearance of Ming Qingtian in front of him, holding a teacup. The commander of the Demon Suppression Division, despite holding a higher official rank, what does that matter? As long as Feng Yumin doesn't bully others. How dare anyone scheme against him? Time and again, does he really think Feng Yumin has no temper? Ming Qingtian looked anxious and helpless as he looked at Feng Yumin. On the way here, he had already received news that Feng Yumin had surrounded the Xiao family. Feng Yumin looked surprised at Ming Qingtian. Who? I didn't do anything. What can a small county magistrate like me do? He was just stubbornly refusing to admit it. Ming Qingtian was most afraid of this. If Feng Yumin were to rage or directly say he would do something, Ming Qingtian wouldn't be scared. At least then, there would be a way to respond. Now, with Feng Yumin saying nothing, that is what makes people feel the most unsettled. Didn't you see that as soon as something happened to Feng Guangling, the Bai family was already targeted? But at least let me know what your people have done, right? That way, I can at least make some preparations in advance. Ming Qingtian knew very well that if he didn't let Feng Yumin vent once, the consequences would be even more severe. Right now, saying nothing is the most terrifying. Fine, for the sake of our many years of friendship, I'll remind you. Keep an eye on the situation of the Xiao family. As for what was done to the Xiao family, and why it was only targeting them, Feng Yumin didn't say. Ming Qingtian wouldn't foolishly ask. Without saying a word, he turned and ran. He was slow. He was afraid of a big problem. Not going to eat before leaving? I just obtained a 1,000-year ginseng and a snowflake red today. This is great for treating the dantian. Making soup is very nourishing. Feng Yumin called out to Ming Qingtian's back. This made Ming Qingtian hurry his steps even more. The poison is still from you, Feng Yumin. Who doesn't he know that the talented young master of the Xiao family had his dantian ruined 3 years ago? To treat this talented young master, the Xiao family has spent an enormous amount. After all the materials were finally gathered, the 2 most important and rare medicinal materials were directly taken away by you. Wouldn't the Xiao family go crazy? Just having taken a 1,000-year ginseng and a snowflake red is already considered lenient. If Ming Qingtian knew that before this, Feng Yumin had planned to have all 3 major families accompany him to the grave, he would probably collapse. No one would expect that on such an ordinary day. The 3 major families of the southeast were almost exterminated by a small county magistrate. My son, I will not break the agreement with the Bai family. You better not court death again. The southeast sword madman strikes blood with every sword. 30 years ago, one man with one sword swept away 100,000 mountain demon beasts. 20 years ago, he fought against the channel demon beasts alone, ultimately severely injuring them, preventing them from stepping out of the Linha forest for 20 years. Who would have thought that the former sword madman would become a small county magistrate in such a small county? Who would believe this if it gets out? At night, The Xiao mansion was brightly lit, and a murderous atmosphere filled every corner of the mansion. The Xiao family treasury was robbed. One of the three major families in the southeast, the Xiao family's treasury was actually robbed. No one would believe this. It should be known that any treasury that can be called a family treasury has guards that are alarmingly tight. The guardian of the treasury is the Xiao family's seventh patriarch, a powerful spirit medium, and also the strongest visible force of the Xiao family. In addition, there are 5 mid-level transparent realm practitioners secretly on guard. Yet, with such a lineup, the Xiao family treasury was still quietly robbed. If it weren't for the need to restore the dantian of the talented young master of the Xiao family today, they wouldn't have even known that treasures were missing from the treasury. If someone forcibly attacked and took the treasury, that would be understandable. Strength is not equal. But if someone quietly took the treasures away, that is a humiliation. As the head of the Xiao family in this generation, Xianxiafans' face was dark, and the hidden killing intent on him was faintly visible. Scheming against the Bai family, scheming against the Demon Suppression Division, and finally secretly transporting the Snowflake Red into the southeast to store it. But just 2 days later, it was lost. If this gets out, how will the Xiao family face others? Chapter 11, Young Master. Investigate for me. I want to see who dares to act against my Xiao family in this small piece of land in the southeast. Issue a bounty. Anyone who provides relevant information will receive a 3rd grade and 1,000 gold. 3 hours later, without any clues, Xiaohufen could no longer hold back and directly issued the bounty order. This might embarrass the Xiao family, but the effects of the Snowflake Red and the 1,000-year ginseng are too great. As long as the medicine is properly prepared, it would be enough to create another spirit medium. Moreover, if their talented young master can recover, there is a 70% chance he can become a channel practitioner. That is the most important. How many channel practitioners are there on the entire continent? If the Xiao family can produce one, they will no longer be one of the 3 major families in the southeast, but one of the 3 great families of the Great Hua Empire. From beginning to end, no one doubted the small county magistrate who was schemed against. Those who didn't know the truth wouldn't think a small county magistrate could do anything. Those who knew the truth, however, dared not speak. In the blink of an eye, the entire southeast was shaken. Not to mention the value of the 1,000-year ginseng and Snowflake Red, just the fact that someone could silently infiltrate one of the 3 major families in the southeast, the Xiao family, and successfully steal treasures is enough to shock everyone. Regarding this, Feng Guangling stated that it has nothing to do with him. He had been wandering in the library of the Demon Suppression Division for a full 5 days. If it weren't for someone entering to report that someone was looking for him outside, Feng Guangling probably wouldn't have wanted to leave the building. The 3,000 years of history of the Great Hua Empire is truly breathtaking. This is not archaeology, but recorded facts. Feng Guangling walked out of the Demon Suppression Division with confusion. The next moment, he saw a figure rolling and crawling towards him from not far away. Young master, I finally see you. The person clung to Feng Guangling's small feet. Feng Guangling forcibly stopped his kicked foot and, after thinking for a moment, confirmed the other's identity. Goodness, isn't this the lackey who warned me to escape right after I woke up? I thought he had been silenced. But who would have thought he ran all the way to the Demon Suppression Division? This guy really isn't afraid of death. What are you doing here? Feng Guangling was genuinely puzzled. He didn't know what kind of agreement or compromise existed between the Bai family and the Feng family. But one thing was certain. Everyone who knew about that matter had been silenced. Not a single one left. How was this guy still alive? Feng Guangling didn't know his specific name, only that he was called Xiao Wuzi. The master locked me in the water prison for 7 whole days and made me copy the Feng family's rules 300 times. Just as I finished writing, the master threw me over here. He said if you don't take me in, I would have to go to the ancestral hall myself. Xiao Wu raised his head, tears streaming down. Feng Guangling felt that Xiao Wu was largely responsible for the scheme against him. After all, as his close attendant, he failed to protect Feng Guangling and even got him schemed against to death. For this alone, Xiao Wu deserved to die. The problem was, Xiao Wu was wronged. When he tried to send a warning, he was kicked unconscious by Feng Yumin. Who could he complain to about that? I am now a night watchman of the Demon Suppression Division. How can I take you in? Don't worry, it doesn't have to be that bloody at the ancestral hall. Feng Guangling patted Xiao Wu's shoulder. In his memory, that cheap old man of his once told the original owner that he could trust the current Xiao Wu unconditionally. Since Xiao Wu could survive this purge, it meant that this person was absolutely trustworthy. But it didn't matter. This was the Demon Suppression Division, not the Feng family. If Feng Guangling dared to let outsiders into the Demon Suppression Division, Su Chan would dare to let Feng Guangling into the demon prison. By the way, the demon prison is the place where demon beasts and monsters are imprisoned. Young master, look, this is the token. Xiao Wu quickly wiped his tears and took out a letter from his chest to hand to Feng Guangling. Young master, I am also a member of the Demon Suppression Division now. The master said to let me continue following you. He said he has arranged everything. Feng Guangling blinked. Is a county magistrate really that connected? Not only did he stuff me, a wastrel, into the demon suppression division, but he even stuffed in his servants. Is this really the so-called most corrupt demon suppression division in the empire? All right, come with me. Let's see if Lord Qianhu has any other arrangements. Feng Guangling dared not arrange things on his own. Giving a servant a backdoor entry was probably a first since the establishment of the demon suppression division. Feng Guangling couldn't even imagine Su Chan's reaction upon learning about this. However, the subsequent events proceeded so smoothly that it made Feng Guangling feel somewhat unrealistic, even beginning to doubt whether he had really entered the demon suppression division. If it weren't for the tasks assigned later, Feng Guangling would definitely question the authenticity of the demon suppression division. Su Chan didn't even show up. He merely sent a night watchman to deal with Feng Guangling. Su Chan's exact words were, "The demon suppression division has already received the news. The token doesn't need to be looked at." And the person is arranged to be with Feng Guangling. Besides that, there was another letter, which contained a task. In the village northwest of the Linhe Forest, strange demon beasts had appeared, and 3 small flags had already been killed. Feng Guangling's task was to investigate what had happened there. As for the quota under Feng Guangling, he needed to fill it himself. He could select people from the triannual assessment or from the existing night watchmen of the demon suppression division. It depended on Feng Guangling's own abilities. Without seeing anyone, a task arrived, and on top of that, he was given an additional burden. After reading the letter, Feng Guangling was stunned for a full 15 minutes. Su Chan had written this letter a day ago. Now that Su Chan was not in the demon suppression division, reportedly off executing some task in the Linhe Forest, was his small flag really that unwelcome? Feng Guangling looked at Xiao Wu, puzzled, and asked, other small flags, when they joined, might not have a grand welcoming ceremony, but at least there should be some semblance of respect, right? But what about me? Not only was there nothing, but I also had to find my own team members? Who do I complain to about this? Young master, they're just blind. Don't worry, it's only 9 members. Give me 3 days, and I will definitely gather them all. Xiao Wu patted his chest and assured. From now on, call me Small Flag Lord. Feng Guangling said irritably. 3 days? The task is due today, and you say 3 days? I don't know what the people above are thinking, sending someone like me, who has just suffered a heavy blow, out on a mission, and they didn't even arrange personnel, only a letter for information. Is this being given a backdoor entry and then getting tripped up? Chapter 12. Getting tripped up? Generally speaking, people who have the ability to use backdoor entries usually have significant backgrounds and connections, and no one would trouble such individuals. But if your background is not strong enough, then when you get tripped up, you can only accept it. Especially in a place like the Demon Suppression Division, where strength is revered, this is even more true. Regardless, since the task has been assigned, it must be completed. Finally left. Su Chan watched Feng Guangling's departing figure and let out a gentle sigh of relief. Yes, he has been in the library these days, not going to the 2nd floor. Just reading. I can't understand what he wants to do. Ming Qingtian sighed. Feng Yumin is indeed ruthless. He didn't act until he did, and when he did, the entire southeast was almost thrown into chaos. The Xiao family was forced to self-destruct the Millennium Ginseng and Snowflower Red. But strangely, no one discovered who stole it. That's not all. It was also rumored that the Xiao family was crying thief while being the thief themselves, which means that this thing is still with the Xiao family. For a time, the Xiao family became the focus of attention. Those rumors were naturally spread by Feng Yumin, and he did it right in front of Ming Qingtian. Not only that, but he also made Ming Qingtian guarantee that no one would find out. Heaven knows Ming Qingtian nearly exploded on the spot. After returning, this wastrel Feng Guangling had turned into a diligent student, spending all his time in the library, and no one knew what he was up to. Without Xiao Wu coming, he also needed to find an excuse to send Feng Guangling out. Besides, that village truly was strange. If Feng Guangling really encountered an accident, he wouldn't believe that Feng Yumin could just sit still. Feng Guangling, with Xiao Wu, headed straight towards the task location. However, Feng Guangling didn't care. Internal tasks of the Demon Suppression Division were not to be participated in by outsiders. Feng Guangling didn't want to be set up by his own people after he finally figured out the operational model of the Dahuang Empire. This world is quite magical. Not only can people fly and escape, but there are also talking demon beasts. The most important thing is that when the strength of a demon beast reaches a certain level, it can even transform into human form. Undoubtedly, they are fairies. You could say this world is akin to a mythical realm of the divine land. Riding a white horse, looking at the scenery by the street. Feeling the changes in his body, Feng Guangling's mouth kept lifting in a smile. During these days, he not only learned about the history of the Dahuang Empire, but also about his own body. After killing a demon beast and absorbing its essence, blood, or soul, his lifespan increased. This discovery, Feng Guangling dared not share with anyone, but it did not hinder his own research. In these few days, he finally discovered something unusual. He has an additional tattoo on his left chest where his heart is a tattoo of a soul bell. The tattoo does not appear unless he uses his magical powers. Once he casts a spell, the tattoo will manifest. The more advanced the spell, the more pronounced the tattoo becomes. Moreover, he cannot use his magical powers as freely as he could in the divine land. Even if he is Qi, he cannot cast spells. For the Chimanbagua, he can only use 3 character incantations. For the 6 Jia secret blessing, he can only use 4 character incantations. The golden light spell can be cast, but it only lasts for a maximum of 15 minutes. The thunder technique can also be used, but it only has the power of a single strike. He cannot draw talismans, or rather, he can draw them, but he cannot condense Qi within them, so they can only be called ghostly talismans. This is quite tragic for a cultivator, but for a cultivator in another world, it is quite fortunate. So for a moment, Feng Guangling did not know whether to consider himself lucky or miserable. In short, Feng Guangling no longer has to be as cautious as when he first arrived in this world. Now, facing a beginner-level demon beast, he has the strength to fight. If it were a mid-level one, he could escape if he couldn't win. As for the higher levels, he would flee immediately, or else he would die. 3 days later, Feng Guangling and Xiao Wu finally arrived at their destination. Located in the northwest direction of the Linhe Forest, Musen Village belongs to Mingshui County. Subordinate Lu Ming. Greeting Lord Xiaoqi. As soon as Feng Guangling dismounted, 2 night watchmen came to greet him. What is the current situation? Feng Guangling tossed the horse to Xiao Wu and asked Lu Ming. The entire village is under martial law. After all, 3 Xiaoqi have died here. If it weren't for this, Feng Guangling wouldn't have been able to take up the position of Xiaoqi just by entering through the back door. Martial law is quite normal. About a month ago, we discovered something unusual in this village. Wait, you discovered it? Feng Guangling looked up and asked Lu Ming and the others. At that time, we were tracking a demon beast of the Tongxian realm. Lu Ming did not dare to hide anything and explained everything completely. A month ago, they tracked a Tongxian realm demon beast to the village. Originally, the two wanted to eliminate the beast in one go, but there were too many ordinary people in the village, so they could only evacuate the people before taking action. However, during this evacuation, strange things started happening. This bizarre phenomenon forced Lu Ming to report it upwards. This report led to 3 Xiaoqi getting involved. The first Xiaoqi brought 9 night watchmen and recklessly entered the village to investigate, and then they disappeared without a trace. After waiting for 5 days, Lu Ming and the others sensed something was off and reported again. The second Xiaoqi, like Lu Ming, chose to observe before entering the village. The only difference was that all the night watchmen who had entered the village actively re-entered the village at night, with no response to Lu Ming's calls. By the time Lu Ming realized something was wrong, the 9 night watchmen, including that Xiaoqi, had already vanished. The third Xiaoqi was bold. He was a mid-level practitioner of the Tongming realm, and his choice was to eradicate all dangers in the cradle. No matter what strange things were in the village, he decided to eliminate both the ordinary people and the beast, thinking that would solve the problem. Enter the village? No way. The third Xiaoqi's choice was to raze the village to the ground. The strangest thing happened when the 9 night watchmen activated the formation, instead of the village disappearing. The 9 night watchmen walked into the village like walking corpses, completely unresponsive to Lu Ming and his partner's calls. So you haven't entered the village? Feng Guangling's eyes narrowed, staring intently at Lu Ming. Chapter 13. It turns out others can't see it. All who entered the village have disappeared. Oh no, it can't be said that everyone has disappeared. At least the villagers coming in and out are still there. But all the night watchmen from the Demon Suppression Division have vanished. The most incredible thing is that the villagers behave normally, without any signs of abnormality. Reporting, my lord. We have been at the village entrance since the beginning and have not dared to enter. We are only at the initial stage of the Tongxian realm. We can track, but we may lack the strength to eliminate that demon beast. If this matter is not clarified, Lu Ming can guarantee that Feng Guangling will definitely take him down first. If anyone else came, Lu Ming would probably be the first suspect. He understands this point very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed here all this time. Just to clear his suspicions. 3 Xiaoqi, one of whom is a practitioner of the Tongming realm. This loss is too great, without a suitable reason. No one can bear it. There is a saying in the Dahuang Empire, better to go to the guillotine than to enter the demon suppression prison. Feng Guangling nodded slightly. These people cannot see the abnormalities here, but he sees them very clearly. Over the village, dark clouds gather, and the surrounding area is filled with a sinister aura. This is no demon. This is a ghost. Oh no, in the Dahuang Empire, they call this evil magic. Have you not noticed any other abnormalities here during your time here? No. Yes. Lu Ming said no, but another night watchman said yes. Immediately, Lu Ming looked at his partner in shock. The two of them have always been partners. They have shared meals and slept together. Not to mention that they have always completed tasks together. If there were any issues, they would bring them up for each other to consider. Even before Feng Guangling arrived, They reviewed their observations together. Now, hearing a differing opinion caught Lu Ming off guard. You tell me. Feng Guangling looked at the two with great interest. Wow. It's like an undercover operation. The Taoist didn't have time to waste with them. Otherwise, he would really want to test the scheming abilities of the people in this world. These two definitely have issues. The moment he saw the village, Feng Guangling was already certain of this. What wasn't certain was whether both of them had problems or just one of them. Now it seems the answer is becoming clear. Every time the sun sets, there is an inexplicable aura here. Unlike the ferocity of demon beasts, it is very cold and eerie. Also, as long as one is 10 meters away from the village, this aura disappears without a trace, completely undetectable. The more he listened, the wider Feng Guangling's smile became. This person is called Li Dian, who entered the Demon Suppression Division with Lu Ming. They have been partners since passing the assessment. What he described matches what Feng Guangling saw. The only thing that puzzled Feng Guangling was why he could see the abnormality while the other night watchman could not. Especially Lu Ming, who still seemed confused at this moment. Dude, wake up. If you don't, you'll soon become a traitor of the Demon Suppression Division. That's a disaster for the three races. Can't you refute this? Looking at the swirling dark clouds forming in the sky, Feng Guangling's smile grew even more intense. This smile made Lu Ming feel terrified. Several times he wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say. Because what Li Dian said, he couldn't see anything. It was all black to him. He didn't even know how to bluff. All right, since you understand this so clearly, then next, you come with me into the village. Feng Guangling nodded in satisfaction. He could already determine that neither Li Dian nor Lu Ming could see the changes around the village. Is it that their strength is too weak to see it? Or is it that no one else can see it? Feng Guangling glanced at Xiao Wu, who looked like a fool beside him, then raised his hand to start calculating. Divination is also present in this other world, and Feng Guangling is not afraid of being treated as a monster for research. With no danger, he drew a good omen. Today's journey is auspicious for action. Feng Guangling here has made a decision, while Lu Ming and Li Dian are completely dumbfounded. Both Lu Ming and Li Dian stare blankly at Feng Guangling, momentarily forgetting what to say. In Li Dian's calculations, Feng Guangling would surely suspect Lu Ming without hesitation and then let Lu Ming lead the way into the village. But now, Feng Guangling is not playing by the rules. Moreover, the reasoning he provided is something Li Dian cannot even refute. You understand, so you can come in with me, no problem. Are we really going to let someone who knows nothing lead the way? Young lord, should I accompany you inside? Although Lu Ming feels betrayed, he still asks uneasily when he hears that Li Dian will lead the way. Yes, young lord, I have to go in with you. Xiao Wu almost blurted out young master again. No need, I can go in by myself. The more people, the more trouble. Feng Guangling waved his hand. Looking solemnly at the village surrounded by ominous energy, but deep in his eyes, there was an irrepressible excitement. He originally thought he would just be a useless person, waiting to die after 10 months. Now, not only can he cultivate again, but he has also found a way to extend his life, and on top of that, he hasn't lost his divination abilities. This is not the divine land. One should know that divination cannot be performed just by snapping fingers. But who would have thought that the heavenly patterns here are exactly the same as those in the divine land? What a huge profit. As you command. As Li Dian lowered his head, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Something is off. Why is it that he has to go in? But now that it has come to this, he has no choice but to go in. Feng Guangling stepped directly into the village, giving Xiao Wu a glance as he left. Xiao Wu nodded in understanding. As for Lu Ming, he was completely confused. This situation is strange. Previously, when the Demon Subduing Division sent 3 young lords, they always brought many people with them, but they never mentioned letting them lead the way. This time, they came over without needing to rest and directly let them lead. This approach left Lu Ming utterly baffled. Now that there are no more people, if you have something to say, go ahead. Chapter 14. The county magistrate's father is extremely powerful. From the very beginning, Feng Guangling realized that Li Dian wanted him to lead him into the village. To others, it might seem like he was shirking responsibility or trying to distance himself. But in this situation, the more one understands, the more likely they are to be drafted. Li Dian's expression changed repeatedly, glancing around before suddenly kneeling on one knee. Subordinate Li Dian has seen the young master. The master has instructed me to ensure the young master's safety. Please do not easily step into the village. Goodness. Feng Guangling's eyes widened in disbelief. His own father is this formidable? Using backdoor connections to send him into the Demon Subduing Division. And he steps in as a young lord. That aside, there are indeed factors involving the Bai family in this matter. After all, royal relatives do have some influence. But what does this mean now? A Xiao Wu, a Li Dian. His chief father is just a county magistrate, and his power is boundless. Could it really be that current officials are less useful than current administrators? He pushed royal relatives aside without a care and stuffed so many people into the Demon Subduing Division. From Li Dian's demeanor, it seems these people were not just recently added. His father truly is highly capable. I really can't understand it. I initially thought there was something wrong with Li Dian, but now it seems the one with the problem is me. Does my father know about the issues here? The master does not know, Li Dian respectfully denied. This made Feng Guangling breathe a sigh of relief. If even Feng Yumin knew about the situation here, Feng Guangling would really start to doubt his understanding of this world. He might end up hiding in the library for several days. If a county magistrate can intervene in such matters, then Feng Guangling would have to question the authority of the demon-subduing division. It now seems that Li Dian recognized Feng Guangling and did not want him to take risks, so he took the initiative to do all these things. All right. Since you have gathered so much information, you should know where the demon beasts are, right? When Feng Guangling said this, one hand was behind his back, already beginning to perform incantations. As long as Li Dian dared to say he didn't know. Regardless of whether he was a person placed in the demon-subduing division by Feng Yumin, Feng Guangling would not hesitate to eliminate him. Knowing this in such detail, how could you say you don't know? There must be something wrong. It's dead. The so-called high skill leads to boldness. Feng Guangling may not have high martial arts skills, but his magical abilities are formidable. If he can't defeat them, he can still escape. What's there to fear? Taoists are never single-minded, unless they are forced into a desperate situation. The evil spirits do not leave the village. If he can't defeat them the first time, he can wait for the second. There's no need to bite the bullet. As for letting others from the demon-subduing division handle it, Feng Guangling never even considered that. What a joke, this is life. In the Great Hua Empire, demon beasts are everywhere, but they are all low-level. When will he be able to extend his life? His body still lacks 3 elements. This is the conclusion Feng Guangling has drawn after staying in the library for so many days. Generally speaking, only the essence of a transparent demon beast can extend life for a year. As for a profound demon beast, it might only be a few months. Given this situation, he must seek alternative ways to extend his life. The evil spirits are a very good avenue. As for killing to extend life, that is only when absolutely necessary. Moreover, if killing is required, it should be to kill enemies. Feng Guangling would never do something like killing his own people to extend his life. I know, it's in the center of the village. There's a cellar there, and it hides inside. The moment the words fell, Li Dian already sensed a powerful aura locking onto him. Young master, be careful. The demon beast seems to have discovered us. I've been locked onto. You quickly leave the village and seek help. Without saying a word, Li Dian drew his sword and stood in front of Feng Guangling. Goodness, just that one action almost made Feng Guangling strike Li Dian with a lightning spell. What is locking onto Li Dian is not a demon beast. It is clearly Feng Guangling himself. It is precisely this subconscious action that allowed Li Dian to escape a disaster. Before this, the night watchman from the demon-subduing division who entered the village had already disappeared without a trace. Feng Guangling had to be cautious and suspicious. All right, relax. Tell me, how do you know so much? Feng Guangling patted Li Dian's shoulder and asked softly. Subconscious actions cannot deceive people. Intentional actions are what raise suspicion. This is my ability. And it's also the reason the master arranged me in the demon-subduing division. Another arrangement by the chief father? Feng Guangling's eyes widened. How long in advance did his father arrange this? Did he overlook something? But after searching through his memories, Feng Guangling couldn't find anything unusual, aside from being overly indulgent. His chief father seems to have nothing else to say. Strength is lacking, and status is lacking. Is it really true that money can make ghosts push the mill? That's right, the Feng family is very wealthy, even richer than the 3 major families in the southeast. Otherwise, how do you think Feng Guangling got away with so much trouble? Li Dian speaks frankly. It seems he doesn't need to keep secrets from Feng Guangling. He has a special ability to see things that others cannot. He calls this ability gazing at qi. Feng Guangling pouted, not knowing how to respond. Because what Li Dian said is indeed correct. This ability is indeed called gazing at qi. There is a specific technique in the Taoist school called gazing at qi technique. Not only that, he is also very sensitive to danger. When danger approaches, he can always sense it ahead of time. You can go out now, but remember to keep a close eye on Lu Ming. If there are any unusual movements, I grant you the right to report after taking action. The next problems are beyond your ability to handle. Feng Guangling no longer doubted Li Dian and stepped towards the center of the village. Whether it was a demon or a beast, whether it was prolonging life or taking it away, Feng Guangling didn't know, but he had to act. Otherwise, what would happen? A year later, would he be dead? No, what are you saying? Li Dian widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Feng Guangling. What keeping a close watch on Lu Ming, what shifting to follow the young master, none of that mattered. The most important thing was that the young master was going to kill a demon alone. Don't joke around. You are just an ordinary person. Don't underestimate a beast at the transcendental realm. Besides, do you know how bizarre this village is? Young master, this is not acceptable. There is nothing unacceptable. Don't get in the way here. I have ways to save my life, and also have talismans. In the demon suppression division, what is the consequence of not following orders? In the family, what is the result of not obeying the orders of the main family? You don't need me to explain. Now get lost quickly. Chapter 15, A Familiar Feeling. This is the young master. The master has given a death order. Even if it means his own death, the young master cannot be harmed in any way. Is he really going out like this? But what the young master said makes sense. What to do? In the end, Li Jian concealed his presence and quietly followed behind Feng Guangling. Feng Guangling slightly raised the corners of his mouth. He didn't drive Li Jian away. If you want to follow, then follow. As the saying goes, good advice is hard to give to a doomed ghost. Surrounding the village, the Yin energy was rampant, and everything in sight was black mist. In the eyes of others, it was just darkness, but in Feng Guangling's eyes, it was the sky filled with Yin energy. Wang Tianzuan. This was the first time he had seen such dense Yin energy. He didn't know what kind of big deal it would be. But please don't disappoint me. Feng Guangling muttered Wang Tianzuan. He didn't feel anything unusual, but Li Jian, who had been paying close attention to Feng Guangling's every move, nearly got scared to death. Tianzuan, what is this title? The highest power on the continent is only the transcendental realm. Who dares to use the title of heaven? If the emperor knew, wouldn't there be a family extermination? Feng Guangling formed a hand seal and held back. There was no need to recite the incantation now. As soon as the hand seal was completed, the technique would be achieved. Feng Guangling didn't quite understand why this was happening, or rather, whether it was the ancestor showing his divine power, knowing that he got into trouble in the divine continent because he studied instant casting techniques and came to this different world to give himself a bit of convenience. At the very center of the village was a courtyard. No, you're not seeing things. In this dilapidated, impoverished village, Feng Guangling actually saw a brilliantly decorated courtyard. Such a courtyard, let alone in a village, even in a county. Very few people could afford it. The Great Hua Empire was an imperial dynasty. Everything was hierarchical, just like the proletariat in the divine continent. It simply doesn't work here. Do you know what it means to be a lower servant, and what it means to be a servant? It means the master can kill them without any problem. At most, they would give some money as consolation, and it's consolation, not compensation. Because lower servants and servants don't have the right to demand compensation. Feng Guangling looked up at the courtyard and confirmed that the strangeness of the village was caused by the courtyard. Above the courtyard, there was a small vortex of Yin energy. All the surrounding Yin energy was drawn to it. Feng Guangling didn't hesitate and directly pushed the door open. In the next moment, Feng Guangling frowned slightly. The layout of the courtyard was quite normal, with no signs of strangeness. The only difference was that the walls of the courtyard were all dark red. That was the mark left after blood had dried. A pungent smell of blood permeated the courtyard. It was the scent of blood that refused to disperse. Walking through the archway, Feng Guangling's gaze slightly focused. Corpses. 5 of them. The most important thing was that none of these corpses were intact. They were all gnawed beyond recognition. From the wounds, it could be determined that these people had been devoured by some wild beast. Beasts don't leave so many remains after eating humans, unless the other side was full. After walking a few steps, Feng Guangling stopped. This was a corpse that had half of its body gnawed off. Surprisingly, the head was quite intact. Unlike the other corpses that had been gnawed half to death, this person, Feng Guangling had seen the portrait, was the small flag who recently took over the village task, and also had the strength of the translucent realm. The death was horrific. He had been eviscerated, his internal organs completely hollowed out, and his limbs were also severely gnawed. There were not only demons here, but also beasts. Such a situation was rare. Demons and beasts almost never appear simultaneously. They are natural enemies. Compared to humans and beasts, demons and beasts are even more extreme, usually facing each other with lethal intent. This is actually easy to understand. The demons of the Great Hua Empire are generally formed from the resentment of those who died at the hands of beasts. Very few people would practice the techniques of demonic paths. The reason is simple. The strength of demonic paths can only reach the initial stage of the spirit realm and can no longer advance further. In a daze, Feng Guangling suddenly looked up and gazed into the depths of the courtyard, a chilling sense of darkness rising. I see you, demon. It turns out that the demons of the Great Hua Empire are not much different from the evil spirits of the divine continent. It's just a difference in naming. And judging by this appearance, the destructive power is not on the same level. Wang Tianzuan, show yourself quickly before the Tao Master. Feng Guangling raised his head and shouted. No matter what ancient demons or ghosts, before the Tao Master, everything is equal. If I can deal with it, I will. If I can't, I will try again next time. The Taoist lineage has never compromised when facing demons and monsters. As for the notion of equality among all beings mentioned by the bald monk, don't joke, that absolutely does not exist in the Taoist sect. Alas, in a daze, a sharp, mournful roar suddenly echoed across the sky. and the previously calm courtyard, like a stagnant pool, suddenly stirred up a great wind. Everything around became extremely violent in that instant. The cold wind whistled, and the withered leaves danced in the prelude of death. Feng Guangling gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. Yes, this is the feeling. He could even say that he always felt out of place. He was not a child. He had mature thoughts and his own style of dealing with people. But now, everything had to start from scratch. And that sense of being excluded by the entire world made Feng Guangling feel abandoned at every moment. Until now, the yin energy surged. That familiar feeling finally arrived. For those who cultivate, who hasn't dealt with demons and monsters. You say Taoists only hide in the deep mountains for quiet cultivation? That can only mean the fate hasn't arrived. You just haven't seen it. Wang Tianzuan, this feeling is so good. Feng Guangling raised his head, a rich smile on his face. This familiar feeling was simply too intoxicating. Although he had been absorbing the knowledge of the great Hua Empire every day, he had never felt any sense of peace. Until this very moment, he finally no longer felt lonely. Others slay demons and monsters for the sake of promotion or for rich rewards, or for cultivation. In short, they all have certain purposes. But for Feng Guangling, besides prolonging life, it was just to no longer feel lonely. The two sides were completely on different levels. Heaven and earth, the mysterious origin, the root of all qi, widely cultivating countless tribulations, certifying my divine powers. Golden light spell. The moment he silently recited the incantation in his heart, a burst of golden light suddenly appeared around Feng Guangling. In the darkness, the golden light flickered, like fireflies, not dazzling but impossible to ignore. Li Jian's eyes widened, and he held his breath nervously, not daring to move at all. When did our family's young master become so impressive? This is too exaggerated. Who the hell would dare to say that our young master is a useless playboy? Li Jian would dare to step forward and slap them across the face. Chapter 16. The young master is Feng Guangling. Deep in the courtyard, a vengeful spirit is staring intently at Feng Guangling. The demon suppression department has sent several waves of people, but without exception, they all met a tragic end in this courtyard. It's not that their strength was lacking, but as soon as they entered the courtyard, they fell victim. It has no real power, but it can confuse people's minds. Once ensnared, unless one's strength exceeds it by a large margin, one can only wait to die. One could say that as long as the spirit does not reveal itself, it is invincible in this courtyard. If you can't beat it, you can still escape. The evil spirit is ruthless, if it truly wants to flee. The practitioners can only watch helplessly as it slips away unless they use their techniques to bombard it. Moreover, it currently has a bewitched beast under its control. When the night watchmen fall into the illusion, it shuts the door and releases the beast. In a matter of moments, they could be bitten to death. Do you see that small flag glowing with light? That was someone who hesitated after being bewitched and was bitten to death by the beast. At this moment, the evil spirit senses the golden light emanating from Feng Guangling and, for some reason, feels a dangerous sense of heart palpitations. Without hesitation, it immediately activates its innate evil technique. However, in the next moment, it is dumbfounded. Its innate evil technique has no effect. Just then, Feng Guangling has made another move. The young master has not been abandoned by the world. There are still familiar things in this world. If you can extend the young master's life, he would be even happier. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe Jie, Zhen Lai Zai Qian. The 6 Jia secret blessing, the word decision. Feng Guangling suddenly gestures with both hands in front of him, like an illusion, flashing by. The moment the lion imprint is formed, the golden light on his body surges again. No way. Is this really my young master? Li Dian's face is filled with disbelief and shock. 18 years. A full 18 years. His young master has always been a playboy who could not cultivate, causing trouble every day, needing the master to clean up after him. What is their dark department for? Wasn't it trained specifically by the master to protect the young master? Now that the young master is so powerful, what do they need the dark department for? Am I going to lose my job? It's no wonder Li Dian is overthinking it. The contrast of Feng Guangling's current performance to his previous 18 years is simply extreme. Who doesn't know that the #1 playboy and wastrel in Mingshui County, Feng Guangling, spends his days walking dogs and fighting chickens? Now the Feng family still has 2 big black dogs raised by Feng Guangling. However, after the incident, he hasn't had time to check on those dogs. He wonders if they will be slaughtered for dog meat by Feng Yumin. The evil spirit is equally perplexed. This human is very strange. The golden light is so glaring it feels disgusting. Then let me kill you. But before it can react, another unexpected event occurs. Bagua, Li is fire. Bagua, Zhen is thunder. Heavenly thunder and earth fire. Boom. The thunder dragon roams and disperses the dark mist, while the earth fire stirs and incinerates the yin energy. A giant bagua suddenly appears, enveloping the entire courtyard. The Chiman Bagua technique has fully emerged in this other world for the first time. In the Dahuang Empire, This is called the materialization of Xin techniques. Something only powerful channelers can achieve. A lion fighting a rabbit must use all its strength. This is Feng Guangling facing the fierce ghost in this world. Naturally not taking it lightly. If he can kill the opponent in one blow, he will definitely not give them a second chance. The evil spirit's pupils constrict sharply. It doesn't even have time to scream before being struck by the thunder. Feng Guangling's thunder is unreasonable. It covers everything. For practitioners, such a comprehensive attack has limited damage. For the evil spirit, whether it's a single attack or an all-encompassing one, even a slight touch is enough to be fatal. And that's not all. After the thunder, the fire burns. There's not a single chance of survival. The evil spirit is almost instantly reduced to ashes, unable to even harbor a trace of hatred. In the blink of an eye, the world becomes clear. All the een and resentment dissipate under the thunder and fierce fire. Evil spirits? Fierce ghosts? Not a single hair remains. Feng Guangling blinks, looking a bit dazed. Is it really that easy to defeat? Just entering the courtyard. The concentration of resentment and een energy was at least that of a 1,000-year-old fierce ghost. Such ghosts are troublesome. It's not impossible to annihilate them in one blow. Techniques from the Celestial Master's mansion, like the 5 Thunder True Laws or the Divine Thunder method of the Xianxiao sect, could do it. But doing so would only give him one chance. After that one strike, if the opponent does not dissipate, he would then have to wait to die. Therefore, Feng Guangling ultimately chose the Demon-Ravaged. He had just stopped to prepare for a proper fight using the xianxia secret blessing combat word technique. Who would have thought that amidst the thunder and fire, the fierce ghost was reduced to ashes? Let us just say, how can the fierce ghosts in this other world be so weak? Feng Guangling has a very clear understanding of his own strength. He is currently just a practitioner at the great perfection of the transcending mysteries, and he probably wouldn't even win against someone at the initial stage of the clear light realm. Previously, the evil spirit here had even killed 3 small flags, and one of them was at the clear light level. This is also why Feng Guangling gave it his all as soon as he made a move. Golden light spells combined with the xianxia secret blessing and the Demon-Ravaged. Although it was just the initial few word decisions, this was already the peak combat power Feng Guangling could currently wield. He was even prepared for close combat. Now it's gone. If the disintegrated evil spirit knew what Feng Guangling was thinking, it would definitely be so furious it would gather its soul again to come back for another round of annihilation. Why could the evil spirit stay here for so long? Because it could confuse people's minds. The 3 small flags that led the way into the village were not killed by the evil spirit, but rather by each other. Or they were bewitched and ultimately disemboweled by a transcending mysteries beast for food. That's too weak. Feng Guangling stood tall, habitually bowing and greeting. When he came back to his senses, a faint red glow appeared in the darkness, flashing by and directly entering his chest. People outside couldn't see anything unusual, but Feng Guangling not only saw it, but felt it as well. The breath within him became clearer at that moment. It's useful. It really is useful. At that moment, Feng Guangling was overjoyed. Slaying beasts and exterminating evil spirits can extend one's life. In that instant, a brilliant smile appeared on Feng Guangling's face. Finally, he wouldn't have to worry about suddenly losing his life while casting spells. Wu Yang Tianzuan. I am Feng Guangling, and I have comprehended. Ha ha ha, laughing loudly. Feng Guangling looked up to the sky. It was in that moment that a strange breath seemed to dissipate completely from his body. That was the inexplicable aura that had existed on him since he arrived in this world. At this moment, Feng Guangling finally understood that it was the original host's aura. From the moment Feng Guangling declared himself to be Feng Guangling, the original host could no longer remain within his body. Chapter 17. Call me Lord Small Flag. In the Dahuang Empire, beasts or evil spirits encounter techniques, and all must drop a level. Doesn't that mean it's like he's killing enemies beyond his level? That is a good thing. He just doesn't know if it's the same when facing enemies. If it is, then wouldn't he always be considered to be fighting above his level in the future? Feng Guangling smiled brightly. He can finally enjoy the benefits of being a time traveler. Heaven knows how desperate Feng Guangling felt when he first woke up. At least now he has a foothold. Li Jian stood frozen in place, afraid to move. Behind him lay a beast resembling a leopard, and despite its insufficient combat power, its appearance was terrifying. With a massive body of 3 meters, anyone would be paralyzed with fear. Previously, Li Jian had been completely focused on the battlefield, unaware that the leopard had crept up behind him. The hot breath of the leopard hit the back of his neck. The imminent danger made Li Jian tense all over. He not only dared not move, but even feared to speak, worried that he might startle the beast behind him and be swallowed whole. Oh, so you are here. Just as Li Jian was feeling desperate, Feng Guangling's voice suddenly rang out. In that moment, Li Dian's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. He didn't want Feng Guangling to notice him because he feared that Feng Guangling would fall into danger. Yet he also hoped that Feng Guangling would find him and rescue him. The leopard suddenly raised its head and roared, snapping its jaws towards the back of Li Dian's neck. In that instant, the ground abruptly transformed into a marsh, and the leopard had no time to react as its entire body plunged into it. With a loud crash, another wave surged up, completely engulfing the leopard. When it reappeared, it was already 3 meters away and completely silent. Feng Guangling could now clearly feel the restraining power of the 8 trigrams against the beast. "Thank you, young master." Li Dian, who had been lingering at the gates of the underworld, collapsed to the ground. When he looked up and saw Feng Guangling sheathing his sword, he hurriedly got up and knelt on one knee to pay his respects. "Call me Lord Little Flag," Feng Guangling replied irritably. This time, he had unwittingly stepped into a trap. If he weren't somewhat capable, he would have likely ended up in the same predicament as the previous 3 little flags. Now Li Dian was calling him young master, and if Su Chan, that narrow-minded bastard, heard it, who knows what trouble would ensue. "Yes, Lord Little Flag." Li Dian lowered his head and replied in a deep voice. At the entrance of the village, Xiao Wu anxiously stood on tiptoe, peering inside. Why was there no movement after such a long time? Could it be that the young master was harmed? If that were the case, he would be doomed. Behind him, Lu Ming's eyes flickered, equally worried. At one moment, Lu Ming suddenly groaned, clutching his chest and stepping back several paces. When he looked up again, his eyes were filled with horror. The evil spirit was eradicated? How could that be? That was an evil spirit that could be silently killed even by a bright strong man. How could it die without a sound? If the evil spirit was dead, would his actions not be discovered? No, that's not how it works. Lu Ming raised his head suddenly, his gaze somewhat erratic. He couldn't be sure whether the evil spirit would expose him. The consequences were severe, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Before this, there had been people who escaped, but they had all been silently killed by Lu Ming. Better safe than sorry. Lu Ming looked at Xiao Wu's back, his eyes glinting with malice. Kill him and escape immediately. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to flee. With that thought, it couldn't be suppressed any longer. In the next moment, Lu Ming quietly drew the demon-slaying blade, raised it, and thrust it toward the back of Xiao Wu's neck without any warning. Who could have thought that Lu Ming, who seemed harmless, was the biggest problem? If Feng Guangling hadn't given Xiao Wu a signal when he left, Xiao Wu wouldn't have been on guard against Lu Ming. But now, Lu Ming was destined to be disappointed. "I've been waiting for you." Just as Lu Ming's eyes lit up, thinking he could succeed, Xiao Wu's figure suddenly flashed, and his voice abruptly appeared in Lu Ming's ear. Clang! The cold light flashed, and the demon-slaying blade collided violently in the darkness. Sparks flying as it reflected Xiao Wu's mocking face and Lu Ming's incredulous expression. Caught off guard, or perhaps under full force, Lu Ming's attack was blocked. What did Xiao Wu mean by "I've been waiting for you"? What went wrong? Lu Ming's eyes flickered uncertainly. He didn't know what went wrong, but it was clearly not the time to think about that. After deflecting Lu Ming's attack, Xiao Wu did not retreat but advanced instead. In his heart, he felt he must complete the task assigned by Feng Guangling, just like when he was with Feng Guangling in the Feng family. When the young master teased a good girl, he would keep watch. When the young master wanted to drink, he would find the best wine for him. When the young master wanted to visit a brothel, he would lead the way and guard the door. When the young master wanted to ride through the streets, he would clear the path and ensure no one disturbed him. When the young master forced a girl from the Bai family, he would guard outside. In short, when the young master killed, he would hand him the knife. When the young master buried someone, he would dig the pit. You could say Xiao Wu was a petty person serving a tyrant, but he had no second thoughts about Feng Guangling, and this was why. In the events involving the Feng and Bai families, everyone who witnessed it had mysteriously disappeared, leaving only Xiao Wu alive. In Feng Yuman's words, if Feng Guangling ordered Xiao Wu to chop off his own hand, Xiao Wu would do it without blinking. Such a subordinate is hard to find. He must be kept. Now that Feng Guangling wanted him to watch Lu Ming, Xiao Wu naturally couldn't let Lu Ming escape. Not only would he not let Lu Ming run, but Lu Ming wouldn't even be able to leave his sight. That was why, when Lu Ming tried to ambush him, he was aware of it immediately. Good courage. With a rip, the blade cut through clothing and into bone. At the same time, both of their movements came to a halt. The tip of Lu Ming's blade was against Xiao Wu's chest, and Xiao Wu's blade rested on Lu Ming's neck. Blood was already seeping from Xiao Wu's chest, and a trickle of blood slid down Lu Ming's neck. If the blade pressed further, just an inch deeper, it would result in mutual destruction. "Let me go, and I will never appear in front of you again. How about that?" Lu Ming's heart raced. Who would have thought that a seemingly disheveled newcomer would react so quickly and strike so ruthlessly? Just now, if Xiao Wu had retreated, he could have escaped. But Xiao Wu didn't, and instead opted for a mutually destructive approach. "No way. The young master ordered me to keep an eye on you. So I have no choice but to do so. If I can't keep an eye on you, we die together." Xiao Wu did not hesitate at all and directly refused. Chapter 18. The path of the Tao can only be taken down. Can't hold on, we die together. When Xiao Wu said this, he still wore a carefree smile. But deep in his eyes was a determination. Lu Ming's heart suddenly stopped. Die together? If Lu Ming had this thought, they wouldn't be at a stalemate here now. However, before Lu Ming could think of a way to escape, an unexpected event occurred. Lin, Bing, Do all formations, in front. Secret blessing of the six Gaias, soldier's secret. A flash of golden light appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant. The next moment, Lu Ming was sent flying. If he just needed to push the demon-slaying blade 3 more points, Xiao Wu would undoubtedly die. But such a simple action, he had no time to execute. At the moment he was sent flying, he only saw a golden figure standing in his place. It was Feng Guangling. Wuyang Tianzuan. I didn't expect you really had a problem. Feng Guangling instinctively wanted to perform a Dao salute, but ultimately forced himself to stop. The ingrained habits were hard to change in a short time. Feng Guangling truly didn't expect Lu Ming to be so bold. Nor did he expect the internal chaos of the Demon Suppression Division to be this severe. First, there was the incident in the desolate mountains where the demonic beasts conspired. And then there was the layout in the village to plot against the Night Watchman's life. Is this really the Demon Suppression Division that is independent of the imperial system and only governed by the emperor, as shown in the records? But at that moment, he realized that he had lost control of the demon-slaying blade. Clearly holding the hilt, the blade was completely out of control, and that bizarre state was too horrifying. But right now, he had no time to think too much. Feng Guangling had just shattered his dantian. He couldn't even resist, let alone escape. Young master, call me Lord Xiaoqi. Feng Guangling tilted his head slightly and glanced at Xiao Wu, saying irritably. Li Jian was like this, and so was Xiao Wu. If Su Chan heard this, he would definitely have a lot more little shoes to wear in the future. Xiao Wu quickly added, Lord Xiaoqi. All right. The matter here is resolved. Li Jian, go notify the others to wrap things up. I won't concern myself with the rest. Feng Guangling waved his hand. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. This saying is too true. Without personally experimenting, Feng Guangling estimated that he would still be waiting to die by now. Now, it's fine, as long as the demonic beasts and evil spirits can continue to live. Even qi and spells can be cast. Although he could only cast a few of the earlier incantations, it was enough for Feng Guangling to survive in this thrilling otherworld. He just couldn't understand why every time he performed the 6 Jia secret blessing, he always felt a bit off. When cultivating the Tao, one must be in harmony with their intentions. Within the rules, if one cannot be in harmony, then they can be crushed to death. Feng Guangling was still unclear whether this feeling of discomfort was within the laws of the Great Hua Empire. Once he figured it out, he would see whether to crush it to death or to crush the laws to death. As for compromising, the Tao sect has never had such a saying. The Tao only knows how to conquer. There is no such thing as compromise. If Feng Yumin knew that Feng Guangling currently had the thought of crushing the laws of the Great Hua Empire, he would probably regret sending Feng Guangling into the Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division is the only place that can openly crush the laws of the Great Hua Empire. Although it's difficult, he has the opportunity. What? What did you just say? Say it again. Su Chan widened his eyes, incredulously staring at Li Dian. As soon as the matter was over, Feng Guangling went back to the library. Xiao Wu took Lu Ming directly to the Demon Suppression Prison, while Li Jian rushed over to report to Su Chan without stopping. Logically, it should have been Feng Guangling coming to report, but Feng Guangling had more important things to do right now. Nothing about promotion and wealth is more important than saving one's life. Li Jian didn't mind the trouble and recounted everything again. Having a good master, of course. He had to show off a bit. Moreover, this matter was not that simple. The Demon Suppression Division had produced a white-eyed wolf and had set a trap that led to the deaths of 3 little flags. Li Jian had participated throughout. So if he didn't clarify it, he would probably end up in the Demon Suppression Prison too. Alright, that's good. If I don't uproot all of you, I won't bear the surname Su. Su Chan realized at this point that Li Dian was still in the room and waved his hand for Li Dian to leave. As for whether there was a problem with Li Dian, that needed no investigation. If there were a problem with Li Dian, the one here now would not be Li Dian, but that madman Feng Yumin. Right now, the southeast region was turbulent. With so many mysterious practitioners coming and going every day, even running around on the streets. The reason for this was something Su Chan, who had witnessed his superior being subservient in front of a mere county magistrate, had too much authority to comment on. Su Chan still couldn't understand why Ming Qingtian, who was submissive in front of Feng Yumin, would dare to use Feng Guangling to scheme against Feng Yumin. If it were him, he wouldn't treat Feng Guangling as anything less than a revered ancestor. Before he could figure it out, Ming Qingtian had already walked into the room. My lord. All right. I just heard about the situation. Ming Qingtian waved his hand, feeling a bit of fear in his heart. There was no doubt that there was a problem with the village. With 3 little flags dead in a row, if there wasn't something wrong, even an idiot wouldn't believe it. However, before this, Ming Qingtian really didn't expect that the Demon Suppression Division would produce a white-eyed wolf, setting a trap that led to the deaths of 3 little flags. If it weren't for Feng Guangling's vigilance, he would probably have to escape for his life by now. This thought made Ming Qingtian feel a wave of fear. The Southeast Demon Suppression Division really needed a thorough cleanup. No matter how much one wanted to catch big fish, one couldn't let these bastards act recklessly. Su Chan didn't know any of this, looking at the calm and collected Ming Qingtian. His admiration was as if he were gazing up at a towering mountain. My lord, what should we do next? Su Chan was decisive and had no good attitude towards anyone. Even towards the 3 elders of the Demon Suppression Prison, Su Chan was only slightly polite. But in front of Ming Qingtian, he could only lower his head. It wasn't just a matter of rank. It was also because Ming Qingtian was a senior uncle. If the rules of the officialdom couldn't suppress you, someone could bring up the senior uncle's seniority and give you a beating. What could you do? Su Chan would rather confront the commander than dare to argue with his own senior uncle. What to do? We don't need to do anything. Do you think I took the risk of sending Feng Guangling to carry out this mission for no reason? You haven't forgotten, have you? Ming Qingtian said irritably. Chapter 19. The young master upgrades. The prodigal becomes a thief. This matter would definitely not be hidden from Feng Yumin, and Ming Qingtian didn't intend to hide it. Having borne the risks and already passed the danger, not letting Feng Yumin go out for a stroll would truly make Ming Qingtian unhappy. However, would Ming Qingtian be that foolish? Su Chan expressed doubt. No matter what Feng Guangling wants to do next, you don't need to stop him. Just support him with all your might. Ming Qingtian turned and left, leaving behind this sentence, not giving Su Chan a chance to refute or protest. In the empty room, Su Chan was stunned for a moment before he sighed softly. The times are about to change. It had been 20 years since the last change. He didn't expect those people to start getting restless again. Last time, there was a sword madman to handle the situation. This time, it might not be so certain. If it weren't for that incident back then, the 3 major families of the Southeast would have long been swallowed by the demonic beasts of the Lena Forest. For 7 days, Feng Guangling stayed in the library for a full 7 days. Aside from necessary eating, drinking, and using the restroom, he even slept in the library. This left those who originally thought Feng Guangling would cause trouble utterly bewildered. Now, Feng Guangling's name had become so famous in the Demon Suppression Division that it made people sigh. In just a few days since starting his job, he had accomplished 2 major feats. The most incredible thing was that Feng Guangling's team wasn't even fully staffed. There was only 1 person. With a 9-person quota, plus Xiaoqi himself, that made 10. But in Feng Guangling's case, there were only 2 people, including himself. The merit was immense. It was said that after the 2 missions, Feng Guangling's demon-slaying points had exceeded 10,000. Demon-slaying points could be exchanged for anything imaginable within the Demon Suppression Division, such as mysterious techniques, better equipment, or even money. A regular mission would yield less than 100 demon-slaying points, while special missions would yield only 1,000 points. But who made Feng Guangling able to complete 1 mission alone and have only 2 people complete the other? Besides that, Feng Guangling was also not greedy. If it were anyone else who achieved such merit, their tail would probably be in the air. If it weren't for a mission today, Feng Guangling probably wouldn't have even come out. Young Lord Xiaoqi, the captain has an order. Li Jian saw Feng Guangling walking out of the library and quickly bowed, respectfully handing an envelope to Feng Guangling. Feng Guangling frowned slightly. In the past 7 days, he had seen many things and finally understood the difference between demon beasts and evil spirits. Demon beasts feed on humans, while evil spirits feed on blood. Humans? They kill demon beasts and evil spirits to obtain cultivation resources. Look, this is a triangular closed loop. What Feng Guangling knows now is, can killing people also yield essence to extend one's lifespan? If so, Feng Guangling would go crazy. He doesn't hesitate to kill criminals. And besides, Feng Guangling himself isn't exactly a good person. Is the #1 wastrel of Mingshui County just a joke? Therefore, whatever actions Feng Guangling takes seem to be not surprising. Why are you here? Where's Xiao Wu? Feng Guangling casually asked as he took the envelope. He didn't care about the matter of the desolate mountains and villages. He was just a minor figure now, with no qualification to participate in the high-level games. Let alone even watch. He was just cannon fodder. In such matters, the further away he stayed, the better. Otherwise, it would mean death. After all, Su Chan, that petty person, was still thinking of making things difficult for him, so he wouldn't be foolish enough to wander around outside. Lord Minor Flag, from now on, I will be under your command. Xiao Wu went out to deliver a message. The latter part of the sentence was whispered by Li Dian. The people entering the Demon Suppression Division, still revered the vagrant as their master. This seemed incredible to Feng Guangling. After all, the Demon Suppression Division isn't just any place. How could people here still choose to have a master? Yet, for both Xiao Wu and Li Dian, it seemed entirely natural. Alright, let's see what this task is. Feng Guangling immediately tore open the envelope to read. Speaking of which, Feng Guangling was indeed one of the most peculiar ones in the Demon Suppression Division. Other night watchers would go to the bounty pavilion to choose tasks. Isn't it just their superior directly assigning them? But someone like Feng Guangling, who had never even met his superior and was still receiving tasks continuously, was truly rare. Don't forget, Feng Guangling's superior wasn't just 1,000 household, but the overall flag. After being employed for so long, Feng Guangling had never seen him even once. He didn't know if the other party was out executing tasks or thought Feng Guangling was brainless, having offended 1,000 household on his first day, deeming him unworthy. The Xian sect? The reason for collusion, kill. Is this a matter for the Demon Suppression Division to handle? Feng Guangling was filled with questions. This task was neither about demon beasts nor evil spirits, but about a sect. In the Great Hua Empire, there are many practitioners and naturally many sects, most of which are unruly. For such situations, the Great Hua Empire has specialized offices to manage them. The Demon Suppression Division generally does not intervene in these matters. However, this time the task was to exterminate the Xian sect. Isn't this a case of a dog meddling in a rat's business? Shouldn't this be the responsibility of the local government? What does it have to do with our Demon Suppression Division? Feng Guangling rubbed his temples, feeling helpless. Wasn't it too obvious that they were trying to make things difficult for him? Su Chan, that big toad, was too disgusting. Lord Minor Flag, you may not know this, but this matter is connected to your last two tasks. Lord Thousand Household privately instructed me to explain it to you. Li Jian glanced around before lowering his voice to report. After several days of investigation, they finally confirmed the identities of the two people Feng Guangling killed in the desolate mountains. Besides having some connections to the Xiao family, they were also from the Xiaoyan sect. The Xiao family is one of the three major families in the southeast. Without solid evidence, the Great Hua Empire wouldn't handle matters arbitrarily. But the Xiaoyan sect is different. The people are from your Xiaoyan sect. And even if it has nothing to do with you, you still have to be punished. Even more exaggerated, Lu Ming was also from the Xiaoyan sect. This matter, once identified, cannot be escaped. Of course, the Demon Suppression Division wouldn't be so one-sided. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited until now to act against the Xiaoyan sect. After verification, the higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Division directly took action, and the high-end combat power of the Xiaoyan sect was completely wiped out. But their base still exists. The Demon Suppression Division always roots out the problem entirely. The remaining minions would naturally be left to the Night Watchers under the Demon Suppression Division. After all, the people of the Xiaoyan sect hadn't noticed anything unusual yet, making it perfect to take them all out at once. Well, our wastrel is leveling up. Before it was walking dogs and fighting chickens, now it's exterminating families. Impressive, but problems arose. With just 3 people, how could they exterminate a family? Chapter 20. The Feng family does not get involved. Feng Guangling was genuinely dumbfounded. A major sect, especially one capable of placing spies in the Demon Suppression Division. Although its high-end combat power had been wiped out, the number of low-end combatants was still considerable. 3 people to exterminate a family? They would probably be the ones exterminated. Did Su Thousand Household have any other instructions? Feng Guangling took a deep breath to suppress his urge to curse. He figured that if Su Chan really intended for just the 3 of them to go exterminate the Xiaoyan sect, then it was fine. He would just have to borrow troops from his father. There were also plenty of people in the government office. The official status already holds a higher level of suppression over others, even if their strength isn't as good as that of the Xiaoyan sect. If they dare to attack the government office, the army would come next. Regardless of which world, there is one universal truth. The government office needs evidence to handle cases, while the army only needs orders and addresses. Yes, the 3,000 participants in the Night Watcher assessment will be assigned to you. Those who survive can skip the second assessment and go directly to the final assessment, at which point you will have preferential selection rights. The Demon Suppression Division's assessment has 3 stages, 1 for strength, 2 for background, and 3 for fearlessness. Before these screenings, they also need to face choices when encountering demon beasts, to flee or to draw their swords. Su Chan is treating the Xiaoyan sect as a trial for demon beasts. Feng Guangling rubbed his temples. Anyone daring to sign up for the Demon Suppression Division wouldn't be a mediocre hand. They would certainly start at the intermediate level of the Profound Realm. Over 3,000 intermediate Profound Realm practitioners. That is practically an army of Profound Realm fighters. However, Feng Guangling still felt uncertain. Was there really no high-end combat power left? He didn't believe it. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Who knows if the Xiaoyan sect might have hidden trump cards? If an old immortal were to emerge, that would be disastrous. By the way, Su Thousand Household said that 3 elders will accompany us when we set off. Li Jian added in a low voice. Feng Guangling finally smiled. With high-end combat power and a sufficient number of low-end combatants, what are we waiting for? When do we depart? The sooner the better. What about those participating in the assessment? All right, Notify them to set off today, aiming to reach the destination within 3 days. But do not inform them of the assessment content for now. Feng Guangling thought for a moment and directly altered Su Chan's intention, publicly announcing the Demon Suppression Division's assessment. Don't joke, that would definitely alert the enemy. Feng Guangling was very afraid of death, so he decided to hold back. After all, it was his task to execute. Whether to follow the orders from above was irrelevant. Moreover, since the direct superior hadn't shown up, wasn't it still up to Feng Guangling to say what goes? Understood. Feng Guangling looked towards the direction of Mingshui County. Father, what are you planning? Do you want me to take revenge myself? You're not that kind of person. This point was very clear to Feng Guangling. Just look at how protective Feng Yumin was towards Xiao Wu and Li Jian. If it were truly Feng Yumin's words, it probably wouldn't be about assessments anymore, but whether the Shaoyan sect had been wiped out by the Iron Cavalry. Ming Qingtian rubbed his temples in frustration, and behind him was the respectful Su Chan. This was Mingshui County, not Fuiying. If Ming Qingtian didn't come, Su Chan had the final say in Mingshui County. If Ming Qingtian came, Su Chan could only run errands. Is everything arranged? Ming Qingtian put down his hands and sighed deeply. That bastard Feng Yumin was as slippery as an eel, making it difficult to get a hold of him. Originally, Ming Qingtian wanted to take this opportunity to drag Feng Yumin down, and also to warn those who were itching to move, telling them to behave in this small piece of land in the southeast. If they dared to cause trouble, then he would shut the door on Feng Yumin. By then, the consequences of Jian Kuang's frenzy would all be borne by them. This is what they called bearing the consequences themselves. But Feng Yumin just wouldn't take the bait. His own son had been schemed against, and Feng Yumin directly targeted the 3 major families in the southeast. What a great start. But what happened next? He himself became impotent. Aside from the Xiao family, the others had hardly any losses. Did Ming Qingtian still want to hide in Mingshui County and watch the show? In the end, he had trapped himself. If the situation with the Shaoyan sect wasn't handled well, the entire southeast would suffer disaster. The monster calamity was coming, and no one could afford the consequences. The Demon Suppression Division was working hard to suppress the Lina Forest, preventing the beasts within from coming out to harm the Great Hua Empire. Those bastards sucking blood on the soil of the Great Hua Empire were still thinking of luring the beasts out of the forest. Just for the sake of cultivation resources, they might as well go into the Linha Forest and fight the beasts themselves. Generally speaking, if someone was found doing this, the Demon Suppression Division would show no mercy, directly eliminating the threat. Why? Because they deserve to die. The current situation was built on the blood and lives of countless people from the Great Hua Empire. Where did the first fallen channel powerhouse die? Right in the southeast region, by the riverbank called Linha in front of the Linha Forest. Linha was also the name of that channel powerhouse from back then. Yes, my lord. All the transcendents above the clear level in the Shaoyan sect have been eradicated. Currently, among the more than 1,000 remaining in the Shaoyan sect, none is above the intermediate level of the transcendents. Su Chan affirmed. Many things had already been interrogated after Lu Ming was captured alive the next day. The reason it took until today to officially descend on the Shaoyan sect was to ensure there would be no mistakes. Moreover, I had the 3 elders make a move. Even if there were remnants of the Ling Channel, they would have to die. The Ling Channel is currently the peak powerhouse on the continent. There are naturally channel powerhouses in various major forces, but there are only 5 who have reached perfection in their channels. There is a saying, only by possessing a channel can one achieve the top tier. The Great Hua Empire has only 7 top-tier forces. One Shaoyan sect does not qualify to have a channel powerhouse. Otherwise, this mission of the Demon Suppression Division would not be so smooth. Has Feng Yumin still not made a move? Ming Qingtian asked, unwilling to give up. If Feng Yumin took action, there would be much less trouble later, and they would have a better grasp of the upcoming events. No. Su Chan shook his head gently. Feng Yumin has been calm lately. Without the reckless Feng Guangling causing trouble outside, and even his reputation has improved a bit. In the past, Su Chan would have welcomed this. But now, Su Chan felt anxious and fearful. A person who dares to point at Ming Qingtian's nose and curse, and Ming Qingtian can only smile back. How could you say he is just a small county magistrate? This is someone who doesn't know where they came from, with foundational channel strength. After all, Ming Qingtian had already stepped into the channel realm, and combined with his identity, Su Chan was scared to continue thinking further. Keep an eye on this matter. Ming Qingtian opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. If Feng Yumin doesn't take the plunge, no one can pull him down. The Demon Suppression Division also didn't dare to go too far. The recent incidents involving Feng Guangling have already raised some objections from a certain big shot in the Demon Suppression Division. The schemes were too obvious, and Ming Qingtian feared getting beaten up. Chapter 21, The Chess Player. In Fuzhou, at the top of a towering building, 2 men were sitting cross-legged, with a chessboard between them. On the chessboard, black and white pieces intersected, with no clear winner. This was the most famous building in Fuzhou, called the Fu Building. It was even more renowned than the Demon Suppression Division in Fuzhou. The Great Hua Empire has 3 major Fu buildings, one in the capital, one in Xi'an, and the third in Fuzhou. In terms of fame, Fuzhou's is the greatest because it is the birthplace of talismans, and is regarded as a holy land by countless talisman masters. Your plan has failed, and you have lost this game. The man in a gray robe gazed towards the direction of Mingshui County, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The man had graying temples but was full of spirit, especially his eyes, which sparkled with intelligence, contrasting with the gentle aura he exuded. His name was Pan Ming. This name is unfamiliar to people today, but 50 years ago, it shook the entire world. One man stood against 1,000,000 monk soldiers, referring to this very Pan Ming. The events of that year caused quite a stir. Before the Great Hua Empire was even ready to take action, the Western Buddha Kingdom had already retreated. Logically speaking, with such great achievements, Pan Ming should have been highly valued by the Great Hua Empire. At the very least, he would have become a revered example for everyone. Yet, after that, Pan Ming disappeared without a trace, and the Great Hua Empire also kept silent about it. Opposite him sat Su Su, the master of the Fu building in Fuzhou. Su Su's reputation far surpassed that of Pan Ming. He was the #1 talisman master in the Great Hua Empire. Other achievements were unnecessary. Anyone standing at the pinnacle of this field, crowned with the title #1, is an extraordinary figure. Su Su was one of them. I haven't lost yet. You wouldn't think I only have the Xian sect, would you? Su Su lifted his head, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Pan Ming looked at Su Su in surprise. Old Su, you should know how dangerous what you're doing now is. Over the past 50 years, how many people wanted to sit at the table and play chess, but how many lost their lives for it? Considering the help you gave me back then, I'll give you a reminder. Don't reach into the Demon Suppression Division. This was Pan Ming's loyal advice. And it was clear how significant Su Su's past help to him was. If it were anyone else, Pan Ming wouldn't care if they died. Not to mention giving a reminder. Not digging a pit to bury them would be good enough. The Demon Suppression Division is not a monolith. Su Su squinted. A hint of malice surfacing. Pan Ming didn't say anything further. It was true that the Demon Suppression Division wasn't a monolith. But over the years, how many people have had their sights set on the Demon Suppression Division, and what was the result? They all died, not a single one left. And the Demon Suppression Division remained standing at the top of the continent. The Western Buddha, Southern Demons, Northern Barbarians have all been restless over the years. But they haven't taken significant actions. Is it because the Great Hua Empire is strong? There is some truth to that, but more importantly, it's because the Great Hua Empire has the Demon Suppression Division. Only a young man like Su Su is unaware of the ins and outs. Otherwise, the situation would be different now. Of course, Pan Ming enjoyed watching the Demon Suppression Division's fun. Taoist Pan, I still have 3 moves left. If I lose in 3 moves, I will no longer mention becoming the chess player. Su Su remained silent for a long time before finally raising his head, his imposing aura surging as he spoke. Good. Pan Ming did not hesitate or get excited, but gently nodded. Over the years, how many people wanted to be the chess player, and what was the end result? Those who can still be alive now are all cautious and careful. Only Pan Ming still wanders between countries. As long as he doesn't provoke those old monsters, Pan Ming will not face any danger. He was confident about that. Or rather, anyone who dares to venture deep into the Linhe forest alone and return unscathed would have such confidence. Meanwhile, at the Bai family, the atmosphere inside the Bai family was even heavier than when Bai Fuling was forcefully pushed by Feng Guangling. The matter between Bai Fuling and Feng Guangling has been investigated and confirmed to be a scheme by someone. It can be said that Feng Guangling is also a victim. Fortunately, Feng Guangling has Feng Yumin backing him. Otherwise, regardless of whether Feng Guangling is a victim, he would be dead. Now that they are being suppressed, the Bai family still harbors immense resentment towards the Feng family. If they have the chance to kill Feng Guangling, the Bai family will definitely not show mercy. The premise is that there can be no traces left behind, and they cannot be caught by that madman Feng Yumin. Heaven knows how furious the Bai family was when Feng Yumin turned the tables on them. If it weren't for the orders from above, the Bai family would have wanted to fight that bastard Feng Yumin to the death. Do they really think the 3 major families in the southeast are just for show? Of course, this thought came before the orders were received. After receiving the orders, the Bai family clearly understood that in front of Feng Yumin, the so-called 3 major families are indeed just for show. To put it in the words of those above, the Bai family can still exist, thanks to Feng Yumin not holding them accountable. Heaven knows where such great power comes from for a mere county magistrate. It's worth noting that Bai Fuling's elder sister is married to the Crown Prince's residence. My lord, Fuling has already entered the town government office. There shouldn't be any other unexpected incidents, so you don't need to worry so much. A beautiful young woman leaned against Bai Qi, the head of the Bai family, softly comforting him. Why is Bai Qi so angry? What is most shocking is that the Crown Prince's residence has received no news at all. It was only when Bai Fuling's appointment was announced that the people from the Crown Prince's residence reacted. The town government office and the demon exorcism office are not the same. The demon exorcism office only slays demons, as long as they are not provoked. They don't even want to bother with the military. But the town government office is different. They are in charge of corrupt officials. They are almost identical to the Jinyui of a certain dynasty in Shenzhou. Their ranks also follow the demon exorcism office. This is also why the small flags or the positions of the 100 households in the demon exorcism office are prefixed with night watchman. I'm not worried about Fuling. I'm worried about our Bai family. Bai Qi sighed lightly, and the heavy atmosphere dissipated, but the look of sorrow slowly climbed onto his face. As one of the 3 major families in the southeast with close ties to the Crown Prince's residence, their power may not be the most powerful in the Dahuang Empire. But few would dare to provoke the Bai family. But now, his little daughter has been schemed against, losing her innocence, and when he wants to vent, he discovers that the person scheming against them is even more terrifying than the Bai family. After finally sending his little daughter away, he finds that they have once again been schemed against. The person behind the scenes is not only scheming against his little daughter, it encompasses the entire Bai family. All right, my lord, everything will work out in the end. The children will have their own blessings. Isn't this what you often say? Mrs. Bai gently patted Bai Qi's chest, her soothing voice calming his inner turmoil. Chapter 22. My father finally sees the light. Bai Qi has 2 daughters and 2 sons. His eldest son has long been serving in the capital, and his eldest daughter has married the crown prince, becoming a side consort. His youngest daughter, Bai Fuling, was also meant to be sent to the capital to be looked after by her elder brother and sister, so there shouldn't be any major issues. His youngest son, Bai Yi, is Bai Qi's pride and joy, but this youngest son really is hard to describe. Day after day, he follows Feng Guangling around. After the incident with Bai Fuling, Bai Yi was put under house arrest. Because this guy not only did not feel angry, but he also thought that Feng Guangling and Bai Fuling finally got together, which is a great thing. Such an absurd situation would be shocking for anyone. Bai Qi showing mercy by not killing Bai Yi can be considered kind. What? The house arrest has been lifted? In the ancestral hall, Bai Yi jumped up from his kneeling position, bouncing 3 feet high. I'm finally free. Heaven knows how I've spent the past half month. Kneeling every day. I say, what's wrong with my sister marrying young Master Feng? The old man must have lost his mind. Fortunately, my father finally sees the light. Ha ha, Bai Yi murmured while rubbing his knees. Would these words make Bai Qi furious? Who is Feng Guangling? The biggest wastrel in Minshui County. What good family would marry their daughter to such a useless person? Unfortunately, Bai Yi doesn't think so. In his view, Feng Guangling is simply too suitable to be a brother-in-law. As long as he stays by Feng Guangling's side, no matter how big a mess he creates, Feng Guangling will unhesitatingly take the blame for him. Besides, there's one thing Bai Yi hasn't told others. It is indeed a fact that Feng Guangling bullies both men and women, but those he bullies have their reasons. What is wrong with beating up thugs and small-time bullies? Those people deserve to be beaten or killed. As for teasing good girls, it's not like he picks just anyone to tease. They're all poor girls. What is most confusing is that Feng Guangling is just being flirty. He doesn't even lay a hand on them, and afterwards, the Feng family compensates them, which improves the lives of those unfortunate people. Bai Yi is actually asked about this. As for why he doesn't tease wealthy women, the reason is even simpler. What if he gets entangled with them? To marry or not to marry? You can call Feng Guangling a wastrel, but he really hasn't done anything that would anger heaven or man. This is also why Bai Yi likes to stick close to Feng Guangling. He can avoid blame and enjoy the show. It's too much fun. After learning that Feng Guangling and Bai Fuling have become a couple, Bai Yi is the happiest and most excited one. This is his good brother who finally subdued the sister who used to hit him every day. Who wouldn't he be happy? Unfortunately, his father is unreasonable, locking him in the ancestral hall and making him kneel for over half a month. Someone, prepare the horse. Bai Yi walked out of the ancestral hall, full of energy, calling to the attendant beside him. Young master, where are you going? The attendant hurriedly bowed and asked. I'm going to find my elder brother, Bai Yi said naturally. Huh, young master, you're going to the capital? To the capital? What capital? I'm going to find young Master Feng. Not young master. Feng young master is not in Minshui County right now. Just because he is not in Minshui County means I can't look for him? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and prepare the horse. I want to chat with him and let him keep an eye on my sister. In Minshui County, at the demon exorcism office. Standing at the entrance and looking at the crowd filling the entire street, Feng Guangling felt a surge of pride. 3,000 people. How many is that? From a literal standpoint, it doesn't seem like much. But visually, it's absolutely impressive. Feng Guangling isn't someone who hasn't seen the world. He has seen gatherings of hundreds of thousands, but witnessing it in person is entirely different. I am Feng Guangling, a minor flag of the demon exorcism office. Some of you know me, and some of you don't, but it doesn't matter. Next, I will be responsible for your first assessment. Let us go." With a wave of his hand, the white horse moved forward, and everyone on the street, whether they were night watchmen from the demon exorcism office or participants in the assessment, voluntarily cleared the way. Don't think that just because Feng Guangling hasn't shown his face in the demon exorcism office, he lacks presence there. On the contrary, Feng Guangling's reputation in the demon exorcism office is immense, rivaling that of Su Chan. Those participating in the assessment were somewhat aware of the name of Feng Guangling as a playboy. Initially, they were unwilling to accept it, but seeing the night watchmen of the demon subduing division respectfully clearing the way, who dared to show their heads? To do so would be courting death. They should consider where this is. Xiao Wu and Li Jian followed Feng Guangling on either side. They weren't riding horses, but their speed was not lagging at all. Speaking of which, this white horse was treated exceptionally well in the demon subduing division, even better than the mount of Su Chan, a 1,000 house commander. Personnel above the rank of small flag have exclusive mounts. If you have the capability, you could even catch a lion as a mount. However, below the rank of 1,000 house commander, no one dared to be special. Everyone was the same as ordinary night watchmen, and no one dared to use privileges. All ordinary night watchmen rode black horses. This rule had never been broken before Feng Guangling joined the demon subduing division. Xiao Wu, keep an eye out. Anyone who falls behind or drops out, make a note of it. Li Jian, pay attention to how many practitioners above the transcendence level are among them. Feng Guangling, leading the way, was fully alert, but he did not pay attention to the assessors. What he needed to be aware of was whether anyone would jump out to cause trouble. Did they really think this was just an ordinary journey? No. This road was also part of the assessment. The last 100 people would be directly eliminated. That was the rule. Feng Guangling ignored the resentful curses. If you want to eat from the demon subduing division, you must abide by its rules. What was originally a journey of 3 days was completed by Feng Guangling in just 1.5 days. It wasn't that he wanted to torment these practitioners. Rather, having experienced the baptism of demon beasts and evil spirits, he understood that there was one very important point in joining the demon subduing division. Strength aside, speed and endurance must be sufficient. Otherwise, it would be better not to join the demon subduing division. Out of more than 3,000 people, only 2,500 kept up with the pace of the group. The other 600 or so were eliminated for various reasons. Anyone who fell more than 50 meters behind the main group was considered eliminated. Chapter 23, Assessment. What does it have to do with me? Xiao Wu, announce it. Xian sect? How can you have the audacity to take such a name without building your sect on a mountaintop? Xiao Wu nodded lightly and turned to begin calling names. Tai Yu, Chen Ming. The 621 individuals listed above have been eliminated for falling 50 meters behind the group and unable to keep up with the main pace. In an instant, the air became silent. They had just reached the foot of the mountain, and over 600 people were directly eliminated. On what basis? We just arrived at the destination, and you eliminate us? Right, on what basis? For a moment, public sentiment became agitated, and those whose names were called stood up one by one, glaring at Feng Guangling with fierce expressions. If you have objections, go find the demon subduing division. Or come kill me. Running so slowly, encountering danger would just be delivering yourself to death. Isn't this betraying your teammates? Unmeasurable heavenly sovereign. I am the examiner. You dare to look at me with hatred? You're really foolish. You don't take the examiner seriously, do you? But you should treat the small flag with respect. What a bunch of idiots. In that moment, everyone's gaze became clear. Are you kidding? Looking for trouble with the demon subduing division? They don't just kill one person. They wipe out entire families. Don't judge these freaks who navigate between demon beasts and evil spirits with the mindset of ordinary people. They believe in cutting the grass and eliminating the roots, leaving no future troubles. As for killing Feng Guangling, when he was a playboy, no one dared to kill him. Now that he is a small flag, even fewer would dare. Have you heard of the county magistrate of Pomen? As for killing a regular night watchman or just wiping out their entire family, if you kill a small flag, 3 clans will come after you. No one wants to experience a 3-clan massacre. Feng Guangling snorted coldly and ignored those people. They were eliminated. What more did they want? They were so foolish they didn't even consider what the demon subduing division was about. Halfway up the mountain was a sect called Xiaoyan sect. There are currently 1,300 disciples, with the highest strength at the mid-transcendence level. Your task is simple. Kill 1 person to pass the trial. If you kill someone at the mid-transcendence level, you won't need to participate in the subsequent assessments and will directly become a formal night watchman. You have 10 breaths of time to consider. Those who withdraw step back 50 meters. Stepping back 50 meters means joining the ranks of those originally eliminated practitioners. After a moment, Li Jian suddenly stepped forward and shouted to the crowd. Time us up, enter the mountain. Yes, everyone present, except for the more than 600 who had already been eliminated, did not dare hesitate and rushed into the mountain path towards the destination. There are still 2,500 people here, while the Xianxian sect has only 1,300. Just like that, nearly half of the people would be eliminated again. Those who hesitate are fools. Many assessors couldn't help but secretly communicate while moving quickly. Why is this assessment different from what we heard before? Isn't it better? People are easier to kill than demon beasts. That is true, but there are too few people. Yes, I wonder what the Shaoyan sect did to earn the wrath of the heavens. Don't worry about so much. Strike first to gain the advantage. Remember to cut off ears. Cutting ears for military merit is a tradition of the Demon Subduing Division and the Town Government Division. The Demon Subduing Division is the left ear, while the Town Government Division is the right ear. If you don't mind the trouble, you can cut both ears at once. In less than a cup of tea, everyone disappeared from Feng Guangling's sight. My lord, according to observations, there are at least 10 people among them at the mid-transcendence level. Here is the list. Li Jian handed the list to Feng Guangling. Good. Feng Guangling took the list, glanced at it casually, and put it into his pocket. Who would dare come to the Demon Subduing Division without some skill? Everyone knows the power of the Demon Subduing Division, but they also know that the number of deaths in the Demon Subduing Division is the highest. Otherwise, there wouldn't be an assessment every year. Don't look at how thousands of people from Mingshui County participate in the assessment. In reality, only a maximum of 1,000 can pass, and that 1,000 isn't enough to cover half a year's battle losses. This is just the battle loss of one county. When it comes to the Great Hua Empire, it's nothing at all. My lord, aren't you going to follow up and take a look? Xiao Wu reminded from the side, bending slightly. Feng Guangling is the examiner this time. Isn't he going to take a look at the scene? The examiner isn't just responsible for bringing people to the place. He must also be responsible for any accidents that occurred during the assessment. What does their assessment have to do with me? My limit as a small flag is just to bring them here. Feng Guangling waved his hand dismissively. Generally, those responsible for assessments are at least 100 house or 1,000 house rank. A small flag is responsible for assessments? I've never heard of such a thing. For this, Feng Guangling had specifically spent an entire afternoon in the library looking through books. If you're going to deceive people, at least don't do it so brazenly. Besides, aren't there 3 elders from the Demon Subduing Division accompanying us? Whether or not they see it doesn't matter. Anyway, Su Chan has already said that it must be the case even if it isn't. Feng Guangling refused to take this blame. If this matter reached Ming Chengtian's ears, he would probably vomit blood. Calculating against Feng Yumin, Ming Chengtian didn't have the guts, so he could only use Feng Guangling to drag Feng Yumin down. But who would have thought that Feng Guangling, the playboy, would appear so indifferent and unambitious? This was completely different from the Feng Guangling discussed within the Demon Subduing Division before. What playboy would be able to restrain himself from causing trouble? Not to mention anything else. At least there should have been some commotion from the moment they set off from the Demon Subduing Division to here. There should have been something. Su Chan had secretly arranged a lot of things. Besides assessing those practitioners joining the Demon Subduing Division, there were also reasons to assess Feng Guangling. But in the end, all those arrangements did not make it to the stage. Why? Because Feng Guangling didn't take the official road. To put it in Feng Guangling's words, it's one thing to have so many people showing off in public. But if something unexpected happens, is it killing the examiner or killing civilians? Neither is appropriate. So the small paths and wild roads are the best choice. Xiao Wu and Li Jian opened their mouths, but didn't know how to persuade Feng Guangling. This is the best opportunity for showing face, winning people's hearts, and establishing authority. Otherwise, why would so many people want to be examiners? But Feng Guangling didn't care. After a stick of incense, we will go up the mountain. If they can't handle it properly, then this assessment will have no one passing. Feng Guangling looked up towards the direction of the Shaoyan sect, his face showing little emotional fluctuation. 2 against 1, and in an unexpected situation, if they can't resolve it in the time of a stick of incense, then these people are useless. Chapter 24. The Benefits of Evil Spirits. When Su Chan received the news, he almost couldn't catch his breath. If this really happened, he, as a 1,000 household officer, could lose this position. Ming Chengtian only had one sentence. Whoever is the examiner is responsible. Su Chan has to take the blame for this. Now Su Chan can only pray that those being assessed will perform well. Otherwise, this event will be recorded in history, and he won't be able to escape it. When the news spread, the entire southeast was in an uproar. The assessment of the Demon Suppression Division is the most valued, yet most low-key matter in the entire Dahuadi Empire. Valued because entering the Demon Suppression Division is like stepping into another world. Low-key because the Dahuadi Empire does not allow anyone to disrupt the assessment of the Demon Suppression Division. Anyone who dares to act at this time will not need the Demon Suppression Division, as the Dahuadi Empire will do everything in its power to send them to hell. This has only happened once in the Dahuadi Empire, and since then, no one has dared to disrupt the assessment of the Demon Suppression Division. Once, a first-rank prince of the Dahuadi Empire, the Joint Prince, deliberately dug a pit to bury people after the assessment of the Demon Suppression Division. The result was the annihilation of 9 clans. The fate of the joint prince is there for all to see, who would seek trouble for themselves. Feng Guangling looked up at the direction of the Xiaoyan sect, and as time passed, his expression gradually became serious. It is understandable to have resentment, being killed at one's door, and especially being exterminated, with no chance of survival. Who wouldn't have some resentment? This other world is full of resentment, but there is very little yin energy. Will there be no accidents? Once this thought emerged, it could not be erased from his mind. As a cultivator, Feng Guangling understood the implications of this. An accident is bound to happen, and usually, it's not a good one. He gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his fingers began to move rapidly. A sign of great misfortune, perilous beyond measure. Wuyang Tianzuan. What one fears most is what comes. This is no longer the divine land. The divination shouldn't be that accurate. He thought this way. But Feng Guangling still chose to follow his heart. There was no way to escape this matter. The more than 2,000 Xian practitioners were brought by him, and there are death quotas in the assessment. Losing a few won't attract anyone's attention. If one is afraid of death, then one is not a night watchman. This saying is no joke in the Dahuadi Empire. But if an unexpected event occurs due to someone's scheme, then Feng Guangling, as the examiner, will have to take the blame. Wuyang Tianzuan. Xiao Wu, do you have any carrier pigeons? Feng Guangling took a deep breath, his gaze gradually sharpening. Yes, Lord Xiaoqi. What message do you need to send? Xiao Wu nodded quickly. The title of Lord Xiaoqi might be a bit unfamiliar for others, like Li Dian, but for Xiao Wu, it was smooth. As long as the person being addressed was Feng Guangling, whatever the title, that was their master. An unexpected event occurred in the assessment, requesting the support of a spirit communicator. Regardless of the strength of the 3 elders of the Demon Suppression Division following him, once a problem is discovered, it must be reported. Good. Xiao Wu didn't even ask the reason and directly sent out the carrier pigeon. Night watchmen of Xiaoqi level and above always carry 3 carrier pigeons with them for easy communication. You all wait here. Someone from the division will come over, and you can take them up. If I don't come out after an hour, remember to seek help. This is an order. Feng Guangling didn't give Xiao Wu and Li Jian a chance to talk more. Leaving this last sentence, he stepped out and rushed up the mountain path. Lord Xiaoqi. Let go. Calm down. Do you want to defy Lord Xiaoqi's orders? Li Jian shouted angrily. Xiao Wu gradually regained his composure, but his eyes still held a hint of hostility. Feng Guangling had barely run 300 meters when he suddenly stopped, his steps alertly watching the surroundings. Something is strange. It was too quiet around. Many people believe that in a rarely visited valley, silence is normal. This can't be entirely wrong, but it's also not right, especially at night. If the deep mountains and forests are too quiet, something is bound to happen. Nature has a characteristic. It accommodates all things. After a moment, Feng Guangling looked strangely towards the northwest. Evil spirits? There are actually evil spirits where the Xiaoyan sect is located. What a ridiculous joke. Do you know what the first condition for establishing a sect is? No evil spirits are allowed within a radius of 300 miles. Beasts are exterminated endlessly because of the Linhe forest support. But evil spirits are like water with no roots. Once they die, they're gone. Forming an evil spirit is extraordinarily difficult. Therefore, the Dahuadi Empire suffers from beast disasters, but has no issues with evil spirits. Wuyang Tianzuan. Since you have come to me uninvited, I will take this merit. Others might panic when encountering evil spirits. Even night watchmen would feel the same. But Feng Guangling is completely different. He is only excited. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe Jia, Zhen Lai Zai Qian. 6. Jia's secret blessing, Do character decision. In an instant, golden light burst forth, and at the same time, Feng Guangling's figure shot towards a large tree like an arrow released from a bow. Oh! A piercing scream followed. The tree suddenly dissipated, and in the sunlight, a flash of scarlet disappeared into Feng Guangling's embrace. An unranked evil spirit is deadly to ordinary people or even to those at the Xian level, with one misstep. Even a perfectly cultivated Xian practitioner could meet their end here. But for Feng Guangling, it was like holding the reins. He slightly squinted to feel the changes in his body, and after a few breaths, Feng Guangling sighed. An unranked evil spirit's feedback to the body is minimal. Huh, no. Wait. Feng Guangling's eyes suddenly widened. A thought flashed in his mind, and he cast the golden light spell. The golden light flickered, even in the sunlight. It couldn't conceal the dazzling golden brilliance. Goodness. An unranked evil spirit seems to provide no benefits to the body, but it can help refine one's qi. Does this mean I won't need to meditate and cultivate in the future, just kill evil spirits instead? What a great thing. After dispelling the golden light spell and calming his emotions, Feng Guangling couldn't help but frown slightly. The yin energy still hasn't dissipated. There is not just one evil spirit here at the Xiaoyan sect. What are they planning? Evil spirits are different from beasts. Beasts are social creatures. Evil spirits are always solitary. Chapter 25. What great audacity. Wuyang Tianzuan. A gift of merit that comes to the door should not be wasted. Feng Guangling's eyes sparkled with excitement. An unranked evil spirit has given him nearly a month's worth of cultivation. Where can one find such good fortune? Su Chan is about to collapse. In past assessments, there weren't this many troublesome matters. Sure enough, the young masters are just unreliable. Either everything must be eliminated, or there will be a major problem. You, a pampered young master who can't even hold a chicken, actually want to request support from a spirit communication expert? Can you be any more exaggerated, asking for a powerful expert to come over? While I complain, Su Chan still appeared at the foot of the Xian sect. There was no other choice. Apart from those two old geezers stationed at the demon suppression prison, he was the only young master of 1,000 households available. If he didn't come, no one would. As for asking the two old geezers from the demon suppression prison to come out, Su Chan certainly didn't want to get beaten up. This is the peculiarity of the Ming Shui County Demon Suppression Prison. Who would have thought that in a small county, just the Demon Control Department would hide 3 spirit communication experts? Greetings, my lord. Lord of 1,000 households. Li Jian and Xiao Wu both bowed and clasped their fists. But their titles were different. Li Jian, who had been in the Demon Control Department for a long time, called him my lord, while Xiao Wu called him lord of 1,000 households. It was clear who was closer and who was more distant. How long has Feng Xiaoqi been inside? Su Chan rubbed his forehead, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. There was nothing unusual around. And Feng Guangling's request for a spirit communication expert to come for support was completely unreasonable. If Feng Guangling were here, he might even say, with so much resentment and Yin energy, are you blind? In fact, this couldn't be blamed on Su Chan. To sense the presence of Yin energy, one would need to be at least a spirit communication expert. Half an hour. Xiao Wu quickly spoke up. This is the horror of the Xian practitioners, Su Chan. A spirit communication expert could cover the distance in half an hour that it took Feng Guangling and the others 3 hours to traverse. You all stay here and inform Li Xiaoqi to mobilize all troops to seal off the entire Shaoyan Mountain. Before his voice faded, Su Chan's presence had already vanished, along with a token of 1,000 households. If anything happened to other Xiaoqi, Su Chan wouldn't be so anxious. The problem was, this wasn't just any Xiaoqi. Feng Guangling had a father who dared to challenge Ming Qingtian. Su Chan didn't think he could act recklessly in front of Feng Guangling's father as a mere spirit communication expert. If something really happened to Feng Guangling, Su Chan doubted he would escape unscathed. Before, he had just wanted to repay a favor by getting Feng Guangling a job. And he even thought that Feng Guangling's employment would make the Demon Control Department operate more smoothly in Ming Shui County. Little did he expect to have invited a little ancestor. This is simply fatal. On the mountain path, the golden light faded, and Feng Guangling still pointed his sword, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Along the way, he had eliminated 5 low-level evil spirits, which greatly enhanced his magical skills. The biggest gain was the golden light spell. Previously, the golden light spell would dissipate in a short time, making it uncomfortable for Feng Guangling, who could have used it for protection. Now, it was finally able to last for half an hour. Although it couldn't compare to before, at least it provided a fundamental means of survival. Looking at the majestic mountain gate before him, Feng Guangling took a deep breath. Over 2,000 participating Xian practitioners were undoubtedly going for a complete annihilation. How could there be such a peaceful situation? Infinite heaven. Something big had gone wrong. During the assessment period, over 2,000 Xian practitioners had collectively disappeared. This was something that even a Xiaoqi or 1,000 households might not be able to handle. He didn't know if his cheap old dad could handle it. Otherwise, he would have to flee to the North Ming. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful pressure surged forth. The golden light on Feng Guangling's body appeared almost simultaneously. The golden light spell, when in the divine continent, was unremarkable due to the absence of demon beasts, and the Taoist sects didn't treat it as a particularly secretive spell. Basically, every Taoist had a copy, and anyone who wanted to learn could do so. But in this foreign world, the golden light spell was equivalent to a well-kept secret. Demon beasts of the same level couldn't break through the defense of the golden light spell at all. Feng Guangling suddenly looked up, his pupils narrowing. A demon beast. A python. A sense of familiarity arose. This was a gigantic python, and apart from its more than 20-meter-long massive body, everything else was exactly the same as the ones Feng Guangling had seen in the divine continent. The demon beasts he had seen before had been a shock to his understanding. Now, although this python exuded a terrifying aura, it brought Feng Guangling a sense of familiarity. If not for those fierce eyes, he might have even gone up to greet it. Don't underestimate the heart of a cultivator. They are truly sincere. To them, every animal is a treasure. Infinite heaven. I've never seen such a big python before. Since that's the case, I'll reward you with a thunderbolt. As Feng Guangling's voice fell, he raised his sword. Strange gate 8 trigrams appear. The 8 trigrams. Zhen is thunder. The 8 trigram diagram suddenly emerged, the sky darkened, and thunderclouds rapidly gathered. Thunder and lightning are the nemesis of all things in the world. Even cultivators hold a sense of awe towards thunder and lightning, though not the deep-rooted fear that other animals have. At the moment the lightning appeared, the giant python raised its head to the sky, its eyes filled with an unshakable fear. Feng Guangling's eyes lit up. Complete enlightenment. If I can't win, I can still escape. I can take a shot. For such a massive creature, Feng Guangling had thought it would at least be a demon beast of the spirit communication realm, but now it seemed he had overthought it. Spirit communication beasts aren't something you see everywhere. So bold, how dare you cause trouble? Before Feng Guangling could make a move, a loud shout echoed through the heavens and earth. Who is ruining my little Dao's good deeds? In his rage, Feng Guangling even referred to himself as Little Dao. After researching so much information, he naturally knew that there were no Taoists in this continent, nor was there any term like Little Dao. Just when he finally encountered a spirit communication complete beast to prove himself, in the blink of an eye, the opportunity was gone. You better be strong. If you're weak, I'll just throw you into the beast's mouth. Taking a deep breath, Feng Guangling waved his hand, and the 8-trigram diagram on the ground instantly dissipated. Without the confinement, the enormous python roared, and its entire body rose into the air. Boom. The next moment, an even more violent pressure descended, directly enveloping the giant python. Poof. The moment the giant python took off, it was crushed to the ground by this momentum, even spitting out stinking blood from its mouth. In the blink of an eye, a figure descended from the sky and stomped down on the giant python's head. Boom. With one kick, the giant python's head was buried into the ground, and dust flew everywhere. In the midst of it, a familiar figure appeared in Feng Guangling's line of sight. Chapter 26, The Unreasonable Strong. To stomp a spirit communication complete beast into the ground? How exaggerated. Moreover, why did that familiar back seem like someone he knew? Feng Guangling went through it in his mind several times, but couldn't recall when he had met such a strong person. Could it be someone from his past life? The heavens and earth, the sword outside the sky. Sword light flickered, and a massive sword shadow suddenly appeared, soaring downwards, looking for death. In the angry shout, the newcomer raised their fist and struck down heavily on the giant python's head. Gradually, the giant python's roars faded away, its fierce aura remained. But the violent sounds were gone. Feng Guangling stared in shock. With one kick, one punch, and one sword, a spirit communication complete beast was gone. Are Xian practitioners this terrifying? But the books recorded that Xian practitioners of the same realm were weaker than demon beasts of the same realm. Feng Xiaoqi, are you okay? The moment the voice spread, Feng Guangling's eyes widened in shock. He finally understood why this person felt familiar. It was actually the petty Su Chan. In that instant, Feng Guangling's heart roared wildly. Damn it, having a small mind but strong abilities, offending someone like that is definitely going to lead to disaster. Yet, I really have no idea how I offended him. Infinite heaven, what a joke. Is there no place to reason anymore? Feng Guangling knows that Su Chan's strength is formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit in the position of 1,000 households. But let's be honest here. If you are so powerful to the point of being unreasonable, then that's just not scientific. We're just a county. There's no need for that. Feng Guangling forgot something very important. When someone who cultivates talks to you about science, things often aren't scientific. And besides, this is another world. Where does science come from? A casual mystical technique can be more ferocious than 5 kilograms of high explosives. What scientific reasoning do we need? I've met the Lord of 1,000 households. I've thanked the Lord of 1,000 households for coming to the rescue. Feng Guangling clasped his fists and bowed, although he was frustrated that the tool to verify his true strength was destroyed by Su Chan. But gratitude is still due. For others, this would be a life-saving grace. You asked for help in time. I'll handle the next matters. You can take a break. Su Chan looked at Feng Guangling with surprise. This kid is actually fine. He could have killed several evil spirits on the way here. If we say that the strength of demon beasts is generally 1 level higher than that of, then evil spirits are generally 3 levels higher. Otherwise, why would solitary evil spirits be so destructive? Fortunately, it's hard to form evil spirits. Otherwise, we can't even imagine what the situation would be like. Alright, since that's the case, I take my leave. Feng Guangling was glad to pass this hot potato. Su Chan stared in shock as Feng Guangling turned and left without hesitation. What the hell? This is a great achievement. Yes, this is indeed an achievement. Don't look at the huge, unexpected events in the assessment. As long as the problem is identified, it counts as a great achievement. But Feng Guangling didn't even glance back and just turned around and left. Those with a backer are really different. Such a great achievement is enough to make him 100 households. Wait a minute. Something's not right. Didn't Feng Guangling just transition from an ordinary person to a... Su Chan blinked, looking at the giant python beneath him, momentarily unable to comprehend. Just now, Feng Guangling was surprised, and now Su Chan was even more surprised. When he first arrived, he didn't know that this giant python was at the pinnacle of clarity, thinking it was merely at the pinnacle of. It wasn't until he stepped down that he realized something was off. But what's even more off is Feng Guangling. At the pinnacle of, facing such a giant beast at the pinnacle of clarity, let alone resisting, it would be lucky not to be swallowed whole. But Su Chan had seen clearly before. When he arrived, the giant python was already restrained. The Feng family really has money. They arranged so many good things for such a spoiled child. After realizing this, Su Chan's expression turned bitter while also feeling a bit of fear. Knowing that they even used a binding technique, one can imagine how much Feng Yumin dotes on Feng Guangling. Such good things, let alone an ordinary person, even Su Chan, a dignified, can't get. Originally, Su Chan had a bit of resentment, but as he walked into the mountain gate and saw the situation in the square, that resentment instantly dissipated, and he even patted his chest in relief. In the square, a semi-transparent light shield enveloped the entire area, with over 2,000 trapped inside. And 2 pinnacle clarity experts along with the elder were struggling to hold on. This is the defense formation of the Demon Suppression Office, a talisman that only elders are qualified to carry. Now you know why the talisman capital is so famous? Do you know why the southeast is still so prosperous even though it's close to the Linha forest and could be attacked by demon beasts at any time? For example, formations. There is no such thing as formations in this world, but there are formation talismans. My lord, save me. One of the elders couldn't help but shout when he saw Su Chan's figure. What courage! You from the Xiaoyan sect must be exterminated. Su Chan was instantly filled with rage. Fortunately, this time the team leader was Feng Guangling, this cowardly spoiled brat. He immediately called for help at the slightest hint of danger. Otherwise, the Demon Suppression Office would have lost people this time. This was an ambush. Moreover, it was after they had already eliminated the high-level combat power of the Xiaoyan sect that they were ambushed. What a disgrace, such a disgrace. What kind of rascal dares to invade my Xiaoyan sect? An old voice echoed from deep within the Xiaoyan sect. Su Chan narrowed his eyes, and an overwhelming rage surged with a terrifying aura straight up to the sky. The Demon Suppression Office acts. No one is allowed to resist, otherwise, the 3 clans will be exterminated. Rascal? Let me show you what a rascal really is. Originally, the plan of the Demon Suppression Office was to wipe out the Xiaoyan sect and leave it at that. They probably wouldn't even know about the plots within the Xiaoyan sect. Even if there were any fish that escaped the net, the Demon Suppression Office wouldn't be afraid. But now Su Chan wished he could wipe them out completely. Resist? Then take your life and the lives of your relatives to pay for it. My lord, kill him. Don't worry about us. With the 3 of us here, the formation talismans won't collapse. The 3 elders of the Demon Suppression Office were also determined. Before this, in order to hold out until help arrived, they had been using their little by little. But with another hour, they would be worn out. Now that help has arrived, is there any need to cherish there? Absolutely not. Good. Su Chan immediately stopped being solitary, suddenly soaring into the air, and unleashed his ultimate move. One sword splits the mountain. Thief, how dare you? Chapter 27. He was muttering about the infinite heaven. Feng Guangling sat on a white horse, gazing toward the direction of the Xiaoyan sect, listening to the deafening sounds, and feeling the shaking ground beneath him. He couldn't help but feel a bit afraid. Goodness, how many monsters are hidden in there? This commotion is comparable to a 4 or 5 magnitude earthquake. Xiao Wu and Li Jian were on high alert around them. Half an hour ago, when Feng Guangling came down, Xiao Wu was in tears. Even now, Xiao Wu was still feeling apprehensive. The aftermath of this battle, without a doubt, was high in combat power. The Demon Suppression Office is really dangerous. Like Xiao Wu, Feng Guangling also thought the same. The Demon Suppression Office is indeed dangerous. Without even familiarizing himself with his, he was targeted by demon beasts. Without even activating his, he was targeted by evil spirits. This is just too much. He hasn't even figured out what level his strength has reached, yet he encounters high-end scenarios. With such battle aftermath, Feng Guangling even doubted whether Su Chan could withstand it. Lord Xiaoqi, from now on, I'll handle such dangerous matters. You must not charge into battle again. Xiao Wu was genuinely scared. If anything happens to Feng Guangling, he would be utterly responsible. Last time Feng Guangling was set up, although Feng Yumin didn't blame him, Xiao Wu nearly took his own life. This time, if they go out on a mission together and something goes wrong, it would be better to just end it directly. Xiao Wu has never considered himself a night watchman. He is just Feng Guangling's lackey, and he is more aware of this than anyone else. Rest assured, that won't happen. Feng Guangling nodded, still feeling a bit nervous. Nothing is more important than one's own life, and there are too many ways to verify one's strength. There is no need to risk one's life for it. All the people who came after the Demon Suppression Office were dispatched for lockdown and alert. The people who came this time were not those participating in the assessment. Although there were not many, only 50 people, all were clarity. 3 made a team, 5 made a squad, and they directly conducted lockdown. Not to mention demon beasts. Even flies were exterminated. Feng Guangling and the others couldn't intervene at all. And it wasn't until 2 hours later that Su Chan brought the more than 2,000 participating in the assessment down the mountain that Feng Guangling quietly sighed in relief. Speaking of which, these more than 2,000 people were brought out by him, and they died so ambiguously. If he had no guilt in his heart, that would be impossible. Now that the people have been brought out, the matter is over. Feng Guangling is ready to continue his leisurely journey. With more than a year left to live, it's also fine to learn more about this world before seeking to extend his life. Su Chan looks at Feng Guangling with a very complicated expression. Can one say that Feng Guangling is afraid of death? If it weren't for Feng Guangling's 2 urgent letters, these more than 2,000 examiners would all be dead. Su Chan doubts whether he can bear this responsibility. Putting that aside, just the thought of something going wrong with Feng Guangling makes Su Chan wonder if he would be killed. To say that Feng Guangling has no sense of responsibility is ridiculous. Didn't he see that before he even arrived? Feng Guangling was already attacking other people's mountain gates all by himself? Feng Xiaoqi, this time you have done well. The specific rewards will be notified after the higher-ups discuss it. Now, gather the team. There are penalties for failures and rewards for merits. Feng Guangling has merits this time even though he didn't pass, and this is beyond reproach. But how to reward him, Su Chan also cannot say. It can't just be a casual excuse, right? This involves more than 2,000 lives, plus the reputation of the Demon Suppression Division. Understood. Feng Guangling has nothing to say. Hoping for no blame rather than seeking credit, it's best to preserve his life. As Feng Guangling and his group descend the mountain, the events here begin to spread. An hour later, the entire southeast is shaken. 3 hours later, the whole Great Hua Empire is in turmoil. How many years has it been since such a thing happened? Even when the Sword Mad was furious back then, such a serious incident did not occur. Raising evil spirits and breeding demon beasts is simply trampling the red line of the Great Hua Empire. Destroying the assessments of the Demon Suppression Division is not just a matter of crossing the red line. It is tantamount to putting one's family genealogy on the execution list. Due to Ming Qingtian's intentional concealment, Feng Guangling's name didn't come up in this matter. But those who should know still know, not to mention anything else. Who wouldn't want to know what kind of consequences the person responsible for this assessment at Ming Shui's Demon Suppression Division will face? Isn't Linger really powerful now? Feng Yumin widened his eyes, looking incredulously at his one-armed steward. He has been so busy these days that he hasn't even had time to eat. A certain old bastard in a yellow robe has been treating him like a donkey, completely disregarding him as a person. If it weren't for their deep bond, Feng Yumin would want to punch that old bastard hard. My lord, it seems the young master was muttering Wuliang Tianzuan while making his move. The one-armed steward said this with a very complicated expression. Feng Yumin suddenly looked up, a violent aura rising from him and disappearing in an instant, replaced by a look of ecstasy. According to what you said, Linger, who couldn't cultivate, suddenly can cultivate now. Did someone over there take a liking to Linger? On this continent, there is a Buddhist nation but no Taoist sect. However, for those standing at the peak of the mountains, the 4 words Wuliang Tianzuan carry immense weight, as only those from that place would chant these 4 words. Let's put it this way. That place has only one person walking the world per generation. Once every 60 years, and no one knows the purpose of entering the world, but it definitely won't exceed 20 years. The most important thing is that their strength is outrageously powerful. No one wants to provoke such a mysterious and formidable existence. But if such a mysterious and powerful being takes a liking to you, then it truly is a matter of grave concern. After all, that place has never recruited disciples on the wind-weathered continent. It's still uncertain now. However, according to the news, the young master did not select any mysterious techniques from the library of the Demon Suppression Division. Moreover, the techniques the young master is currently using are somewhat different from what we have seen. The one-armed steward frowned, carefully choosing his words. Who would dare to be careless about matters concerning Feng Guangling? The entire Mingshui County knows that Feng Guangling is the apple of Feng Yumin's eye. This is troublesome. Too obvious, not good. You should use your identity to talk to those bastards in the Demon Suppression Division and let them keep a close watch. If something goes wrong, bring their heads to me. Feng Yumin sighed. In the past, when Feng Guangling was a spoiled rich kid who only raised fighting cocks and walked dogs, Feng Yumin worried every day. Now that Feng Guangling finally shows some promise, Feng Yumin still has to worry. Now Feng Yumin cannot even determine whether putting Feng Guangling into the Demon Suppression Division for training is right or wrong. Chapter 28. Departure, Fuzhou. The southeast area is going crazy. To be precise, the Demon Suppression Division is going crazy in the southeast area. The more than 1,000 disciples of the Xiaoyan sect are involved with countless people, although the vast majority of these people are innocent. Colluding with demon beasts means there is no such thing as innocence. Better to kill the wrong person than to let one go. The entire southeast area is filled with severed heads, blood flowing like rivers. After 20 years, the Demon Suppression Division has once again turned its blade against humanity. When Sword Mad was slaughtering in the southeast area back then, some people dared to speak out. This time, no matter who it is or what position they hold, they are all silent. Even the compassionate Buddhist nation does not dare to say a word, knowing that back then, they had the audacity to point at Sword Mad and call him a demon. For the past 3 days, Feng Guangling has been leisurely continuing to read. Since discovering that evil spirits can enhance his chi level, he has started to let loose. His cultivation progress has been slow anyway. It's better to learn more about this world. There's no choice. This world has too many pitfalls. When going out, Feng Guangling worries that he might encounter an old immortal who would slap him to death. Don't believe it? A small sect like the Xiaoyan sect, established for 20 years, still had an old immortal hidden inside along with so many demon beasts after being cleaned out by the Demon Suppression Division. What about a sect with 100 years or 1,000 years of history? Who knows what great horrors might be inside? Feng Guangling does not believe in the so-called highest power being the spirit passage realm at all. He is even less convinced by the information stating that the Demon Suppression Division has only one strong person in the spirit passage realm stationed there. Su Chan, that petty captain, could easily wipe out a perfectly complete spirit clarity realm being. So do you call him a spirit passage or spirit clarity strong person? As expected, what is written in books is what the rulers want others to see. 10 days later, Feng Guangling was once again dragged out of the library. His reward has arrived. His position remains unchanged, still as a small flag, reassigned to Fuzhou. He is rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold and 1,000 taels of silver. He receives 2 volumes of mysterious techniques, which he can choose from the first 4 levels of the library. He is rewarded with 2 talismans, valid only within the spirit clarity realm. At the same time, he can exchange great merits for military achievements, equivalent to 10 times the number of kills exceeding 1 realm. Killing enemies exceeding 1 realm means killing enemies above 1 level. Below 1,000 households, it doesn't have much effect. But to sit in the position of 1,000 households, without such achievements, you will forever only be 100 households. Only after reaching 100 kills can one have a chance to assume the position of 1,000 households. Killing demons or enemies is all counted. At the height of its glory, the Demon Suppression Division had 800,000 households. Now, there are only 300,000 households left. It's not that the strength does not allow it, but that the merits are insufficient. Lord Small Flag, I've seen Lord Feng. As soon as Feng Guangling stepped out of the library, voices immediately rang out in the courtyard. Leading the way was naturally the sycophant Xiao Wu. Besides Xiao Wu and Li Dian, there were 5 others. These 5 were all seasoned veterans selected by Li Dian and have now fallen under Feng Guangling's command. No one wasted words, nor did anyone discuss. Feng Guangling is simply too mysterious. Before Feng Guangling entered the Demon Suppression Division, his profile was thick and simple, mostly just about bullying men and oppressing women. However, after joining the Demon Suppression Division, he became mysterious and powerful. On his first day, before he could even familiarize himself with the habits of the demon beasts, he had already made a significant contribution. For others joining the Demon Suppression Division, making 3 significant contributions within a month would be remarkable. Just making 1 would be considered impressive. But Feng Guangling managed to achieve 3 within a month, each one bigger than the last. Master Xiaoqi, this is your transfer order. The 7 of us will be transferred along with you. Bringing people along for a transfer was unprecedented. But the Demon Suppression Division had decided so, thanks to Feng Guangling's great achievements. Alright, let's go. Having been sabotaged more than once, Feng Guangling was quite used to these matters. Did they really think this was such a simple transfer? Feng Guangling was not just a frivolous playboy who only knew how to indulge in pleasures. If it were a real transfer, it wouldn't be so ostentatious. Nor would it involve bringing along a few minor figures. It wasn't that he couldn't show off, it was just not the right time. They should have seen how many people had been killed in the southeastern region over the past half-month. As a half-protagonist in this situation, he should be low-key, especially considering his lack of strength. Only someone foolish would make such a big noise. That petty-minded superior Su Chan was clearly using him as a shield. Feng Guangling felt a headache coming on. He had to personally go to Fuzhou to collect the talismans. Transferring to the Demon Suppression Division in Fuzhou was one thing. The direct superior was still Su Chan. Who was he supposed to reason with about this? Wolyang Tianzuan, Su Chan, you toad, do you think I'm a fool? Do you know how long it takes to travel from Mingshui County to Fuzhou? Even at full speed, it takes half a month. Not to mention bringing so many people along. It would take at least a couple of months to reach Fuzhou. Feng Guangling found himself missing airplanes and high-speed trains. There was a figure that flashed by. Master Xiaoqi, this is a private letter from Lord Qianhu. Xiao Wu quietly approached Feng Guangling and handed him a letter without making a sound. Alright. Feng Guangling nodded slightly. He knew this trip wouldn't be simple. Sure enough, just as he stepped into the Demon Suppression Division, a mission arrived. Damn it. If he didn't step out the door or refuse to go to Fuzhou, would the subsequent mission simply disappear? Thinking of this, Feng Guangling almost slapped himself. So it turned out missions could be refused? In fact, they really couldn't. There was no such thing as refusing a mission. It was just that Feng Guangling's identity was special. Oh no, it should be said that his connections were special, which granted him this kind of preferential treatment. Finally, they had managed to transfer this troublemaker away. Since he arrived, there hadn't been any good news. Let Lord Ming worry about it. Su Chan watched the figure disappear from sight, almost unable to contain his laughter. In just a month, he felt like he had lived a year. During the most frequent demon beast disasters, Su Chan had never been so exhausted. After all, when the demon beasts came out of the forest, all that was needed was to arrange for personnel to eliminate them. What Feng Guangling brought could not simply be dealt with by mere eradication. What truly frightened Su Chan was that Feng Yumin, who dared to insult him in front of Ming Qingtian. That was a real big shot. Su Chan had no face in front of such a person. He just didn't know what kind of people were backing this small county magistrate. As for strength, Su Chan couldn't see any power in Feng Yumin. Chapter 29. The Old Fox is Restless. The matter with the Shaoyan sect was causing a stir. Although the Demon Suppression Division had downplayed Feng Guangling's existence, it was unavoidable that his name still fell into the eyes of those with ulterior motives. Su Su was the most motivated among them. As someone who treated the entire southeastern region as a chessboard, Pan Ming was also one of those with ulterior motives. Su Su's expression was extremely serious. The chessboard before them remained unchanged from half a month ago, but it was clear that he had lost many white pieces. Although Pan Ming had more black pieces, there was no joy on his face either. It was a miscalculation. Su Su dropped a white piece and shook his head with a bitter smile. Who would have thought that a playboy would become the key to breaking the game? Pan Ming stopped his hand, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. But it was different from a bitter smile. It seemed to carry a hint of mockery, as if he were watching a play. They had been playing this game for 20 years. No one knew the internal matters of the Shaoyan sect better than Su Su. It was precisely because of this that he felt pained. Su Su had not colluded with demon beasts, but the Shaoyan sect had indeed colluded with and raised demon beasts and evildoers, which he had a hand in. Why? 2 bets. The Dahuang Empire had been established for over 3,000 years, and its fortune had long since been exhausted. Unless something unexpected happened, in at most 60 years, the Dahuang Empire would be swallowed by demon beasts. This was also the reason for the demon beast tides that occurred 30 and 20 years ago. Su Su did not want to have with the country situation with the Dahuang Empire. He only wanted Fuzhou to continue to exist. The matters of the Shaoyan sect should not have been exposed so early. But who would have known that because of a small flag, everything would be laid to waste? From start to finish, it all revolved around the name Feng Guangling. If Su Su were to say he was not angry, that would be strange. I received news. He is already on his way to Fuzhou. Pan Ming saw that Su Su was silent and spoke leisurely again. What is he coming for? The Demon Suppression Division in Fuzhou is the real Demon Suppression Division of the Southeast, Pan Ming said meaningfully. They are all Demon Suppression Divisions, but the differences within are vast, not to mention anything else. Just the fact that the Fuzhou Demon Suppression Division had specialized command officials sent from the capital sitting in charge was enough to make everyone understand the significance of the Fuzhou Demon Suppression Division. Humph, he still wants to come to Fuzhou? The one who almost made my 20-year plan go to waste. How dare he? As the leader of the Talisman Tower, Su Su could easily kill a playboy disciple. Even after killing him, not many would dare to come looking for trouble, let alone the county magistrate. Even royal relatives would have to think twice. Pan Ming said nothing but looked deeply at Su Su. The Demon Suppression Division was fishing, at least. They weren't stupid enough to be fooled. If Su Su were really foolish enough to approach, Pan Ming would have to kick him out of the game early to avoid being implicated by such a fool. The attitude of the Demon Suppression Division this time was extremely firm. Within 10 days, regardless of whether they were practitioners or ordinary people, anyone associated with them would be sent to the guillotine. Su Su glanced thoughtfully at Pan Ming. He was well aware of what Pan Ming's gaze meant. But he didn't care. He wasn't a reckless youth. He had his own plans. It would be too demeaning for the Talisman Tower to handle such a small issue. Moreover, as long as he leaked a little about Feng Guangling and this incident, there would be plenty of people wanting him dead. Don't think that no one dares to kill someone from the Demon Suppression Division. It's just that they don't dare to be discovered. If one could kill silently, you could imagine how many would take action. Why did the Demon Suppression Division operate in teams of 3 and 5? Why did they take specially trained carrier pigeons with them to report at any time, if reality allowed? The Demon Suppression Division would even want everyone to be equipped with transmission talismans. That stuff was only assigned to those above the Qianhu level. The quantity was small and too precious. They were all old foxes, who didn't know each other's intentions. What? Fuzhou? Whose idea is this? When Bai Qi heard this news, he almost choked, and a surge of violent energy suddenly rose. Why did he send Bai Fuling to the capital? Why did he let Bai Fuling enter the demon suppression division? The main thing is to avoid Feng Guangling. It was hard to confirm that Feng Guangling would only take office in Mingshui County. In just a turn of events, it hasn't even been a month. And Feng Guangling is coming to Fujing? Could it be that Feng Guangling has learned about Bai Fuling's whereabouts and is rushing over? Internal news from the Demon Suppression Division states that Feng Guangling has achieved remarkable feats and has been transferred to Fujing. Right now, Bai Qi is like a powder keg. Anyone who provokes him will be in trouble. Well, very well. If you want my Bai family to marry off a daughter, you Feng family. Bai Qi couldn't finish the latter part of his sentence. Feng Yumin is not someone Bai Qi can casually provoke. This is still considering that Bai Qi's daughter was schemed against, and someone couldn't help but quietly inform him. Otherwise, whether the Bai family still exists is truly hard to say. But Bai Qi really looks down on Feng Guangling, this playboy, to the point of causing him a headache. With a heavy sigh, Bai Qi no longer knew what to say. What about that brat? Bai Qi suddenly didn't want to speak anymore. Where is Bai Yi going in Mingshui County? To find that damn Feng Guangling. This is nothing new. He shouldn't have gone to Mingshui County in the first place. Nor should he have let that damn playboy see Xiao Fuling. And even more so, shouldn't have let that little brat get to know his own son. It's too late to say all this now. Send someone to keep an eye on Feng Guangling and see what he's up to. Bai Qi still believes that Feng Guangling's accomplishments are backed by his father, Feng Yumin, the county magistrate whom even people in the capital avoid. Otherwise, how could a playboy have such a big change in just a month? Whether others believe it or not, Bai Qi absolutely does not. As for Bai Yi, Bai Qi no longer wants to deal with him. After all, in the southeastern region, as long as Bai Yi doesn't encounter demon beasts or evil spirits, he won't be in life-threatening danger. The biggest reaction to Feng Guangling entering Fujing comes from the Bai family. While the other two families are not in a hurry at all, the reputation of Feng Guangling as a playboy is not only known in Mingshui County. The entire southeastern region has heard of it. Moreover, this is not Feng Guangling's first time entering Fujing. It's just that the nature is somewhat different. But it doesn't mean much. It's merely a cannon fodder pushed to the forefront by the Demon Suppression Division to attract fire. For a playboy, this is an honor. Chapter 30. Is it a scheme or an accident? Some people feel self-pity for being used as pawns, while others feel honored to become pawns. The joys and sorrows of people have always been different. Bai Yi's vacant eyes looked at the sky. What he thought of was that father who always scolded him after he got into trouble, waving a whip but never landing a single blow on him. It was that sister who, after he got into trouble and was punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, would carefully bring him food, and would also unhesitatingly slap him on the head when he caused trouble. It was that big brother Feng Guangling who would take him around to enjoy the mountains and rivers after seeing him, and would also take the blame for him when he got into trouble. There were just too many people. Bai Yi had never suffered hardship. The biggest loss he had ever faced was recently being punished to kneel by Bai Qi, kneeling in the ancestral hall for a full 7 days. Now, he was going to die. 2 attendants had already become headless corpses, wandering outside the cave like lost souls. Beside him was a middle-aged man whose abdomen was still bleeding. He was the Mingwei of the Bai family, a mid-level spiritual practitioner. Young master, the communication talisman still cannot be activated. The array talisman can only last 3 days. Young master, this is food. I'll try to see if the communication talisman works tomorrow, Mingwei said, while taking something out from a bracelet. This is what is called a storage device. The best storage device is a ring, and the cheapest is a poorly made bracelet. The less material used, the larger the storage space. Of course, even a bracelet is something few people can afford. Below the Tongling level, no one can use it. A storage bracelet worth 1,000,000 gold is what it refers to. As for how valuable 1,000,000 gold is in the wind erosion continent, let's put it this way. A Tongshuan level demon beast is worth 10 taels of gold, a Tongming level is worth 100 taels, and a Tongling level is worth 1,000 taels. 1,000,000 taels is really not a small amount. This also shows that the rewards given to Feng Guangling by the Demon Suppression Division are indeed generous. Gold is the main raw material for talisman crafting. Only with gold and vermilion can talismans be made. As long as talismans are in demand, the price of gold will only increase. The storage bracelet in Mingwei's hand actually belongs to Bai Yi, but Bai Qi was worried that Bai Yi couldn't protect it. So he entrusted it to the loyal Mingwei. Old Ming, you'll be fine. Brother Guangling will definitely come to save me. You have to believe me. Upon hearing this, Mingwei let out a deep sigh, his complex gaze already unable to express anything. If the communication talisman can't transmit sound, how can you contact Feng Guangling? Besides, where do you get the confidence to say that playboy Feng Guangling can save you? Do you think this is like when you used to fight chickens and walk dogs on the street? Young master, if I can't hold on any longer, you must stab the knife into my heart. This time, we are facing evil spirits. Do you understand? Mingwei didn't explain too much to Bai Yi, but looked at him seriously and warned him. There were a total of 8 people in their group. Besides the 2 headless corpses outside, the others had all been pierced through the heart by Mingwei's sword. Otherwise, there wouldn't just be 2 headless corpses wandering outside, but 6. Okay. Bai Yi stared fixedly at Mingwei, looking at Mingwei's serious gaze, and finally nodded firmly. Being entangled by evil spirits means death without peace. On the way, Feng Guangling was full of vigor. Originally, he planned to stay low in Mingshui County until he had the ability to protect himself before leaving the county. But since things have come knocking, he won't hide anymore. He'll go straight in. As for what Feng Guangling considers self-protection ability, of course, it's the ability to reach the Tongdao level. Don't talk about how there are only 5 Tongdao strongmen in the Wind Erosion continent. Feng Guangling would never believe a word of it. Even 1,000 households have reached the Tongling level. How can you tell me that the strongest are at the Tongdao level? Who are you trying to fool? Anyway, being cautious is never a mistake. For the sake of survival, nothing is too much. The key point is that Feng Guangling is cultivating, as long as it has nothing to do with righteousness. Feng Guangling could hide in the deep mountains and forests for a lifetime without coming out. But this time, it was impossible. The karmic ties on him were too great. He definitely couldn't hide. Until now, Feng Guangling still hadn't figured out how to resolve the karmic ties with Bai Fuling. What to do if the Taoist's heart is not smooth? Then let it be smooth. Suddenly, Feng Guangling raised his hand sharply. Hush! The white horse came to an immediate stop, and the night watchmen behind also halted their horses instantly. Feng Guangling looked up at the direction where the red light had appeared, his gaze suddenly sharpening, and then the corners of his mouth almost instinctively rose. A young man's face suddenly appeared in Feng Guangling's mind. Brother Guangling, I think you and my sister are the best match. Brother Guangling, let's go out to dig bird nests. My dad won't let me climb trees. Brother Guangling, there's a dog. Come quickly, we have dog meat to eat. Bai Fuling's younger brother, Bai Yi, the original owner, had 3 friends and a little follower. The 3 friends had gone to the capital for the exam and had not been heard from for a year. And this little follower, Bai Yi, had also disappeared since the last time Bai Fuling had an accident. Unexpectedly, having left the Mingshui County area for less than 10 kilometers, he actually saw the signal they had agreed upon back then. Was it a coincidence, or was someone plotting? Does the Bai family still want to cut off his head? Feng Guangling never minded interpreting the world's kindness with the greatest malice. Li Jian, what place is that? Feng Guangling pointed to the place where the red light had just emerged. That was a signal agreed upon by Feng Guangling and Bai Yi. Of course, it's fortunate to have such an agreement. Otherwise, Feng Guangling wouldn't have known that Bai Yi would appear here. Li Jian has been in the Demon Suppression Division for so many years that he could answer questions about almost everything within a 300-kilometer radius of Mingshui County. And he always carries a map with him. If someone doesn't know the place, just ask him. All right, let us go take a look. Prepare the carrier pigeons. Without hesitation, Feng Guangling sped straight in that direction, raising a cloud of dust. Regardless of whether this is a trap or not, Feng Guangling must go and confirm it. It's not easy to find someone who recognizes this body. Shouldn't they meet? Moreover, if it is a trap, it would be easier to cut ties. Li Jian hesitated to speak, but still followed closely behind. Going that way would take a longer route, but given the situation, he didn't dare to stop Feng Guangling. Xiao Wu had been saying the most these days that no matter what decision Feng Guangling makes, don't express opposing opinions. Because it's useless and you might get beaten for it. Chapter 31, The Evil Spirit S Trap. After about 3 hours, the group arrived at Linshur village. On horseback, Feng Guangling waved his hand. Li Jian, check to see what the situation is. If it were the Feng Guangling who had just arrived in this world, he would probably have rushed in by now. But the books he has read over the past 10 days were not in vain. Since he is already a small flag, he should of course exercise some authority. Yes, you too, come with me. Without any hesitation, Li Jian pointed to 2 night watchmen, dismounted, and directly entered the village. Feng Guangling slightly raised his head and looked towards the sky. Inside Linshur village, the resentment was palpable, and the surrounding atmosphere was thick with gloom. Evil spirits were at work. Feng Guangling had already confirmed this without needing to think. However, whether it was man-made or naturally occurring was hard to say. After experiencing the events at the Shaoyan sect, Feng Guangling trusted no one. Oh, except for his chief father, Feng Yumin. Half an hour later, Li Jian and the other 2 quickly walked out of the village entrance. We have seen the small flag adult. Let us talk about the situation inside. Feng Guangling waved his hand. Li Jian took a deep breath, his expression changing slightly before he continued. There are no living beings in the village. Only a few decaying corpses. Among them, we found 6 bodies that had not been dead for long. All died from being pierced through the heart by a sword. Deep in the village, near the forest, we saw 2 headless figures wandering around. While speaking, the 2 individuals who had followed Li Jian into the village had already brought over 2 corpses. The 2 corpses were still well preserved. From the outside, apart from the wounds at the heart, there were no other abnormalities. Feng Guangling's pupils slightly contracted as he drew the demon-slaying blade and thrust it into the throat. Poof! In the next moment, The corpse instantly turned to ash. This is not a metaphor. It's a fact happening right before their eyes. The two night watchmen who had just dragged the corpses out changed their expressions dramatically, their eyes widening in panic as they looked at this bizarre scene. Everyone can say that a single slash turns to ash, but how many can actually do it? You also saw the two headless corpses wandering around, right? Yes. Small flag adult. Actually, it's enough to just call you adult, but Feng Guangling particularly likes others to call him small flag adult. Now, almost everyone in the Mingshui County Demon Suppression Division either calls him small flag adult or Feng adult. Let us go in and take a look. Otherwise, merely traveling would be too boring. Whether this is someone else's trap or if Bai Yi is really deeply involved, Feng Guangling had no reason to avoid it. Demon Suppression Division, slaying demons, and dispelling evil. These 7 words also do not allow Feng Guangling to dodge when encountering evil spirits. When Feng Guangling and his group entered Linshur village, 2 figures swayed gently in the distance. In the talisman tower, Su Su put down the transmission talisman, a cold smile appearing on his face. The trap has been set. This breath has finally been released. When he learned that the Shaoyan sect had been destroyed, Su Su was not that angry. However, upon knowing that all the monsters and evil spirits near the Shaoyan sect had been completely wiped out, even the demonic seeds buried deep within the Shaoyan sect had been uprooted, Su Su almost couldn't help but rushed to Mingshui County to slaughter the Feng family. But he held back. There was no way. This matter was done by the Demon Suppression Division. Did he want to take revenge? The Demon Suppression Division didn't care if you were royal kin or from the Talisman Tower. If you dared to retaliate, it wouldn't just be the 3 clans having fun. It would be the 9 clans having fun. He couldn't let the Talisman Tower intervene. Nor could he let those related to the Talisman Tower intervene. So, he could only let those who wouldn't implicate themselves, even if exposed, take action. Su Su had secretly laid out plans in the southeastern region for 20 years, and he had plenty of underhanded cards to play. Pulling out 1 or 2 to deal with people was too easy. It's just that he felt it was a waste of talent. Feng Guangling looked at the 2 headless corpses wandering not far away with great interest. This was a very fresh experience. Generally speaking, if someone is beheaded, they can't even become a zombie. But now there were actually 2 headless corpses wandering outside. This was quite amusing. In a nearby cave, there was a faint glow. Formation talismans. Wealthy people indeed. It seems it's undoubtedly Bai Yi. If the other party is so extravagant that they can bring out formation talismans to set a trap, Feng Guangling thinks that stepping into the trap is not an unforgivable thing. Small flag adult, how should we proceed next? Li Dian asked beside him. Xiao Wu closely followed Feng Guangling's side, not needing to ask what to do. Whatever Feng Guangling decided, he would follow. Stay here. This is evil. The more people, the more trouble. Feng Guangling waved his hand, originally wanting to put on the airs of a small flag and let his subordinates do the heavy lifting. Now it seems he can only do the heavy lifting himself. With a flash of his gaze, Feng Guangling had already rushed out of the group. At the same time, golden light flickered, covering his entire body. The golden light spell was cast the moment the thought arose. This was the instantaneous spell he had been thinking about during his time in Xinzhou, and Guangling Taoist had become the current Feng Guangling, the young master. Over the past 10 days, Feng Guangling had not been wasting time. He had conducted many experiments, and the golden light spell was proof of that. It's just a pity that not all spells can be cast instantly. Feng Guangling was also preparing to see if he should cultivate a few mysterious techniques to see if they could be cast instantly. Chiman Bagua, activate. As he murmured softly, a Bagua diagram suddenly emerged. This was the first time Xiao Wu and the others had seen Feng Guangling cast a spell, and in an instant, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Before Feng Guangling entered the Demon Suppression Division, they had only heard about how debauched and wasteful he was. They had never heard that he was a practitioner. After Feng Guangling entered the Demon Suppression Division, none of them had seen Feng Guangling in combat. They even doubted whether Su Chan, this 1,000 household captain, was giving Feng Guangling special treatment. After all, they really couldn't tell that Feng Guangling was a practitioner. Now, it was good. Feng Guangling openly displayed Shinjo techniques in front of them, and that moment of shock rendered them speechless. Bagua, Zhen is thunder. What do evil spirits fear the most? The power of thunder and lightning. Within the Chiman Bagua, there truly exists corresponding techniques. Moreover, when Feng Guangling made his move, he was genuinely going all out. First, he cast the golden light spell to repel all evils, then used the Chiman Bagua to seal off all spaces. The focus was on rigor. Want to escape? Did you ask this young master? In the dusk, a shadow suddenly appeared, charging straight towards the outside of the Bagua. Fall. Feng Guangling suddenly pointed his finger, and the thunder rumbled down from the sky. Chapter 32. The small flag is terrifying. Oh. A shrill and chilling scream instantly echoed throughout Linshur village. As they turned their heads abruptly, everyone finally saw the full figure of the shadow. This is a face without features, smooth as a mirror. It is more frightening than those faces twisted in rage. Still want to resist? In an instant, lightning illuminated the entire land, shattering that black figure, along with the two headless corpses, which were also engulfed by the lightning. Feng Guangling wouldn't give the opponent a chance to resist. Inside the cave, Bai Yi and Ming Wei were both dumbfounded. The evil creature that had left them helpless, forcing them to hide in the cave in anxiety, was now completely powerless against someone. To be precise, since the attack, Bai Yi had not even seen what the evil creature looked like. As for Ming Wei, he could only ascertain that the evil creature must be in the translucent realm. But beyond that, he could not be sure. An evil creature not in the translucent realm could not break through the mental defenses of a translucent realm practitioner, and thus could not incite them to kill each other. Old Ming, why do I feel that figure looks familiar? Bai Yi rubbed his eyes and instinctively took a couple of steps towards the cave entrance. If Ming Wei hadn't pulled him back, he might have walked straight out. Young master, be careful. Ming Wei quickly pulled Bai Yi back several steps. That was an evil creature. For an ordinary person, it meant certain death. For a practitioner with insufficient strength, it also meant becoming fodder. If Bai Yi walked out like that, it would be like sending himself to slaughter. Old Ming, is that Guangling Go? Is it really him? Bai Yi's face was now a mix of excitement and confusion. That figure looked almost identical to the one in his mind. The only difference was, the other party was so powerful. Is this my Guangling Go? When did he become so fierce? Oh right, Guangling Go seems to be about to become my brother-in-law. Can I act recklessly in the future? In an instant, countless thoughts surged in Bai Yi's mind. As for the evil creature, what was there to fear? With my Guangling Go here, I'm not afraid of anything. If Xiao Wu was a sycophant who obeyed Feng Guangling without question, then Bai Yi was definitely a 100 diehard fan. In Xiao Wu's view, there was nothing in this world that Feng Guangling couldn't solve. Humans have a tendency to admire the strong. Bai Yi had been mixing with Feng Guangling during the years when he was the most mischievous and troublemaking. The people he couldn't provoke, Feng Guangling dared to provoke. The disasters he deemed monumental, Feng Guangling could withstand. When later Feng Guangling could no longer cultivate, and everyone said he was trash. Only Bai Yi firmly believed that Feng Guangling was definitely not trash. Blind worship. Even so, sometimes when he heard others call Feng Guangling a good-for-nothing rich kid, Bai Yi could not refute, because Feng Guangling really could not cultivate. But now, everything had vanished. My boss, Feng Guangling, is not a waste. As for the night watchmen outside, they were all dumbstruck. Especially the few who had just joined, with their magic-slaying swords already half-drawn, looking as foolish as could be. Before this, many had said they were lucky to join Feng Guangling's team. But in reality, they were all very uncertain. Feng Guangling's reputation in Mingshui County was not good. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would dare to be sure that the former good-for-nothing rich kid, who only knew how to fight chickens and walk dogs, could now annihilate evil creatures with a mere gesture? And not only did he annihilate them, he could summon lightning. What kind of profound technique was this? It must be a transcendent-level technique. And why couldn't they tell his depth after he unleashed his technique? Was it because his strength surpassed theirs by too much? If one's strength did not exceed a large realm, it was impossible to hide. As long as one made a move, once the energy fluctuated, it could easily be judged. But now, Feng Guangling not only made a move, but he also did so without holding back, with all his might. They couldn't perceive anything at all. Profound techniques were flying everywhere, lightning filled the sky, and then the evil creatures turned to ashes. That was all they saw. Lord Little Flag is terrifying indeed. What are you standing there for? Go save people. There must be survivors in the cave. Bai Yi is likely inside. He just sensed the presence of two living beings. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly rush in. What if the other party were assassins? Feng Guangling valued his life. Yes, Lord Little Flag. All the night watchmen stood tall and proud, their morale soaring, their shouts echoing far and wide. This is the feeling of following a powerful protector. Everyone knows the night watchmen are not afraid of death, but who the hell wants to die? With such a powerful protector, the danger would decrease linearly. And as for merits, there would be far more opportunities than others. The Demon Suppression Division doesn't issue missions. So do the night watchmen have no place to earn merits? Nonsense. Do you know where this place is? This is the southeast region. And this is the junction of the Linha Forest, where there are plenty of monsters and evil creatures to kill. As long as you have enough courage, you could even earn a fortune worth billions. The night watchman of the Demon Suppression Division, who's inside? Come out. Xiao Wu stood at the front, shouting towards the cave. The young master of the Fu family, Bai, is here, don't misunderstand. Moments later, Bai Yi and Ming Wei finally emerged from the cave. The next moment, Bai Yi's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Wu, what are you doing here? Was that you I just saw? As a diehard fan and shadow of Feng Guangling, how could Bai Yi not recognize Xiao Wu? But the more he recognized him, the more shocked he became. He had just thought it was Feng Guangling coming to save him, and after all this time, it turned out to be Xiao Wu. Wait. Oh no, young master. I'm done for. Bai Yi swallowed hard, trailing behind Feng Guangling. He had often directed Xiao Wu. If this were to be settled later, would he get beaten? Young master Bai, it wasn't me who just made the move. It was my lord Little Flag. Xiao Wu straightened his back, looking proud. Oh. Bai Yi couldn't muster any spirit. He had thought it was Feng Guangling coming to save him, which made him happy for nothing. But he had to say, regardless of who came to save him, it was a life-saving grace, and his disappointment was only fleeting. Bai Yi wasn't a fool. When Ming Wei mentioned inserting a knife into the heart to avoid being controlled, Bai Yi already knew that, barring any accidents, he was undoubtedly destined to die this time. Fortunately, an accident occurred, and he was saved. Where is your Lord Little Flag? I must repay this life-saving grace. Lord Little Flag is over there. I'll take you to him. Xiao Wu pointed outside. Chapter 33, Guangling Gu, I also want to be an official. Bai Yi stared blankly at the familiar figure of Lord Little Flag before him. Who would have thought that Feng Guangling would inexplicably appear right in front of him? Young Master Bai, this is our Lord Little Flag. Xiao Wu even made a point to introduce him to Bai Yi. Bai Yi opened his mouth, stammering several times. But couldn't he manage to say a single complete sentence? It had only been a month since they last met, right? Why have you become a stammerer? Feng Guangling laughed, patting Bai Yi on the shoulder. Originally, Feng Guangling was worried about meeting the original owner's friends, especially those with whom he shared a close bond, fearing that he might be recognized. But for some reason, upon seeing Bai Yi, a sense of familiarity unexpectedly arose from the bottom of his heart. This relieved Feng Guangling while also making him less worried about being recognized by anyone. Guangling Gu, why? Why did you become Little Flag? Bai Yi dashed towards Feng Guangling. Wow, that sword, that outfit looks so cool. Clang. The night watchmen behind Feng Guangling instantly drew their swords. If it weren't for the title mentioned by Bai Yi, the demon-slaying blade would have already fallen into Bai Yi's hands. Even so, they did not relax at all. Bai Yi didn't care about the actions and attitudes of the night watchman. For him, as long as Feng Guangling was around, he felt incredibly safe. His own sister couldn't even touch him, so how could he worry about safety? His sister was the most terrifying creature in the world. All right. You're an adult now. You can't have this outfit. Only those who join the Demon Suppression Division can wear it. You should just obediently be your young master Bai. But this blade can let you have some fun. Feng Guangling tossed the demon-slaying blade to Bai Yi without hesitation. Feng Guangling didn't feel the slightest attachment to the demon-slaying blade, which the night watchman cherished deeply. The blade's uniqueness offered no enhancement to him, so why cherish it? For someone who could treat the demon-slaying blade as a toy, what more needed to be said about their relationship? As for whether Bai Yi would be possessed by demons, just look at his Little Flag Master's attitude. Obviously, it was impossible. Bai Yi was ecstatic. This was the demon-slaying blade, regarded by the night watchmen as their second life. For ordinary people, not to mention playing with it in hand, even just pulling it out for a glance would probably get them killed by a night watchman. The saying the blade is with the person wasn't a joke. A genuine smile appeared on Feng Guangling's face for the first time since coming to this world. All right, I have some things to do next. You and Xiao will wait for me here. Feng Guangling suddenly turned his head to the left, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Wu Yang Tianzuan. Sure enough, someone was plotting. But why choose to set a trap for this foolish kid Bai Yi? This was not how one sought death. Feng Guangling had a good impression of Bai Yi. Since that was the case, he couldn't let this foolish kid be easily manipulated. Brother Guangling, are we going to stir up trouble? Take me with you. I can cover for you. If we attract the wrong people, I can take it. Bai Yi's eyes suddenly brightened, and at that moment, the demon-slaying blade lost its allure. Brother Guangling hadn't taken him to stir up trouble for over a month. Having finally come out, he absolutely couldn't leave any regrets. They had to stir up trouble. If Feng Guangling knew Bai Yi's thoughts, that fleeting moment of emotion would instantly turn into a riot. Who's the good person thinking about stirring up trouble every day? Just you? Going up to deliver food? Feng Guangling retorted. Logically, Bai Yi could cultivate and was backed by one of the three major families in the southeast, the Bai family. No matter how poor his aptitude was, he shouldn't just be at the initial stage of transcendence. The problem was that Bai Yi really was only at the initial stage of transcendence. The reason? Brother Guangling can't cultivate. I can't let him feel inferior. This was what Bai Yi had told Bai Qi back then. Brother Guangling, who do you look down on? My strength may not be good, but I have talismans. Talismans my foot. You're almost out of them, right? Keep them for self-defense. I'll be right back. Everyone was to stand by in place if danger arose. They could handle it themselves. Feng Guangling dropped this line and dashed to the left. Bai Yi stood there with his mouth agape, dumbfounded as he watched the figure rush away in the twilight. After a moment, an incredibly excited expression appeared on his face. Hey, who dares to say Brother Guangling is a waste of a rich kid? You try finding a waste who can be a Little Flag of the Demon Suppression Division. I won't let you off easily. From now on, I can walk sideways. Brother Guangling's prowess equated to his own prowess. This was the impression Bai Yi had formed when he was 13, being carried up a tree by the 15-year-old Feng Guangling to get bird nests. And it hadn't changed at all since. 2 miles away, two figures finally stopped, both drenched in cold sweat. Who the hell said that Feng Guangling was a playboy? An intermediate demon capable of making even a perfected transcendent suffer was directly blasted into ashes by him. They hadn't even used all their backup plans or preparations. And the demon was gone. Who could they reason with about this? They had misjudged. All of them had been deceived. Do we still have any transmission talismans left? Each talisman allows 3 transmissions, and after 3 uses, it becomes ineffective. Don't underestimate these 3 transmissions. They are truly terrifying and exaggerated. In an era without phones, being able to transmit over 3,000 kilometers is practically a divine artifact, and its price is beyond reach. No more. The previous report was the last one. The black-robed man on the left gasped heavily, and both were filled with lingering fear. That was an intermediate demon, without their control methods. Even both of them together might not be able to take it down. That's right, demons can be controlled. That's why demons are never completely eradicated. Demons are different from beasts. They cannot reproduce, and their formation conditions are too harsh, leading to a small number, but they are strong. Some people secretly cultivate demons for their own use. Of course, this so-called control is very demanding. A small mistake can backfire, which is why not many dare to mess with demons. Forget it, the enemy is too strong. Let's retreat. Okay, the two sighed, their expressions somewhat downcast. This time, they had truly lost both the lady and the soldiers. Something's not right. Why is it so quiet? The black-robed man suddenly looked up, gazing ahead. At the same time, a milky white light burst forth beneath their feet, and the Bagua appeared. Chapter 34, Always Going All Out. As the Bagua appeared, so did Feng Guangling's figure. Why did Feng Guangling want to resolve things quickly upon entering Shilin village? Besides not yet fully understanding his own strength, there was also the need to prevent unexpected situations. After casting the Chiman Bagua, the auras of these two had already been captured by Feng Guangling. This is why he didn't spend too much time reminiscing with Bai Yi. Bagua. The black-robed man's expression changed dramatically. There were no Taoist sects on the wind-weathered continent, but there was the Bagua. This was something Feng Guangling couldn't comprehend. He had searched for clues for so many days, but found nothing. The reason the black-robed man changed color was that when they were in Shilin village, although they were a bit far away, they could still discern that Feng Guangling was using Bagua mysticism. Feng Guangling, that playboy, he actually discovered them and chased them down? In that instant, both black-robed men nearly lost their souls. They had been very cautious, maintaining a good distance, but unfortunately, they still couldn't escape the detection of Feng Guangling using the Chiman Bagua. Feng Guangling slightly raised his head, pointing his sword forward, narrowing his eyes. Bagua, DUI is the marsh. With a crash, the tide roared, instantly engulfing the two men. Swaying waves. Cloud stepping. With a fierce shout, both men stepped onto the water simultaneously. Feng Guangling's eyes sparkled. This mystical art was excellent, simply a must-have for home travel. But did they really think that standing on the water meant they were safe? Let them experience the intricacies of modern cultivation. Did they really think he wanted to drown them in water? He wasn't that foolish. Bagua, Zhen is the thunder. Boom. The thunder dragon roared, descending from the sky. The two black-robed men looked up in horror. It was coming. The move was coming. That demon had been reduced to ashes under this divine thunder. Without hesitation, both black-robed men placed their mystical energy outside their bodies, preparing to withstand this wave of thunder strikes. Mystical energy attached to the body was the manifestation of the transcendence realm. Unfortunately, they had misjudged. Feng Guangling had no intention of using thunder against them. Water conducts electricity. That was the correct way to go about it. Lightning struck the water, instantly covering the entire Bagua diagram. In that moment, apart from the life gate, every other area was a death gate. The life gate was precisely where Feng Guangling was at that moment. This meant that these two people had nowhere to escape. No. How is that possible? Boom. The sound of thunder reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and lightning spread across a radius of 1,000 meters. In that instant, the place where Feng Guangling and the others were located was directly engulfed by lightning. Feng Guangling still attacked with all his might. He didn't even think about leaving anyone alive. If he could kill them, why bother talking? Don't the villains always die from talking too much? So as soon as he made his move, Feng Guangling held nothing back. The two men in black robes didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to ashes. The lethality of the Chiman Bagua seemed to have increased by 2 levels compared to when he was in the divine land. Wuyang Tianzuan, has my strength increased? Or are the people and monsters in this world too weak? Feng Guangling truly couldn't comprehend it. You could say that the demon beasts and evil spirits are not tough enough, which is possible. After all, in any world, Lightning is a deadly nemesis for the evil ones. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a dimensional strike. But the Xian practitioners are different. Besides being able to resist with xianxia, they can also use the 5 elements of the human body to dissipate damage. Yet now it seems there's no difference. Wuyang Tianzuan, how strong have I actually become? Feng Guangling looked up at the sky in speechlessness. For cultivators, the most terrifying thing is not the unknown. All cultivators have a certain obsession with pursuing the unknown. I don't know which ancestor they followed. Don't believe it? Just look at the development of gunpowder. The most terrifying and exaggerated weapons in modern society are what cultivators most want to create. Who would believe that? Guangling Gu, where are you going? Bai Yi had already recovered. At this moment, he had no sense of fear or relief after surviving a great disaster. To him, with Feng Guangling by his side, nothing was a problem. To Sujing, Feng Guangling looked at Bai Yi, who had tidied himself up. I have to say, in this day and age, if you want to be a dandy, besides having a thick family background and a strong backing, you also need to have a good appearance. Without a good appearance, you are not a dandy, but a bully or a scoundrel. Huh? Bai Yi stared wide-eyed in surprise. No, Guangling Gu. Do you even want to listen to what you're saying? I almost fell into the abyss just to come to Mingshui County to play with you. Now you turn around and tell me you want to go to Sujing? So I wasted 10 days to half a month for nothing. And besides, is Sujing even more fun than Mingshui County? Feng Guangling smiled and said, of course, it's to follow you, Guangling Gu. Then let's go. All right. Bai Yi very naturally claimed Xiao Wu's horse as his own. Xiao Wu had no objections at all. It had been years. He was already used to it. Guangling Gu, I also want to join the Demon Suppression Division. No, your strength is too weak. All right, by the way, Guangling Gu, I want to learn that lightning technique that descends from the sky. You can't learn it for now. But I can teach you a palm technique that strikes from the sky. Behind them stood a night watchman with a face full of envy and a gentle smile. Many years later, when the surviving night watchman recalled this scene, they couldn't help but sigh that Bai Yanwang also had a child's heart at that time. Sujing, Bai family. Dead. All dead. Even Mingwei suffered heavy losses. If it weren't for encountering Feng Guangling halfway, the Bai family's most beloved young master Bai would definitely have died without a clue. Why? Evil spirits are at work. Who the hell is going to explain why? Dying is still dying. The number of people dying from evil spirits in the Demon Suppression Division every year is at least double that of those dying at the hands of demon beasts. Otherwise, why does the Demon Suppression Division need to recruit thousands of people every year? Investigate. Find out who is behind this. I want to make him pay. I want him dead. On this day, the Bai family mobilized almost all available resources, not just in Sujing, but even the resources from the capital were in operation. Once again, they plotted against his youngest daughter, causing her to lose her innocence. This time they plotted against his youngest son, nearly costing him his life. And both times it was related to Feng Guangling. Do they really think Bai Qi has no temper? Do they really think he is a fool who would vent his anger on Feng Guangling because of this? All right, he does have some resentment towards Feng Guangling. But it's only a little. The most detestable are the masterminds who plotted against his children. This time, Bai Qi wants everyone to know what it means to be a royal and noble family. Chapter 35, The Madness of the Bai Family. Self-proclaimed to be infallible. Su Su only overlooked one point, which is that Bai Qi is wary of Feng Yumin, and it could even be described as fear. There is a saying, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are paper tigers. At the very moment Bai Fuling had an incident, Bai Qi wanted to destroy the Feng family. God knows what kind of state Bai Qi was in when he saw that person in the study that day. Especially when that person said, if it weren't for him stopping it, the Bai family would have been gone. Bai Qi was so scared that he almost lost his soul. A mere county magistrate can make the Bai family vanish? If someone else said this, Bai Qi would definitely think they're insane, not to mention believing it. They might even drag them out and chop them. But since it was that person who said it, it couldn't possibly be a lie. Now, someone is using the same trick to plot against Feng Guangling through the Bai family. This is pushing the Bai family into the fire pit. If it weren't for Feng Guangling's affection for his daughter, and if his son wasn't a close friend of Feng Guangling, Bai Qi was sure that the Bai family would have no foothold in the southeastern region now. Following the bloody massacre of the Demon Suppression Division, the southeastern region was once again hit by another earthquake. The anger from the Bai family, one of the 3 major families in the southeastern region. Bai Qi offered no explanation, only one sentence. If someone dares to use evil spirits to plot against my son, then I dare to drag everyone down with me. Under the circumstances, no one dared to casually strike at the Bai family, and the other 2 families among the 3 major families in the southeastern region went completely silent. Logically speaking, with the Bai family's madness, the Xiao family and Ning family not only did not take advantage of the situation but even helped investigate. Because Bai Qi had already spoken. If the culprit is not found, then he will fight 2 against 1. This would lead to mutual destruction. The Bai family would definitely lose, but the Xiao and Ning families would not gain anything. Otherwise, what three major families? They would have long since divided the world between them. Moreover, the Bai family would lose, but not perish. No one wants to bear the wrath of the royal family after they recuperate. The Great Hua Empire has had its fortune for 3,000 years. It is said that this cycle will decline, but who knows? Don't talk about a cycle. The Xiao and Ning families wouldn't even dare to bet on 5 years. Not quiet for 3 days, the southeastern region was once again filled with blood and chaos. Under Bai Qi's rampage, the truth was easily uncovered. Someone was raising evil spirits, intending to use Bai Yi to set a trap for the Demon Suppression Division. This is unacceptable. When this news broke, the southeast nearly descended into chaos. If it weren't for the joint efforts of the Demon Suppression Division and the Town Government Division to suppress the matter, they wouldn't even need the forest demon beasts to come down. The southeastern region would have already descended into chaos. Bai Qi was furious, time and again, bullying the Bai family. They truly do not regard the Bai family as one of the three major families. The Demon Suppression Division was also furious. First, there was cooperation between the Shaoyan sect and demon beasts, and then someone was raising evil spirits to cause trouble. What is this, a rebellion? Do they want to send people from the capital to bloodbath these so-called sects and families in the southeastern region? This time, it wasn't just Su Chan. 1,000 households who was dispatched. It was 10,000 households. 10,000 households made their appearance. The Great Hua Empire will show no mercy to those who raise evil spirits. The Demon Suppression Division and the Town Government Division joined forces to conduct a thorough screening from practitioners to ordinary people. For a full 10 days, the southeastern region was engulfed in a storm. A vast number of people were captured during this time. Many small sects and families were completely annihilated because of this incident. It can be said that the Demon Suppression Division was truly ruthless this time. In the previous incident where the Shaoyan sect collaborated with demonic beasts, although the Demon Suppression Division killed many, it was only those related to the Shaoyan sect. This time, however, it was different. Only practitioners could collaborate with, while ordinary people could be bred to nurture evil spirits. The storm raged, accompanied by earthquakes and hurricanes. The entire southeastern region could almost be described as a river of blood. This kind of situation, where the eldest and second brothers fight and end up with the third brother dead, has happened since ancient times. Su almost spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. There was simply no place to seek reason. Everything was not following the rules. According to past patterns, this matter would either end up unresolved or the Feng family would be unlucky. But who would have known that the Bai family went insane? Not seeking trouble with the Feng family, but instead retaliating everywhere, digging up the carrots and pulling them out of the pit. Several small forces that Su had originally cultivated were uprooted. The influence of the three major families in the southeastern region was so great that even the Talisman Tower in Fuzhou did not dare to confront them directly. The loss for the Talisman Tower was not significant. As long as the southeastern region was not occupied by, the Talisman Tower would never lose. The one who lost was Su. But who could he blame? Su's calculations were actually not wrong. If it were an ordinary person, when Bai Fuling and Feng Guangling were successfully schemed against, Feng Guangling would have been dead without a doubt. The son of a county magistrate and a wasteful dandy. As long as the Bai family did not compromise, the Feng family would be completely wiped out. Don't think that ruining a woman's chastity can threaten her family. You also need to consider who the other party is and whether they will compromise with you. As for the subsequent schemes, he truly did not expect Feng Guangling's luck to be this good. Clearly just a wasteful dandy. How could he escape danger time and time again? This was Su's failure. Do you want to continue? Your pieces are already few. Pan Meng looked at the few remaining pieces on the chessboard, a faint smile of calmness on his face. His favorite pastime in this life was playing chess, treating the world as a chessboard and all beings as pieces. Too many lives had perished on his chessboard. The two actions of the Demon Suppression Division over the past 2 months were nothing significant compared to the chess games Pan Meng had experienced. Back in the era of Sword Mad and the Six Paths, the number of deaths was counted in hundreds of thousands. Now it was nowhere near that. But for Su, it was a fatal blow. It wasn't about the number of deaths, but rather the loss of the pieces he had cultivated. Pan Taoist, do you think I only have these pieces? Su remained silent for a long time, and after a moment, he took out a handful of white pieces from his sleeve. Some of these pieces represented a life, while others represented a force. There wasn't a single useless piece. If this were to spread out, it would probably scare a large group of people to death. This was truly treating people as pieces, not valuing lives as lives. Su was not capturing pieces. He was capturing the lives of many, many people. It seems you've prepared a lot to be able to come to the table this time. Pan Meng's gaze slightly sharpened. He truly did not expect Su to endure so much, and despite such great losses, he still had so many pieces. Pan Taoist, my moves are not just trivial matters. Chapter 36. I am a wasteful dandy. To become the master of the Talisman Tower and dare to scheme against the entire southeast. How could he possibly have only a couple of small pieces? That was impossible. Pan Ming said nothing, merely nodded lightly, but deep inside, he valued Feng Guangling. This so-called dandy, even more than Su Su. Su Su's setbacks seemed to stem from the Demon Suppression Division discovering abnormalities ahead of time or by coincidence being thwarted. However, 2 or 3 key points were related to this dandy, Feng Guangling. Of course, he only cared a little. To have Pan Ming specifically investigate such a dandy was honestly not something Feng Guangling was currently qualified for. Feng Guangling was unconcerned about this. Originally expected to take a month and a half for the journey, because of Bai Yi's unexpected addition, it would take at least an additional half-month. But that was fine. Now, what troubled Feng Guangling was that Bai Yi truly had no self-protection abilities at all. The group entering Fuzhou was not just a simple journey. With the 5 elements damaged, their strength was hard to advance. On the carriage, Feng Guangling opened his eyes and let out a slight breath of stale air. After these 10 days, Feng Guangling finally understood one thing. The reason he could not freely display his magical techniques as he did in Shenzhou was due to the damage to the 5 elements. Lung metal, heart fire, liver wood, kidney water, spleen earth. The 5 elements generate and restrain each other, becoming the spirit of all things. If he hadn't had a little ability to check his own body, Feng Guangling wouldn't have known how terrible his internal condition was. Over these days, he had been repairing his kidney water. He could only blame it on the fact that when Feng Guangling crossed over, he had just lost his virginity, and the leakage of kidney water was the most severe, followed by liver fire. If these 2 weren't fixed well, a year later, Feng Guangling would still have to meet the 3 pure ancestor. Brother Guangling, what are you saying? Bai Yi tilted his head to look at Feng Guangling. Over the past few days, following Feng Guangling through the mountain roads, Bai Yi had seen another side of this world. Previously, he had always taken the official road directly. I was saying when we can get a storage bracelet to use. Speaking of this, Feng Guangling got angry. Look at how extravagant the Bai family was, even providing storage bracelets for guards like Ming Wei. What about him? Claiming to be the biggest wasteful dandy in Mingshui County, even famous in the southeastern region, yet he didn't even have a single cheapest storage bracelet. Failure, such failure. That's not difficult, just have Uncle Feng get one. Last time Uncle Feng said he would give you a storage necklace. What did you say back then? Sissy, right. That necklace seems to have been given to your sister. Huh? Brother Guangling, when can I change my title to brother-in-law? Bai Yi was definitely a chatterbox. Once he opened his mouth, he couldn't stop. But fortunately, because of this, Feng Guangling learned more about the things his original self had done. So he wouldn't be completely at a loss when encountering acquaintances in the future. Suddenly, Feng Guangling's eyes brightened and then dimmed, feeling a kind of thrill as if he had hopped on a ride. There was a storage necklace, and then it was given away. The person it was given to was the woman he had forcibly pushed on the first day he crossed over. No joking around. It could be deadly. Feng Guangling still didn't know how to face Bai Fuling. Fuling was a good medicine, but if it were a person's name, it wouldn't necessarily be easy to get along with. Wait, did Dad actually get a storage necklace, and I casually gave it away? Why don't I have any impression of it? And why didn't Cheap Dad blame me? Feng Guangling instantly fell into contemplation. Bai Yi was still chattering beside him. But Feng Guangling no longer had the heart to listen to what he was specifically saying. Brother Guangling, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but why a storage bracelet? We should get a storage ring instead. In this southeastern region, is there anything our brothers can't obtain? It's just a matter of getting scolded, right? Huh. Xiaoyi, what did you just say? I said getting scolded. No, the previous sentence. In this southeastern region. Yes, that sentence. Ha ha ha, having joined the Demon Suppression Division. I actually forgot who I am. Feng Guangling laughed heartily. Who am I? The #1 wasteful dandy in Mingshui County. What's wrong with buying a bracelet to play with? What? You say my father is just a county magistrate, and I should stop dreaming? Are you kidding? Have you ever heard of a broken door magistrate? What's wrong with me being a bit arrogant in this 1 acre and 3-point land? I'm just a prodigal son. With my thoughts clear, I feel relaxed. Xiao Wu. Lord Xiaoqi, I'm here. Quickly, send a message to my father. Tell him I want a storage bracelet. Understood. Xiao Wu will not refuse any request from Feng Guangling. He will only act according to Feng Guangling's orders. If it were someone else, they might say Feng Guangling is daydreaming. But Xiao Wu directly took the magic pigeon from the Demon Subduing Division and started sending messages. You say this pigeon is from the Demon Subduing Division? Don't you know Feng Guangling is Lord Xiaoqi? This is all official business. How could there be any personal matters? Until now, Feng Guangling couldn't tell which pigeon was #1 and which was #2, still thinking one of them was lost. Lord Xiaoqi, there's a message from the division. Xiao Wu respectfully handed the letter to Feng Guangling. Feng Guangling was slightly stunned. No, I was supposed to go to Fujing. Why is the Demon Subduing Division still sending me tasks from Mingshui County? Evil spirits have appeared in Hengshui Town, and a Xiaoqi has already perished. Go for support. Look, just how high is the casualty rate in the Demon Subduing Division? Previously, 3 xiaoqi fell into Linsher village. Now, a xiaoqi has perished in Hengshui town. From this, one can see how exaggerated the casualty rate of ordinary night watchers is. Do they really think being a higher official in the demon-subduing division is a privilege? Li Jian, how far is it to Hengshui town from here? Lord Xiaoqi. It's about a 3-hour journey. Change route. Head to Hengshui town. With a wave of his hand, Feng Guangling directed the group to change course. As for refusal, there's no need. If there are demon beasts, it's best. It can prolong life. If there are evil spirits, that's fine too. It can increase strength. Fight if we can. Hold out for help if we can't. That's what the letter says. Feng Guangling has reason to suspect that someone is secretly watching their movements, or rather, protecting them. Otherwise, how could the demon-subduing division know their itinerary so well? Don't forget, they are taking the mountain path, not the official road. Brother Guangling, what should I do? Bai Yi was stunned. The demon-subduing division is issuing tasks, and of course, he wants to follow along, but he doesn't dare. Not to mention he doesn't dare. Bai Qi also doesn't dare. If he disrupts the demon-subduing division's mission, no one will speak for him even if they kill him. Come along. Huh. Bai Yi was instantly excited. He could really go along. So what else is there to say? Hurry up. As for danger, Bai Yi never felt there would be anywhere Feng Guangling was. Back when Feng Guangling was scolded as a playboy and prodigal son, Bai Yi had never encountered danger. Let alone now that Feng Guangling is a xiaoqi of the demon-subduing division. Chapter 37. The Bet. At this moment, Hengshui town was already surrounded by the army. It had become a hell on earth. Inside, apart from the night watchers dressed in black robes with red edges, wielding demon-slaying blades, there were no other people. Having missed the town entrance and entered, there were corpses everywhere, almost all of which were night watchers. There were no ordinary people's bodies at all. From a high vantage point, one could see that at this moment, Hengshui town was covered by a huge translucent barrier. This kind of large-scale formation talisman is only possessed by the demon-subduing division, and the town government has no right to use it. Buzz. 2 terrifying auras shot into the sky, and a man in black was directly thrown out, landing outside the formation's range. Uffed. The moment the night watcher landed, blood surged up his throat, and he spewed it out. His black robe was already tattered enough that it could be described as rags. The xiaoqi of the transparency realm. Liao Wei. This time he came to carry out a mission with a full 100-man team. 10 xiaoqi, and he was the only one left. All the others, including their captain, were gone. The words a xiaoqi has perished do not mean just one xiaoqi has perished. Damn it all. Liao Wei's eyes were bloodshot, glaring with rage at the figure inside the translucent barrier. Just thinking about that hellish scene made his anger uncontrollable. If it weren't for his talismans, he would have died inside too. Inside the translucent barrier, a shadow flickered, indistinct, but it gave off a feeling that it was grinning wickedly. An evil spirit, and moreover, a fully realized transparency realm evil spirit. This is also the reason why the 100-man team fell into trouble inside. Demon-subduing division, why are you so naive? I can even backlash against my master. Why do you think a fully realized transparency realm can take me down? The evil spirit's voice was erratic and strange, like murmuring in one's ear, yet also seeming to come from afar, contradictory yet coherent. Liao Wei opened his mouth and spat out blood. Wrong, all wrong. Initially, they received intel that there was only one initial stage transparency realm evil spirit and 3 high-stage transparency realm demon beasts. After confirming, the captain led them all to act. As long as there was no communication, generally speaking, they wouldn't need 1,000 men. In fact, their intel wasn't wrong. But no one expected that this evil spirit's strength had increased so terrifyingly. Or rather, no one expected someone could be so insane as to sacrifice the entire town's population to this evil spirit, instantly boosting its strength from initial stage transparency realm to fully realized transparency realm. Formation talisman. Once I absorb the blood essence of these people, can your demon-subduing division's formation talisman still trap me? Ha ha. The eerie laughter spread throughout the small town. Evil spirits do not need to cultivate. They only need to absorb human blood essence to strengthen themselves. This is why, regardless of the country, whenever an evil spirit is discovered, they will not hesitate to strike to kill, no matter the cost. Liao Wei looked at this scene in despair. If this evil spirit really absorbed the blood essence of those night watchers who sacrificed for the Great Hua Empire, it might really allow it to break through to the transparency realm. You have to know, in this, there is a 100-man captain. Moreover, this evil spirit is too strange. Ordinarily, the strength of an evil spirit shouldn't increase so quickly, not to mention a town. Even the population of a county may not be enough to let an evil spirit increase a large realm. On the way, Feng Guangling's expression suddenly changed, looking incredulously ahead. Not just him, the other night watchers were the same. Blood energy soaring to the heavens. Disaster must be imminent. What on earth happened in Hengshui town? And looking at the scale, it is absolutely impossible to condense such dense blood energy without the death of tens of thousands of people. It was almost turning into a blood mist. How many must die? What on earth happened? What can a few of us do going over there? Just delivering food? Lord Xiaoqi, things probably aren't that simple. Should we still go? Li Dian shouted from the side. Go, why not go? Xiao Wu. Be ready to seek help at any time. Feng Guangling did not hesitate for a moment and directly issued the order. Of course, they have to go. With such dense blood energy and malevolent aura combined with resentment, many must have died. It wouldn't make sense to not go take a look at the task given by the Demons Subduing Division. Even if something goes wrong, they can still seek help. As for foolishly charging in, sorry, that's not Feng Guangling. To be honest, until now, Feng Guangling does not trust anyone, let alone talk about sacrificing one's life for the noble thoughts of the great Hua Empire. Feng Guangling even has a hint of scrutiny towards that cheap old man Feng Yumin, let alone others. If it weren't for thinking about his own life, and if he hadn't fully understood this world, Feng Guangling would have probably found a deep mountain and forest to live in seclusion by now. Do you really think that Taoists are joking when they say they are good at hiding? Seclusion is also a form of hiding. Talisman Tower. Su Su, full of spirit, gently placed a white piece on the chessboard. Taoist Pan, this time, I want the Demon Suppression Division to bleed heavily. At the very least, I want them to lose 2,000 households. Do you believe it? The Demon Suppression Division has caused rivers of blood in the southeastern region twice within 2 months. And the people there have no objections? What a joke. They simply dare not voice their opinions. And what the Demon Suppression Division has done has made them even more afraid to speak out. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the Demon Suppression Division taking action next, but the Iron Cavalry of the Great Hua Empire suppressing them. Under normal circumstances, everyone would choose to face ordinary people rather than practitioners. But don't forget, while the army is made up of ordinary people, their combat power can sometimes be exaggeratedly despairing. This is especially true on large battlefields. I don't believe it. Pan Ming shook his head directly, without a hint of hesitation. Where's this? This is the southeastern region, bordering the Linha forest. Anyone daring to guard here must have some skills, right? In other places, Pan Ming might believe it, but here, 1,000 households must be treated as commanding officers. This is also why other night watchmen look at the night watchmen from the southeastern region with admiration. Where do night watchmen sacrifice the most every year? No doubt. It is the southeastern region. But you can't say that the night watchmen in the southeastern region are weak. It's just that the enemies they face are different. Then let's place a bet. Su Su smiled slightly. Without some strength and confidence, how would he dare to arm wrestle with the Demon Suppression Division? How would he dare to collaborate with those transformed great demons in the Linha forest? Chapter 38. I survive, the rest are heroic. Bet. Sure, what shall we bet on? Pan Ming paused for a moment and immediately agreed. 1,000-mile array talisman. Generally speaking, an array talisman that can cover an area of 10 miles is considered a large array talisman. But in reality, there is a 10,000-mile one above 1,000 miles. Over the years in the wind-hardened continent, there have only been 3 10,000-mile array talismans. All right, since you brought out a 1,000-mile talisman, then I'll put up a demon-breaking sword. Pan Ming looked at Su Su with a smile. There are countless weapons on the continent, but when it comes to precious ones, the demon-breaking type belongs to that category. Not to mention sharpness, the 2 words demon-breaking are the key. Being harmed by a demon-breaking weapon means it cannot heal. Like the Mitsubishi military dagger, once it stabs you. Generally speaking, you just wait to die. This kind of weapon goes against the heavenly path and is not something ordinary people can forge. Due to the difficulty of forging and the materials involved, there is no prohibition on forging demon-breaking weapons on the continent. But even so, there are only 13 of them across the entire continent. In comparison, Su Su is not at a disadvantage at all. One could even say he is making a big profit. Good. Su Su extended his hand. Pan Ming did not hesitate and reached out to high-five Su Su. The bet was established. Liao Wei looked in despair at the evil spirits inside the array talisman, especially as he felt the evil spirits growing stronger. His gaze became increasingly hopeless. He was severely injured and unable to move or send messages. Now he could only wait helplessly for death. Once he died, the array talisman would have no one to control it and would naturally dissipate. At that time, once the evil spirits emerged, the southeastern region would surely be flooded with blood. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Demon Suppression Division has come twice for cleanup in the past month. Killing so many people, once the evil spirits are released, the death toll will only increase, and significantly so. Jia, Demon Suppression Division, once I recover, I will let you know what true evil spirits are. The evil spirit taunted Liao Wei every time it absorbed a person's essence blood. When a person dies, their essence blood is not that pure, and some may no longer even have essence blood. But little by little, and don't forget, the people dying here are all night watchmen, all practitioners. Although the essence blood is scarce, it is still more than that of ordinary people. You think we are just going to wait for the support of the Demon Suppression Division to arrive? Just wait for death. Liao Wei was now able to speak normally, but his body still dared not move recklessly. If he could, he would want to die now. His bones were at least a third shattered. Or it was more painful than death. But he dared not die, at least not now. Ha ha ha, support? What kind of support can your Demon Suppression Division bring? This is Hengshui Town. It would take at least a day for your Demon Suppression Division to send people for support. Can you hold on for a day? That's the problem. Holding on for 2 or 3 hours is no problem, but holding on for a day is absolutely impossible. Liao Wei was very clear about this. It was also for this reason that Liao Wei felt so desperate. Time waits for no one. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of orderly and urgent hoofbeats suddenly entered Liao Wei's ears. Along with it came an oddly exciting voice. Oh, a talking evil spirit? Who is it? Is it strange for an evil spirit to talk? Beasts can transform into humans and communicate with people. What is so surprising about that? As Liao Wei looked in the direction of the voice, his gaze involuntarily shrank, and surprise instantly spread across his face, mixed with a hint of confusion. The newcomers were night watchmen from the Demon Suppression Division, but there were too few of them, right? Among the 9 people, only 7 were night watchmen. One looked like a wealthy young master, and one appeared to be a severely injured guard. What are such people here for? To deliver their lives? To be nutrients for the evil spirit? Huff! With a synchronized shout, all the hoofbeats disappeared, leaving only the sounds of horses snorting. Who are you? Li Jian was the first to dismount and walked up to Liao Wei, questioning him sternly. Small flag of the Demon Suppression Division in Fuzhou, Liao Wei. Where are you from? From the Ming Shui Demon Suppression Division. We are here to support you under the flag of Feng Guangling. Feng Guangling had already dismounted and walked up to Liao Wei, looking him over, then shook his head and sighed. Little flag Liao, you should know your injuries. I cannot save you. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Liao Wei's injuries were severe, so severe that even if he had all the medicinal materials now, Feng Guangling would still be unable to heal him. Feng little flag, I cannot die yet. Liao Wei shook his head firmly, his gaze falling on the evil spirit. I know. Feng Guangling was no longer the naive newcomer he had been on his first day, having spent more than half a month immersed in books. He understood some common sense. If the array talisman has no one to control it, then it is equivalent to a piece of waste paper. Liao Wei cannot die. A talking evil spirit must be of the level of a 1,000-year-old ghost. If this were in the divine land, Feng Guangling would have rushed up without a second thought. The problem is, in this other world, who knows what kind of strength a talking evil spirit has? Wouldn't rushing up be delivering food? What is the opponent's strength? Not afraid of embarrassing himself, Feng Guangling asked without hesitation. Liao Wei looked at Feng Guangling in surprise, somewhat puzzled as to why Feng Guangling couldn't discern the strength of the evil spirit. But now was not the time to think about that. He really didn't have time to waste. Initially only at the initial stage of the clear understanding realm. Now he was at the great perfection of the clear understanding realm. Wait. Feng Guangling raised his hand and looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, immediately request support and have Su Qianyu come to assist. Are you kidding? Great perfection of the clear understanding realm? You must be joking. Are you trying to send me to my death? All right, continue. As Xiao Wu grabbed a carrier pigeon, Feng Guangling turned his head to look at Liao Wei, signaling him to continue. An evil spirit at the great perfection of the clear understanding realm? Who would dare to come without being at the spirit communication realm? Whoever comes will die, okay? Liao Wei completely did not mind Feng Guangling's actions, and he even felt Feng Guangling was doing the right thing. Without hesitation, he recounted what had happened before. Regarding the tragic death of the 100 Households team, Liao Wei summarized it in one sentence. The team of the 100 Households perished. I alone survived. The rest all died heroically. More was said about the more terrifying strangeness of the evil spirit. At the beginning, when they locked down this evil creature, they were only at the initial stage of the enlightenment realm. However, due to the presence of the 3-headed demon beasts, they couldn't spare too many personnel to confine this evil creature and could only let 3 small flags work together to stall it. But by the time they killed the 3-headed demon beasts, this evil creature had surprisingly already reached the perfection of the enlightenment realm. The 3 small flags had unknowingly turned into puppets. Chapter 39, I am afraid of death. The reason Liao Wei was able to survive was due to the life of the captain Qian being exchanged for his. The reason was simple. Liao Wei was controlling the formation talismans. It was also because of Captain Qian's self-detonation that the evil creature's continued evolution was halted. Otherwise, this evil creature would likely have reached the spirit communication realm by now, instead of just the enlightenment realm. Feng Guangling looked at Liao Wei with admiration. It was impossible to expect him to sacrifice his life for the Great Hua Empire. If he were truly that great, why would he hide himself in the library and lock himself away? It was merely to survive. But the night watchmen were different. In the captain's team, All 10 small flags and 100 night watchmen had sacrificed themselves. In the end, it was brushed over with just a sentence. Such a person deserved respect. All right, don't worry. With us here, the formation talisman's one T break. Unless it breaks through to become a spirit communicator. Feng Guangling patted Liao Wei on the shoulder and looked towards the ready Li Dian beside him. You 7, each of you hold on for half an hour. Then pass the formation talismans to the next person. If there's no reinforcements from the headquarters, you must hold on. Do you hear me? Feng Guangling turned and ordered the 7 small flags in a deep voice. One person can hold on for half an hour. Even if they are only at the profound realm. It's still the same. Unless that evil creature breaks through to the spirit communication realm. It must obediently be suppressed inside. This was also why Liao Wei felt both joy and disappointment. He could not see the evil creature turn to ashes with his own eyes. That was a regret. As for whether the evil creature could come out, as long as no one caused trouble, let alone holding on for a day, with proper arrangements, 7 days would be no problem. If after 7 days no one comes to support, then everyone has to die. The formation talismans have a time limit. Thank you, Feng Xiao flag. I can't hold on any longer. Please be sure to persist. Liao Wei handed the formation talismans to Li Dian, and only after Li Dian used his own profound energy to replace his, did he finally let out a deep breath. In that moment, Liao Wei lost all strength to sit and fell backwards. If Feng Guangling hadn't reacted quickly, Liao Wei would have truly gone to report to the underworld. Now thanking me is a bit too early. Don't you want to take a look inside? Test its reality? As soon as Feng Guangling's voice fell, 2 urgent voices suddenly rang out behind him. Sir Xiao flag, no? Xiao Wu and Li Dian spoke in unison. What a joke. This is an evil creature at the peak of the enlightenment realm, just 1 step away from entering the spirit communication realm. Not to mention Feng Guangling. Even any captain at the enlightenment realm wouldn't dare to step in carelessly. Feng Guangling actually wanted to go in and test its reality. Isn't this sending himself to death? Don't worry, I'm very afraid of death. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's best to be afraid of death. It's not that they are not capable, but the disparity in strength is too great. Just 1 sentence. Once this evil creature breaks through the formation talismans, everyone present, one and all, will die. They just didn't expect that Feng Guangling's next words nearly choked them with disbelief. So, I have to go in and take a look. An evil creature at the peak of the enlightenment realm is a rare opportunity. A hint of unperceived fervor flickered in Feng Guangling's eyes. He had seen plenty of vengeful spirits over the years, even having personally helped them to ascend. But coming to this other world, he truly hadn't encountered one. Now, it was good. A benchmark had appeared. Able to speak, at least a millennium of foundation. In the future, when facing evil creatures, he would also have some confidence, wouldn't he? Everyone looked at Feng Guangling in shock, momentarily unsure of what to say. I'm afraid of death, so I want to go in. This contradictory statement that would give anyone a headache could only be said so confidently by Feng Guangling. When advised of the danger, he said he was afraid of death. Just this 1 sentence was worth more than 1,000. Feng Xiao flag. How about waiting for reinforcements? The fervor in Liao Wei's eyes gradually faded as he bitterly advised. No need, I said. I'm very afraid of death. So don't worry about me. Just tell me how to get in. Feng Guangling patted Liao Wei on the shoulder, stood up, and gazed at the evil creature. A millennium of vengeful spirits. Even if I can't defeat it, I can still escape. Just because the people of this world can't escape doesn't mean I, Feng Guangling, can't. Let us have a test of strength. Why was Feng Guangling so bold? It was simple. For the Taoists of Shenzhou, a vengeful spirit trapped in one place was an object of practice. Not to mention Feng Guangling. Even any random Taoist would be excited to jump for joy. If they couldn't kill it in one go, then they would do it 2 or 3 times. The danger that Liao Wei and the others saw was truly not a concern for Feng Guangling. If it were a demon beast now, let alone letting Feng Guangling in. Even just taking a look would be excessive. This formation talisman was specifically designed to deal with demon beasts and evil creatures, and there were no restrictions for humans. Liao Wei took a deep breath and explained. Generally speaking, once the formation talismans are activated, other than the controller, anyone else wishing to enter or exit requires a secret order. The formation talismans from the Demon Suppression Division were convenient. People could come and go. But demon beasts and evil creatures had no chance unless the formation talismans disappeared. Good. Feng Guangling walked to the semi-transparent light shield and looked up at the evil creature, which was about 2 meters tall. Even through the formation talismans, he could still feel the overwhelming resentment, though the coldness didn't seep through at all. Hey, are you sure you want to let me in? Feng Guangling was truly indifferent and said directly to the other party. The others behind him were stunned. They considered themselves knowledgeable people, but who had seen communication with an evil creature like this? On the Fenghua continent, regardless of which nation, upon encountering an evil creature, one would directly draw swords and fight to the death. Communication? Don't be ridiculous. Shape-shifting demon beasts might have a chance to communicate. But evil creatures leave no room for negotiation. Evil creatures kill demon beasts. They are natural enemies. When evil creatures look at humans, they see food. Do you know what it means to be food? It's that kind of feeling where humans eat chickens and ducks without any guilt. Regardless of whether the evil creature has the ability to speak, no one ever talks too much with them. If you're not afraid of death, then come in. The strange and eerie voice of the evil creature echoed, and then it slowly retreated, directly backing off about 10 meters. Feng Guangling's eyes suddenly brightened. Sure enough, evil creatures, like vengeful spirits, have their own way of thinking, regardless of Feng Guangling's astonishment. He had previously encountered those evil creatures that would immediately fight to the death upon meeting. Communication? One misstep could lead to bowing down before the ancestors of the three purities. It was even uncertain whether he would be able to meet the ancestors of the three purities. After all, Feng Guangling had flipped through so many books and had not seen any records regarding the Tao sect. This was also why he no longer referred to himself as Little Tao or Poor Tao. What puzzled Feng Guangling the most was that all practitioners addressed each other as Tao friends, except for the Buddha Nation. Chapter 40. Merits, all merits. Then I can go in. Feng Guangling raised his hand, with his index and middle fingers standing together, forming a sword gesture in front of his chest. Golden light spell. In an instant, golden light enveloped his entire body. The night watchmen behind him brightened their eyes slightly. Was it profound energy forming armor? Oh no. This was still profound energy forming a shield, a characteristic of a passageway strongman. Our little flag master is spreading his profound energy externally to form a protective shield. That means at least he is at the enlightenment realm, right? If someone at the profound realm dared to do this, it would be equivalent to seeking death. They wouldn't even need others to attack. They would exhaust their profound energy and die. The moment the golden light spell appeared, Feng Guangling stepped forward and directly entered the formation talismans. On the only road to Hengshui town, within a radius of 3 miles, everything was cleared out. Two figures were confronting each other in midair. The terrifying aura made the wild grass by the roadside bend low. Feng Guang, do you dare to block my way as a member of the Demon Suppression Division? Su Chan stared intently at the figure ahead. A powerful presence surging from him like a tide, wave after wave, hidden yet alarming. If I were afraid, how could I possibly be here? Feng Guang replied with a confident smile. Once, he was the third strongest on the wind-weathered continent, wielding a red tassel spear that made the powerful lords in the southwestern region bow their heads. In the end, he provoked the Demon Suppression Division and was hunted for 3 whole years before disappearing into the depths of the mountains. When he reappeared, he had abandoned the spear for a sword, using a radiant sword to annihilate a sect of 1,000 disciples. One man could rival a whole sect. This was not a myth, but reality. At that time, Feng Guang had only reached the peak of the transparent realm. Yet that sect had an intermediate spirit communication realm master. Even so, he still wiped them out. After that, not only the Demon Suppression Division, but also the Town Guard Division issued a bounty for him. Feng Guang disappeared once again. This disappearance lasted for 20 years, until now when he appeared before Su Chan. The reason Feng Guang managed to escape back then was that he encountered a frenzy of demon beasts in the Lena forest, slaughtering everything in sight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived that calamity. Unexpectedly, he had re-emerged now. I was still guessing which 1,000 household would come, but I didn't expect it to be you. Feng Guang was a middle-aged man, at least in appearance. His hair was completely white, and there was a horrifying scar on his face, running from his left forehead to his right chin, as if he had been slashed diagonally. I advise you to step aside. Otherwise, there will be no place for you on the wind-weathered continent. Su Chan, I have never been afraid of this. You know that. Feng Guang laughed arrogantly, opening his arms. Spirit communication realm, I haven't made a move in a long time. Then come. Su Chan didn't hesitate, drawing his demon-slaying blade with a sudden motion. Come. Feng Guang also swiftly drew his long sword. The light of the blade and sword flashed instantly, a fierce aura slicing through the entire world. In the spirit communication realm, all things have spirits. The blade energy and sword energy intertwined in the heavens and earth. A massive blade shadow appeared behind Su Chan, while behind Feng Guang, it was not a sword shadow, but a spear. Demon-slaying style, third blade. Formless sword, second style. Clang. The long knife and long sword collided instantly, causing the air to ripple, and everything within 100 meters was directly destroyed. The two retreated upon contact. The giant blade crashing down, with the long sword following suit, striking fiercely. Boom. The sound of the earth-shattering collision rang out, and the ground between them collapsed. Haha, exhilarating. Let's do it again. Feng Guang laughed heartily, his figure suddenly surging towards Su Chan. The demon-slaying style is a secret technique that all night watchmen must learn. Apart from the exception of Feng Guang, who would not know the demon-slaying style, There are a total of 9 blades. Ordinary night watchmen can only learn the first 2 blades, small flags can learn 3, 100 households can learn 5, while those above 1,000 households can cultivate all 9 without restriction. Such profound techniques are extremely rare, especially powerful techniques capable of forming phantom attacks, which are basically hard to come by. This is why so many people want to join the Demon Suppression Division. Boom, boom. The earth-shattering sounds of collision continued to echo, the terrifying aftermath spreading outward, completely shattering everything around them. Su Chan could only unleash 6 blades now, but that was enough to astonish. Throughout history, only 2 people had been able to execute all 9 blades of the demon-slaying style. It is said that the 9th blade can cleave space itself. That was when the Demon Suppression Division guarded, directly slicing open a spatial rift and banishing several powerful demons of the Passage Realm. From that time on, the Great Hua Empire stood firm on the wind-weathered continent, pressing other nations to bow in submission. Su Chan's expression grew increasingly grim. The opponent's sword was fierce, even fiercer than the blade, and the most frustrating part was that the opponent's sword moves were aggressive yet not wide open, just entangling. This did not fit Feng Guang's persona. Back then, whether he used a spear or a blade, Feng Guang was always direct and decisive. You're stalling for time. A flash of clarity crossed Su Chan's mind. That's right, the other party wasn't here to assassinate him, but to buy time. This made sense. Ha ha ha, you figured it out? Otherwise, do you really think you could last a few moves in my hands? Do you think a spirit communication intermediate could truly match me for so many moves? I am already high level in spirit communication. As the words fell, Su Chan's face darkened suddenly, the pressure increasing threefold. I have killed high-level spirit communication beings before. You are forcing my hand. Su Chan suddenly retreated, leaning on his blade, his aura surging fiercely, even more terrifying than when he drew his blade. Come, let me see what progress the Demon Suppression Division has made in 20 years. Feng Guang was completely unafraid, charging forward with his sword. Feng Guang narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the evil spirit before him. The resentment surrounded it, the Yin energy permeated, and the murderous aura was overwhelming. It was undoubtedly a genuine millennium evil spirit. So, the evil spirits in this world are not much different from the vengeful spirits I know. In that case, isn't this right up my alley? Feng Guang's eyes grew brighter. Merit, all merit. Destroying it would not only enhance my power, but also increase my merit. A good deed. However, what struck Feng Guang as strange was that the other party still had a surge of blood energy. This was a man-made, raised evil spirit. Indeed, human nature is inherently evil. Everyone knows that evil spirits wreak havoc on the world, and when the number of evil spirits reaches a certain level, it leads to a calamity for the entire world. This is no different from when I was in the Divine Land. Just look at whether the Divine Land dares to let vengeful spirits gather in numbers. If that were the case, it wouldn't just be a matter of one province or one country, but the entire world would face disaster. Yet even so, there are still people who raise evil spirits for personal gain. If a peak, transparent realm evil spirit were to be released, how many lives would be lost? Moreover, making it a spirit communication evil spirit would mean at least 1/10 of the southeast would fall. Chapter 41. Whether human or ghost, they all dance. The evil spirit stirred restlessly, appearing to be struggling to restrain itself. This is the biggest difference between evil spirits and vengeful spirits. Vengeful spirits do not harm people indiscriminately. There are plenty of so-called seductive spirits in stories, but there is no mention of seductive evil spirits. Evil spirits kill and eat upon seeing people. Bloodthirsty? Or is it merely a pure instinct to kill? Feng Guang asked directly, without any subtlety or pretense. There was none, absolutely none. The night watchmen outside the light barrier were completely stunned. Feng Guang's demeanor was far too calm and unperturbed. If it were anyone else, regardless of whether they were in the peak, transparent realm, even a mediocre evil spirit would be enough to make an ordinary practitioner in the profound realm tremble in fear for a long time. One slip could cost them their life. But looking at Feng Guang, not only did he take the initiative to enter, but he also wore such a calm expression. Little Flag Master, how strong must your strength be to dare to do this? This is a difference in perception. Although Feng Guang had changed his skin, his soul came from the Divine Land, where he dared to eliminate evil and uphold justice. When a Taoist encounters a vengeful spirit, regardless of how powerful the vengeful spirit is, if they don't charge forward, they would be letting down their Taoist robe. It's like a monk seeing a mass grave. They may be scared, wishing they had 2 more legs to run away, but they would still sit down to chant scriptures for the deceased. It's something ingrained in their bones, something they can never forget. Such pure essence, if I devour you, I can instantly break through to the spirit communication realm. Good, very good indeed. Today is truly a lucky day for me. The eerie laughter of the evil spirit echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, sending chills down one's spine. This title can only be used by those at the Passage Realm. Yet this evil spirit actually dared to use it. This is simply unprecedented. Moreover, looking at its excited and contorted body, one can imagine how satisfied it is with Feng Guangling. Oh, essence. It seems that ghosts from any world are the same. Feng Guangling became even more excited. This familiar feeling. Infinite heavenly sovereign. I can do it again. Today is indeed a lucky day for me. An evil spirit that can talk. Come, let us exchange a few moves. Feng Guangling showed no fear. He raised his sword, and the Qi Min 8 trigrams instantly came into effect. The instant spell he had longed for in Shenzhou was finally realized here in this other world. It can't be said to be a realization. Now he just needed to silently recite the incantation. As for the hand signs, he still had to perform them. But his speed was so fast it was as if he was not doing anything at all. In this moment, everyone merely saw a flash, and his hand signs were already completed. The gigantic 8 trigrams instantly emerged, with the yin and yang fish leaping in the black and white eyes of the trigrams. The complete Qi Min 8 trigrams finally appeared in this world. Prior to this, Feng Guangling had also performed the Qi Min 8 trigrams. But due to his physical condition, he really didn't dare to unleash it fully, because it would lead to death. A gust of cold wind blew by, and a mournful sound suddenly rang out as the shadow of the evil spirit shattered in that instant, turning into wisps of black mist. Outside the translucent light shield, all the night watchmen, including Liao Wei, widened their eyes and dropped their jaws, staring in shock and disbelief at this scene. What kind of mysterious technique is this? Its power is to such an extent? A black fish and a white fish jumped and leaped, and a fully realized evil spirit just disappeared like that? No. What kind of strength does Feng Xiaoqi have? Liao Wei opened and closed his mouth, and finally only uttered this one sentence. He considered himself well informed, but he had truly never seen anyone who could cause an evil spirit to vanish in a single move. Could it be that Feng Guangling is at the spirit communication realm? We don't know. It seems that Master Xiaoqi has cultivated a technique that can conceal his realm. But Master Xiaoqi's strength is definitely not weak. This is not the first time he has exterminated evil. Xiao Wu raised his head and puffed out his chest, full of pride. Just wait and see who would dare to call his young master a wasteful playboy again. Which family's playboy can slay monster beasts and exterminate evil? Step forward and let me see. Liao Wei's thoughts became much simpler. He only knew that he seemed to be able to witness his brothers avenging their grievances. However, they were surprised to find that Feng Guangling not only did not retreat, but also wore a serious expression mixed with a hint of excitement. That complex expression left all the night watchmen unsure of how to react. Feng Guangling narrowed his eyes slightly, while Xiao Wu and the others didn't understand. He understood all too well. Sure enough, evil spirits are fierce ghosts. Then this matter can be handled easily. Taoists inherently understand ghosts better than anything else, you know? Infinite heavenly sovereign. Evil spirits and crooked paths, eliminate them upon sight. 8 trigrams. Zhen is thunder. What is the easiest way to eliminate evil? It is neither water nor fire, but thunder. Fortunately, he can now cast the complete Jin character technique. Otherwise, he would have to slowly roast with fire. That would be a waste of time. A fierce ghost daring to challenge a Taoist who can wield thunder must not know that after death, their soul can scatter. Boom. Thunder clouds gathered instantly, and in an instant, thunder dragons roamed. The dragon's head was nowhere to be seen, only the dragon's body. The sound of thunder spread throughout Hengshui town. Others were filled with fear, but only Feng Guangling lightly exhaled a breath of turbid air, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He still could not unleash the complete Qi Min 8 trigrams, let alone the speed of thunder. He was already doing his utmost. And what he unleashed was only the 3-layer power of the complete Qi Min 8 trigrams. Even if thunder has a natural restraining effect on evil spirits, the final result might not be very good. Boom. Terrifying thunder descended from the sky, covering the entire 8 trigrams. Hide. There's nowhere for you to hide. As the thunder struck, sharp and tragic screams instantly rang out. Feng Guangling only took a glance and immediately retreated, swiftly exiting the translucent light shield. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The next moment, a black claw suddenly slammed onto the transparent light shield, producing a terrifying vibrating sound, and the piercing screech echoed sharply. Feng Guangling looked curiously at the horrifying claw mark before him, curling his lips. With that claw strike, he wouldn't die but would be severely injured. Fortunately, he had retreated quickly. He couldn't act so recklessly in the future. Evil spirits are more difficult to deal with than monster beasts. Against a fully realized monster beast, Feng Guangling could exchange a few moves and even possibly slay it using his techniques. Even if he couldn't kill it, he wouldn't be so embarrassed while escaping. But against a fully realized evil spirit, he could only run. As for using thunder techniques, it was likely that if the evil spirit didn't die, Feng Guangling would have to sacrifice himself first. Chapter 42. The commander draws his knife to kill. Now Feng Guangling had confirmed that his strength was at the initial stage of the transparency realm. Killing middle stage transparency realm monster beasts or evil spirits posed no pressure. And against higher stages, he could manage to kill them at some cost. But against fully realized transparency realm creatures, it was better to just escape and not fantasize about it. Kid, wait for me to come out. You can't escape. In an instant, the figure of the evil spirit coalesced, locking eyes with Feng Guangling through the translucent light shield. Its scarlet eyes were filled with longing, a thirst for the blood on Feng Guangling's body. Then you better work hard. Feng Guangling waved his hand, ignoring it and turning to leave. If he couldn't win or kill, what was there to talk about? Master Xiaoqi, are you all right? Xiao Wu was the first to rush over, quickly circling around Feng Guangling to check him. This was instinct. Whether Feng Guangling was the young master of the Feng family or a little flag of the Demon Suppression Division, it made little difference to Xiao Wu. I'm fine. Don't be a hindrance. Feng Guangling pressed down on Xiao Wu's head, pushing him away with a speechless expression. Liao Xiaoqi, it seems that temporarily avenging you is not possible. Can you hold on a little longer? Feng Guangling looked at Liao Wei with some embarrassment. It wasn't that he didn't want to avenge him, but this body was not strong enough. The 5 elements of the body were still incomplete. Heaven knows what kind of debauched life the original owner led for the past 18 years. Thanks, but I probably won't be able to see it. Liao Wei smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't want to hear that. What do you mean you can't see it? I can't heal you, but I can help you hold on for another day or two. Do you want to see this evil spirit turn to ashes with your own eyes? Feng Guangling glanced at the evil spirit rampaging and clawing at the edge of the translucent light shield. I do. A day or two is enough. Liao Wei would not be able to rest in peace until he saw the evil spirit turn to ashes. The entire 100 House team was wiped out. All right, bear with it. Feng Guangling acted instantly. It didn't matter that he couldn't perform acupuncture without silver needles. As long as he sealed the acupoints, he could still prolong Liao Wei's life. But when the time comes, even the great Luo Golden Immortal Wound Tea be able to save Liao Wei. Ming Qingtian looked at the white-clad man before him, with killing intent swirling deep in his eyes. Do you know the consequences of blocking my Demon Suppression Division's path? He lightly exhaled a breath of turbid air, squinting his eyes slightly as he spoke softly. Suchan acted because Feng Guangling's letter requested the aid of a spirit communication realm expert. Ming Qingtian acted purely out of concern that something unexpected might happen to Feng Guangling. However, he never expected that someone would dare to ambush him on the road. Nor did he expect that the one ambushing him would be someone from that place. Fellow Taoist, I am merely acting on someone else's request. The white-clad man said with a seemingly helpless smile. Acting on someone else's request? No, from the moment you appeared here, it has already become war. Since the heavenly outer heaven dares to intervene in the matters of my Demon Suppression Division, then be prepared to face my sword. Ming Qingtian slowly drew out the demon-slaying sword. What do you mean? The man in white suddenly narrowed his eyes, his expression extremely grave as he looked at Ming Qingtian. The word war has never been taken lightly. If the people from the heavenly outer heaven obstruct us from doing our work in the Demon Suppression Division, what do you think will happen? Ming Qingtian pointed the sword directly at the man in white, his gaze icy cold. I am not from the heavenly outer heaven. The man in white stared at Ming Qingtian with a focused gaze. This matter cannot be admitted. Once admitted, who can withstand the madness of those few lunatics in the Demon Suppression Division? The heavenly outer heaven will definitely discard them as pawns to vent their anger. Do you think this is 20 years ago? Do you think I am a sword maniac? The sin on you is more familiar to me than you think. Ming Qingtian scoffed, his eyes filled with mockery. The reason the sword maniac failed twice is something the Demon Suppression Division knows well. The people who secretly acted back then are all recorded in the Demon Suppression Division. It was fine to secretly stir up trouble, but now they dare to openly block the road. Do they really think the Demon Suppression Division is just for show? The murderous aura gradually emerged from the man in white, his eyes gathering a killing intent. After a moment, the murderous aura dissipated, and the killing intent disappeared. You are mistaken. I am just acting on someone's orders. Please wait here for 12 hours, and don't make it difficult for me. Despite his identity being exposed, the man in white still insisted on his original intention. Ming Qingtian was right. The Demon Suppression Division is not the sword maniac. They dare to block the sword maniac's path, but do not dare to openly disrupt the tasks of the Demon Suppression Division. It doesn't matter if they deny it. As long as our Demon Suppression Division recognizes it, you cannot escape. The Demon Suppression Division is reasonable, but it also does not tolerate nonsense. Having been recognized, there is no way to deny it. The man in white's mind shook violently. He understood Ming Qingtian's meaning very well. You deny your side, we do our thing. If the heavenly outer heaven is not afraid of the Demon Suppression Division turning against them, then bear it to the end. Otherwise, you will have to hand over the people. This trip has been a loss. A huge loss. For such little profit to accept this task, he might end up losing himself in the end. Ming Chung Tian completely ignored what the man in white would think. The moment his words fell, he suddenly raised the demon-slaying sword. In that instant, the world was shrouded in darkness. The seventh blade of the demon-slaying technique. The sword opened the heavens. Impossible. You are just a deputy commander. How could you possibly use the seventh blade? In that moment, the horrified voice of the man in white echoed throughout the heavens and earth, and as the sound rang out, it disappeared, and the world returned to silence. The entire space turned to darkness, and a bright light suddenly split open, illuminating the area as if a pure black curtain had been sliced open from a diagonal angle. Why did Ming Chung Tian waste so many words with the man in white? It was merely to build momentum. Ming Chung Tian could use the seventh blade, but he was not skilled at it. He needed to build up power. Sheathing the sword, Ming Chung Tian slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, waved his hand, and the man in white's body disappeared on the spot, stored in a storage ring. In this world, storage items can take everything except living beings. That Sy Feng Guangling desperately wanted a storage bracelet. Heavenly outer heaven, wait for me. Ming Chung Tian looked up at the sky. Without even taking a moment to adjust his breath, he spread his form and dashed towards Hang Shui town. The emergence of evil demons or something happening to Feng Guangling is unacceptable. Only by arriving before these two events occur can certain people's schemes be extinguished and prevent that lunatic from going mad. Otherwise, whether the southeastern region can be preserved this time is truly uncertain. The Hidden Hand this time has very large ambitions. What they want is not just an evil demon at the communication realm. What they want is 1/3 of the territory of the southeastern region. Chapter 43 True Masters. Evil demons are not scary. What is terrifying is the human heart. Ming Chung Tian has not yet investigated who is causing trouble behind the scenes. But one thing is certain, this matter cannot be unrelated to those from the heavenly outer heaven. If they dare to intervene in the matters of the Demon Suppression Division, then they must be prepared to be struck down. Do they really think the Demon Suppression Division can only operate in the Wind Transformation Continent? On the other side, Su Chan held his sword in one hand, looking indifferently at Feng Guang leaning against the stone. Aren't you at the intermediate level of the communication realm? Feng Guang clutched his chest, which was bleeding profusely, staring in shock at Su Chan. He is Feng Guang, the third gun of the Wind Transformation Continent, a one-man, one-gun annihilation of a sect, who has achieved complete mastery in the communication realm and can kill those at the intermediate level. He is undoubtedly the pride of the Wind Transformation Continent. But now he actually lost to Su Chan, who is weaker than him. He could not accept it. Was there an error in the information, or was he just careless? Feng Guang couldn't figure it out. When you came to block me, didn't you already know my background? Didn't anyone tell you that I am the hardest nut to crack in the southeastern region? Even my master uncle doesn't want to fight with me. Where does your confidence come from to charge at me like this? I've killed those at the high level of the communication realm before. Su Chan casually glanced at Feng Guang as he sheathed his sword. He and deliberately looked into the past. But if someone dared to act so arrogantly in front of Su Chan, they should be prepared to be beaten. Tell me, who sent you to block the road? Do you want to know? Feng Guang sneered at Su Chan, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Forget it, you don't seem to know. Leaving this sentence behind, Su Chan sped forward. There was no time to waste here. Those who should die will die. Investigating the Hidden Hand can wait until after the trouble is resolved. Besides, it's just a Feng Guang. Could he really know such things? Those who dare to act against the Demon Suppression Division are not insignificant characters. Watching Su Chan disappear into the distance, Feng Guang raised his hand, unwillingly grabbing at the air, and finally let his arm droop helplessly. He truly did not know. If he had known, he could have exchanged information about the Hidden Hand for a chance to live, but unfortunately, there is no if. Brother Guangling, what should we do next? Bai Yi sat bored on the stone, looking around. The excitement of just seeing the evil demon had passed, and as for Feng Guangling's feats, to Bai Yi, that was only natural. Besides, it has been 2 or 3 hours since then. No matter how excited one is, they must cool down. Wait. Feng Guangling opened his eyes. Looking at the translucent light shield where the evil demon was also meditating cross-legged, a cold and fierce arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a rather inappropriate thought popped into his mind again. How about we go in and hit him again? As soon as this thought emerged, Feng Guangling was shocked himself. Go in and deal with the evil demon? Don't joke, going in is like delivering food. The first time, the evil demon was unprepared, which is why they could escape so smoothly and quickly. Now that the evil demon is on guard, it is estimated that as soon as Feng Guangling enters the array, he would be torn apart the next second. Brother Guangling, how about we hit him again? I still have 2 attack talismans. Let us give it a try? Bai Yi suddenly said this while staring at the evil demon. Feng Guangling looked at Bai Yi speechlessly. Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. He had this idea, and Bai Yi actually said it directly. Truly a good brother. Don't joke, The difference in strength is too great. We can't defeat it. Feng Guangling waved his hand. The night watchman around looked at Bai Yi as if he were a fool. This person is quite brave. Suddenly, Feng Guangling's gaze suddenly focused, and he abruptly looked up at the northwest direction. At the same time, the night watchmen suddenly drew their swords, fully alert to their surroundings. An incredibly sharp aura suddenly descended from the sky, and the next moment, a figure crashed down, landing about 100 meters in front of Feng Guangling and the others. Little Flag Master, this is the Deputy Commander Ming Chengtian, Master Ming. Li Dian's pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly whispered a reminder to Feng Guangling. Liao Wei, who was originally leaning against a rock, trembled at the sight of Ming Chengtian, and an excited expression instantly climbed onto his face. He had seen the commander-in-chief before. Feng Guangling sheathed his sword and cupped his fists in salute. No need for too much courtesy. This time, thanks to you all, Ming Chengtian genuinely felt relieved. The carrier pigeons brought by Feng Guangling and the others were still from the Ming Shui Town Demon Suppression Office. So the message was still sent by the Ming Shui Town Demon Suppression Office. If it were the Demon Suppression Office in Fujing, it wouldn't have made it here in less than 5 or 6 days. With the evil spirits not having emerged, Feng Guangling did not recklessly charge in to confront the evil spirits, which was a good thing. Commander-in-Chief, it has been confirmed that the evil spirit inside is at the level of complete clarity, and at least a mid-level spirit communicator is needed to take it down. How do you know? Ming Chengtian was somewhat surprised. Feng Guangling did not seem like a mystic. How did he know the strength level of the evil spirit? I just went in to test it. I couldn't kill it, so I escaped, Feng Guangling replied. Having no mind-reading abilities and at least not knowing what Ming Chengtian was thinking, his tone even carried a hint of helplessness. As a Taoist, seeing a fierce ghost that he couldn't defeat was a feeling that was hard to describe in words. Oh, you couldn't kill it? You just went in? Ming Chengtian suddenly looked up, incredulously staring at Feng Guangling. Is there something wrong? Feng Guangling was startled. Ming Chengtian's reaction seemed off. Did he do something wrong? But that didn't make sense. Isn't the job of the Demon Suppression Office to slay demons and eliminate evil? Seeing the evil spirit and not charging in with a sword, should he just watch? No, nothing's wrong. Just don't be so impulsive in the future. All right, leave this to me. You all can rest. Ming Chengtian collected his emotions and walked towards the translucent light shield, looking at the hideous and terrifying evil spirit. Ming Chengtian could only feel a sense of dread. Feng Guangling actually went in, and this evil spirit was actually at the level of complete clarity. A small misstep, and the southeastern region would not just lose 1/3, but would fall completely, without the beasts from the Linhe forest coming out. Even a sword madman who had no restraints would be enough to bring devastation to the southeastern region. When stepping into the formation of talismans, Ming Chengtian didn't even look. He just drew his sword. Buzz. The air between heaven and earth was filled with sword energy. This was the first time Feng Guangling truly witnessed a master of this continent make a move. His line of sight was completely occupied by that brilliant sword light. Amidst the screams, the helpless evil spirit actually melted away within the sword light. Turning to ashes was nothing. It directly dissolved. Feng Guangling's eyes widened in disbelief at this scene. A master, a true master. The commander-in-chief was so terrifying? Just one sword strike? Now it seemed completely futile. Not to mention figuring out the combat power of the commander-in-chief, he had just been unable to even see how Ming Chengtian drew his sword. It was just a posture of drawing the sword, and without even blinking, the demon-slaying blade was already sheathed, and the evil spirit had disappeared from this world. Chapter 44, The Real Layout. The danger is gone. You can continue your journey. I will send your merits over to Fujing. Kid, Fujing is very dangerous. Don't act so recklessly in the future. If you encounter something you can't see through or can't defeat, run quickly. And don't believe everything your eyes see. In this world, you're not the only one practicing concealment techniques. While Feng Guangling was lost in thought, Ming Chengtian had already walked up to him, earnestly reminding him. Now Ming Chengtian was starting to regret why he had listened to Feng Yuman's persuasion to arrange Feng Guangling into the Demon Suppression Office. This was clearly not finding an assistant, but rather finding a reckless little ancestor. Regardless of whether Feng Guangling had understood or remembered, Ming Chengtian had already grabbed Liao Wei and left directly. Bai Yi waved his hand in front of Feng Guangling. Feng Guangling jolted awake and impatiently swatted Bai Yi's hand away. What about the commander-in-chief? Until now, Feng Guangling still didn't know what the commander-in-chief's name was. That last sword strike was so shocking that Feng Guangling was completely immersed in it. He didn't improve in mystic arts or anything, but he had become clearer about the direction of his cultivation. Whether in techniques or mystic arts, the ultimate purpose was to kill enemies. The simpler the kill, the better. Instant spell casting, oh no, instant mystic arts, was already urgent and couldn't be delayed. He needed to find some time to study further and see if mystic arts could be performed without hand seals. If he could achieve something like the commander-in-chief, drawing the sword would be akin to performing mystic arts. How exhilarating that would be. In fact, not all mystics were as domineering as Ming Qingtian, who could directly kill a complete clarity evil spirit with a single sword. But Feng Guangling didn't know that. His original self was just a spoiled young master. Let alone being a true master. He didn't even know how to classify the levels of mystics. Otherwise, Feng Guangling wouldn't have to spend over a month immersed in the sea of knowledge. He left with Liao Xiaoqi. Feng Guangling sighed in disappointment. He should have asked what level of strength the commander-in-chief had to make a horizontal comparison. Those who are afraid of death will be unable to control their desire to pry into anything that could increase their chances of survival. Clearly, Feng Guangling was such a person. Lord Ming, what is going on? Su Chan stared blankly at Ming Qingtian. He hadn't dared to stop along the way, not even to pick up the spoils after killing, all in order to hurry to Hengshui town. But now it seemed he might not need to act himself. Had his master already resolved the situation? Ming Qingtian kicked Su Chan in annoyance. Yes, Su Chan was extremely arrogant outside, but in front of his master and superior, he was as timid as could be. Don't be fooled by how he had bragged in front of Feng Guangling. When Ming Qingtian wanted to hit him, he either ran away or obediently took the hit. Meanwhile, at the Talisman Tower, almost at the moment the white-clad man was killed, Su Su had already received the news. 12 hours. No, the other side couldn't even hold him for a quarter of an hour. This meant his plan had failed. The first move, completely lost. Liao Wei had not sought help from the Fu Jing Demon Suppression Office, but from the Ming Shui Town Demon Suppression Office. That was fine. But the Ming Shui Town Demon Suppression Office had even sent out a master like Ming Qingtian. Who could he complain to? It seemed your first move has already been broken. Pan Ming smiled. Su Su's first move was indeed ruthless. If it had succeeded, 1/3 of the southeastern region would have fallen. You must know, Su Su was not just launching hidden moves in Hengshui Town. He was launching them simultaneously in multiple places. Several counties around Fu Jing were also afflicted by evil spirits. This was to restrain the Fu Jing Demon Suppression Office, not allowing them the strength to mobilize for rescue. The real backup, besides Hengshui Town, also included Ming Shui County. Whether Hengshui Town or Ming Shui County succeeded, if one of them could successfully cultivate an evil spirit at the spirit communicator level, then he would have the capital to cooperate with the beasts. The Demon Suppression Office would definitely be cautious. There had never been an evil spirit raised that reached above the spirit communicator level. Once an evil spirit broke through to the spirit communicator level, as long as there was enough blood energy, they could break through anytime and anywhere. What would the final result be? Both Ming Shui County and Hengshui Town would be gone. As for those nearby Fu Jing, they were merely pawns. Hengshui Town had Ming Qingtian go over. Failure was not unexpected. But what about Ming Shui County? Why did it fail silently? Hengshui Town could at least cause some ripples. But why did Ming Shui County not make a sound at all? You should know that there are 3 people from Taoism in Ming Shui County. And these 3 were almost killed at the same time. A single misstep in the game. Ming Shui County is not simple. But it doesn't matter. The loss is bearable. Su Su's expression was gloomy. This time, the price of losing was too great. Even the benefits Su Nuo promised to Taoism were equivalent to 5 years of hard work in Fujing. Do you still want to continue making moves? Pan Ming suddenly raised his head, looking at Su Su in disbelief. The evil spirits were not Su Su's trump card? The meaning of being able to bear the loss is that these are all pawns. The real living pieces are not here. Yes, I still have a chance. It depends on whether Ming Shui County's Demon Suppression Division truly has capable people in charge, or if they are just feigning a situation. Su Su gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. On this day, throughout the southeastern region, a total of 131 evil spirits appeared in the world. All the evil spirits were artificially raised. Among them, 5 evil spirits were at the peak of the Tongming realm, 3 near Fujing, and as soon as they emerged, they were directly killed by the Demon Suppression Division. The other 2 were in Mingshui County and Hengshui Town. The evil spirits in Hengshui Town died at the hands of the division's commanding officer. And if Su Su was not the one who set up the layout in Mingshui County, he would not even dare to confirm whether there was a hidden danger of evil spirits erupting there, because there was truly no information at all. Even the 3 people from Taoism had disappeared mysteriously. When Feng Guangling was on his way to Fujing, 3 men in black robes had already crossed the nearest small town to Lina Forest and entered the outer area of Lingyi Forest, heading towards the central area. The danger of the Great Hua Empire does not lie within, but rather in the surroundings. Among them, the beast problem in Linha Forest is the most dangerous. A slight misstep, and the Great Hua Empire will surely suffer immense casualties. Oh, 3 guests from Taoism, where are you going? On the only way into the central area of Linha Forest, a man dressed in the county magistrate's attire stood smiling in the middle of the road. He had his hands stacked on his sword, and no aura emanated from him, resembling an ordinary commoner, yet his eyes shone with divine light. Chapter 45. I have experience. On the eerie mountain path, both sides faced off. One side was a middle-aged man with a sword, looking lost but not confused, like a wealthy man out for a stroll. The other side was a rough-looking man, exuding a chilling aura, appearing quite formidable. Feng Yumin truly did not see anything significant about this. He had killed people from Taoism before, and had even killed quite a few. It was just that he had too many concerns, which constrained him. 30 years ago, it was for Feng Guangling's mother. 20 years ago, it was for Feng Guangling. Now, Feng Yumin had no shackles on him. Feng Guangling was in the Demon Suppression Division, so there was no need to worry about safety at all. This was also why Feng Yumin was willing to let Feng Guangling enter the Demon Suppression Division. The beasts in Linhe Forest were getting restless again. Feng Guangling was safer in the Demon Suppression Division than by his side. Moreover, the child had grown up and indeed needed to see the world. Who are you? And why are you here? The leading black-clad man looked at Feng Yumin, his brows slightly furrowing, and instinctively assumed a combat stance. In the desolate forest, standing there with a sword blocking the way, who would believe there is no problem? But asking was still necessary, as there might be a misunderstanding. Every day, too many people entered Linhe Forest for training. This was a situation created by the Demon Suppression Division over nearly 60 years. 60 years ago, the Great Hua Empire could only fully guard against the beasts from Linhe Forest wreaking havoc on the world. Now, practitioners of the Great Hua Empire were eager to strengthen their powers to enter the beast forest, slay beasts, and obtain cultivation resources. Only someone like Feng Guangling, a rich kid, wouldn't understand the value of cultivation resources, and now Feng Guangling basically didn't need any resources. Although his techniques seemed to belong to the same system as the world's mystical arts, what he needed for cultivation was completely different. Others needed beast cores, beast meat, and even the skins of beasts, but Feng Guangling did not need any of that. This also led to Feng Guangling completely not understanding why those practitioners both feared and were excited to see beasts. Me? It seems we are not from the same group. Otherwise, you wouldn't ask such a foolish question. This path is blocked. Oh no, to put it in my son's words, this area is my territory. So you all can leave. Feng Yumin felt a bit nostalgic. He missed his son a little. Without him causing trouble, life felt a bit less fun. Those young ladies who sought out his son to tease were also interesting. It felt like a source of income was lost. The fact that Feng Guangling teased good girls was no secret, but that was mostly just verbal teasing, and later there was compensation from Feng Yumin, the county magistrate. Who wouldn't want such good fortune? But who knows, most of the girls Feng Guangling teased were actually children from poor families. Moreover, they were personally approved by Feng Yumin. No one would believe it if it were said. So, over the years, it wasn't that Feng Guangling didn't want to do wrong, but he was being closely watched. Perhaps those who were teased truly wished for Feng Guangling to be hands-on with them. It seems a scene must be staged. The leading black-clad man suddenly raised his head, and a terrifying aura suddenly swept across the area. Channel of the initial stage. These are channel-level experts. There are very few channel-level experts on the entire wind erosion continent. And publicly, there are only 5 at the peak of the channel. Now, 3 have appeared here. Even though they are only at the initial stage, if this gets out, it will definitely cause a sensation. Feng Yumin's eyes slightly narrowed, his face still smiling. I said there's no need to waste words with you. That old bastard just doesn't believe it. After all, it still has to be staged, wasting breath. The moment the voice fell, Feng Yumin suddenly pressed down on the sword hilt, and the long sword sank 3 inches into the ground. It had been too long since he had fought. It was time to get his muscles moving. In that instant, the faces of the 3 initial stage black-clad men changed drastically. A violent and heart-pounding aura suddenly swept across the area, and swords gradually appeared in the air, with sword hilts facing up and sword tips facing down, forming a circle, densely packed within a radius of 1,000 meters, overwhelming. I have experience dealing with channel-level beings. The next moment, 10,000 swords moved in unison. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying sound of breaking air instantly shattered the tranquility of the forest. Wherever it passed, whether it was boulders or giant trees, they were instantly obliterated. No, you are a sword maniac. Before the terrified echoes had faded, they had already dissipated. The slaughtering heaven sword, the signature mystical art of the sword maniac. Feng Guangling was about to go crazy. Looking at Bai Qi in front of him, Feng Guangling wanted to retort. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline of morality? Indeed, Feng Guangling was also blocked. Moreover, he was blocked by the head of the Bai family, one of the 3 major families in the southeastern region. Who would believe this? The head of the Bai family blocking a small character. What made Feng Guangling almost spit blood was that before this, he had even forcefully pursued the daughter of this roadblocker. This matter, no matter how you looked at it, felt off. From the first day he arrived in this world, after a few instinctive movements. Feng Guangling was incredibly sure that the karma between him and the Bai family was not so easily resolved. This was also the reason he had been avoiding the Bai family. It's a joke. With his insufficient strength, the Bai family members wouldn't even need to appear personally. Any force wanting to cling to the Bai family's thigh could easily wipe Feng Guangling out with just a sneeze. You can say he needs to be cautious. Dad. Bai looked at Bai Qi, who had walked out of the group alone, with a surprised and strange gaze. What was his dad doing here at this time? Didn't he say he wouldn't come to Mingshui County? Oh, we are already outside the boundaries of Mingshui County? Then it's fine. The thoughts of the young master Bai were this simple. Uncle Bai? Feng Guangling gritted his teeth and performed a formal salute. It was awkward, too awkward. Meeting the father-in-law was already a nerve-wracking experience, especially since the situation between him and Bai Fuling was not exactly friendly. Now, with Bai Qi threatening him with a knife, he had no choice but to endure it. Bai Qi glanced at Feng Guangling with a look that was neither here nor there, ignoring him and instead focusing on Bai Yi. Bai Qi raised his whip, pretending to strike at Bai Yi. Moreover, he knew that Feng Guangling would also go to Fujing, so there would be plenty of opportunities and time to hang out together later. Bai Qi remained silent, staring intently at Feng Guangling as if he were scrutinizing him. Ultimately, it was Feng Guangling who couldn't withstand the atmosphere and spoke first. Uncle Bai, do you have anything to instruct me? Chapter 46, Digging Roots. Who can understand the social death feeling of being caught red-handed for doing something wrong and then facing a creditor? In any case, Feng Guangling felt extremely awkward. Are you now a Xian practitioner? Bai Qi stared seriously at Feng Guangling, his expression very grave. A person who originally had no Xian energy and couldn't practice Xian techniques suddenly becoming a small flag in the demon suppression division and even slaying demons and monsters. Who would believe that? But this was the fact happening right in front of them. It was also thanks to Feng Guangling being careful not to show any flaws before, otherwise. Whether he could survive until now would still be uncertain. Who could become a regional overlord without a bit of cunning and depth? Yes, Feng Guangling nodded heavily without hesitation. There was no need to hide such matters. Although he used the Xinzhou technique, it was essentially the same as the Xian techniques of the Wenhua continent. Saying he was a Xian practitioner wasn't entirely wrong. Little Fuling is now working at the Fujing town government office. Bai Qi seemed to think of something, and after giving Feng Guangling a deep look, he didn't continue speaking and turned to leave. Feng Guangling was completely at a loss. Wait, what do you want to do? Just saying that Bai Fuling is working at the town government office? What do you want me to do? Avoid her and not meet her, or cling to her like before? You need to clarify. He wanted to shout, but seeing Bai Yi's reluctant expression, Feng Guangling consciously lowered his hand. Wu Yang Tianzuan, I don't want to add on to the complications. They continued their silent rush. Fujing was right ahead. If they took the official road, it would take about 20 days. If they took the mountain path, it would take a month and a half. Feng Guangling wasn't a masochist, but he wanted to learn more about this world, so he chose to take the mountain path. At the Talisman Tower, Su Su finally lost the calm demeanor of having the upper hand. The plan that affected the entire southeastern region was completely shattered in just one day. The 9 people brought from the outer heaven at a great cost were all dead. Among them, 3 from the Mingshui side hadn't even been seen since. A single misstep. Su Su sighed softly. A grand scheme wasted. This was no joke, it was deadly serious. Have you thought about the next step? Pan Ming asked while cleaning up the white pieces on the chessboard. As for Su Su's claim of a single misstep, Pan Ming didn't agree at all. He didn't even remind Su Su that the real bloodshed time was yet to come, regardless of whether the attackers were monsters or evildoers. The Demon Suppression Division would strike hard, but it wouldn't lead to rivers of blood. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Demon Suppression Division had acted mercilessly twice before. They had actually controlled it to a certain extent. But now, it was different. If the people from the outer heaven acted, it wouldn't just be the Demon Suppression Division going crazy, but also the Dahuang Empire, the largest violent organization. Especially with those 3 madmen still present in the southeastern region, if the Demon Suppression Division truly spared no effort to ask them to act. Whoever was behind this would surely pay a bloody price. Even if that person was the master of the Talisman Tower, it would be the same. Not having cleaned up the situation, the second piece had already been dropped. Pan, aren't you going to make a move? Su Su gently shook his head. Once a piece is played, there's no regret. Since I've lost, I must admit it. But who says I've lost? Su Su, you are the order. Can the people from the Demon Suppression Division really cover the sky with one hand? I'm getting close. Monsters and evildoers are too tightly guarded in the southeastern region. I need to think carefully. Pan Ming lightly laughed as he placed a black piece on the chessboard. Su Su's gaze suddenly sharpened. A glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Pan Ming's meaning was simple and straightforward. Monsters and evildoers were too easily targeted. And the attitude of the Demon Suppression Division was resolutely infuriating. So he wasn't prepared to start from there. That meant he could only start from humans. Is he preparing to dig into the roots of the Dahuang Empire? The Dahuang Empire had been established for 3,000 years. Whether it was the monster disaster or the hidden dangers of evildoers, it had weathered many storms and remained standing. What was the reason? People. Putting people first is the principle of the Dahuang Empire. Among so many countries in the Windhua continent, the ferocity and recklessness of the Dahuang Empire were well known. Even Bei Meng fell short of the Dahuang Empire in this regard. If Pan Meng succeeded, the national fortune of the Dahuang Empire might come to an end. These shadowy people were indeed ruthless. At the Feng family mansion, the atmosphere was somewhat bland. Since Feng Guangling started working at the Demon Suppression Division and no longer lived at the Feng family, the atmosphere at home had not been as lively as usual. In the past, it was always chaotic. Either Feng Guangling chased Feng Yumin with a broom, or Feng Yumin chased Feng Guangling with a ruler. Or Feng Guangling and Bai Yi took their dogs out and fought cocks, causing a ruckus everywhere. Now that it had quieted down, it felt quite unfamiliar. In the study, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Feng Yumin and Ming Qingtian faced each other, both wearing extremely solemn expressions. How did you agree to me back then? I once hold you accountable for the previous matters with the Barren Mountains and the Shaoyan sect. What about this time? Is the Demon Suppression Division really out of people? You actually sent a small flag who has been in office for less than 2 months to handle such matters? Ming Qingtian, Lord Ming, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Feng Yumin put down his teacup, and as he lifted his head, a killing intent surged in his eyes. A terrifying oppressive aura suddenly bursting forth. Ming Qingtian smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew today would be unlucky when he found there was no tea to drink. He didn't expect Feng Yumin to be so straightforward, launching a direct attack. Brother Feng, this is just an accident. Now, Ming Qingtian had none of the domineering aura he had in front of the outer heaven people. He looked like a bullied little wife. Don't mention accidents to me. Repeatedly, if you can't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I will let you know what a real accident is. Feng Yumin stared at Ming Qingtian, looking as if he would fight if they didn't agree. I've already applied for a talisman for him. Don't worry. Its quality is not lower than the life-saving talisman you gave him. Feng Yumin's life-saving talisman could directly kill a monster at the Tongming level. Defensive talismans or formation talismans were common, but attack talismans were rare. How many? Feng Yumin was more direct, asking how many talismans there were without caring about the type. As long as it was a talisman of a certain grade, it was worth its weight in gold. If talismans were used well, they could indeed save lives. Ming Qingtian's mouth dropped open slightly. How many? Brother, do you even want to hear what you're saying? Those talismans can kill a fully realized Tongming. Are you joking with me? Chapter 47. Killing Made Easy. Ming Qingtian looked lifeless as he held the tea that Feng Yumin had just given him. He had been robbed and suffered heavy losses. 1 Tongming defensive talisman, 2 Tongming attack talismans. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't produce the channel talismans, perhaps Feng Yumin would have really taken action to rob. Has the group from Tian Weishan in the southeast region been cleared out? Feng Yumin held a teacup, feeling completely relaxed. He could indeed obtain talismans. High-grade talismans are not easy to come by. Even the Demon Suppression Division doesn't have many. Extracting 3 spiritual talismans from Ming Qingtian was already a significant victory. Rest assured, they won't escape. A killing intent appeared on Ming Qingtian's face. You've said that to me 3 times, and my son has nearly encountered trouble 3 times because of it. Ahem, the nature is different. Regarding protection, perhaps our Demon Suppression Division hasn't been thorough enough. But when it comes to killing, it's something we handle with ease. Protecting people and killing are 2 different matters. Originally, Ming Qingtian wanted to say that the Demon Suppression Division was professional in both protection and killing, but thinking of how Feng Guangling had almost been implicated 3 times, he instantly changed his words. Perhaps reasoning with others can work, but reasoning with Jian Kuang. In the end, Jian Kuang will make you see 100 swords unleashed. Do you need me to take a trip to Tian Weishan? Feng Yumin looked up at Ming Qingtian. After all, having robbed Ming Qingtian of so many talismans, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to exert a little effort. Moreover, he had been wanting to deal with the people from Tian Weishan for quite some time. Taking this opportunity to vent a little, so those people wouldn't always come down to provoke him, seemed like a good choice. The old drunkard has already left. This time, the people from Tian Weishan will surely cry. Ming Qingtian smiled coldly. Why provoke anyone else when you could provoke the old drunkard of the Demon Suppression Division? From the time when Ming Qingtian was just a small flag, the old drunkard had already been an elder of the Demon Suppression Division. One could say that Ming Qingtian grew up watching the old drunkard's glory. So he knew very well that this time, Tian Weishan would definitely suffer significant losses. Perhaps 1 or 2 sects might even be exterminated. Do they really think they can bully others just because the Finghua continent has declined? Who knows how many powerful beings are hidden within? Furthermore, The nature of the Demon Suppression Division is different from that of ordinary sects and nations. Provoking the Demon Suppression Division means you won't die, but you'll certainly suffer. Feng Yuman's eyes suddenly narrowed. How could such an unreliable bastard be released? What does that old bastard in the yellow robe think? Do I still have wine stored with that old bastard? On that day, in the southeast region, there were no less than 50 murders, and the town's office was running around so much that their legs were almost broken. In contrast, the Demon Suppression Division was very quiet. Because of these matters, those with too low a strength and level couldn't get involved at all. Everything was done by the Demon Suppression Division, and the lowest strength level was intermediate spiritual connection. Anyone who blindly approached without knowing the dangers could only say they were unlucky. The three major families in the southeast region completely turned into quails, not daring to make a sound. Why? It's simple. On the surface, it seemed unrelated to the Demon Suppression Division, but in reality, it was the Demon Suppression Division's doing. And it was all mid to high tier combatants. Moreover, they also discovered that the targets of the Demon Suppression Division this time were only one type of person, those who came from Taoism or those who had deep connections with Taoism. Taoism is not a single force or sect. It is a place, one that is even more vast than the Finghua continent. However, unlike the Finghua continent, they do not have national autonomy, but are managed by sections. The strong are respected in the Finghua continent, and for 99 of the people, that place is unattainable. It's like the Heavenly Court in Shenzhou. Everyone knows the Heavenly Court exists, but they don't know where it is or how to enter it. There isn't much descriptive information about Taoism in the Finghua continent. Most of it is just 3 words. It was also on this day that an old man wielding a long, unsheathed knife entered Taoism. On that day, 2 medium-sized sects and 1 large sect in Taoism were almost crushed. In the end, it was the ancestors of these 2 sects who stepped in and paid a hefty sum to suppress the incident. No one knows the old man's name. They only know that after the ancestor of the large sect came out, he couldn't help but shout loudly, "Old drunkard, you dare to break the agreement." The younger generation could only remain clueless about what those 3 words, "old drunkard," meant. Those from 60 years ago were all terrified. Back then, the old drunkard almost turned Taoism upside down. Although this matter eventually died down, thereafter, the disciples of Taoism's forces no longer dared to casually enter the Finghua continent. There was no way. 1/3 of the hidden pieces laid down over 60 years were wiped out, especially within the Great Hua Empire, where they were completely annihilated. The pain and distress cannot fully describe the feelings of those from Taoism who had established forces on the Finghua continent. Investigate, dig 3 feet into the ground. I want to know why the Demon Suppression Division has gone mad. This was the order issued from the highest building in Taoism. Of course, they no longer dared to send channel experts into the Finghua continent. When the old drunkard left, he only left behind 1 sentence. If any channel realm experts enter the Finghua continent again, the Demon Suppression Division won't mind starting a war. So from now on, there will be no more than channel realm experts entering the Finghua continent. The war maniacs of the Demon Suppression Division never joke with you. When they say war, it's war. Back when the Finghua continent wasn't a united front, the Demon Suppression Division dared to confront the Buddhist sect while fighting 5 sects from Taoism. What others called war might only be one-on-one. The war in the Great Hua Empire was against all forces. That time, the number 1 sect in Taoism, the floating sect, was almost crushed and later submerged in the rolling tide of the world. And the Demon Suppression Division has always been there. Their attitude towards Taoism isn't much better than their attitude towards demonic beasts. If you really think the Demon Suppression Division is just a violent organization of the Great Hua Empire, then you're not far from death. Feng Guangling had no idea that because of this matter, the dangers he faced later were greatly reduced. Taoism had actually been ready to take action. They just hadn't found a good opportunity. But they never expected that the Demon Suppression Division would suddenly strike without any warning. The layout within the Great Hua Empire was directly overturned under Su's instigation, leaving no trace. Lord Little Flag, after this town, there's just 1 more day's journey to enter Fuiying. Do you think we should rest for a night in the town? Li Jian took out a map and pointed to 2 landmarks on it to introduce them to Feng Guangling. Throughout this journey, the 7 Night Watchers had developed a deep admiration and recognition of Feng Guangling. The Xiaoyan sect is the assessment for becoming a Night Watcher in the Demon Suppression Division. The journey from Mingshui County to Fuiying was Feng Guangling's assessment for entering the Demon Suppression Division as a Little Flag. Chapter 48. People are scarier than evil spirits. The journey from Mingshui County to Fuiying was not just a leisurely trip. Besides the previous 2 missions, Feng Guangling and his group encountered 3 low-level evil spirits and 11 advanced demonic beasts. The reason why so many practitioners have gathered in the southeast region is because of this. Exterminating demons and upholding the way. No, it's about slaying demons and eliminating evil. Because slaying demons and eliminating evil is profitable, Moreover, Feng Guangling, as a little flag, besides taking some meat to fill his stomach from the killed demonic beasts, handed over everything else to Li Dian for distribution. In short, following Feng Guangling means either eating meat or drinking wine. Most importantly, there are no dangers. Which little flag doesn't let the night watchers go first? Only when the night watchers can't handle it will the little flag take action. With Feng Guangling here, it's completely reversed. Feng Guangling's eyes lit up at the sight of the demonic beasts, and he trembled with excitement at the sight of the evil spirits. The night watchers take action? No, just watch. Feng Guangling will handle it himself. After all this time, Feng Guangling's internal 5 elements have not been repaired much, and his lifespan hasn't increased significantly, but his mastery of mysterious arts has indeed improved. Where in the divine land can one find so many demon beasts and evil spirits to practice on? To put it bluntly, some Taoists might not even catch a ghost once in their lifetime. Feng Guangling could be said to have had his fill. At the same time, he discovered a very important problem. Demon beasts or evil spirits below the spirit communication realm have some effect on his body, but it's not significant. The repair of the 5 elements within is crucial for his life, and this is what Feng Guangling values the most. However, just thinking about the troublesome nature of demon beasts or evil spirits in the spirit communication realm gives Feng Guangling a headache. He initially thought that the sky was high enough for birds to fly freely and the sea was vast enough for fish to leap, but in the end, it turned out to be so arduous. Rest first, then set off. Feng Guangling looked at the dark clouds above the town, his eyes brightening slightly. Evil spirits? Why are there so many evil spirits on this journey? The southeastern region is near the Linha forest, so it's reasonable to have many demon beasts. But having evil spirits is a bit inexplicable. Not to mention humans. Even demon beasts should want to eliminate evil spirits. But along the way, Feng Guangling had already killed several of them. This situation could be described as rampant. As soon as he entered the small town, Feng Guangling couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. The Yin energy was not heavy, but the resentment was strong. How many people must have died here? The most surprising thing is that there are no evil spirits. With such strong resentment, it's somewhat amusing that no evil spirits have emerged. Master Xiaoqi, something seems off. Xiaowu quietly approached Feng Guangling and reported in a low voice. What is going on? This town seems to be a dead zone. It's not unusual for a village to be a dead zone. Some people can't survive, and it's quite common for the entire village to migrate on the weathering continent. But for an entire town to be a dead zone, that must indicate some problems. Even if powerful beings fought here, there would definitely be some who stayed behind to live. Don't underestimate a small town. The wealth it holds is definitely beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Moreover, the Dahuang Empire does not allow a small town to be completely abandoned. Even a town bordering the Linha forest has people responsible for guarding it. Feng Guangling calculated with his fingers, but still couldn't he figure out what the problem was. Having been in this world for so long, slaying demons and eliminating evil, he had never encountered such a situation. The heavenly secrets are obscured. There are indeed capable people in this world. At that moment, Feng Guangling felt a chill run through his entire body. After all, he had taken over someone else's body to survive, and although he had looked at his own fortune, it wasn't accurate, but it was not difficult to see from the mirror that he had signs of early death. This early death does not mean that Feng Guangling died from being drugged and overworked at 18, but rather that he should have perished at the age of 3. Unexpectedly, he had been forcibly extended for 15 years, yet in the end, he still couldn't break through the concept of life and death, allowing the current Feng Guangling to take advantage of this. Concealing heavenly secrets is not too difficult in the divine land, but outside of it, it is still extremely challenging. Didn't you see how the warrior nation disbanded? Feng Guangling originally thought that in this world, no one could escape his divination. Now, it seems that he is destined to die before achieving his goals. Others cross over to either flaunt or enjoy themselves. Why does it have to be all suffering and danger for him? Li Dian, take people to investigate, Feng Guangling ordered, looking at Li Dian. He had encountered various situations along the way, but this was truly the first of its kind. Li Dian waved his hand, and 6 night watchmen dashed off. What is the situation? Feng Guangling squinted towards the eastern direction, asking. Killing aura. There is actually killing aura. When he entered the town earlier, he had only noticed resentment and Yin energy, but had not discovered any killing aura. How could such a strong killing aura emerge in such a short time? Reporting to the Lord, within a radius of 500 meters, 10 households are empty. We haven't searched further yet, Li Dian detailed. What do you mean 10 households empty? It means that the houses exist, but there are no people. That's not all. According to Li Dian and their investigation, there is already quite a bit of dust accumulated in those empty houses. In short, the houses have been empty for a long time. 1 or 2 empty houses is not surprising, but if all the houses within a radius of 500 meters are like this, then it's abnormal. Form teams of 2, carry warning talismans, and search within a radius of 1 kilometer. If you encounter danger, alert immediately. Don't hesitate to use the talismans. I'll head to the eastern direction myself. After an hour, look for the signal to gather. Do you understand? Feng Guangling waved his hand, and the horse galloped towards the eastern direction. Xiao Wu and Li Jian wanted to say something but hesitated, as the order came too suddenly, and Feng Guangling's actions were also too abrupt, almost catching them off guard. But now that Feng Guangling had given the order and rushed out, as night watchman of the Demon Suppression Division, they had to obey. The whole town situation was quite eerie. From a distance, one could even see smoke rising. But upon entering the town, they found it eerily quiet. It wasn't just quiet. It was a dead silence. There was no human presence, not a trace of the town's liveliness. As Feng Guangling and his group moved, the entire town seemed to come alive again. Previously, it had been a lifeless stillness, but now, the whole town felt as if it was bustling with life. A radius of 1 kilometer seemed large, but for the night watchman, searching it was not difficult. After about 2 hours, Feng Guangling stopped in front of a building resembling an ancestral hall. The last character was no longer clear, followed by the words ancestral hall. A thick, killing aura emanated from within. Were evil spirits causing trouble? Or was the entire clan migrating? Feng Guangling remained silent for a moment and activated a warning talisman. Chapter 49. The Weasel Worships the Heavens. Feng Guangling didn't feel much reluctance towards the talisman. If he had enough gold, he could also draw talismans. Of course, if he could use the Heavenly Connection talisman, he could even draw talismans without any medium. Before this, Feng Guangling had tried it, but it was of no use. The consumption of the Heavenly Connection talisman was extraordinarily large. Even using a third of it would nearly drain the mysterious energy within Feng Guangling's body. He was so scared that he didn't dare to think about anything else. The arts were very useful, whether against demon beasts or evil spirits, but they were too difficult to rely on for lifespan. If the 5 elements in the body were thrown into chaos, then it meant facing the king of hell. Now, aside from the secret blessing of the 6 Jia, Feng Guangling rarely used anything else. There was no choice. He was afraid of dying. He didn't know whether to be grateful for his medical skills or to resent how profound they were. Master Xiaoqi. About half an hour later, Xiao Wu and 7 others appeared before Feng Guangling. Report the situation. Although Feng Guangling was mentally prepared, he still wanted to know the actual situation. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, there are no living people. All houses have been abandoned. According to our observations, they have been abandoned for at least over a year. The strangest thing is that this town has no living creatures. The previous statement was about no living people, and the next statement is about no living creatures. These are 2 completely different concepts. No living people could mean that the townspeople have all migrated. But no living creatures are different. Wild mountains and fields have weasels. And there are rats in the sewers. Now, there isn't even a single living creature here. It's hard not to think more about it. Xiao Wu, be ready to release the carrier pigeons at any time. Everyone stay alert. We'll check the reality of the situation. Feng Guangling looked at the huge wooden door in front of him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. What kind of situation had he not encountered on this journey? But now, with such an eerie situation, Feng Guangling truly wanted to clarify things. Obscuring the heavenly secrets? Could it be that some like-minded individuals have crossed over as well? If that's the case, Feng Guangling would find a place to hide without saying a word, waiting until he is invincible in the world before coming out. Mutual appreciation is one thing, but Feng Guangling is worried about being exposed and having his neck cut. The moment he pushed the door open, a chill rushed towards him. In the next instant, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, and Feng Guangling's heart jumped to his throat. Unimaginable. Did he just hallucinate? 9 yellow weasels were surrounding a bonfire in a worshipful manner, with a circle of dead mice in front of them. Weasels worshipping the heavens? Are you kidding me? And this world actually has weasels? In the end, the last question that appeared in Feng Guangling's mind was about the weasels. Although his time in this world was short, he had encountered plenty through books and experiences. However, he had truly never heard of or seen a weasel. Rodent beasts. How could there be rodent beasts here? Aren't they only supposed to appear deep in the Lena forest? Li Jian almost shouted instinctively. The moment his voice rang out, all 9 weasels raised their heads almost in unison, then turned to direct their gaze towards Feng Guangling and his group. The eyes of the 9 weasels actually flickered with a human-like brilliance, and there was also a bloodthirsty meaning deep within. If they were other demon beasts, Feng Guangling would immediately turn and leave. Killing them wouldn't be a hassle, just a waste of life. Feng Guangling didn't want to waste his life on such small creatures. Weasels, a local specialty. Unimaginable. Would you like to ask for directions? Or stand up and have a conversation with me? Feng Guangling's thoughts surged, his eyes full of excitement. This was the same feeling he had when he saw that giant python at the Xian sect. Now he just needed to say, fellow townsmen, what are you doing here? The 9 weasels were also stunned. Previously, whenever the townspeople saw them, They were all filled with fear and panic, at the very least as serious and cautious as the others around their leader. But why was this leading person so excited? Where did the script go wrong? Hey, can you speak human language? Feng Guangling stepped forward and asked without reservation. Curiosity, genuine curiosity. Whether the weasels in Xinzhou could speak human language, Feng Guangling didn't know. But since he encountered them, seeing a weasel that could speak human language wouldn't be bad. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As soon as they opened their mouths, Feng Guangling lost interest. What the heck is this bird language? I can't understand it. Not to mention Feng Guangling. Even the people of this world couldn't understand it. Then you're useless. Feng Guangling raised his hand in disappointment, making a sword gesture. What kind of magic should be used against weasels? Of course, it was the Chimanbagua. It was accurate every time. These little creatures that had become spirits could only scare ordinary people. In front of a Taoist, if they didn't bow their heads and submit, they could only die. Buzz. With a soft sound, a milky white light suddenly appeared, and the Bagua diagram rapidly spread from under Feng Guangling's feet, wrapping the entire courtyard in an instant. Besides that, the yin-yang eyes of the Bagua diagram did not have the yin-yang fish jumping out, but the light became more solid. Looking at it this way, it seemed more like an arcane technique. In fact, Feng Guangling also noticed that as he cast the technique more easily, the technique seemed to become more and more similar to arcane arts. This was a good thing, at least for Feng Guangling. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, all the weasels screamed in terror, baring their teeth at Feng Guangling, their eyes turning blood red in an instant. As they changed, an incredibly pungent stench suddenly filled the entire shrine. Oh, the little things have quite the temper. Unfortunately, you don't know that I specifically deal with you little spirit pests. Feng Guangling suddenly paused his sword gesture, and the Bagua diagram suddenly swelled by 3 inches. Bagua, DUI is the marsh. Want to worship the heavens? I'll make it so you can only look at the sky and not worship, driving you beasts mad. Right now, Feng Guangling could only cast 4 characters from the Chiman Bagua, which were Qian, Dui, Li, and Zhun. The lake surged, and the moment the waves rolled, the bonfire was instantly extinguished. The 9 weasels didn't have time to react before they disappeared into the tide. Xiao Wu and the others were left dumbfounded. They knew that Feng Guangling's arcane arts were profound and magical, but directly swallowing a demon beast. Although these rodent beasts were only at the Xian level and they could easily handle them, what did it mean to have such an effortless feeling? Everyone was a night watchman, everyone was an Xian practitioner, everyone used arcane arts. But wasn't the difference too big? This was also why Feng Guangling rarely used the Chiman Bagua. If it weren't for seeing Ming Qingtian's sword technique that resembled the Taoist sword summoning, Feng Guangling really wouldn't use the Chiman Bagua in front of others. Chapter 50, The Paradise of Cultivators. After the waves, thunder, and lightning engulfed, Feng Guangling didn't have the ability to merge water and fire. That was unrealistic. So, he summoned a lightning bolt. Bagua, Zhun is thunder. Having once endured the tortures of modern society, Feng Guangling was very clear about one thing. Water conducts electricity. Isn't lightning just electricity? Boom. The lightning struck down, and the 9 weasels that had just emerged from the waves were instantly reduced to ashes. In just a few breaths, the matter was resolved without any difficulty. Xiao Wu and the others even began to doubt whether they were hallucinating. Rodent beasts were known as cunning beasts, and their most dangerous trait was their ability to escape underground for survival. But now, in one encounter, they were turned to ashes. Feng Guangling's every move that turned the 9 rodent beasts to ashes made Xiao Wu and the others feel that their tense demeanor was quite laughable and completely unnecessary. However, they did not notice that after Feng Guangling retracted the Chiman Bagua, he instantly cast the golden light spell. When the golden light appeared under the setting sun, it made Feng Guangling look as if he was enveloped in a layer of golden robes, appearing mysterious and strange. Lord Xiaoqi. Xiao Wu had just opened his mouth when Feng Guangling raised his hand to signal him to be quiet. Moments later, the back door slowly opened. 2 men cloaked in black robes walked out from the backyard. In an instant, Feng Guangling's eyes narrowed, and a murderous intent surfaced deep within. He finally understood why this small town had resentment without energy and why there was now a surge of murderous energy. The reason was none other than these 2 individuals. Within a meter of their bodies, the scarlet murderous energy was almost condensing into silk. Protect Lord Xiaoqi. Xiao Wu shouted angrily and moved forward with his sword. In the empty town, the emergence of 9 rodent demons that only appeared in the core area of the Linha forest was already strange enough, and now 2 people emanating red murderous energy appeared. To say there was no danger, no one would believe it. Protect, get back, and watch properly. As for the murderous energy, cultivators do not prefer encountering great demons or fierce ghosts. What they like most are such murderous entities. They are truly a sure shot, absolutely professional. These 2 individuals are not human, or rather, they are living dead, and of course, they could also be called mummies. Not zombies, but mummified corpses. Because these two individuals lack independent thought and are controlled by someone. This was something Feng Guangling had already seen through the moment the two appeared. Dealing with these evil and murderous entities might require a lot of effort from Xian practitioners. At the very least, they would need to destroy their corpses. But for Feng Guangling, it was just a lightning bolt. You can use the Qimen Bagua and the Wu-Lei technique as well. But things are not that simple. The most important thing in controlling a dry corpse is not the corpse itself, but the person. Infinite respect to the heavenly sovereign. Slaughtering an entire town just to nourish two dry corpses. Who on earth came up with this genius idea? The mouse beasts worship the heavens, merely to obscure the heavenly secrets. Nourishing and cultivating dry corpses is the real goal. With this, everything becomes clear. Feng Guangling let out a sigh of relief. He thought he had encountered a fellow townsman. Before this, Feng Guangling was genuinely ready to run away, hiding his identity to avoid being captured and imprisoned for research. Now, without this concern, Feng Guangling felt completely at ease. As for the Wu-Lei technique or the Xianxiao thunder technique, compared to being imprisoned for research, what does a little loss of lifespan matter? You killed my pet? Two harsh and unpleasant voices almost simultaneously rang out. Feng Guangling narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile on his face. It's me. Are you going to kill me? While speaking, Feng Guangling quietly gestured behind him to Xiao Wu. Others might not understand what Feng Guangling's gestures meant, but as Feng Guangling's underling, Xiao Wu was all too clear. Guard the door. Yes, it was to have Xiao Wu and the others guard the door. Xiao Wu had done this countless times before. Although he didn't understand why they had to do this, his movements were not slow at all. In an instant, the seven of them created distance from Feng Guangling, standing guard at the door, not allowing anyone to enter or exit. Feng Guangling continued to curiously observe the two dry corpses. Having arrived at this bizarre and weathered continent, he had seen demon beasts, encountered evil spirits, and now dry corpses appeared. Would there be zombies in the future? This place is simply a paradise for cultivators. Here, one cannot help but improve their skills. Those who disrupt my plans must die. Just as the harsh and unpleasant voices faded, the two dry corpses suddenly shot towards Feng Guangling. Their terrifying speed made one's scalp tingle. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of Feng Guangling. The strength of the two dry corpses was not strong, only at the peak of the Xian realm, not even at the Tongming realm. But their speed was more than terrifying, surpassing even those in the Tongming realm that Feng Guangling had encountered before. They were almost catching up to the speed of the Tongling realm. Feng Guangling raised his head suddenly, pointing his sword. Buzz! Light burst forth, and the Bagua appeared. The terrifying claws of the two dry corpses were merely a finger's distance from Feng Guangling's face. At the moment the Bagua appeared, the bodies of the two dry corpses were instantly bound. Bagua, Zhen is thunder. Feng Guangling suddenly thrust his sword, and thunder roared down, directly striking the two dry corpses. A chilling scream suddenly echoed from deep within the courtyard. It did not come from the mouths of the two dry corpses, but from another place. Found you. Feng Guangling's gaze suddenly sharpened, his body shifted, and he passed by the two dry corpses, charging straight towards the depths of the ancestral hall courtyard. At the same time, the two dry corpses quietly turned to ashes in the sight of everyone. As he approached the door, a dangerous omen deep within Feng Guangling's heart suddenly appeared. This was an intuition belonging to cultivators, and many practitioners also had such premonitions. Previously, when Feng Guangling entered the desolate mountains, it was this intuition that saved him. Now, it appeared again. In that instant, Feng Guangling almost instinctively froze his body and then quickly retreated. Boom! Suddenly, the crimson wooden door burst open, and a pitch-black arm suddenly reached out from the shattered wood, grabbing at Feng Guangling. Disrupt my plans, die? A terrifying and chilling voice suddenly erupted under the setting sun. Chapter 51, Underestimating the World. The moment the chilling and terrifying roar sounded, a figure suddenly burst out from the wood shavings, charging towards Feng Guangling. Qimen Bagua, activate. Bagua, Qian is heaven. Stars move. Unable to cast the Kuan character technique meant he couldn't perform the star shifting technique. So moving the stars in a small area became the best choice. Qian is metal, the metal door is hidden. Zhen is mountain, the life gate is wide open. In the blink of an eye, Feng Guangling's figure instantly vanished. As the black shadow's claws rushed through the illusion, there was a moment of astonishment. Unexpectedly, attacking when unprepared. He aimed to kill Feng Guangling the moment he appeared, but he never expected Feng Guangling would evade. In the northeast direction, Feng Guangling's deep gaze fixed on the figure in the Qian position, peak of the Tongming realm. This was actually a practitioner at the peak of the Tongming realm. Infinite respect to the heavenly sovereign. Am I truly fated for misfortune? Whether encountering demon beasts, evil spirits, or practitioners, are their strengths all higher than mine? What is there to play at? According to the current frequency of using Qimen Bagua, When will my internal 5 elements be restored? Or rather, it shouldn't even be said to be restored. By that time, I might really meet my end. This seat. The black shadow suddenly raised its head, revealing a hideous and terrifying face in everyone's view. Skin over bones, truly skin over bones. If it weren't for that layer of skin, Feng Guangling would have mistaken it for a skeleton. You, a mere Tongming realm, still want to achieve Xian? I will destroy you. Feng Guangling suddenly formed hand seals. The golden light spell combined with the Chimin Bagua definitely couldn't match a peak Tongming realm practitioner. Feng Guangling was well aware of this. But I am not limited to only these 2 techniques. The benefits of being a transmigrator were fully manifested at this moment. The power of techniques varies in magnitude, and the techniques Feng Guangling practiced were top tier on the Xian level. Now, casting techniques would cost him lifespan, and not casting them would also lead to death. Choosing between the 2, even a fool knows to choose the second option. Nurturing my vast energy to drive thunder and command electricity to shake the heavens. Wulei Divine Spell. Supreme Yuling King, ruling the heavens 36. Technique, Wulei Divine Spell. This is not the Wulei orthodox method of the Tianxia Mansion, but the Wulei Divine Spell of the Xianxiao sect. In an instant, the heart mantra was completed, and the hand seals quickly combined. This was Feng Guangling's first time using thunder techniques. The Wulei orthodox method of the Tianxia Mansion is convenient and effective. Especially in this world, Feng Guangling can use the unique Wulei orthodox method of the Tianxia Mansion without needing thunder seals. But the problem arises, that truly costs lifespan. Compared to the Xianxiao Wulei Divine Spell, it is even more wasteful. Otherwise, using the Wulei orthodox method wouldn't require hand seals, it would be instant. Generally speaking, at the Tongming realm, Feng Guangling could achieve instant kills. Of course, using the Wulei Divine Spell also costs lifespan, but it is within the range Feng Guangling can bear. Do you really think Feng Guangling was just idling away in the Demon Suppression Division's library? During those days, he had almost used all the techniques he had learned. If it weren't for Xiao Wu interrupting him at that time, Feng Guangling would probably have exhausted himself without needing demon beasts or evil spirits to kill him. He could have done it himself. The path of cultivation lies in pushing oneself. All that talk of being refined is just a facade. Over 5,000 years, many things have been screened and eliminated in the land of the divine. But the culture of the Taoist school that has run through the entire history of the divine never ceased. And the people of the divine inherently possess a gene of not giving up without struggle. Otherwise, how did such a vast territory come to be? Deep down, Feng Guangling also possessed this gene, though it wasn't very pronounced. Buzz. Violent thunderclouds instantly gathered. Unlike the Zhun character's manifestation of the Chimin Bagua, the phenomenon of the Wulei Divine Spell was even more exaggerated. High in the sky, thunder dragons roamed, and from beyond the 9 heavens, heavenly thunder echoed. The entire world suddenly darkened, and the sky seemed to lower by 3 points. The thunder had yet to descend, but an overwhelming sense of terror had already struck, causing all present to feel a twinge of awe. The gaunt man in the Qian position suddenly changed his expression dramatically, his fierce and terrifying face becoming even more horrifying. Such mystical techniques are generally the secrets not to be shared among the major sections. The Demon Suppression Division does not possess any thunder attribute mystical techniques. If they did, they wouldn't have to sacrifice so many people each year. After all, thunder techniques are the nemesis of both demon beasts and evil spirits, capable of easily defeating opponents of higher levels. Moreover, those who can cultivate thunder attribute mystical techniques are all exceptional talents. It is common for such individuals to battle above their level. The gaunt man was not a fool nor a brute. On the contrary, he was quite clever. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill everyone in the town and keep it under wraps for so long. He had to leave. This seemingly frail bastard was definitely not easy to deal with. First, there was a strange gossip mystical technique, and now there was a thunder mystical technique. It was likely that the person backing him was even more troublesome. The mission was not yet complete. He could not fall here. In the blink of an eye, the gaunt man suddenly turned and dashed towards the large door behind him. Even if he was at the peak of the clear realm, he could not walk through the air like someone in the spiritual realm. Jumping in front of 7 vigilant night watchmen would be suicidal. If one person couldn't kill him with a sword, then 2 would do. This was also the reason why Feng Guangling had little Wu and the others guarding the entrance. Whoosh! A shadow flashed by, moving so fast that it was hard to believe. Feng Guangling's gaze sharpened. He wanted to escape through the 8 trigrams? There were now 2 choices. Continue to strike with thunder techniques, which would likely turn his hard-earned life into ashes, or perhaps even take away a month of his lifespan, and it still might not deal fatal damage to the opponent. The second choice was simpler. Dispel the thunder techniques, and use the 8 trigrams to fight. It might not seriously injure the opponent, but there was a chance of trapping them within the 8 trigrams formation. The trigram Li represents fire. Firewalls trap and flee. Disrupting one technique to cast another would have backlash effects that only Feng Guangling could withstand. If an ordinary person attempted this, they would likely collapse immediately. Forcefully suppressing the surging blood energy within, Feng Guangling's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw the gaunt man's figure flicker and appear at the chin position of the door, then suddenly punched downwards towards the ground. In the next moment, a terrifying backlash struck, causing Feng Guangling to taste blood in his throat. Blood instantly spilling from the corner of his mouth. The terrifying consequences of the double backlash manifested vividly at this moment. In the blink of an eye, Feng Guangling was already severely injured. Infinite, you are a celestial being. He had underestimated the world. The cultivators of the wind-hardened continent seemed to lack understanding of the mysteries of the 8 trigrams, but they were truly sharp when it came to danger. Chapter 52, Startled Retreat. Boom. The entire 8 trigrams diagram shook. What is the only taboo when using the 8 trigrams in combat? To have someone find the life gate. In the 8 trigrams Feng Guangling deployed, the life gate was not the entrance, the opening was the life gate. The opponent, in the blink of an eye, actually found the life gate. How could this not shock Feng Guangling? The moment the punch fell, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the ground. The heavens shook, and the crack spread diagonally, ultimately breaking through the entrance of the courtyard, seizing the opportunity to take your life. No matter which world it is. Those who dare to kill share this thought. The next second, he saw Feng Guangling beginning to form hand seals again. The thunderclouds in the sky gathered once more. The gaunt man's heart jumped sharply. At this moment, he dared not think any further, and his figure flickered as he escaped through the crack directly out of the courtyard. Little Wu and the others couldn't even catch a glimpse of his figure. Fast, too fast. They say it happens in the blink of an eye. But the gaunt man's speed had already reached the point of leaving afterimages. Even the speed of a practitioner in the spiritual realm couldn't reach such a level. Abnormal. Too abnormal. Feng Guangling suddenly let out a sigh of relief. This time he was not using the 5 Thunder God spell. The hand seals he was forming were arbitrary. He was using the Zhen character spell from the 8 trigrams. To be honest, the Zhen character spell was quite similar to the 5 Thunder God spell, with the only difference being its power. The power of 10 Zhen character spells probably couldn't match the lethality of the 5 Thunder God spell. If the gaunt man had truly attempted to counterattack, Feng Guangling might have really perished here. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely be severely injured. Lord Little Flag. Little Wu, living up to his role as a lackey, was the first to notice Feng Guangling's predicament and shouted out in alarm. Feng Guangling shot him a sharp glare, drew the magic slaying blade that he had never used before, planted it in front of him, and raised his head to look in the direction of the gaunt man. Little Wu stays. The other 3 form a team to pursue. Chase first, then send a signal. Even if we can't kill him, we must scare him. This was Feng Guangling's strategy. To clearly tell the opponent, we can kill you. If you dare not run, you will die. What if they couldn't catch up? Send a signal for reinforcements to come and kill him. Would he dare to stay? The empty city stratagem. Only Feng Guangling would dare to be this bold. Yes. Li Jian and the 6 others suddenly clasped their fists and charged out of the courtyard. The gaunt man's expression suddenly changed as he ran away at high speed. He had no choice but to flee because, in just this moment, the 8 trigrams diagram reappeared. And this time it not only enveloped the entire courtyard, but even spread outward. If that weren't enough. The most basic reason he dared not linger was that thunderclouds began to gather in the sky once again. No matter how much he doubted, the gaunt man would not gamble with his life. Moments later, Feng Guangling let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Little Wu quickly reaching out to support him, Feng Guangling would likely have collapsed to the ground by now. Lord Little Flag, are you alright? Little Wu worriedly pulled out a crimson pill. This was a pill made from demon beast cores, which could restore a practitioner's energy and also mitigate certain injuries. Feng Guangling swallowed it without hesitation. Before this, he had rejected such so-called pills, feeling they had no value, akin to swallowing raw flesh. But now, he wished he had a few more. Pain. Too much pain. The kind of pain that felt like being torn apart made his thoughts somewhat muddled. After swallowing a pill, the pain was alleviated somewhat. It's fine, send the distress signal. Feng Guangling leaned on his sword, closed his eyes to rest, while simultaneously ordering Little Wu. The distress signal must be sent, not for the demon suppression division to see, but for the gaunt man to see. There were definitely no living forces from the demon suppression division nearby, and there probably weren't even any personnel from the town office here. Otherwise, the abnormalities in this small town couldn't have gone unnoticed. Lord Little Flag, my subordinates are incompetent. We couldn't catch up. Li Jian and the others lowered their heads, filled with shame, not daring to look at Feng Guangling. Throughout this journey, no matter what danger they encountered, it was always Feng Guangling who took the lead. They finally had a chance to be useful, but they couldn't even catch up to the person. If this got out, it would be hard to tell whether they were the subordinates or Feng Guangling was the subordinate. Not catching up is a good thing. You are not his match. Feng Guangling relaxed his posture, sheathing his sword while sitting cross-legged. Previously, he had been holding on by sheer will, but now that he knew the opponent had escaped, he felt a weight lift, and he could no longer maintain his endurance. Lord Little Flag, Lord, Little Wu and the others worriedly surrounded him. After all this time, whether facing demon beasts or evil spirits, Feng Guangling has been injured and weakened, but never in such a state as today. This is more than just weakness. It seems like a serious injury. But hadn't they seen Feng Guangling fighting that emaciated man earlier? This is why they are worried. Strength determines perspective. If it were Ming Qingtian, no, even Su Chan could see that Feng Guangling has been backfired. I'm fine. Be vigilant around us, Xiao Wu. Contact the bureau and report the situation here. Feng Guangling instructed while sitting cross-legged. This situation must be reported. Who knows how many such tragedies exist in the southeastern region or the Great Hua Empire? Do they really think that the people in the town have been relocated? Just look at the malevolent aura on that emaciated man. Then look at the worshipping rat beasts and the two corpses in succession. And it's clear there's a big problem. Meanwhile, the wind-weather continent trembled, and even in some place in the outer heaven, an old man meditating suddenly opened his eyes, incredulously looking towards the direction of Feng Guangling. The most exaggerated reaction came from the two people on the roof of the talisman's building. Su Su almost jumped up when the divine thunder erupted, and Pan Ming's reaction was even more exaggerated. He was actually calculating. Yes, he was deducing and divining. Feng Guangling had reviewed so much material and found no mention of divination in the wind-weather continent. Yet here in the talisman's building, there were two. Both Su Su and Pan Ming could perform divination. Some things cannot be figured out without the identity and strength reaching that level. Feng Guangling is just a minor flag. And what he could research is limited to what a minor flag could know. Divine thunder manifested? People from that place have entered the world? Su Su looked at Pan Ming, his previously calm face now filled with shock. Chapter 53, The Disheartened Su Chan. In this world, only those who can wield thunder attribute mystic arts to resonate with heaven and earth are those who come from that place. Impossible. Pan Ming shook his head gently, his tone incredibly certain. That place has strict regulations. Unless the world is on the verge of collapse or a century has passed, no disciples would descend the mountain. 20 years ago, the sword mad was plotted against by people from the outer heaven, and the demon beasts in the Linhe forest were on the verge of forming a tide. It was the people from that place who intervened, and after 3 divine thunders, the demon beasts of the Linhe forest were terrified, preventing a tragedy in the Great Hua Empire. It has only been 20 years. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to come to the wind-weather continent. This is not the outer heaven and cannot withstand so many celestial phenomena bombarding it. So now? Su Su felt a bit uneasy. Don't look at that place having only one successor every century. Anyone who walks out from there is a prodigy. Playing schemes in front of people from that place? That is practically seeking death. Pan Ming was also confused. This kind of movement is clearly something that happens only when people from that place come down the mountain. It is said that to descend to the wind-weather continent, one must endure a thunder tribulation. Some people on the wind-weather continent refer to it as being struck by lightning due to heaven's jealousy. Could it be that 20 years ago, the demon beast tide was too excessive, and that place could not bear to see it? So they are preparing to deal with the Linhe forest again after just 20 years? But that doesn't make sense. The Linhe forest is not without support in the outer heaven. People from that place are not invincible in the world. How could the game between both sides be so reckless? If that were possible, Pan Ming would have rushed into the Great Hua Empire's palace without a word and killed that old emperor, without needing to scheme so much about the fate of the Great Hua Empire. Something big must be happening. When I was deducing, the heavenly secrets were chaotic and I couldn't calculate. What about you? Pan Ming sighed. He had always prided himself on being invincible in divination and planning. But today someone had posed a challenge to him. Me too. Su Su sighed as well. The two people in the talisman's building prided themselves on being able to calculate for the world, but now they couldn't even figure out one person. Su Jing, the Demon Suppression Division. An old man with white hair suddenly stood up at the moment the divine thunder roared, raising his head and flashing his eyes. Thunder? Is this a manifestation of mystic arts, or are people from that place here? No, these are not two questions. This is one question. Only people from that place have the ability to cause celestial phenomena with thunder attribute mystic arts. This world is about to be chaotic. The man took a slight step forward, but finally stopped. He cannot act. At least not now. Even if it is truly people from that place. He cannot leave Su Jing. This is the rear base. If no one is stationed here, the consequences would be unimaginable. The man wrote a letter, casually grabbed a pigeon from the window, and then threw the pigeon out. If I can't move, I'll let those who can move do it. That bastard sword mad has been so relaxed over the years. It's time to give him some burdens. What? You don't want to be so tired? Your son is working in our demon suppression division. Can you bear to let your son run around facing unknown dangers? No doubt. from top to bottom. The Demon Suppression Division does not want to meet that madman Sword Mad, but from top to bottom, they all want Sword Mad to work. Seeing the message carrier, Ming Qingtian almost choked on his breath from anger. This position, whoever wants it can take it. Slaying demons and eliminating evil, all day long. It's just dealing with these messy matters. Back then, I thought I could have a few peaceful days by coming to Mingshui County and occasionally slay some demon beasts or eradicate some evil spirits. Now it seems I was definitely tricked by those two bastards. Just after finishing dealing with the Outer Heavens' wanton interference in the Windweather continent, now that place is here to join the fun? What is going on? All of a sudden, they all popped up, thinking I'm too relaxed. Ming Qingtian's resentment was heavier than a ghost, and he looked up at the frowning Su Chan. Ming Qingtian's eyes turned, revealing a smile, looking at Su Chan and saying, "Little Chan, master uncle. If you have something to say, just say it." Su Chan shivered. Every time Ming Qingtian used this tone, Su Chan would be tricked. He was almost about to develop an immunity to being tricked. You put things aside. There is something more important I need to assign to you. The matters of the Outer Heaven are basically handled by the upper echelons of the Demon Suppression Division, and the old wine guy's involvement almost made those sects in the Outer Heaven think the Demon Suppression Division was going to overturn the table. Now the Outer Heaven is being very honest. Although this is temporary, Ming Qingtian is not worried at all. When the sky falls, there is a tall person to hold it up. What is there to fear? The matter at hand is the real big problem. People coming from that place are not easy to deal with. In their words, they seek for things to go smoothly. Back then, for the sake of these three words, the Outer Heaven and the Windweather continent nearly collapsed in conflict. Now no one wants to provoke the madman from that place. Lord Ming, what is the task? Su Chan steadied his mind, looking at Ming Qingtian and tentatively asking, "Did you hear the divine thunder just now? The top suspects at South people from that place. You and County Magistrate Feng work together to see if you can find the ones who came out." Ming Qingtian said casually, but Su Chan was terrified upon hearing it. "Good heavens, do you want to hear what you're saying? Let us not talk about the people from that place. Just one person who dares to directly confront you. Ming Qingtian, and you want me to cooperate with him? And it's to find those terrifying madmen from that place?" Without a word, Su Chan raised his hand and hit his chest hard. Bang! Uffed. With one palm down, blood sprayed out, instantly injuring himself severely. He didn't hold back at all. He injured himself with one blow. Ming Qingtian's face darkened instantly. "You damn it. Master uncle, I need to go recuperate." Su Chan leaned against the chair, trembling and pale, looking at Ming Qingtian. If it were a subordinate facing a superior, Su Chan wouldn't dare to act this way, as it could lead to serious injury or even the loss of his official position. But let us not forget, Ming Qingtian was also Su Chan's master uncle. One was a reckless madman, and the other was an untouchable lunatic. Who would dare provoke either? The only option was to surrender. Get lost, get lost. Ming Qingtian waved his hand dismissively. All right. Su Chan jumped up, the pain in his body making him wince, but his steps were quick, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ming Qingtian sighed. Su Chan would rather harm himself than seek cooperation with Feng Yumin. Could he really force him to go? Chapter 54. Love and Hatred Between Two Nephews. Hurry up, let's go. Didn't Taoist Feng Guangling discover an uninhabited town? Why are you all still idle? Come with me to investigate. As soon as he stepped out, Su Chan immediately waved to call over 100 households. Launching into a tirade. "My lord, that S in the Fujing area. I've already sent them a message." "What do you mean send? Since we've already found it. We can't just ignore it. Call people, follow me." Su Chan took the lead and charged out of the Demon Suppression Division. Ming Qingtian knew Su Chan all too well. He was a rogue. How many times had Su Chan been bullied growing up? "My lord, you're going the wrong way. It's not that direction." "I know. Why are you telling me? Since I've decided to act, I can't return empty-handed. We might as well deal with other troublesome matters along the way." But my lord, that will take too long." "Exactly, that is the point." The sounds of conversation faded away with the sound of hooves, and moments later, Su Chan was nowhere to be seen on the street. 15 minutes later, Ming Qingtian emerged from the house with a bottle in hand, containing blood vitality pills, muttering to himself, "Little guy, you think you can compete with your master uncle? You're not capable of that. Although I don't have many pills, I still have over 10. If you have the guts, try slapping yourself a few dozen times in front of your master uncle. Let us see if I can't cure you." Previously, Su Chan's self-harm had startled Ming Qingtian, leaving him momentarily speechless. But with a sudden realization, Ming Qingtian quickly understood Su Chan's intentions. This nephew was clearly trying to give up and shirk responsibility. As a master uncle, could Ming Qingtian allow Su Chan to do as he pleased? That would make him look incompetent. He definitely couldn't allow that. As he pondered, Ming Qingtian walked to Su Chan's office. However, upon pushing the door open, he found it empty. Where did Su Qianhu go? Ming Qingtian casually grabbed a night watchman and asked, "I've seen the Lord. Su Ren just led a team out on a mission. It said to be investigating the uninhabited town incident. The night watchman was startled. Had Ming Ching Tian not grabbed him, he wouldn't have even noticed his presence. Ming Ching Tian widened his eyes in shock. What? That brat ran away? And under the guise of a mission? The uninhabited town incident had reached the Demon Suppression Division an hour ago. Su Chan had been discussing with Ming Ching Tian about who should investigate. Feng Guangling had clearly stated in his message that the town was not only eerie, but that there was someone who could control corpses. And that person was at the peak of the transparent realm. Such matters were not something ordinary officials could handle. If Feng Guangling managed to survive, it would be a miracle. Originally, they had thought about sending 100 households to check it out. But neither Su Chan nor Ming Ching Tian had decided who would go, especially with the recent surge in tasks at the Demon Suppression Division. Ming Ching Tian even suspected that the uninhabited town incident was related to the outer heaven, as only those madmen from the outer heaven would commit such heinous acts. However, Ming Ching Tian never expected Su Chan would use this incident to escape. What to do now? 2 days later, a figure was thrown out of the Feng residence, accompanied by an enraged voice. Get lost. Do you believe I'll take down your Demon Suppression Division first? Who in Mingshui County didn't know the Feng residence? Such words in Mingshui County, or in the Great Hua Empire, would lead to death, specifically, a death akin to the Three Clans game. Yet in the Mingshui County Magistrate's residence, it seemed insignificant. The county magistrate had almost scolded every official of the Great Hua Empire except for the one sitting on the dragon throne. If it were someone else, they would have been eliminated long ago. But the Feng residence remained the Feng residence, and the county magistrate remained the county magistrate. So it was no big deal. Feng Yumin looked unhappily at the entrance. It was more accurate to say he had thrown Ming Ching Tian out than that Ming Ching Tian had borrowed power to escape. Damn it, none of them are good. Investigating that place? Am I just looking for trouble because I have nothing better to do? If it weren't for those people from that place going berserk back then, would Feng Yumin have been able to stop the beast tide? Perhaps he could have prevented it, but whether he could still stand here full of energy was uncertain. The one-armed steward beside him hesitated to speak. No matter how one looked at it, Ming Ching Tian was still the commander of the Demon Suppression Division, and he deserved some respect. Otherwise, dealing with issues would become troublesome in the future. At this moment, it was best not to provoke the master. Arrange for someone to send 2 storage rings to Xiaoling. Tell him that in Fujing, it's just like in Mingshui County. If anything happens, he bears the responsibility. If everything has to fall on Feng Yumin, then is he still Feng Yumin? Everyone has their own responsibilities. He despises such idle conduct at the Demon Suppression Division. On horseback, Feng Guangling raised his head, gazing at the imposing city gate before him. Fujing. Wei finally arrived. After 2 months of hardship, they had finally reached their destination. Enter the city. Xiao Wu and the other 7 night watchmen were equally excited. Their current attire resembled that of refugees. After all, they hadn't traveled the official road. For the past 2 months, they had been lurking in the mountains and forests. But their gains were substantial. Did you not see that each of them was carrying a large backpack? The back was filled with the cores and hides of demon beasts. As for the meat, they had eaten it along the way. Among the group, only Feng Guangling showed little change. He still looked like the delicate young man he always was. This left Xiao Wu and the others astonished. Are these the people from the Demon Suppression Division? Why are there so many unfamiliar faces? Are they newcomers? Quickly report. Didn't the Demon Suppression Division just add new members 2 months ago? Why are there even more personnel now? Some prominent families in Fujing immediately reported upon seeing Feng Guangling and his group. In the Great Hua Empire, the status of the Demon Suppression Division was special, particularly in the southeastern region, where its importance was immense. Feng Guangling was not surprised at all. The Demon Suppression Division had been very active in the past 2 months, and those dragged to the guillotine by the Demon Suppression Division were even more numerous. Recently, the situation in the southeastern region had become tense, with reports indicating that the Linhe forest was becoming restless again. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, the evil spirits in the southeastern region had also grown arrogant, daring to harm people in broad daylight. Consequently, even the town government had to join the efforts to eliminate the demon beasts. Chapter 55. The enthusiastic members of the Fujing Demon Suppression Division. They entered the Demon Suppression Division directly, and the unusual gazes they received disappeared as the gates closed. In Fujing, riding and flying were prohibited. Feng Guangling was unaware of these 2 rules. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't change anything. He didn't even consider who he was. Before this, he was a well-known dandy in the southeastern region. In his memory, riding in Fujing was not a first-time occurrence. After this, he is a junior officer of the Demon Suppression Department. Would the government of Fuzhou dare to cause trouble? The rules against riding and flying are set by the Talisman Tower. There are no such regulations from the official side. Stop. Within the Demon Suppression Department, no riding is allowed. As soon as they entered the main gate of the Demon Suppression Department, A night watchman immediately stretched out his hand to stop Feng Guangling and his group. Feng Guangling didn't argue. He knew the rules of the demon suppression department had to be followed. Who are you? The night watchman looked at the attire of Feng Guangling's group and tried to recall the personnel within the demon suppression department. He confirmed that these faces were not familiar and couldn't help but ask in doubt. While speaking, the night watchman had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Xiao Wu hurriedly handed over the document, and Feng Guangling took out his junior officer's token. If they were judged to be impersonating officers of the demon suppression department and the night watchman, then not only would they have no place to stand in the Great Hua Empire, but the entire Fenghua continent would not have a refuge for them. This kind of thing has happened before, but those who did it all ended up dead. No matter if you escaped to the Buddha country or to Beimang or even to the outer heavens, you would die. The demon suppression department has a very firm attitude towards impersonating night watchmen. I've seen Lord Feng. After seeing the document, the night watchman immediately cupped his fists in salute. The idea that Feng Guangling and his group brought fake documents to the demon suppression department was absolutely impossible. Even impersonating a night watchman outside would lead to death. Let alone coming to the demon suppression department. Anyone with sense wouldn't do that. Is the officer in charge here? Feng Guangling didn't know who held the highest position in the Fuzhou demon suppression department. The highest-ranking officials in the Fuzhou and Mingshui demon suppression departments are both command officers, and the title does not include the word command. Yes, this way please. The night watchman quickly led the way. He had just felt that the young man holding the white horse looked familiar, and only after seeing the document did he realize. Isn't this the most famous young master from the southeast region? Besides this reason, there was a bigger one. What Feng Guangling had done in the past 2 months was no secret within the demon suppression department system. If it weren't for Feng Guangling's strength and the fact that he hadn't been in the demon suppression department for long, he should have been 100 household lord by now. This was the highest position one could hold without crossing borders to kill. Therefore, Feng Guangling's junior officer status was very special. At least his power was substantial. The token given to Feng Guangling by the demon suppression department was a special token that could mobilize a limited number of personnel below 1,000. 100 household lords could not even be compared to Feng Guangling. Previously, the night watchmen from Mingshui and Fuzhou were not convinced. Now they had no choice but to accept it. One incident after another, others who encountered similar situations had already died countless times. Feng Guangling not only survived but resolved the issues. Who could say otherwise? The Fuzhou demon suppression department was actually no different from the Mingshui demon suppression department. Feng Guangling even felt that the Fuzhou demon suppression department was not as large as Mingshui's. This was a fact. The Fuzhou demon suppression department only had 9 floors, not exceeding 20 meters in height, while Mingshui's was 33 meters tall. No matter how you looked at it, Mingshui's demon suppression department appeared very special. Only Feng Guangling, this young white horse, thought it was normal. I've seen the officer in charge. Looking at the middle-aged man with white eyebrows in front of him, Feng Guangling's mind immediately conjured up the image of the most famous figure in the Taoist sect, the white eyebrow Taoist. Little officer, your news has been continuously reaching my ears these past 2 months. You have done well and have not shamed our demon suppression department. Wei Ming was extremely satisfied with Feng Guangling. The people below were unaware of the significance of what Feng Guangling had done in the past 2 months, but he was fully aware. 2 months of traversing mountains and rivers was not the demon suppression department making things difficult for Feng Guangling, but rather testing him. Originally, there were many traps and tests set up on the official roads by the demon suppression department. Later, when they found out Feng Guangling was not playing by the rules, everyone began to bet on how long he could last on the mountain paths. All the night watchmen above 1,000 believed that as long as Feng Guangling could persist for a month, whether he took the official road or sought help afterward didn't matter. But what did Feng Guangling do? He managed to traverse the deep mountains and forests for 2 months, and even arrived in Fuzhou alive. From his achievements, it could be seen that Feng Guangling was not just wandering around. Rather, he was on a mission to slay demons and exorcise evil. Who could have imagined that the once frivolous young master would have such a connection with their demon suppression department? Feng Guangling entered in a daze and came out in a daze after being praised. Throughout the entire process, apart from the initial greeting, he had no chance to say another word. It was all Wei Ming praising Feng Guangling. Feng Guangling was confused. Initially, he was worried about being ostracized upon arriving in Fuzhou. Now, it seemed that the Fuzhou demon suppression department was warmly welcoming him, even arranging accommodations for him. Wei Ming only had one request. If there was anything unsatisfactory, just say it directly. Not only Wei Ming, but even the other night watchmen showed great friendliness when they saw Feng Guangling. When he went to the Mingshui demon suppression department, Feng Guangling was almost directly attacked by the night watchmen, and later they gave him no good face at all. Now, this treatment was surprisingly good. Are the people in Fuzhou so nice? It's different from his impression. Feng Guangling was perplexed. in the memories of his previous life. The people in Fuzhou were very difficult to get along with. Every time he came to Fuzhou, it was either fighting with someone or on the way to fight. That's right, it was venting his frustrations on his little uncle and his sidekick. As for the government and the demon suppression department, at that time, Feng Guangling had no qualifications to know about these matters. Little officer, Xiao Wu and a few others hurried forward. All right, your accommodations have been arranged. Here's the address. Follow me. Feng Guangling took out a certificate and handed it to Li Dian. These 7 people were Feng Guangling's subordinates. In Fuzhou, they were indeed without any support. Feng Guangling originally planned to buy a courtyard to arrange for them. Who would have known that Wei Ming was truly understanding and solved everything? Of course, the only thing that made Feng Guangling feel helpless was that the library of the Fuzhou Demon Suppression Department could not be stayed in for all 12 hours. Each person could only stay for 3 hours a day. Moreover, the levels were very strict. Junior officers could only access the first floor. 100 household lords could go up to the 3rd floor, 1,000 household lords could go up to the 6th floor. And only those above 10,000 household lords could have unrestricted access. Chapter 56. Who dares to challenge the Demon Suppression Department? In the room, Wei Ming pulled out a document from the table. It was an investigation regarding the outer heavens. It had been confirmed that the incident in the small town was caused by people from the outer heavens. Ming Qingtian did not handle the matter but reported it to the capital, and the capital then assigned the task to Wei Ming. The reason it had not been dealt with until now was simply that Feng Guangling had not yet arrived in Fuzhou. Now that Feng Guangling had arrived, it was time for Wei Ming to get to work. Outer heavens, do you think our government can't wield a blade? Wei Ming opened the window and looked down from the 9th floor. The pedestrians on the street were in a hurry, and the bustling atmosphere hit him. In Ming Shui's Demon Suppression Department, no one dared to wander around the streets. In Fuzhou's Demon Suppression Department, the streets were lively. Night watchmen from Ming Shui's Demon Suppression Department moved hurriedly, either riding horses or walking through the air. Nearby, few night watchmen directly flew unless it was an extremely urgent situation. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Wei Ming suddenly stepped forward, and in the next moment, his figure shot like a meteor across the sky above Fuzhou. A terrifying aura suddenly surged from the Talisman Tower and pressed down towards Wei Ming. Get lost. Wei Ming glanced at the direction of the Talisman Tower and suddenly shouted, and an even more terrifying aura descended from him. In the Talisman Tower, 3 muffled groans followed. In an instant, the confrontation ended in a complete defeat for the Talisman's Tower. Foolish, daring to stir trouble on the head of the Tai Sui? A thing that doesn't know its own mortality. Wei Ming was almost laughing in anger. The rule of not hovering in the air was said by the Talisman's Tower. The official side has no such regulation. Does Wei Ming need to follow this rule? Don't let people laugh at the suppression of the big tooth. The Demon Suppression Department, as the most authoritative official office, needs to follow others' rules. Meanwhile, at the top of the Talisman's Tower, Su Su and Pan Ming both looked up towards the direction Wei Ming had left. What is Wei Ming planning to do? Su Su's expression was very grim. This was an open slap in the face to the Talisman's Tower, but this person was Wei Ming, and the Talisman's Tower really had to endure it. And they couldn't dare to react excessively. Do they really think that the Demon Suppression Department of Fuiying can be bullied just because they are low-key? Wei Ming's words about not knowing his own mortality were not meant for others, but for Su Su. Pan Ming shook his head, and didn't he respond? The people have never fought against the officials, and it has been this way since ancient times. Moreover, what they are doing now cannot be seen in the light. If they are not discovered, it would not be a matter of fighting or not. But that Pan Ming would have to change his identity and find a new place to stay. Don't look at them calculating the heavens, the earth, and people. Treating all beings as chess pieces, it sounds lofty and awe-inspiring. But throughout history, strategists have never had a good end. Because the authorities would never allow strategists to be out of their control. Being so reckless will lead to accidents. Su Su whispered a sentence. Perhaps. Are you ready to make a move? Pan Ming still did not respond. You, Su Su, a master of the Talisman's Tower, dare to speak against the Demon Suppression Department? The recklessness of the Demon Suppression Department has always existed. And it was only slightly restrained after the fall of the Grand Elder of the Demon Suppression U in the capital 100 years ago. Otherwise, would the Talisman's Tower dare to restrict the skies? Do you believe that the Demon Suppression Department could uproot you in an instant? Moreover, when the Grand Elder who suppressed the Demon Suppression U fell, so many forces and people had their eyes on the Demon Suppression Department. And in the end, even a prince fell. Let me ask you, are you afraid to say they are reckless? Only those who have personally experienced the arrogance and brutality of the Demon Suppression Department can understand. Pan Ming is one of them. Back then, Pan Ming was so proud and arrogant, looking down on everyone. Then, he got beaten. Of course, since Wei Ming couldn't sit still, I also don't need to be polite with them. Su Su picked up a white piece and gently pressed it on the chessboard. The black and white chessboard instantly became filled with a murderous intent. The Linhe Forest? Pan Ming's gaze slightly tightened. Not knowing his own mortality, he actually dared to lead the beasts of the Linhe Forest across the river. What does he want to do? Collaborating with beasts, breeding evil spirits. These are not a big deal in the layout. But leading the beasts of the Linhe Forest across the river to form a tide of beasts. Even if the situation is favorable, the wind and sand continent will never accommodate them. Spring is already nearing its end. Su Su chuckled softly. Fui Ying, the Bai residence. Sister, didn't you say you wanted to know about Guangling? I tell you, he came to the city today, and according to reliable sources, he has already reported to the Demon Suppression Department. Bai was extremely excited. Feng Guangling has come. Those bastards still dare to bully Bai Xiao. Run? Do you know where he lives? A girl sitting by the stone table slightly raised her head and looked at Bai Yi. With a stunningly beautiful face and eyes like autumn water. This is Bai Fuling, isn't it? Officially, she works in the town government office. No one dares to dispute this. She will never forget how that bastard once lay on top of her body and defiled her, even if they were both schemed against. Bai Fuling could not forgive Feng Guangling's actions, especially after Feng Guangling regained consciousness. He still dared to make a move. I don't know for now, but rest assured, I will find out soon. Bai was full of confidence. All right, remember to tell me at the first moment. Sister, have you thought it through? Get lost. All right then. Without saying another word, Bai ran off. In this family, his status was the lowest. Arguing with his sister? That is not much different from seeking death. Just then, a powerful aura flashed above her head. The matter between her and Feng Guangling was known only to a few, and the others were all dead. Even her brother and sister did not know the inside story. This also shows how powerful Xiao Wu is, knowing about such a head-chopping matter. It's fine if nothing happens, but he also mixed into the Demon Suppression Department. Feng Guangling also inexplicably raised his head. When it comes to aura, Feng Guangling was more sensitive than anyone else. Is this gentle superior, who didn't even give Feng Guangling a chance to speak, this domineering? Directly spanning the entire Fui Ying. It said that Fui Ying is under a no-fly zone, while still feeling emotional. Feng Guangling heard Wei Ming's even more domineering words, a thing that doesn't know its own mortality. Fortunately, Wei Ming didn't infuse any mysterious energy into that previous sentence, and no one heard it. Otherwise, the face of the Talisman's tower would be completely lost. Chapter 57. The Super Treatment of a Young Master. The Demon Suppression Department is truly domineering. Feng Guangling sighed in his heart. The only regret is that he has no backing or foundation in the Demon Suppression Department. Otherwise, he could also be domineering. The way of the Tao has never been about bowing down and compromising oneself. It's just that with insufficient strength now, he can only endure in frustration. But this does not mean Feng Guangling lacks courage. Didn't you see he wanted to fight to the death with someone at the peak of enlightenment? No matter when. Cultivators never lack blood. Feng Guangling's residence in Fui Ying is not the kind of dormitory for night watchmen, but an independent courtyard resembling a traditional compound. This kind of treatment, let alone a small banner, 1,000 households wouldn't even have it. The key is that there are already 2 maids, plus 2 or 3 houseboys and a dog in the courtyard. It took him 2 months to reach Fui Ying, and his family had already arranged a place to live here. His cheap old man's influence isn't ordinary. But why didn't it happen before? When Feng Guangling previously came to Fui Ying, he stayed in an inn. To be honest, it was far worse than when he was in Shenzhou. Leaving other things aside, just the lifespan is a big problem. All the way down. With Li Dian's help, he has come to know about 30% of the beasts on this continent. There is not much difference between spells and mysterious arts. The only difference lies in the lethality. Feng Guangling can confirm that it is due to qi. Qi seems to be a more refined form of mysterious energy. It's worth mentioning that along the way, Feng Guangling also encountered a bizarre situation. A corpse and a person who had unfinished business. That person's wife died. And for some unknown reason, she became a corpse. The most bizarre thing is that the corpse obeyed that person's commands. And that person was just an ordinary man. They lived in the deep mountains for nearly 10 years. Feng Guangling didn't even know how to handle it at the time. Was it because he wasn't perverse enough? Or was it because he was too easily startled? In any case, it was ultimately Li Dian who handled it. Feng Guangling was too lazy to deal with such bizarre matters. Cause and effect? A divine thunder would make any cause and effect go to see the 3 pure ones. It's just that he doesn't know whether there are 3 pure ones in this world, or if the 3 pure ancestors from Shenzhou can receive his prayers. The whole world seems very favorable to cultivators. Whether it's demons or evil spirits, in front of cultivators, they are inherently 1 level lower. Look, isn't that impressive? Feng Guangling tells you, impressive my ass. You still have to endure. Otherwise, you will die. After experiencing the incident in the deserted town, Feng Guangling's conviction in this thought has become even more firm. No way. Who told him to end up on such a useless thing? No background, no strength. And if he doesn't take care, unexpected things will happen. It's hard-earned to live again, even if his lifespan isn't long. Feng Guangling doesn't want to meet the three pure ancestors in such a baffling way. Young master, this is what the master entrusted to you. When he walked out of the room, Xiaowu was already waiting behind the door. Don't doubt it. Xiaowu still lives with Feng Guangling. In his words, wherever the young master goes, we go. Father has come to Fujing? Feng Guangling blinked, surprised at the speed. It seems like it was only half a month since he requested storage items, and now he's already ahead of him? Is the official road really that fast? No. It was the family who hurriedly sent it over. It said that 3 horses died in the process. Xiaowu chuckled. Who in the Feng family doesn't pamper Feng Guangling? Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that Feng Guangling dared to confront a big family in Fujing for a servant of his own is enough to make anyone devoted to him. Moreover, Feng Guangling had done this more than once. When Feng Guangling was absorbing and merging these memories, he couldn't help but sigh. The Feng family is indeed wealthy. And his father Feng Yumin truly dotes on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how many times he would have died. Hey, good job. A reward for good work. Let us say 100 taels of silver. I don't have that much money on me right now. Feng Guangling took the box and sent Xiaowu away. After all, this kind of thing used to be handled by Xiaowu, so it's simple and convenient to let him take care of it now without any unexpected issues. All right. A generous and protective master. Who wouldn't like that? 100 taels of silver is equivalent to 10 taels of gold. Look, he still says he doesn't have that much money on him. Only his own young master would say such a thing. If it were anyone else, being rewarded with 10 taels of silver would be considered a huge reward. After returning to his room, Feng Guangling couldn't wait to open the box. Storage items. Do you know their worth? Feng Guangling wasn't clear on how the Fenghua continent viewed storage items, but in his eyes, they were definitely divine artifacts. With this, there would be much less trouble in the future. Not to mention anything else. Just this journey alone could carry many more things. Although Xiao Wu and a few others were carrying large and small bags, they had already lost many items along the way, even leaving behind some beast meat. There's no way. Those beasts were just at the Xianjing level, and their meat's value was limited to satisfying hunger and cravings. Damn. The moment he opened the box, Feng Guangling couldn't help but curse. 2 storage rings. Damn it. Bai Yi said that storage items are extremely valuable and rare. Feng Guangling thought that even getting the cheapest storage bracelet would be considered his father's indulgence. Who would have thought he'd get 2, and they were storage rings. In addition, there were silver notes. Goodness. 10,000 taels of silver. Thinking about how he just told Xiao Wu he didn't have much money, Feng Guangling felt embarrassed. Now he finally understood why his previous self was so extravagant. Inside, there was also a piece of paper explaining how to activate the storage ring. It wasn't the so-called blood drop method. It was about channeling xuanqi. To put it plainly, the storage ring stores your xuanqi and recognizes your energy. Only you can open the storage ring in the future. So generous, so advanced. This was the first time Feng Guangling spoke highly of the Fenghua continent. In fact, over the past 2 months, he had cursed countless times in his heart. There were no planes or high-speed trains. They could only ride horses. And his boat was almost split in 4 from the bumps. But all of this could be overlooked in front of a storage item. Chapter 58, A Chance Encounter. After the storage rings and silver notes, there were 3 talismans. To prevent Feng Guangling from not understanding, Feng Yumin also included a special explanation. 1 defensive talisman and 2 offensive talismans. All at the Tongling level. Impressive, my old man. According to the letter, these were rewards that his father fought for from the Demon Suppression Division. Feng Guangling wasn't naive. He knew very well how precious Tongling level talismans were. No matter the reason, the strongest openly acknowledged figures on the Fenghua continent are only at the Tongdao level. The Tongling realm can practically be said to be the ceiling level. With 2 storage rings, 3 Tongling talismans, and 10,000 taels of silver. His father must be afraid of him being wronged. Feng Guangling actually didn't have much. He only wanted the storage ring for convenience in carrying the beast corpses in the future. It seems being a playboy isn't so bad. This was the first time Feng Guangling had such a thought since arriving in this world. As for how Feng Yumin had such power, have you ever heard of the county magistrate breaking the family? Anyway, Feng Guangling found it quite reasonable. Brother Guangling, Brother Guangling. In the evening, Bai Yi rushed into the courtyard, followed by a helpless Xiao Wu. If it weren't for Xiao Wu knowing him, with Bai Yi's loud entrance, he would have been beaten up or seriously injured. Didn't you see the 2 bodyguards behind them, glaring with wooden sticks? How did you come here? Feng Guangling stepped out of the room, surprised to see Bai Yi. How long has it been since they arrived in Fujing? At most, it was just 1 day. How did Bai Yi find out where he lived? This isn't the era where mobile phones are everywhere. Everything relies on people asking around. What can be done in a day? This kid has a way. He can be the one to ask for news in the future. It's too boring at home. Bai Yi didn't say any of the nonsense about Feng Guangling coming for the first time. Feng Guangling had helped him multiple times in Fujing, so they weren't that estranged. All right, let's go out for a stroll. Feng Guangling looked at the sunset. His heart stirred and casually closed the door. He hadn't really strolled around the cities of this world since coming here. At first, he hid in the Feng Mansion. Then he stayed in the Demon Suppression Division's library, and later he wandered in the deep mountains and forests. Did the deserted town count? Of course. But it had no popularity, and how could a small town compare to a border city? I have to say, Feng Guangling finally opened his eyes. Fujing truly deserves its reputation as the #1 city in the southeast. The architecture here is not only beautiful and picturesque, but also has a rugged and bold style. The extreme contrast of these two styles of architecture surprisingly has no sense of discord. But thinking about it, this is a city that defends against beast tides. How could it not be magnificent? How could it not be rough? Brother Guangling, should we go to Hohat Pavilion? We haven't been there for over half a year. Bai Yi leaned close to Feng Guangling and whispered, Hohat Pavilion is Fujing's largest entertainment venue, commonly known as a brothel. However, those who come here are either rich or noble. Without money or power, one cannot enter. Once, a tunneling realm expert caused trouble here and was directly thrown out of Fujing. The first time Feng Guangling brought Bai Yi to Hohat Pavilion, he was only 16, and Bai Yi was just 14. That time, Bai Yi was beaten so badly it was tragic. Since then, Bai Fuling's gaze towards Feng Guangling has carried a different meaning. Not going. You probably want to get beaten up again. In the past, he could afford to be reckless in front of Bai Qi, but not now. Then let's go boating. Bai Yi shrank his head and quickly changed the subject. Let us go to the Moon Lake. Bai Yi had a sudden thought. He had heard his brother say that the first time his sister met Brother Guangling was by the Moon Lake, and then Brother Guangling fell for her. Let us go? Feng Guangling raised his hand, and the four immediately changed direction. The term Moon Lake feels both strange and familiar to Feng Guangling. In his memories, he has visited it every year since he was 11. It seems that he hasn't actually come this year, so he's taking this opportunity to make up for it. The Moon Lake under the sunset is beautiful, with people coming and going, dressed extravagantly, either rich or noble. This scene is completely the opposite of what Feng Guangling has experienced in the past 2 months. Outside the city, monsters roam freely, and danger is everywhere. Inside the city, there is peace and joy, with songs and laughter. It's simply two extremes. The reason he doesn't feel lost in drunkenness is that those walking on the streets all exude a sense of vitality and fierce temperament. But thinking about it, it's close to the riverside forest. Who would dare come here without some hot blood? Brother Guangling. Bai Yi suddenly grabbed Feng Guangling's arm, his voice trembling and his face pale as he looked ahead. Feng Guangling glanced at him in surprise. Despite Bai Yi appearing like a shadow behind Feng Guangling, he could be quite arrogant here in Fujing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten into so much trouble over the years, making Feng Guangling bear so many burdens. Following Bai Yi's gaze, Feng Guangling's body stiffened slightly. That silhouette was something he could never forget in his life. Whether in his original body or as the current Feng Guangling, it was the same. This was the first person he truly met in this world. The woman who made him a real man in 2 lives. Although it was only a brief encounter, it was enough for Feng Guangling to experience what it was like to be a true man. Bai Fuling, the youngest daughter of Bai Qi, the jewel of the Bai family. Brother Guangling, let's run. Bai Yi almost instinctively suggested. Over the past month, he had either been beaten up or was on his way to being beaten up. Now seeing Bai Fuling, he had developed a reflex. He even began to doubt whether his sister had been stimulated in some way. Feng Guangling. Indeed, that stimulation is quite significant. Just then, Bai Fuling suddenly turned around by the lake. In that instant, Feng Guangling's face stiffened. No matter how much he tries to justify it, Feng Guangling is not a heartless scoundrel. He simply cannot remain indifferent after having pushed a woman into such a situation. Bai Yi trembled, quickly taking 3 steps back, maintaining a distance from Feng Guangling. He remembered Bai Fuling saying that if she ever saw Feng Guangling again, she would hit him. Is it you? Bai Fuling's face showed a hint of surprise, her astonishment quickly turning to disgust and disdain, accompanied by a trace of hatred. Chapter 59. The encounter turns deadly. Practitioners of the way often have a calm demeanor, and after the initial emotional turmoil, Feng Guangling had already settled down. Seeing Bai Fuling's reaction, he understood that there was no hope for them. He also realized the karma between them, knowing it would cause trouble in the future. Dislike and disdain were easy to dismiss. Out of sight, out of mind, it was nothing. This world is so vast. With the Great Hua Empire and the Northern Man Kingdom, not to mention other places, if he ran north, he wouldn't see her for 5 or 6 years. There are no planes or high-speed trains here. Relying purely on human strength to travel is incredibly difficult, as Feng Guangling had experienced over the past 2 months. One misstep could lead to becoming monster prey. Therefore, people in this world would not undertake long journeys unless absolutely necessary. But hatred is truly insidious. While one might not be able to love someone for a lifetime, one can hate someone for a lifetime, with a 99% certainty. Given what Feng Guangling had done to Bai Fuling, he felt that her hatred could last 2 lifetimes. It was awkward, truly awkward. It's me, long time no see. To be honest, apart from looking weak, Feng Guangling was quite handsome. Bai Fuling looked at him with a cold, indifferent expression, her voice carrying a hint of chill. Long time no see, young Master Feng. The chilling tone that entered Feng Guangling's ears instantly brought a profound sense of crisis. Holy crap, this woman is going to kill. How can you just kill someone over a disagreement? Feng Guangling instinctively retreated sharply, grabbing Bai Yi and pulling him back with him. Boom. A terrifying sword aura struck the ground beneath Feng Guangling. The ground cracked open instantly. Good heavens, an attack talisman. Indeed. Although the strength of this attack talisman was not very high, at most it was at the Xian realm. The advantage of such talismans lies in their speed. To say they are instant is not an exaggeration. Wait. Just as he opened his mouth, Feng Guangling's expression changed again, and without thinking, he retreated another 10 meters. Boom. The ground exploded again. The second talisman had been activated. Do these talismans not cost anything? In the wild, encountering monsters or evil beings, such talismans are lifesavers. Yet Bai Fuling didn't hesitate for a moment to throw out 2 of them. The strength of the second talisman even reached the peak of the Xian realm, almost to the level of the Tongming realm. How much murderous intent did she have? Feng Guangling had no doubt that if Bai Fuling had stronger talismans, she would not hesitate to use them. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Feng Guangling's expression changed drastically. Damn it, the first 2 talismans were merely distractions. This third talisman was truly life-threatening. Cursed crow's mouth, good omens fail, bad omens succeed. Boom. An illusory blade shadow appeared, crashing down towards Feng Guangling. An attack talisman of the Tongming realm. Li Chongqing suddenly flung Bai Yi away, pointing his sword forward and raising his head boldly. Technique, golden light spell. Technique, Chimanbagua. The 2 techniques formed almost instantaneously. In that moment, Feng Guangling felt a sudden pressure on his chest, and a sharp pain surged in his heart. Instantaneously casting 2 techniques at once was still quite taxing, and there was still some backlash. But there was no time to worry about that now. If he didn't act, he would surely fall into this woman's hands today. As expected, the ancestors did not deceive him. A woman who holds grudges is truly deadly. Golden light emerged, and the Bagua diagram suddenly enveloped a radius of 500 meters, including Bai Fuling within it. Bagua, Dui as marsh. Great marsh is heaven. Feng Guangling could only utilize 4 words from the Chiman Bagua, excluding the character for Zhen as mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to use the golden light spell together with it. A semi-transparent light shield suddenly enveloped Feng Guangling, limited to him alone. Waves surged, forming a protective barrier. Double protection. Heaven knows how powerful an attack from the Tongming realm talisman is. Feng Guangling had never encountered it before, so being cautious was no mistake. Boom. After a deafening explosion, the attack disappeared. Feng Guangling looked up at the trembling water wave barrier, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bai Fuling's Tongming realm attack talisman was not as terrifying as its peak form. Otherwise, he might have endured a knife today. As the saying goes, things don't happen in threes. Or perhaps Bai Fuling realized that she couldn't cause any harm to Feng Guangling right now, so she didn't attack again immediately. She stood coldly 100 meters away from Feng Guangling, staring intently at him, her eyes slightly red, her gaze as if she wanted to dissect him 1,000 times. Having her purity destroyed and being unable to speak of it, now she lacked even the ability to take revenge. This kind of hatred, this sense of powerlessness, is something that those who haven't experienced it have no right to speak about. All right, very good. So you've been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger all along. So everything was your scheme. Feng Guangling, I will kill you in this life. The words filled with hatred gave Feng Guangling goosebumps. This script is definitely wrong. Others who have crossed over, whether through strong push or reverse push, ultimately end up embracing beauty. Why is it that when it comes to me, I have to be resented? And as if that weren't enough, the other party's background and support are incredibly powerful, one of the 3 major families in the southeastern region. Look, is this something a person should face? Is this considered a death sentence? Moreover, if I didn't have some strength, I would have already died just now. How can you say that all of this is my conspiracy? The strong push was done by Feng Guangling, not Taoist. Although I did make some movements in the end. It was only a few. Can we talk some sense here? Feng Guangling is really having a headache. He originally didn't know how to deal with women. And discussing reason with a woman is completely futile, especially when this woman hates you to the bone. Congratulations. You have no possibility of dialogue for the rest of your life. Didn't you see Bai Fuling go for the kill as soon as they met? This is a world where demons and monsters run rampant, not a place where you can't even bring a knife on the street. Believe it or not, if people in Shenzhou could carry knives on the streets, there would be several deaths every day, and they would all be men. Don't talk nonsense. I entered the Demon Suppression Division to cultivate for self-preservation. Feng Guangling made a decisive refusal. Chapter 60. You can't make a move. No matter what Bai Fuling thinks in her heart, Feng Guangling has to say it this way. Of course, the strong push, regardless of who did it, cannot be denied. But in public, Feng Guangling had no way to explain. Even in private, this difficult topic is something Feng Guangling cannot bring himself to mention. He can't just say that it wasn't him, right? This body now belongs to Feng Guangling, so it was done by Feng Guangling, and there's no escaping it. Let go of me. Do you still want to kill me? Bai Fuling found herself unable to move the moment she turned around, and her eyes narrowed involuntarily. Full of killing intent, the waves surged, and the water spread. Those whose strength is not as strong as Feng Guangling's, once trapped by the strange doors and 8 trigrams, naturally lose half the battle. Unless one uses brute force to break free, otherwise, they could be trapped to death. You first promised me not to make a move. Letting go is fine, but Feng Guangling indicated that he couldn't bear this style of directly going for the kill over a disagreement. Don't worry. When my strength isn't higher than yours, I won't kill you. Bai Fuling seemed to think of something, a hint of crimson appearing on her icy, beautiful face before dissipating. That day in bed, Feng Guangling's hands never stopped. Bai Fuling was thoroughly touched all over by Feng Guangling, and in the end, it was Bai Fuling who reversed the situation on Feng Guangling. Yes, you read that right. Even if Feng Guangling was under the influence of spring poison, he only dared to indulge a little and didn't dare to directly act against Bai Fuling. Instead, it was Bai Fuling who ultimately couldn't resist her desires and reversed the situation on Feng Guangling. But when it comes down to it, this kind of thing is always a man's responsibility, especially when the partner is a beautiful woman. The responsibility is even more unavoidable. It's not that I won't make a move. It's that I won't kill you. Feng Guangling had a curse he didn't know whether to say out loud. No. If my strength isn't higher than yours, you can't make a move against me. Hello. Bai Fuling gritted her silver teeth and glared at Feng Guangling fiercely. She couldn't understand why, after such a short time, the once wasteful playboy's strength had risen to this level. The old Feng Guangling only had a good appearance. He was inherently a waste, unable to become a practitioner. This was also the main reason Bai Fuling looked down on Feng Guangling. Who was Bai Fuling? The pearl of the Bai family, with parents, brothers, and sisters pampering her, plus a younger brother to vent her anger on whenever she wanted. She was also a talented beauty famous in Fuzhou. In terms of both hardware and software, Feng Guangling was not worthy of Bai Fuling. I said, don't make a move. Feng Guangling rubbed his forehead and waved his hand, causing the 8 trigrams to dissipate, but the golden light on his body remained. He didn't dare to rashly lift the golden light spell. Bai Fuling's current state was a bit strange. One could easily get stabbed in the back after saying good things. A crazy woman is hard to guard against. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. Bai Fuling unexpectedly glanced at Feng Guangling. If it was an accident, Feng Guangling's performance today surprised her. Not to mention suddenly becoming a practitioner of the transparent realm, there was also Feng Guangling's attitude. In the past, when Feng Guangling saw her, his eyes seemed to want to grow on her body, and his naked possessiveness was never concealed. It wasn't admiration, it was possessiveness. If it were the old Feng Guangling, after forcibly pushing her, he definitely wouldn't let her go so easily upon meeting her again. But today's Feng Guangling lacked the previous flamboyance. In his eyes, besides helplessness, there was also a hint of pity. Moreover, he no longer had the previous flamboyance, appearing stable and exuding an otherworldly aura. Otherworldly? That's simply a joke. A playboy has an otherworldly aura? It would sound ridiculous if said out loud. After taking a deep look at Feng Guangling, Bai Fuling said nothing and turned to leave. Whether stable or otherworldly, it didn't matter. Being in the transparent realm didn't matter either. With her talent, she could become a practitioner of the transparent realm in less than half a year, and then she would take revenge herself. Feng Guangling let out a breath of relief. Damn it, dealing with women is more exhausting than fighting monsters or exterminating evil spirits. Brother Guangling, has my sister surrendered? Bai Yi was dumbfounded. This was the only time he had seen Bai Fuling return empty-handed in front of Feng Guangling. Although what just happened ended in an instant, he was well aware of the danger involved. He even suspected that his sister Bai Fuling wanted to kill him too. Those 2 attacks were both from the transparent realm, and as for attack power, that was no problem. He had mid-level transparent realm strength himself, so it wouldn't be a big issue. But Feng Guangling was different. Not only did he block the attacks without a scratch, but he even wasn't harmed by the transparent realm talisman attack in the end. Brother Guangling is so impressive now. Even his sister has been subdued. He could really walk sideways now. Thinking of this, Bai couldn't help but break into a bright smile. This isn't surrender. This is called knowing the right timing. Feng Guangling saw Bai Fuling stop in front and hurriedly explained a sentence. This is truly speechless. Shouldn't this wait until your sister leaves before discussing it? Saying it now? Neither of us has a good outcome. Bold and reckless, causing trouble in Fuzhou, seeking death. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. A man suddenly shot out from a pleasure boat. and the moment he landed on the shore, he leaped again. Clang! A sharp blade was drawn, and a beam of sword light broke through the sky, directly smashing down at Feng Guangling. Feng Guangling suddenly looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly, and murderous intent erupted. Infinite heavens, how dare you? Bai Fuling. If you want to cut me, I accept it. Where the hell did this bastard come from? Xiao Fengming, you dare? Bai Yi suddenly shouted. Xiao family. One of the 3 major families in the southeastern region? Go to hell. I even forcibly pushed the pearl of the Bai family, and ended up fine. As for the Xiao family, if they want to cut, then cut. At this moment, Feng Guangling didn't want to care about any techniques or mystical arts. He only had one thought, to cut down this troublemaker in front of him. Clang! The demon-slaying blade was drawn. This was Feng Guangling's first real battle using the demon-slaying blade. And it wasn't just a simple draw, it was a genuinely lethal strike. The Levzu sword, the most powerful sword technique in the Taoist sect. But Feng Guangling didn't care, he directly wielded the blade to execute it. Both sides had enmity. It was fine to fight to the death upon meeting. This was the first meeting between the 2 sides, and the other party directly drew their sword to attack. If that's the case, then it's time to send the other party to their death. If the Taoists knew that someone was using a sword to perform the Levzu sword technique, I wonder if they would expel this unfilial person, Feng Guangling. From the Tao sect. Chapter 61. No one can save you. Buzz. The sound of the Tao suddenly appeared, and the blade's light erupted. The flowing light flashed first, directly shattering the sword light and crashing into Xiao Fengming. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fengming crushed a talisman, and the moment the light and shadow appeared, the sword light exploded. In the next moment, Xiao Fengming was directly blasted away. Boom! The water waves exploded violently, and the pleasure boat also exploded in an instant. In an instant, cries for help, screams, and curses rang out continuously. About a dozen people on the 2 pleasure boats all fell into the water. Not a single one remained. Feng Guangling squinted his eyes and shouted to Xiao Wu, send a distress signal. One of the 3 major families, perfect in the Xian realm, could be considered a genius. If it were before, Feng Guangling would have turned and left without a word. Taking advantage and slipping away immediately wasn't a matter of life and death. But now it was different. On the first day, he was transferred to Fujing. Someone came to provoke him. If he didn't show his authority, he was worried that he wouldn't even be able to enter the gates of the demon suppression office. Bai Fuling didn't count. That was the original owner's karma. No matter how Feng Guangling thought about it, he couldn't escape this point. But what was Xiao Fengming? How dare he draw his sword against him? This young master is now the small banner of the demon suppression office. Not to mention, everyone is prohibited from drawing swords against the night watchman of the demon suppression office within the city. This is a written rule. Anyone who dares to break this rule must bear the wrath of the demon suppression office. This was the first iron rule Feng Guangling saw when he entered the demon suppression office. Yes, Xiao Wu didn't say a word and directly pulled the distress signal. At that moment, the entire Fujing trembled violently. Demon suppression office. A middle-aged man suddenly stood up, and the fierce aura exploded with the distress signal. The entire room was nearly destroyed under the pressure. Good. Lord Wei has just left, and someone dares to attack our demon suppression office in the city? A thing that doesn't know its own death. All duty night watchmen, obey orders. Assemble, support. When the commanding officer is not present, the 10,000 households hold power. This has been the rule of the demon suppression office for many years. As for the elders, unless even the 100 households are not present, otherwise, the elders do not leave the pavilion. 10,000 households, Swatong. There is a saying circulating in Fujing. It is better to offend Wei Ming than to offend Swatong. He is the night watchman of the demon suppression office with the most iron-blooded and hardline style. He is the only night watchman who dares to directly cut down even the imperial envoy's horse. That was 10 years ago when an imperial envoy came to announce an appointment. The envoy rode into the demon suppression office, and then the horse's head was gone. If it weren't for the vigilance of the guards beside the envoy would probably have died. With his order sent out, in an instant, the entire demon suppression office suddenly operated, and moments later, hundreds of night watchmen had gathered in the courtyard. Go, target, Moon Lake, depart at full speed. At Moon Lake, more and more people gathered. Originally, everyone thought there would be no excitement to see. But little did they know, in the blink of an eye, they saw such an explosive scene. Those with sharp eyes even saw that the person who was knocked away was Xiao Fengming from the Xiao family. Isn't that the young master from the Xiao family? He fell into the water? Who was the other one? Shoo, don't say. Isn't that the wasteful son of the Feng family? In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. The people who fell into the water quickly used their skills to swim ashore. The men were fine, but the women immediately looked for clothes to cover their bodies. The scene looked chaotic. Xiao Fengming disregarded everything else. Almost as soon as he got ashore, he walked out of the crowd with a long sword in hand, staring fiercely at Feng Guangling. Good, very good. How dare you attack me in Fujing? Feng Guangling, you're dead. This time, no one can save you. Oh, you know me? Feng Guangling really didn't know his reputation was this big. Fujing, the heart city of the southeastern region. How did I mix in before to have such a big name? Don't forget, Feng Guangling was an ordinary person before. He was a bit of a wastrel. But that was only limited to the level of an ordinary person. Most of the people present were Xian practitioners. This was a completely different level of existence. So, Feng Guangling's understanding of the words wastrel was still too superficial. Hey, Xiaocaiji, you've said this to us countless times. But both of us are still standing here alive, right? I don't know where you got the face to say such things. Feng Guangling hadn't spoken yet. But Bai was already unhappy. We are all from the three major families. What the hell are you playing the big bad wolf here? Not to mention the big bad wolf. Even if it's a lone wolf beast, this young master dares to find someone to take you down. Damn it. How dare you lose face for my brother Guangling and my future brother-in-law? You probably don't know how to write the word death. Do you know how powerful my brother Guangling is? He dares to fight against evil spirits with his bare hands. Do you dare? Bai had no tail behind him. Otherwise, he would definitely be tailing the sky. Feng Guangling was stunned for a moment. The anger that had accumulated in his heart earlier had not even been thought through. And he directly swung his sword out. If it weren't for the other party having some insight, otherwise, at this moment, it wouldn't be as simple as a drowned dog. The greater possibility was that he wouldn't even have a chance to breathe. Now that he thought about it carefully, he really did know the other party. Xiao Fengming, the young master of the Xiao family, also had feelings for Bai Fuling. However, unlike Feng Guangling, who was persistently clinging, Xiao Fengming was the kind of sly person. There were countless instances of heroes saving the beauty, chance encounters on the road, and inviting friends for meals, etc. What puzzled Feng Guangling the most was that once a lackey beside Xiao Fengming had a conflict with Bai, Xiao Fengming actually sided with that lackey. Is this the kind of thinking a normal person can have? No matter how the conflict was, you were pursuing his sister, and in such a situation where there was no progress, shouldn't you give your little brother-in-law a little sweetness? Not only did he not, but he also offended him terribly. That time caused Bai to kneel in the ancestral hall for more than half a month. In the end, it was still Feng Guangling who quietly brought Bai out. As for getting beaten, it must have been Feng Guangling. Anyway, considering the favor of the wandering people, Bai Qi wouldn't kill Feng Guangling. As for now, it would be even less likely. Not to mention that Feng Guangming is now a small banner of the Demon Suppression Office. Just the fact that the above no longer gives the same hints as before, and clearly states not to provoke Feng Yumin, Bai Qi wouldn't casually take action against Feng Guangling. So, it would be strange for Bai Yi to give Xiao Fengming a good face. Bai Fuling looked at this scene with a calm expression, but deep in her eyes, there was still an unhidden shock. Chapter 62. What is the Talisman Tower? Who in the southeastern region doesn't know that Feng Guangling is a wastrel and a failure? But now, this kind of waste almost cut down the genius of the Xiao family with a single sword. Previously, Bai Fuling even suspected that Feng Guangling was also using talismans. After all, it's well known that County Magistrate Feng has money. The Talisman Tower's major clients. Do you think the Feng family has no money? But now the facts are right in front of us. Who is the real waste? Bai, this is not your business. You'd better step aside. This young master is now the steward of the Talisman Tower. Do you want your Bai family to be enemies with the Talisman Tower? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Fengming's eyes. They say he is brainless. Pursuing Bai Fuling but also offending Bai Yi. But who knows he did it on purpose. The four siblings of the Bai family, two are far away in the capital. And only Bai Fuling and Bai Yi are in Fujing. The more Bai Yi is useless, the more talented Bai Fuling is. Who will be in charge of the Bai family in the future? After ruining Bai Yi's reputation and even incapacitating him, once he marries Bai Fuling, isn't the Bai family's ancestral land in Fujing under the control of Xiao Fengming? There are countless instances of such things happening. However, most of the time it's just big fish eating small fish. Xiao Fengming genuinely believes that the Xiao family is that big fish. After all, the Bai family rose to prominence relatively late, and their branches are not capable. If they dare to cause trouble, he can wipe them out in an instant. The members of prominent families who dare to venture out and even make a name for themselves are not fools. Even before he is caught up with Bai Fuling, he has already started plotting against the Bai family's assets. In fact, it's not just Xiao Fengming who is scheming against the Bai family. Many people are eyeing them. Who told the Bai family that their foundation is shallow? As for taking action against Feng Guangling, what's the big deal? Don't be fooled by how carefree Feng Guangling appears despite getting into trouble multiple times. In the eyes of these prominent families, he is merely a clown. A small county magistrate can be taken down anytime. However, the Demon Suppression Division in Mingshui is overly protective, which is why it has been dragging on. That's the public reason. What's really going on behind the scenes is not something the upper echelons of the various families have disclosed. The younger generation is just muddled. When Bai wanted to say something, Feng Guangling raised his hand to stop him. Using background as a reason? That makes things easier. Even when he was just a small flag in the Demon Suppression Division, he dared to cause trouble in the Fu Lu building. And in the end, it just fizzled out. Xiao Fengming is a bit clever, but not much. Or rather, the schemes that are not on the same level can only end up in vain. Feng Guangling doesn't know the intricacies of the schemes. He only knows one thing. Even when he was unable to cultivate and couldn't become a, he was still so arrogant. Now that he is both a small flag and a, why can't he be arrogant? Being bullied like this is not Feng Guangling's style. Nor is it the style of the Demon Suppression Division. Young Master Xiao, do you know that attacking someone without reason means I can kill you without anyone daring to cause trouble for me? Who gave you the audacity to say such brainless words? Feng Guangling raised his hand, resting the demon-slaying blade on his shoulder. Cultivating should go with one's heart. If you don't let me do that, I'll beat you until I can. As for whether using the demon-slaying blade to perform the L ancestor sword technique will get him scolded by the ancestor, that can wait until he sees the ancestor. After all, on the Fenghua continent, he is the only cultivator. What is there to fear? I've heard of young Master Feng's name for a long time. And I originally thought it was a bit exaggerated, but it turns out to be true. Behind Xiao Fengming, a man stepped through the crowd, sneering at Feng Guangling. So, young Master Feng, are you looking down on us at the Fu Lu building? As his voice fell, 3 more men walked out. Without exception, all 4 men had a talisman between their fingers. These are the of the Fu Lu building, and only they would wear clothes resembling Confucian robes. Feng Guangling's gaze suddenly sharpened. Was Xiao Fengming's sudden attack intentional? If that is the case, then Xiao Fengming's scheming is quite deep. He and Bai Yi came here casually without any prior ambush or preparation, to set up a scheme targeting him in just a few minutes? Who would dare say Xiao Fengming is a fool? Tell me, what does the Fu Lu building think it is? Daring to bark in front of my Demon Suppression Division? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, followed by the sound of synchronized hoofbeats that abruptly filled everyone's ears. The Night Watchman of the Demon Suppression Division. Someone suddenly shouted. Without discussion or commotion, almost at the sound of that shout, everyone stepped back several meters. It's no joke. No one should look for trouble with the Night Watchman in the city. Setting aside the Demon Suppression Division. Do you know what the 3 words Night Watchman mean? Protecting humanity from the darkness. The nature of the Demon Suppression Division is too special, and its status is too high. No one wants to provoke it. Provoking beasts and evil spirits is worse than death, let alone humans. I've seen Master One Hu. Xiao Wu, sharp-eyed, saw Zuotong at the forefront and immediately cupped his fists in greeting. Zuotong dismounted and walked in front of Feng Guangling. His expression serious as he stared at him, filled with scrutiny. This guy is delicate. Is he really as outstanding as the records say? But he looks like an ordinary person drained by wine and pleasure. Is there something wrong here? However, his posture of carrying the blade is indeed imposing. The Night Watchman could learn from him, instead of copying that previous sword maniac who likes to stick his sword in the ground. The Demon Suppression Division uses blades. Not swords, okay? I've seen the master. Feng Guangling accepted the greeting, but found it strange that Master One Who liked to stare at him so much. Could it be he has a certain preference? Don't doubt it. There are indeed people in this world who have a preference for men over women. Good boy. No wonder you're one of us in the Demon Suppression Division. Not to mention, just the way Feng Guangling carried the blade made Zuotong feel pleased. Now, tell me what happened. Zuotong shouted to Xiao Wu. From start to finish, Zuotong didn't look at Xiao Fengming and the others. They weren't qualified. It would be different if the head of the Xiao family were here. These young people are all superfluous. However, since they dared to bully the Demon Suppression Division today, regardless of whether they are inexperienced young people or cunning old veterans, every single one of them would have to pay a price. Xiao Fengming. Didn't you say he was just a rich playboy from a remote county? How could he involve the Demon Suppression Division? The young man who first came out to support Xiao Fengming was almost scared to death. He is a standout of the younger generation in the Fu Lu building, and naturally knows what the 3 words Demon Suppression Division mean. I don't know. Xiao Fengming was on the verge of going crazy. He knew Feng Guangling's background all too well. After all, he was just a rich playboy. If it weren't for the special nature of Ming Shui, Feng Guangling would have died countless times. But now it seems it's completely different. Could it be that the Demon Suppression Division is truly united and really protective? Understanding that the Ming Shui Demon Suppression Division is protective is one thing, as it's a place where others make a living. But for the Fu Jing Demon Suppression Division to protect Feng Guangling like this is utterly inconceivable. Zuotong looked at Feng Guangling in disbelief. This guy really lives up to the title of playboy. On the first day in Fu Jing, he had a friendly spar with the Bai family's jewel, and then he was cut by the young master of the Xiao family. Damn it, a troublemaker. No wonder so many things have happened in just 2 months since he started working, and he has completed so many tasks. However, Zuotong felt no anger at all. The Demon Suppression Division does not support idlers. Stirring things up is a good thing. A well-behaved young master would be a headache. That's right. Xiao Wu's rhetoric is smooth. Feng Guangling and Bai Fu Ling call it a friendly spar, while Xiao Fengming calls it a sneak attack and bullying. Zuotong has no doubts at all. If you don't trust your own people, do you still believe those so-called geniuses from prominent families? Don't joke. When going on missions, the back is left to one's own people for protection. Those so-called geniuses from prominent families would be lucky not to piss themselves when encountering beasts, let alone protect their backs. The Xiao family, such a big name. The Fulu building, such great power. Daring to attack my small flag of the Demon Suppression Division, all of you will be captured. As soon as Zuotong's words fell, a group of night watchmen instantly pounced, regardless of whether you are from the Xiao family or the Fulu building. All of you are taken down. No one dared to resist, and everyone obediently surrendered. The 4 disciples of the Fulu building didn't even dare to say a word when their talismans were confiscated. Just kidding. Don't you see who the team leader is? It's Zuotong. Offending this guy means you'll never be able to leave the city in your lifetime. You might as well just grow old and die in Fueying. Of course, even in Fueying, you'll still get beaten up from time to time. You won't die, but you'll definitely end up crippled. Moreover, the most exaggerated thing about Zuotong is that he practices collective punishment. When he deals with the night watchman, he doesn't just target you. Anyone related to you will also suffer. The Fulu Tower didn't believe it at first, but then 30 disciples died unexpectedly. And nearly 100 people had problems in Fueying, all with injuries identical to those of the night watchman. It's clearly telling you that this was done by the Demon Suppression Division. Xiao Fengming and his group are now wishing they could die. When did Feng Guangling become a night watchman for the Demon Suppression Division? And at the small flag level? If this had been said earlier, I wouldn't have dared to take action against you. Using the name of Fulu Tower to suppress the Demon Suppression Division? They must be looking to bring down the Fulu Tower another level. If the managers of Fulu Tower knew about this, they would probably skin them alive. Feng Guangling stared blankly at this scene. No way. Is the Demon Suppression Division really this overbearing? They don't even need to ask questions. They just grab people. Xiao Fengming, why aren't you resisting? Why are you surrendering without saying a word? This is too surreal. My own backing is so strong. Can I be even more arrogant in the future? I haven't weakened the name of our Demon Suppression Division. I'm doing well. Zuotong patted Feng Guangling on the shoulder, grinning with satisfaction. He looks gentle and weak, but unexpectedly managed to push back a clear Illumination Realm opponent with a single strike. He knows how to play the fool to eat the tiger. Before this, who would have dared to say Feng Guangling could push back a clear Illumination Realm opponent? Even the Transcendence Realm wouldn't be a match for him. This is guidance from a master. Very good. This is the kind of talent the Demon Suppression Division needs. The more Zuotong thought about it, the happier he became. He didn't tarnish the name of the Demon Suppression Division, didn't suffer any losses, and completed a difficult task. If we had a few more talents like this, the Night Watchman of the Demon Suppression Division would have an easier time. I just did what I was supposed to do. Good. Good. I have high hopes for you. Zuotong laughed heartily, turned around, mounted his horse, and dragged Xiao Fengming and the other 5 away. They didn't even give anyone a moment to breathe. Feng Guangling was a bit dazed. The attitude of the Demon Suppression Division in Fueying towards him was unbelievably good. The Demon Suppression Division in Ming Shui wasn't even this enthusiastic. Didn't they say that workplaces are full of deceit and betrayal? Why has everything turned into a path paved by nobles for him? Brother Guangling, so impressive. Did you see that? Xiao Fengming and the others didn't even dare to let out a sound. Ha ha ha. This is so comfortable, so refreshing. Bai Yishuang felt really good. Conflicts with Xiao Fengming weren't just 1 or 2 times. Most of the time, he ended up being punished. Only when Feng Guangling was around would things get a bit better because usually, it was Feng Guangling taking the blame. Today was a complete reversal. Not only did Xiao Fengming fail to gain any advantage, but he was also directly captured by the Demon Suppression Division. Alright, stop talking. Let's hurry and leave. Don't you see your sister over there? Feng Guangling slapped Bai Yishuang's head impatiently and immediately turned to leave. Just kidding. Bai Fuling was staring at them with a cold face. He didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Right, let's go. Bai Yishuang shrank his neck and quickly followed Feng Guangling. Bai Fuling coldly watched this scene, saying nothing, but a different feeling flashed through her heart. That reckless Feng Guangling, who couldn't become a cultivator and could only be a waste indulging in pleasures, seemed truly different now. Although she didn't like Xiao Fengming, she had to admit that he was a genius among the younger generation. Don't look at how he was only at the initial stage of clear illumination. That's still clear illumination, and at over 20 years old, he was destined to become a strong spiritual practitioner. Yet, such a person couldn't withstand a single strike in front of Feng Guangling. Lost in thought, Bai Fuling recalled that absurd day with Feng Guangling. The news of the Xiao family's attack on the small flag of the Demon Suppression Division spread throughout Fueying almost immediately. Everyone was stunned, especially after learning that the team leader capturing them was Zuotong. The Xiao family was going against the heavens. Although the Xiao family is one of the three major families in the southeastern region, when it comes to the Demon Suppression Division, they are nothing. The Demon Suppression Division is not just an official department. It is also extremely special in the court. Would they joke with you about being a rank higher? Furthermore, the Demon Suppression Division has a clear rule: no drawing blades against night watchmen within the city. The Xiao family and Falu Tower are knowingly committing a crime. And this matter was led by Zhuotong. The Xiao family will not only face severe consequences, but will also lose a layer of skin. As for Falu Tower, it could either suffer a massive loss or collapse a level. This is not without precedent. Human calculations cannot compare to the heavens. When Su Su received the news, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Who the hell in the city would be foolish enough to draw a blade against a night watchman? Which idiot could do something so brainless? Since the establishment of Falu Tower, the only time it collapsed a level was when they attacked someone from the Demon Suppression Division in the city. The other party didn't die, just lost an arm. Because of this incident, how many people died in Falu Tower? How many were crippled? Now, some blind fools have run into the knife of the Demon Suppression Division. For a moment, Su Su didn't know what to say. A failure in execution. It seems they can only launch their attack ahead of time. 3 years ago, Su Su had already ordered that there should be no conflicts with the Demon Suppression Division or the Town Government Division. To keep the Demon Suppression Division and the Town Government Division from being on guard, Su Su had given up countless interests over these 3 years. The three parties had maintained a peaceful coexistence, but who would have thought that a problem would arise today? Truly, human calculations cannot compare to the heavens. The Demon Suppression Division will definitely focus on Falu Tower, and the feeding of evil spirits will no longer go as smoothly as it has in the past 3 years. It is even very likely to be uncovered by the Demon Suppression Division. After all, who would believe that the Falu Tower, which is dedicated to slaying demons and eliminating evil, would secretly be raising evil spirits? Even though this is just the southeastern Falu Tower and not the main tower in the capital, it still can't be trusted. Taoist Pan, I will bring some small fun to the southeastern region. I wonder if it will affect your plans. Su Su looked at the meditating Pan Meng, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He still didn't know where Pan Meng would make his move, but that didn't matter. He also wouldn't explain his plans to Pan Meng in detail. The two sides have a certain tacit understanding, but not much. After all, they are in a game rather than a collaboration. As long as he knows this matter will have an impact on Pan Meng, then he can play along. Of course not. Pan Meng chuckled and shook his head. Su Su took out a communication talisman and began issuing orders. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from Fueying, Wei Ming stood on the edge of a cliff, his expression cold and fierce. This is definitely the place. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Wei Ming slowly drew out the demon-slaying blade. The Demon Suppression Division has never given up investigating the uninhabited town incident. The reason they let the other party go for so long was simply to avoid pushing them into a corner. Wei Ming knew about Feng Guangling's special status. When he learned that the uninhabited town was discovered by Feng Guangling, he nearly lost his composure. Even now, Wei Ming didn't dare to inform Feng Yumin about this matter. Raising evil spirits and cultivating corpses. Besides that, the other party's strength should not be underestimated. The Clear Spirit Realm can already be considered high-end combat power in the Wind Erosion continent. Feng Guangling is only 18 years old. Such a prodigy certainly exists. But most are from the outer realms. The Wind Erosion continent has them too, but the vast majority are in the central region. In the southeastern region, being able to reach the enlightened realm at the age of 18 is considered a genius among geniuses. Xiao Fengming only broke through to the enlightened realm at the age of 22. If Feng Guangling were to die in the deserted town, Wei Ming even suspected that Feng Yumin would simply erase the Demon Suppression Division in the southeastern region. People from the outer heaven? Or those reckless fools who want to shake the imperial court's luck? In the next moment, Wei Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed, and an overwhelming killing intent erupted. Below the cliff, at least 10 auras suddenly surged up. The lowest level was actually at the initial stage of the spiritual realm, among which 3 were at the peak of the spiritual realm, just a step away from becoming the path realm. This is bad. There's an ambush. We've been exposed. Run. Release the puppets. In the blink of an eye, countless auras appeared, followed by numerous corpses. A total of 15 spiritual realm beings. This level of combat power outside would make any large family tremble, and those with shallow foundations might even face extermination. In an instant, all 15 stood on the other side of the cliff, gazing at Wei Ming from afar. At the same time, there were at least 50 corpses around them. Each corpse was at least at the enlightened realm level. Wei Ming gasped in cold air. Good lord, they found the lair. Good, very good. Fortunately, he had not acted rashly to avoid retaliation against Feng Guangling. Otherwise, if this force had remained here, how many people would die if a beast tide truly occurred in the future? As this thought emerged, Wei Ming's pupils instantly turned crimson. 50 corpses. How many small towns must have been slaughtered? How many people must have died to produce these? You fools, you can't escape. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Wei Ming's mouth. Since you dared to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Wei Ming was confident that no matter what happened, he would swallow them whole. Without the Path Realm, you dare to kill and nourish corpses on my territory? Seeking death. Wei Ming did not strike. He merely took out a talisman and suddenly threw it out. The Path Talisman is priceless. This phrase is enough to illustrate the talisman's preciousness. Generally, to create a Path Talisman, one must have Path Realm strength. Moreover, the success rate is appallingly low. Under normal circumstances, people would be reluctant to use Path Realm talismans unless it was the most dangerous moment. Unfortunately, Wei Ming was not an ordinary person. Or rather, the Demon Suppression Division had no ordinary people. The moment the talisman flew up, dark clouds suddenly gathered, and thunder filled the air. An overwhelmingly suffocating aura erupted. The 15 spiritual realm beings almost immediately began to scatter in all directions. Gathering together would mean certain death. Scattering was their only chance of survival. Whoever ran slow would be the one to suffer. They did not know Wei Ming, nor could they sense his aura, but they recognized the talisman. Using a Path Realm talisman against the spiritual realm, who the hell could argue with that? Surely, there couldn't be such deep-seated enmity between them? Wei Ming's cruel smile grew even more pronounced. Want to escape? You think too much of yourself. This talisman is not an offensive talisman, nor a defensive talisman. It only has one function, to imprison. Below the Path Realm, you don't even have the chance to resist. Above the mid-level of the Path Realm, there might be a slight chance of breaking free. In the next moment, all the spiritual realm beings' faces changed drastically, whether diving or casting spells or stepping out. They all froze in the same posture as the previous second. This is imprisonment. It was unclear who broke the silence first. Wei Ming grinned, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Yes, this is imprisonment. To capture you all in one net. I have indeed spent a lot. I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 65. Investigate thoroughly. The 15 spiritual realm powerhouses quietly died at a rarely visited cliff in the southeastern region. There were no earth-shattering battle waves, only the ruthless harvest of blades. Although the imprisonment talisman is not as precious as the attack talisman and has many restrictions, only usable on those of lower realms, it is still a Path Realm talisman. As long as you are not at the Path Realm, it works every time. Who would dare say such a talisman is not precious? It can even be said to be a second life. For others, they would never use it unless it was a matter of life and death. Wei Ming, however, used it without hesitation at the first opportunity because he knew what 15 spiritual realm beings meant for the current southeastern region. The Demon Suppression Division was fully deploying around the Linha Forest, and there were not enough personnel to deal with so many spiritual realm beings. If they gathered together, it could be managed, but once they scattered and attacked ordinary people, it would be a disaster. Su Su's plan hadn't even been implemented before it was stillborn. The 15 spiritual realm beings were a huge cost to compensate for, and although they were all flawed, their realms were such that even a typical peak enlightened realm would have to bow down. But now they were all dead, and this was directly related to Feng Guangling. No wonders Watong lamented that Feng Guangling was a troublemaker, good at stirring things up. If it weren't for Feng Guangling encountering the tragedy in the deserted town, the Demon Suppression Division wouldn't have a task to trace back 1,000 miles. After carefully examining the abyss, Wei Ming pulled out 2 spiritual realm beings hiding below and easily crushed them, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Damn it. Was it only some spiritual realm beings that had caused me to lose sleep for over a month? Truly detestable. Though he cursed, he was genuinely relieved. At least regarding Feng Guangling's encounter with the spiritual realm beings in the deserted town, Wei Ming could give Feng Yumin an explanation. Otherwise, Wei Ming suspected Feng Yumin would really dare to take the opportunity to come knocking. Just then, the transmission talisman suddenly vibrated. Lord Wei, the night watchmen were attacked in the capital of the talismans. Please give instructions. Huh? Wei Ming's eyes widened in shock, and an overwhelming murderous aura erupted. In that moment, within a radius of 500 meters, sand and stones flew. Everything became empty. The entire capital of talismans knew that the most formidable person in the Demon Suppression Division was Zuotong. As Zuotong put it, if you enjoy the benefits gained from your relative's wrongdoing, then you must face punishment. Is there a problem? Not a single problem. At least Zuotong wasn't the only one thinking that. The entire Demon Suppression Division thought so. And they didn't even consider what the duty of the Night Watchman was. They didn't vie for power or harm ordinary people. They only slayed demons and monsters. In this situation, how dare you draw your blade against them? Well, sorry, not only will you be in trouble, but your backing will also suffer. But in reality, Zuotong, this Wuho, was listening to the orders of Wei Ming, this commanding officer. Without Wei Ming's orders, Zuotong would never dare to go that far. Damn it. That is too much. I risked my life for the rear and wasted a Path Realm talisman, and you dared to attack my Demon Suppression Division's people. You don't know what is good for you. Whether it was risking life or not, the Path Realm talisman was indeed used. Since someone has stepped on the blade, let them pay the price. Investigate thoroughly. Severe punishment. These 8 words spread through the entire capital S Demon Suppression Division. In that instant, all the night watchmen in the Demon Suppression Division instantly scattered, and even Feng Guangling and a few others received the orders. Keep an eye on the Xiao family. That's right, keep an eye on them. All direct descendants of the Xiao family were on the surveillance list. As for the talisman building, it had already been surrounded. An entry was only allowed, exit was prohibited. If you entered, you would be placed on the surveillance list. Feng Guangling stared in astonishment at Li Dian, who came to deliver the order, and after a long time, finally asked in a daze, "Is this the order from above?" "Yes, Lord Qi." Li Dian was also confused. It was only their first day in Fuzhou, and they immediately received a mission, which was not against monsters or evil spirits, but against humans. The mission targets, Falu Tower and the Xiao family. Who the hell said that the Demon Suppression Division does not wield its sword against humans? Normally, it does not. But once it does, the targets are all powerful noble families. One of the 3 great families in the southeastern region, and one is the transcendent Falu Tower. Goodness. No wonder the Demon Suppression Division is so audacious. Logically speaking, taking action against such powerful forces requires orders from the man sitting high on the dragon throne, draped in a yellow robe. But now, there were no procedures, and the Demon Suppression Division initiated it on its own. Feng Guangling once again witnessed the uniqueness of the Demon Suppression Division. So what are we waiting for? Let's keep an eye on them. With a wave of his hand, Feng Guangling took out the night watchman's outfit from his storage ring and walked into the nearby inn to change. This is the benefit of a storage ring. Now, there is no need to do it this way. Guangling, brother. Feng Guangling saw by E.S. inexplicably excited gaze and immediately refused. Watching people, watching dead people. Don't understand? Whether you're shopping, eating, or going to the toilet, there are eyes secretly watching you. Just ask if it's miserable. But this can also provoke backlash. Many hot-tempered people who think too highly of themselves might really lash out when pushed to a certain extent. Dare to offend the Demon Suppression Division, and they will dare to make you suffer. Speaking of which, the Xiao family is truly unfortunate. Previously, when someone plotted against Feng Guangling and by fooling, the Xiao family suffered once. The precious medicinal materials that were painstakingly collected for the young master of the Xiao family were lost. After investigating for so long, it ultimately ended without a conclusion. They truly did not know who the opponent was. Later, when the Xiaoyan faction had an incident, the Xiao family was implicated again, forcing them to make drastic sacrifices, and in the end, they didn't even have the energy to pursue the news of the 1,000-year ginseng and snowflake red. And now, as soon as Feng Guangling entered Fuzhou, Xiao Fengming himself came to them. It's hard to say whether the Xiao family is unlucky or if Feng Guangling is just born to be at odds with the Xiao family. When Xiao Huofeng received the news, he almost spat out blood. Unfilial son, unfilial son. I should have shot him against the wall back then. His angry roar spread throughout the entire Xiao family and even outside the high walls, reaching the ears of the night watchman. Chapter 66. Choice. Strictly speaking, this was a dispute among the sons of noble families. In the past, such matters occurred no less than dozens of times a year, let alone the Demon Suppression Division. Even the town government division couldn't be bothered to glance at it. As long as no one died, you can fight and resolve it however you want. Handle it yourself. It's that simple. But this time, Xiao Fengming provoked the Demon Suppression Division. Who would have thought that the previously useless Feng Guangling would inexplicably join the Demon Suppression Division? Oh no, Xiao Huofeng knew, but he didn't care. After all, that was just a useless playboy. What impact could he have? This led to the subordinates not being aware of the situation. Now, things are not that simple. Feng Guangling is now a night watchman. Don't talk about unintentional mistakes. If you suddenly lash out and hurt someone without even giving a heads up, whatever crime the Demon Suppression Division pins on you, you'll have to accept it. Xiao Huofeng's eyes were bloodshot as he gasped for breath. Being targeted by the Demon Suppression Division would not yield any good results, and this time it was destined to be a major bloodshed. Last time, it was just 2 side branches related to the Xiaoyan faction, and the Xiao family paid a huge price. How could this time be any less? Master, there are many night watchmen outside. They are keeping watch. An elderly man resembling a steward walked into the study, looked at Xiao Huofeng, and sighed softly as he reported. If the Demon Suppression Division really wants to keep watch on certain people, they absolutely cannot be discovered by the other party. For example, when Feng Yumin was keeping watch on the Xiao family, the Xiao family remained unaware until now. This only indicates that it was deliberate by the Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division, bullying others. Xiao Huofeng couldn't articulate the last 2 words. To say that the Demon Suppression Division is too much? Not to mention the southeastern region, the entire Dawadi Empire does not have a place for the Xiao family to survive. Without the Demon Suppression Division's fearless sacrifices to eliminate demons, and create a living space for ordinary people, at least half of the Dawadi Empire's territory would be lost. Moreover, this incident was caused by the Xiao family. What qualifications does he have to say that the Demon Suppression Division is too much? Did the Demon Suppression Division provide any handling plan? After taking several deep breaths, Xiao Huofeng regained his composure and asked, "As for going to the Demon Suppression Prison to see Xiao Fengming, don't even think about it. The Demon Suppression Prison is a place no one wants to enter. It's not a place for humans. Not yet." The old steward gently shook his head. "Entering the Demon Suppression Prison, can you leave without shedding a layer of skin? The Demon Suppression Division is not that kind. What about Falu Tower? There's no news yet. We'll first contact the one with the surname Feng and see his attitude." Xiao Huofeng suppressed the impulse in his heart, rubbing his forehead and looking out the window. Major bloodshed is certain. It just depends on how much price they have to pay, depending on what Falu Tower has to say. As for expelling Xiao Fengming from the Xiao family and severing ties, Xiao Huofeng never considered it. Xiao Fengming is indeed a genius. After the eldest son was secretly plotted against, this younger son is the hope of the Xiao family. Besides, there's one more important point. The Demon Suppression Division wouldn't care about this at all, whether you sever ties or not. It has nothing to do with my Demon Suppression Division causing you trouble. They will still deal with you. On the top floor of Falu Tower. Today, Su Su was not sitting by the chessboard. His opposite was not Pan Ming, but Wei Ming. At this moment, the atmosphere on the top floor of Falu Tower was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Below the 30th floor, no one dared to enter. "Lord Wei, this matter is a misunderstanding, but Falu Tower will not evade responsibility. Whatever punishment you deem necessary, Falu Tower will accept it. There will absolutely be no complaints. But can we resolve this privately? When under someone's roof, one has to bow their head." Nonsense. Wei Ming was in Falu Tower, but as the tower master. Su Su did not dare to be tough at all. He had too many plans unimplemented. He had grand ambitions unfulfilled. He could not afford to stumble here. Because he knew very well that if he did not give the Demon Suppression Division an explanation today, they would dare to uproot Falu Tower in the southeastern region. And the main tower in the capital would not only refuse to intervene, but might even collaborate in kicking them when they are down. I believe this is a misunderstanding. But this is not a misunderstanding. Tower Master Su, do you understand? Wei Ming showed no signs of concealment. It was clear he was here to extort. If you say it's a misunderstanding, that's fine. Feng Guangling just entered the city on the first day. And those young masters like Xiao Fengming did not receive the news while on the boat, which is normal. But if you say it's not a misunderstanding, that's also true. Feng Guangling made a big show of bringing several night watchmen into the city, carrying large and small bags. The commotion was not small. Now, if Feng Guangling is attacked by someone at Moon Lake, and the Demon Suppression Division shows no reaction or the attackers suffer no consequences, then the 3 words Demon Suppression Division can be thrown away. Not to mention anything else, after this incident, the mortality rate of night watchmen will definitely increase by at least double. After all, attacking night watchmen doesn't require paying a price, right? Su Su's face instantly turned red. He initially wanted to show weakness and privately pay a certain price to gloss over this matter, perhaps even use it later. And maybe the Falu Tower in the southeastern region could rise to a new level, which would provide unparalleled resistance to his plans. Unfortunately, Wei Ming clearly did not want to downplay the matter. "I understand. Falu Tower is at fault. Lord Wei, what do you wish to teach me?" Taking a deep breath, Su Su knew that trying to use this matter to scheme against Wei Ming was obviously impossible. Ultimately, he had to bow his head. "I know that your talisman tower has 3 passage talismans, and I want 2 of them. I don't ask for much, just ones with a confinement nature. At the same time, I publicly apologize to Feng Guangling and Feng Xiaoqi and compensate them with 10,000 taels of gold." Su Su's pupils suddenly constricted. 10,000 taels of gold is a lot. Ordinary people can't possibly come up with it, and even major forces would feel pain when paying such an amount. As gold holds great significance in this world, but the talisman tower can afford it. What makes him feel both pained and distressed is the first condition, 2 passage talismans. Damn it, do you know how harsh the conditions for making passage talismans are? To be blunt, 10,000 taels of gold wouldn't even be enough to create a single passage talisman. The weight of talismans is not about their physical weight, but their value. Of course, you can choose not to compensate. I 1T force you. I 1T be too ruthless. The talisman tower will still be the talisman tower, but it will only be the talisman tower. Wei Ming's eyes slightly narrowed, and a murderous aura surged around him. He certainly wouldn't uproot the talisman tower all at once. Before any principal mistakes occur, no one would do such a thing to a large family or powerful force. Not only would it have a bad influence, but it would also stir up unrest among the people. But the talisman tower can only be the talisman tower, which also means that no practitioners can exist there, and it can only serve as a facade for selling talismans. The conditions are laid out here. You can choose to compensate or not, and I have made the consequences clear to you. As for bargaining, as long as Su Su dares to speak. Wei Ming dares to turn around and leave. Chapter 67. The Hao Family's Scheme. On the second floor of the tea house, Feng Guangling looked at the imposing gate of the Talisman Tower, where the bustling scene of people coming and going had completely vanished. For guards, exuding a murderous aura, stood openly at the entrance, their demon-slaying blades half drawn. Who would dare to approach? Did you see that scar from a blade at the entrance? That was from someone who, not knowing death, tried to enter the Talisman Tower. The guard immediately drew his blade and struck without a word. If that person had hesitated even a moment, he would have ended up a corpse. The guards of the Talisman Tower didn't even dare to show anger. At the beginning, there was someone who wanted to argue with a face full of defiance, but he was directly chopped off a hand. Now that person was lying in the lobby on the first floor of the Talisman Tower. The Demon Suppression Division was openly surrounding the Talisman Tower, and the Talisman Tower didn't even dare to make a sound. Everyone in Sujing once again deeply realized the tyranny of the Demon Suppression Division, and finally understood the weight of the rule against drawing blades against guards within the city. Anyone daring to draw a blade against the guards would truly face severe consequences from the Demon Suppression Division. Lord Xiaoqi, someone from the Xiao family is here to see you. Xiao Wu quietly reported to Feng Guangling. The second floor of the inn had already been taken over by the Demon Suppression Division. Aside from the guards, no one else was allowed upstairs. Now that the guards were surrounding the Talisman Tower, who would dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers at this time? That wouldn't just be called ignorance of danger. It would be seeking death. Feng Guangling frowned in surprise. The Xiao family wouldn't think they could treat this like previous times, or they could just settle it with some money, would they? If they did that, Feng Guangling would start to doubt how the Xiao family became one of the three major families in the southeastern region. Who is it? What do they want with me? It was the Xiao family's steward, but he didn't specify what he wanted to do. Let him come up. Feng Guangling originally wanted to tell the other party to leave, but after thinking about it, waiting around didn't hold much meaning. It was better to see what the Xiao family wanted. Moments later, the old steward of the Xiao family appeared before Feng Guangling. Surprisingly, Feng Guangling recognized him. He recalled several instances of conflicts where this old man had intervened. At that time, no one had told Feng Guangling that this was the steward of the Xiao family. It seemed that the Xiao family had long been eyeing the Bai family. Feng Guangling casually glanced at the old steward, his cold voice carrying a hint of indifference. What does your Xiao family want with me? The old steward was taken aback. He hadn't expected Feng Guangling to be so blunt and impolite. However, it was understandable. Anyone who was suddenly struck with a sword, especially one aimed at their life, wouldn't have a good attitude. Not to mention, just being one of the three major families in the southeastern region, even the emperor wouldn't be treated lightly. Young Master Feng, I am here to apologize on behalf of my young master. The old steward bowed and apologized. Seeing that Feng Guangling didn't speak, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He wasn't afraid of Feng Guangling's arrogance or of him holding a grudge. He was afraid of Feng Guangling's indifference. Because of this indifference, Feng Guangling didn't have much to say about this matter. Young Master Feng, our Xiao family is willing to pay any price. Just asking for your forgiveness for my young master. The old steward sighed quietly and spoke sincerely again. The steward of the Xiao family. Lord Wei already knows about this matter. He is currently at the Talisman Tower. What you're saying now is useless. I will also report this matter to Lord Wei. Feng Guangling didn't know how the Xiao family would handle it, but from previous conflicts, this old steward had been fair in his dealings. So Feng Guangling didn't make things difficult for him. However, this time his luck wasn't very good. The Xiao family came to seek forgiveness at this time. If Feng Guangling forgave them, wouldn't that be directly slapping the face of the Demon Suppression Division? This was related to the rules of the Demon Suppression Division, and to the face of the Demon Suppression Division. Right now, the big shots of the Demon Suppression Division were handling it, and they hadn't given a definite answer yet. And you, a small pawn, dare to make decisions for the higher-ups? Regardless of the situation, Feng Guangling's future with the Demon Suppression Division was certainly over. It was likely that he wouldn't last long either. The actions of the Xiao family could be described as malicious. It would be strange if Feng Guangling treated them kindly. So he directly threw Wei Ming out. If your Xiao family wants to play clever, fine. I will lay your intentions out on the table and see how you handle it. The old steward's pupils suddenly contracted. Being a 1,000-year-old fox, he naturally knew what this matter implied. The Demon Suppression Division was watching the people of the Xiao family closely. Coming here would certainly not escape the notice of the guards. Their purpose was merely to drag Feng Guangling down, so they could pay less. Little did they know, Feng Guangling saw through the Xiao family's intentions at a glance. At that moment, the old steward of the Xiao family didn't dare to say anything further. He could only sigh and bow before retreating. Atop the Talisman Tower, Su Su looked grimly out the window, holding the previous communication talisman. Ever since Feng Guangling was attacked yesterday, he had already sent a message to prepare for action. as long as chaos erupted around Sujing. The Demon Suppression Division would naturally have no energy to create trouble at the Talisman Tower, and they might even need to come to the Talisman Tower for help. The Talisman Tower might lack many things, but it certainly wouldn't lack talismans. As for compensation, it had been given. Wei Ming didn't come up to negotiate. He came to rob. If he didn't get the talismans or the gold, Wei Ming would truly dare to wipe out all the practitioners of the Talisman Tower. Even he, the master of the Talisman Tower, would be driven out of Sujing. Don't doubt Wei Ming's capabilities and strength as a commanding officer. Once Wei Ming did that, Su Su, no matter how strong or high his status, would be of no use. The Demon Suppression Division was a tyrannical existence that didn't even regard the prince. So would they care about the leader of a force? Especially the Talisman Tower in the southeastern region, which was just a branch. Moments later, Su Su put down the communication talisman. He had already confirmed that something had gone wrong on that side. But it had been a quarter of an hour, and still, no news had come. On the second floor of the inn, after Wei Ming heard Feng Guangling's report, he narrowed his eyes and gently rubbed the wine glass. What a Xiao family. What a scheme. They caused such an incident and still wanted to incite discord within the Demon Suppression Division. Originally, he just wanted to give a minor punishment. But now it seemed that the Xiao family needed to feel some pain. The Xiao family was deeply rooted and had too much influence. Feng Xiaoqi, do you have any suggestions? Wei Ming looked up at the standing Feng Guangling and asked. Everything follows the arrangements of the adults. Feng Guangling clasped his fists and spoke without hesitation. A suggestion? A small banner giving advice to the commanding officer? Isn't that courting death? Chapter 68, Overnight Wealth. Wei Ming nodded in satisfaction. Who would still dare to say that Feng Guangling is a wastrel? Wei Ming would be the first to slap them. He knows his limits and his position. Moreover, his strength is considerable. Xiao Fengming is at the enlightened realm. Yet he was still knocked away by Feng Guangling with a single strike, which indicates that Feng Guangling's strength is above Xiao Fengming. An 18-year-old at the enlightened realm. If not properly trained, do they want to push him away? The Xiao family's intentions are truly sinister. Fine, I will handle this matter. Take this token. In the future, you can enter the library on the 1st to 5th floors. Wei Ming is not a stingy person, and when leaving, he gave Feng Guangling a token. A small banner naturally has no qualification to enter the 5th floor, but that is for ordinary small banners. Feng Guangling has made more than just a little contribution in the 2 months since he entered the Demon Suppression Division. Most importantly, this time the talisman building lost 2 Passage Realm talismans. This is enough for Feng Guangling to enter the higher level library. It's just that Feng Guangling's current strength is too low. If it weren't for Wei Ming, he wouldn't be giving a token but a waste badge. Thank you, Lord Wei. Feng Guangling was delighted and immediately reached out to take the token. This is proof of entry into the Demon Suppression Division's library. Until now, Feng Guangling has yet to experience the scenery of the high-level library. Now that he has the opportunity, he does not want to miss it. Xiao Huofeng was dumbfounded and confused. Looking at the indifferent Swatong in front of him, he felt like he wanted to die. No matter who comes to the Demon Suppression Division, Xiao Huofeng would not be so frightened. Even if Wei Ming came, Xiao Huofeng would have confidence to minimize the impact. The reputation of the 3 major families in the southeastern region still has some effect. But having Swatong, this tough character, come to Xiao Huofeng, he had no way to handle it. Talking reason with Swatong, he would talk physics with you. Talking physics with Swatong, the Demon Suppression Division would talk survival principles with you. In short, there is no possibility of bargaining. 30,000 taels of gold plus a public apology. Agree and pay the money. Disagree and fight. Look, is this something a person would say? It's ridiculous. Xiao family master. I don't have so much time to waste here. Swatong raised his eyes and coldly glanced at Xiao Huofeng. He doesn't like nonsense, given a choice. He would rather cripple the Xiao family. The night guards are fighting to the death in front, and your Xiao family is threatening the night guard's safety from behind. Even ambushing them. If you don't die, who will? With Swatong's style. All the members of the Xiao family in the future would have to die in places like Sufeng City, and if they wanted to leave the city, they shouldn't even think about it. If one Swatong shows up, he can guarantee that one member of the Xiao family will die. We, the Xiao family, agree. What could Xiao Huofeng do? Encountering someone like Swatong, reasoning definitely wouldn't work, and he wouldn't dare to fight, as he would probably lose 80% of the time. Besides agreeing, what else could he do? Xiao Fengming absolutely did not expect that the sword he wanted to show off in front of the beauty would cost the family such a large price. Of course, if Wei Ming hadn't confirmed that the Xiao family could definitely not come up with passage talismans, the price might have been even higher. 30,000 taels of gold and a public apology. How could Xiao Fengming hold his head high after this? But now it's not about whether Xiao Fengming can hold his head high. It's about whether the Xiao family can survive steadily. If Xiao Huofeng is not foolish, he knows what choice to make. Xiao Fengming is not pained by the 30,000 taels of gold, but by the public apology. This is too big of a blow to the Xiao family. But he also knows that what the Demon Suppression Division wants is precisely the Xiao family's public apology. If the Xiao family does not publicly apologize, what deterrent effect would the Demon Suppression Division have in the future? With the representatives of the Talisman building and the Xiao family bowing and apologizing at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division, along with boxes of gold being moved into the Demon Suppression Division, the whole matter finally came to an end. Looking at the 41,000 taels of gold in his storage ring, Feng Guangling was momentarily speechless. Did he become wealthy overnight? But in this world, there are demon beasts everywhere. What good is being wealthy? The 41,000 taels of gold includes 1,000 taels from the previous rewards of the Demon Suppression Division and 40,000 taels from the compensation by the Xiao family and the Talisman building. The Demon Suppression Division took none of it and gave it all to Feng Guangling. In Zhuotong's words, "You kid have many places to spend money. Take it slowly." This is purely treating Feng Guangling as a young wastrel. He still had to thank them, so he took out 1,000 taels of silver to treat Xiao Wu and his team. And then Feng Guangling dove back into the library. The more he got in touch, the more he realized how little he understood this world. It's dangerous, too dangerous. Not to mention outside the city, there are also plenty of dangers inside the city. He urgently needed to understand what kind of bizarre world he was in. Moreover, he does not like dealing with people, until he confirms whether this world has the kind of soul-seizing things mentioned in the novels from the Divine Continent. He does not dare to expose himself to too many people. If someone really sees through him, having 9 lives wouldn't be enough. That day, in the Feng family of Mingshui County, a powerful aura suddenly surged into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Feng Yumin's face was full of killing intent. Behind him was the one-armed old butler, who also radiated a fierce aura. This world has communication talismans, but they are too expensive and not everyone can casually own them. It was only today that Xiao Wu's message reached the Feng family. It was also today that Feng Yumin learned what Feng Guangling had encountered on the road. He had been heavily injured by a spirit realm expert in an abandoned town. Upon entering Sufing City, he was ambushed and slashed by a kid from the Xiao family. As for the subsequent compensation from the Talisman building and the Xiao family, Feng Yumin scoffed. Does his Feng family lack such trifles? Let the dark guards handle it. Tell them. I want to make it so that the people from the Talisman building cannot enter the Lina forest. The Talisman building needs not only the environment to make talismans, but also various demon beast skins. Collecting demon beast skins is just a small part. Most are hunted by the Talisman building themselves. After all, demon beast skins are too expensive. Collecting them for making talismans and then selling them yields too little profit. This is also why Su Su doesn't dare to risk offending Wei Ming. If Wei Ming really wipes out all the practitioners of the Talisman building, where would he get demon beast skins? And how would he contact the demon beasts deep in the Lina forest? Master, should we have the dark guards secretly protect the young master? The one-armed butler hesitated for a moment before asking. Feng Guangling's life in the past 2 months has indeed been colorful, but also extremely dangerous. Who could imagine that the once wastrel young master is now slaying demons and eliminating evil? The change is so great that even the one-armed old butler who watched Feng Guangling grow up is somewhat hesitant to recognize him. Throughout these days, the one-armed old butler has not stopped investigating Feng Guangling, especially that phrase Wuliang Tianzuan. Just thinking about it makes one's heart tremble. After reaching the spirit realm, there are celestial phenomena, and after celestial phenomena, one becomes a Tianzuan. Ordinary practitioners may not know, but Feng Yumin, those standing at the peak of the wind-weathered continent, know. Chapter 69, What Comes Will Come. No need. The chick will eventually grow. Too much protection will not make it an eagle. Feng Yumin has never doubted whether Feng Guangling is his son. But what exactly happened to Feng Guangling is something Feng Yumin wants to clarify. After all, for so many years, Feng Guangling has been under Feng Yumin's protection. A person who cannot cultivate xianxia suddenly becomes a practitioner, and moreover, jumps directly to the enlightened realm, bypassing the basic level. This matter seems wrong from any angle. The advice of the one-armed elder has always been to send shadow guards to protect in secret, while also clarifying what exactly has happened to Feng Guangling. However, Feng Yumin has not agreed. When Feng Guangling was a wastrel, protection was not a problem. Now that he is not, he should be allowed to venture out on his own. This is Feng Yumin's idea. Besides, who dares to say that Feng Yumin has no backup? Understood. I will have the shadow guards get to work. There may not be much else we can do, such as preventing the Xiao family from leaving Fuyin, but the border of the Linha forest is the realm of the shadow guards. If they say you can't enter, then you can't. Otherwise, over the years, the demon beasts would have long since escaped from within. The communication talismans are such precious things. Do you dare to believe that each shadow guard has one? The atmosphere in the Demon Suppression Division is as heavy as ever. Every day, small flags go on missions. And every day, night watchmen sacrifice or get injured. It has been 5 days since the last farce. The Talisman Tower has calmed down quite a bit and is no longer as unruly as before. The Xiao family has also become more subdued, and their sphere of influence is starting to shrink. How could there be no consequences for offending the Demon Suppression Division? Without the Demon Suppression Division's intervention, some who take advantage of the situation will naturally take action. Wei Ming looks towards the library, his eyes flashing with brilliance. How long has he been inside? Originally, Wei Ming thought that someone like Feng Guangling would indulge in a life of debauchery upon entering Fuyin. But who could have imagined that Feng Guangling has changed? And after entering the library, hasn't he come out except for necessary sleep? Zuotong said gloomily, it's been 4 days. He bet Wei Ming that Feng Guangling could stay inside for a day, while Wei Ming bet 2 days. Now both have lost. What on earth is he looking for in there? Wei Ming is puzzled. He really doesn't know what is so good in the library. The elder said he was reading about the history of the Wind and Transformation continent. He also recorded 2 books on mysterious arts. The library is a crucial place for the Demon Suppression Division. How could it be unguarded? Those are all lies. Prepare to let him go on a mission. Wei Ming thoughtfully glanced at the direction of the library. A young wastrel suddenly rises after 18 years. And he seems very concerned about the history of the Wind and Transformation continent. It appears there is a secret. But within the Demon Suppression Division, who doesn't have a few secrets? As long as one is willing to fight for the honor of the Demon Suppression Division and willing to protect this continent, everything is not a problem. Feng Guangling finally understands why he has been feeling uneasy all along. Previously in Mingshui County, he was too uninformed. Demon beasts can indeed speak, and evil spirits can also communicate with humans. However, there is a limit to their strength. Once a demon beast reaches the pinnacle of spiritual communication, it can communicate with humans. Similarly, an evil spirit will form its own thoughts after reaching clarity and can also communicate with humans. This is a dividing line of strength. Beyond this, when battling with Xian practitioners, one must be at least 1 level higher, otherwise they will be crushed. Good heavens, this is a narrow escape for me. Just thinking about that evil spirit that was cleaved by Su Chan makes Feng Guangling shudder. Not to mention needing a higher level of strength, even at a normal strength. The opponent would crush him. In the future, he must be careful, or he will die. Young Flagmaster, there's a mission. As he walked out of the library, Xiao Wu hurried over. Upon looking up, he saw that all 7 members of the team were present, and not far away. The white horse belonging to Feng Guangling also came over. Is this for a mission? There are indeed many demon beasts on the Wind and Transformation continent. What mission? Feng Guangling reached out and took the envelope handed over by Xiao Wu. Unclear. One who asked us to gather here and wait for you. Feng Guangling nodded. Whether it's in the past or now, he would never hesitate to slay demons and eliminate evil. However, when he opened the envelope and read the contents, he nearly threw it away. Damn it. Investigate Ghost Town. And it's a joint investigation with the town government. Damn it, you want me a wastrel to investigate this kind of thing? Where's your conscience? Feng Guangling still cannot forget the experience of almost being killed by that eerie figure in the deserted town. Was he going to investigate or deliver food? Taking a deep breath, Feng Guangling waved his hand and said in a deep voice, let us go. The mission has been issued. What else can be done? It can only be executed. When they reached the intersection and saw the town government's personnel, Feng Guangling nearly fell off his horse. On a brown steed, that familiar figure almost made Feng Guangling turn around and flee. What the hell? How could Bai Fuling be here? And she's with the town government? In that instant, Feng Guangling felt an impulse to curse, and his heart nearly wavered. What is meant to come will eventually come. From the beginning, Feng Guangling knew that the karma between him and Bai Fuling would not be so easily resolved. Sure enough, the retribution has arrived. Feng Guangling even cannot understand why Bai Fuling would accept such a task. A man who ruined her reputation is turning up in front of her every day. Doesn't she get angry? Is Bai Fuling really that magnanimous? Little does he know, all of this was requested by Bai Fuling herself. After that day's aftermath, Bai Fuling, who was originally on vacation at home, canceled her holiday, and thereafter, it was the matter of the Talisman Tower and the Xiao family. This matter caused quite a stir, and Feng Guangling, hiding in the library, was completely unaware. But Bai Fuling was very clear about how much the Demon Suppression Division had done for this little flagmaster, and she wanted to know what made Feng Guangling so special. Of course, she also had plans to take advantage of this mission to eliminate Feng Guangling. Lord Feng, this is our white general flag, Lord Bai. A middle-aged man stepped forward, cupped his hands in salute, and explained, this time, in the joint mission, everything will follow Lord Feng's arrangements. The first sentence nearly made Feng Guangling give up on the mission entirely. Are you kidding? General flag? Higher rank than his own position. What was he even doing? After the second sentence ended, Feng Guangling finally smiled. Cooperation is fine. As long as he isn't overshadowed by this woman, it's all good. Otherwise, Feng Guangling feels like he would suffer along the way. All right, since that's the case, let us not delay. Let us go, target Ghostwater Town. Chapter 70. The Three Talents Formation. That is the Three Talents Formation. Bai Fuling had not spoken a word from beginning to end, merely casting a cold glance at Feng Guangling. Feng Guangling initially wanted to greet her, but upon seeing that icy gaze, he opened his mouth and refrained from making a fool of himself. Set off. Without further hesitation, Feng Guangling waved his hand and galloped ahead. To be honest, he wasn't very keen on this mission of slaying demons and eliminating evil. It doesn't extend life. Doesn't restore the 5 elements within him, and cannot make his chi more condensed to increase his strength. Who would willingly do such a thankless task? Bai Fuling looked at Feng Guangling with a complex gaze. The previous wastrel and the now spirited night watchman Little Flag are constantly repeating and separating. To be honest, if the previous Feng Guangling had not been so unbearable, she probably wouldn't have rejected him, right? The more she thought about it, the colder Bai Fuling's gaze became. In this era, purity is too important for women. Words can kill, and it's no joking matter. Otherwise, Bai Chi wouldn't have paid such a high price to seal everyone's mouths. Young Flag Master, we will reach Ghostwater Town in 1 kilometer. Li Dian, having organized the map behind, called out to Feng Guangling. Stop. Feng Guangling suddenly raised his hand, pulling on the reins. In that instant, a cacophony of sounds erupted. At this moment, the difference between the Demon Suppression Division and the Town Government Division was immediately apparent. The people from the Demon Suppression Division almost immediately stopped their horses, sitting on their mounts like a benchmark. The people from the Town Government Division, however, were disordered, with some nearly colliding into those in front of them. Task assignments were made. Those in the enlightened realm stepped forward. As Feng Guangling's voice fell, 3 individuals from the Demon Suppression Division stepped out. This made Feng Guangling's gaze involuntarily lift. He had always thought his small team was just there to make up the numbers, but he had no idea that 3 enlightened realm members were hidden among them. Who the hell could he complain to about this? Until now, Feng Guangling still couldn't figure out how others could see through each other's strength at a glance. The books didn't say, and no one taught him. So Feng Guangling was left in confusion. On the side of the Town Government Division, only one person stepped forward. And that person was the last one Feng Guangling wanted to see, Bai Fuling. What a surprise, everyone is in the profound realm, and a woman stands out. No wonder the Town Government Division was led by Bai Fuling, with her 10 or so subordinates having no objections. It turned out to be a strength-based hierarchy. Enlightened realm in front, profound realm in the back. Remember, if I signal, you must immediately retreat and call for help, understood? This was specifically said for the Town Government Division members. As for Xiao Wu and the others, they were already accustomed to Feng Guangling taking the lead when problems arose. If Feng Guangling couldn't handle it, they would send out a distress signal before stepping in. Yes, the eyes of the Town Government Division members brightened, and their gazes towards Feng Guangling changed. In the Town Government Division, when danger arises, it is usually the weaker or lower-ranking individuals who go first. As for the leader, they would naturally command from the back. But here with Feng Guangling, the roles were reversed. This meant they had a lower chance of encountering danger and a greater opportunity for growth. Who wouldn't he want to work with such a superior? Not long after, a group of people appeared at the entrance of the Ghostwater Town. Without saying a word, Feng Guangling dismounted and stepped into the town first. Bai Fuling followed suit. Lord Little Flag, something as strange. This is the kind of fluctuation that only formation talismans have. Are we entering a formation? Just as they stepped into the town, a night watchman spoke up immediately. Feng Guangling squinted slightly, carefully sensing his surroundings. It was indeed strange. And the night watchman was right, but also not right. Because this aura was familiar to Feng Guangling. This was the aura of a formation, not that of a formation talisman. Feng Guangling suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to continuously make hand signs to calculate. This familiarity that penetrated to the bone was too incredible. Feng Guangling, what are you doing? Bai Fuling asked as she noticed Feng Guangling hadn't moved for a long time. Whether we've entered a formation or not, shouldn't we at least investigate? Just as her words left her mouth, the 3 night watchmen suddenly turned their heads sharply, with one even drawing his demon-slaying blade halfway out. Over the past 2 months, they had seen Feng Guangling in this state too many times. In the beginning, they were just as confused. Bai Fuling was startled, her pretty face growing colder. She couldn't understand why Feng Guangling had such high prestige among the night watchmen. The scene where Feng Guangling had called for a halt earlier showed her the discipline of the night watchman and his authority. Now, this scene made her feel a surge of anger rising in her chest. Do you know what this shameless bastard has done to me? How dare he draw his blade in front of me? However, Bai Fuling certainly didn't dare to say this out loud. About a quarter of an hour later, Feng Guangling suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring incantations. Heaven, earth, and man, the 3 talents formation reveals its powers. Eastern position, southeastern position, southwestern position. This is a formation. Feng Guangling's heart began to beat violently. Everyone present was unclear about what this formation was called, and they couldn't even understand why. Without a formation talisman, this small town was still enveloped by a formation. They all began to suspect that someone was inside Ghost Water Town. Otherwise, none of this would make sense. But Feng Guangling didn't think so. This is a formation. A real formation. Not like those that required the practitioners to provide energy to operate a formation talisman. This was the Three Talents formation. This was the Three Talents formation recorded in the Taoist texts. Although Feng Guangling couldn't figure out how the other side had gathered the materials to set up the formation, there was no doubt this was the Three Talents formation. Wuyang Tianzuan. In this world, there is not only one Taoist master. There are also Taoists. At that moment, a strange aura suddenly surged from Feng Guangling's body. The violent aura instantly expanded in all directions, pushing everyone nearby away with this abrupt momentum. At that moment, everyone looked at Feng Guangling with strange expressions. There were not just one enlightened realm member present. Yet, one by one, they were all pushed back by the momentum. What kind of strength is this? Enlightened realm great perfection or spirit communicating realm? No one could see through Feng Guangling's strength. So they all thought Feng Guangling was at least mid-level enlightened realm from the start. To be honest, they were right about that. But now, with Feng Guangling acting this way, they couldn't withstand it. How could a mid-level enlightened realm member possibly push them back just with his aura? Chapter 71. Grudges become shadows to nurture ghosts. No, this is not right. After calming down, Feng Guangling suddenly focused his gaze towards the eastern position. The Three Talents formation is a battle formation, but it is also a killing formation. However, right now, this formation is not a killing formation but a trapping formation. What the hell? Using a killing formation to set up a trapping formation? Whose genius idea is this? Bai Fu Ling was about to speak when she saw the night watchman had already drawn his demon-slaying blade, and she immediately shut her mouth. No kidding. If they really came at him with that blade, the town government division would become a joke. But looking at the mumbling Feng Guangling, she grew increasingly uneasy. She had to find an opportunity to stab Feng Guangling. No matter whether she could kill him or not, she had to stab him. This thought buried itself deep in Bai Fu Ling's heart. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. What needs to be resolved still needs to be resolved. Feng Guangling sighed, thinking he could still coexist with Taoists in this world. This nonsensical method truly came from the Taoist lineage. He probably would be scolded to death by the Three Pure Ones. Seeing Feng Guangling put down his hands, the three night watchmen stepped forward and surrounded him. Because in the past, every time this happened, Feng Guangling would give some orders next. Bai Fu Ling was stunned watching this scene. Feng Guangling was just a playboy. Although she didn't know how he acquired enlightened realm strength, the reactions of these night watchmen were too exaggerated, right? What virtue or ability does he have? You two go check the eastern position and see if there are any anomalies. Report back immediately. Feng Guangling still didn't know what the other side used to set up the Three Talents formation, but one thing was certain. That place was definitely different from others. Yes, the two night watchmen suddenly drew their blades and rushed towards the eastern position. Feng Guangling felt the changes around him. The trapping formation was not trapping people. It was trapping souls, trapping grievances. This was to nurture evil spirits. If this formation was not broken, in less than a year, an unremarkable evil spirit would form. This was similar to nurturing ghosts in Taoism. Lord Little Flag. Suddenly, a night watchman shouted loudly to Feng Guangling. Feng Guangling instantly ran over. This was the tacit understanding of their small team. Bai Fu Ling hesitated slightly and fell to the back in an instant. Moments later, Feng Guangling and the others suddenly felt a chill all over their bodies, and their hearts were filled with rage. In front of me is a large pit, which is not a big deal. What's inside the pit is the reason for the furious anger of a few people. Inside, it is filled with bones. They are densely packed, and at a glance, one cannot even discern the exact number. An overwhelming sense of resentment surrounds the corpse pit, and that resentment has almost formed into a ghostly aura. It's exaggerated to the point of being unbelievable. You go to the southeast position, you go to the southwest position. Feng Guangling suppressed the anger in his heart and directly commanded. Accumulated resentment breeds ghosts. It is evident that the people of Ghost Water Town have all been killed, and even in death, they cannot find peace. The two places are also corpse pits, filled with resentment and ghostly energy. Two to the east, two to the south, and into the west. Feng Guangling turned around and looked toward the northwest direction. The fundamental principles remain unchanged, although there are no Taoist gates or bagua in this world. The directions still correspond to the principles of the mysterious arts. When he clearly saw the scene in the northwest, Feng Guangling's pupils suddenly contracted. Indeed, it is accumulated resentment that breeds ghosts. This is a small square, within a radius of 100 meters, All buildings have been flattened, and in the very center, there is a pillar with a skull on top, and apart from that, the ground is covered with dense talismans. The black, ghostly energy is visibly gathering from all directions to here, although it is very hurried, and one cannot see it clearly without a close look. This bizarre phenomenon is indeed happening. What surprised Feng Guangling was that Bai Fuling and the others showed no fear or trepidation. They only appeared extremely angry. Upon reflection, Feng Guangling understood. This is the weathered continent, a world rife with demonic beasts and evil spirits. They must have seen such a chilling scene more than once. Very well. The entire town was sacrificed just to nourish a demon. Record the situation here in detail, Feng Guangling commanded, then suddenly took a step forward. His sword pointed upright at his chest. Feng Guangling, what are you going to do? Bai Fuling was startled by Feng Guangling's actions. What is he trying to do? Is he seeking death? Everyone knows that when encountering an altar, one should think twice. But Feng Guangling, unexpectedly, stepped out directly as if wanting to approach it. Bai Zongqi, we of the Demon Suppression Division are acting. You better not interfere, Feng Guangling said irritably. Don't be fooled by the fact that Feng Guangling appeared to cast spells as if they were instantaneous. He still needed to silently recite the incantation and hand gestures. It's just that Feng Guangling's hand gestures were so fast that they seemed instantaneous. Bai Fuling was momentarily speechless, her beautiful face instantly turning cold. Her gaze indifferent as she stood aside without speaking. Nourish my vast energy, drive thunder, command the electric, shake the heavens. 5 Thunder Divine Spell, Supreme Jade Purity King. Command the 36 heavens. The spell, 5 Thunder Divine Spell. He launched a big move right from the start. The 3 corpse pits had existed for at least a year. Using ordinary spells to eliminate the resentment was simply impossible. Of course, there are specialized techniques to eliminate resentment in the weathered continent, but the problem is, Feng Guangling does not know them. Since that is the case, it's better to blast the opponent away with a heavenly thunder. Boom. The Thunder Dragon instantly roamed. This time, the Thunder Dragon was clearer than usual. Although the dragon's head was somewhat vague, it was no longer like before when it couldn't even manifest the dragon's head. Feng Guangling's eyes narrowed slightly. Now casting the 5 Thunder Divine spell no longer led to immediate backlash as before. But the loss of mystical energy within him was indeed somewhat exaggerated and terrifying. He dared not hesitate, and with a swift slash of his sword from top to bottom, he shouted fast. With the word fast uttered, the heavenly thunder descended. Amidst the rumbling, the earth shook, and the spectacular scene of the thunder crashing down left Bai Fuling dumbfounded. While the 3 night watchers beside her had already been through such shocking scenes, and were not particularly surprised anymore. In short, one sentence, the little flag master is amazing. Bai Fuling indeed felt shocked and surprised. In just a few days, Feng Guangling had completely overturned the fixed image she had of him. Over these few days, she had found out that Feng Guangling was able to enter the Demon Suppression Division because Feng Yumin used connections, and the Bai family also exerted some influence. This was a complete case of backdoor entry. However, after entering the Demon Suppression Division, all of Feng Guangling's merits were earned through his own efforts. Initially, she didn't believe it, but now she believed. She finally understood why the Demon Suppression Division valued Feng Guangling so much, even before their departure. Their chief had specifically instructed Bai Fuling to learn more from Feng Guangling. Chapter 72, Teaching You Some Things. Feng Guangling was quickly becoming a symbol in the talisman capital. The Demon Suppression Division had stirred up such a commotion over just 2 people. One of them is now in the capital serving as a commanding officer. Now Feng Guangling is a little flag. As long as he does not fall midway, who can say for sure how far he will go in the future? Moreover, Feng Guangling's journey from Mingshui County to the Talisman capital had already been decrypted by the Demon Suppression Division piece by piece. This was also the reason the town government wanted Bai Fuling to learn, to see how others handle emergencies, to see how others slay demons and eliminate evil, and finally to see how others lead teams. Opportunities to collaborate with the Demon Suppression Division are rare. If Bai Fuling didn't have that bit of a connection with Feng Guangling, the person sent by the town government might not have been her. The thunder rumbled for a full 10 breaths before it stopped. When the thunder clouds dispersed, sunlight instantly fell upon the earth. In that moment, everyone couldn't help but gasp in cold air. This is broad daylight. How could this resentment and ghostly energy block out the sun? Huh, what? Bai Fuling stared wide-eyed in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Feng Guangling's words had come so abruptly that she was completely unprepared. Although their chief had instructed her to learn things before setting off, she never thought Feng Guangling would teach her anything. You were left a message by your chief to let me teach you some things. After this journey, how do you feel? Feng Guangling carefully considered his words and asked. Facing Bai Fuling's awkwardness was not something that could be resolved in a short time, but it still had to be faced when the time came. Obey orders. Bai Fuling blurted out. This journey has indeed been worth those 4 words for the night watchers. This is something Bai Fuling couldn't understand. She had entered the town government 3 days earlier than Feng Guangling entered the Demon Suppression Division, but she could not achieve this level in the town government. This is one point. If the people under you admire and trust you, then you can achieve this. Feng Guangling did not speak behind people's backs. And even the 3 night watchers nodded in agreement with Feng Guangling's statement. Bai Fuling looked at Feng Guangling in confusion. And then, is that all? If it were really that easy, it would be a piece of cake. Just crush them with hard power. Who would dare to disobey? If Feng Guangling knew what was on Bai Fuling's mind, he would definitely laugh. Do you know that they may obey verbally but not in their hearts? Before dark, we can resolve the second one. This task is somewhat heavy, and we need to hurry. Feng Guangling did not say much. Many things are not effectively conveyed through words. And it's better to take action directly. On the Talisman building, Su had completely lost his previous calmness. Everything was in disarray, all the arrangements were chaotic. He couldn't figure out where the problem lay. Those spirit communicators were people he had secretly trained for over 20 years and had never appeared before the public. The most important thing is that each of these spirit communicators can control at least 2 corpse puppets. This is a weapon for killing, looting, framing, and scheming. Su originally planned to let these people come out and create a great disturbance. At that time, the Demon Suppression Division would undoubtedly have to pay a bloody price. Now, however, they had all gone missing. Missing means disappearing. This point was already mentioned by Su to those dozen or so spirit realm practitioners a long time ago. Su, it is not appropriate to conflict with the Demon Suppression Division right now. I believe you understand what I mean. Pan Ming looked at Su, whose face was dark, and sneered inwardly, but still advised him. If it weren't for the boredom of this world, and if there weren't still a goal to achieve, Pan Ming wouldn't bother staying in the Windweather continent. As more information about the events from Mingshui County to Fujing spread, both Su and Pan Ming finally understood where the problem lay. However, the more they realized this, the more frustrated Su became. A carefully laid plan was unexpectedly disrupted by a reckless newcomer. Few would believe it if he spoke of it. I know. Su was also very clear that now was not the time to confront the Demon Suppression Division directly. The deployment wasn't complete. Who would dare to confront the Demon Suppression Division head-on? Not to mention the Windweather continent. Even people from the outer heaven wouldn't dare. Next, will you make a move? Pan Ming quietly asked Su. Su did not make a move. He was preparing to make one. Moreover, his move was precisely in the southeast area. Unlike Su, what Pan Ming wanted was not territory. He wanted the demon beasts of the Linha forest to come out of the forest. Only when the demon beasts left the forest would there be enough blood energy to support him in doing that. Therefore, his plan was much simpler and more brutal. Once he took action, it would turn the world upside down. At that time, he would surely dominate the southeast area. However, considering that Su had saved him once before, he did not compete with Su. If Su could secure a piece of territory in the southeast area, it would also benefit his plan. Otherwise, there would be no place for Su at all. It was laughable that the one who orchestrated everything was disrupted by a seemingly insignificant pawn that could be easily crushed. He must not live to ruin my grand plans. Su narrowed his eyes, a chilling killing intent directed out the window. Does he really think I only have humans as pawns? Demon beasts can also become my pawns. After laying out plans for so many years, Su naturally could not only have those inferior pieces. While the spirit realm is strong for ordinary people, for some, it is merely an entry level. Such pieces, while not commonplace, are just that. Besides, he also had a base for nurturing evil demons, as long as they were not uprooted. He would have a continuous supply of evil demons to replenish. This chess player, he was determined to deal with. Pan Ming said nothing. Just looked deeply at Su and nodded slightly. To be honest, he was starting to look down on Su a bit. How could he be so off-kilter? Controlled by emotions at this juncture? Such a person, even if lucky enough to become a chess player, would ultimately meet a disastrous end. Chapter 73, A Troublesome Autumn. At the edge of the Linha forest, Su-chan squinted, his gaze fixed on the core area of the Linha forest. Beside him was his unreliable master uncle, Ming Tian. Are you sure a passage-level demon beast came out of the core area? When they received the news yesterday, Ming Tian and Su-chan immediately hurried over. Master uncle, I'm absolutely certain. Su-chan replied speechlessly. A passage demon beast should be an easy task for his master uncle, right? Su-chan had more confidence in Ming Tian than Ming Tian had in himself. Ming Tian narrowed his eyes. This demon beast came out at the worst possible time. But since it's here, it can't leave. Originally, Ming Tian was lamenting that the little firecracker, Feng Guangling, had finally been thrown out. But who would have thought Feng Guangling would give him such a big surprise? The incident in the unmanned town connected not just 1 or 2, but over 30 small towns. These towns were not scattered randomly. From the 35 towns investigated, all were located at the edge of the Linha forest, and in addition, there were 25 towns surrounding Fujing. This was definitely premeditated. One could think of it, even with eyes closed. But who exactly was behind it remained a mystery that the Demon Suppression Division had yet to uncover. Just when this matter hadn't been dealt with, a passage-level demon beast suddenly appeared. It was simply a troublesome autumn. "Oh, Master Uncle, it's here." Su Chan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Ahead, a figure in white was slowly approaching. On the surface, he looked no different from a human, but the aura he exuded, which warned others to keep their distance and was intimidating, made it impossible not to take notice. This kind of aura was undetectable by ordinary people, but at the level of Su Chan and Ming Qingtian, they could tell with just a glance. "Fellow Taoist, please stop. This road is not accessible." Ming Qingtian stepped forward, speaking in a flat tone. If Feng Guangling were here, he would surely be fainted by Ming Qingtian's words. "Fellow Taoist, please stop. This is a classic line from the Taoist sect. Are you trying to stop me?" The white-clad man looked coldly at Ming Qingtian. His gaze neither icy nor filled with hatred, but rather more curious. "No, I'm not stopping you. Beyond this point, you've exited the Linha range. Don't forget the agreement between your Linha forest and our great Hua Empire. Or are you planning to tear up the contract?" Ming Qingtian raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes not showing fear or apprehension, but excitement. Tearing up the contract with the Linha forest? That would be perfect. If it weren't for the outer heaven intervening back then, the Demon Suppression Division would have long since penetrated to the deepest part. Who would have known that this retreat would last for 20 years? In these 20 years, several elder guards of the Demon Suppression Division had quietly passed away. Otherwise, Ming Qingtian wouldn't have come to oversee the southeast area. Tear up the contract? No, you are mistaken. We of the passage level will not leave the boundaries. I just came to see if there are any changes at the boundary. The white-clad man did not confirm or deny. Ming Qingtian looked at him in confusion. Not leave the boundary? Do you really think your Linha forest can establish a country? And not coming out? Are you here for a vacation? Rest assured. What I said is true. Not only will I not go out, but I also brought you a secret. The reason I appeared here is to trace a traitor. But it seems I have been misled. You should understand what I mean, right? The white-clad man smiled at Ming Qingtian. What it means to be fearless. This is what it means to be fearless. As long as the passage-level demon beasts do not leave the Linha forest, humans cannot take action against them. This was a contract established after the Sword Mad went insane and the people from outer heaven came down to intervene. Otherwise, with Sword Mad's temperament, how could he have not entered the core of the Linha forest for so many years? Ming Qingtian's expression suddenly changed. The white-clad man's meaning was very clear. Someone, no, it was a shape-shifting demon beast, had come out of the Linha forest. This was a big deal. No matter how many spirit realm demon beasts come out, as long as they do not form a beast tide, the Great Hua Empire would not be concerned. And even if a beast tide formed, the Great Hua Empire would still have the ability to respond. But if it was a passage-level demon beast, the consequences would be serious. If it cannot be killed in one blow, it would be a disaster for the Great Hua Empire. Good, very good. I don't care about your internal problems in Linha. All I know is that this is your Linha's mistake that led to your kind running out. You must give me an explanation. As his voice fell, a colossal momentum suddenly surged. A passage-level demon beast coming out of the forest. And no news had been received here. This was unacceptable. We have already notified you in advance. Didn't you receive the message? The white-clad man looked at Ming Qingtian in surprise, seemingly not understanding why Ming Qingtian had suddenly flown into a rage. By the way, they are injured and now probably only have mid-level spirit communication strength, and they won't recover for 100 years. You all need to hurry up. The white-clothed man's tone was very sincere. 100 years is not long for demon beasts. They? What the hell? Does this mean that 2 passage realm demon beasts have come out of Linha? The Demon Suppression Division hasn't received any news at all. I'm still not used to walking around in human form. The white-clothed man waved his hand, facing Ming Qingtian, and slowly retreated. Finally disappearing from the sight of Ming Qingtian, and Su Chan wanted to take action twice, but ultimately held back. The primary task now is to root out those 2 passage realm demon beasts. As for how they managed to escape inspection and run out of Linha, the white-clothed man had already made it very clear. The opponent currently only has mid-level spirit communication strength. Suddenly, Ming Qingtian's communication talisman moved. He took out the talisman from his storage ring, and Feng Yumin's voice followed. 2 big goods came to Linha forest. I killed one, and the other ran towards Fujing. It's up to you, Demon Suppression Division. Su Chan's eyes widened in shock. Feng Yumin's voice. Damn, the Demon Suppression Division didn't even know about this. And Feng Yumin actually killed one. No, Feng Yumin is only at the transcending realm, right? And he is just a county magistrate. Where did he get the news and the strength to kill a passage realm beast? Even if that passage realm demon beast was injured and fell to the spirit communication realm, it's not something a transcending realm can deal with. Chapter 74. The whole family is suspicious. Master Uncle, was that just Feng Yumin's voice? Su Chan stared in disbelief at Ming Qingtian. Everyone knows Feng Yumin's identity is very mysterious, but Su Chan thought at most he had some connection with the emperor. He never considered Feng Yumin to be some behind-the-scenes big shot. Even with the truth laid out before him, he still doubted his own ears. Yes, it's him. Don't provoke him if there's nothing going on. Feng Yumin's gaze was fixed on the direction the white-clothed man had retreated. In fact, if Su Chan weren't being held back by Ming Qingtian, he would at least be a command officer by now. Unfortunately, the southeastern region is too important, and Su Chan himself chose to settle in Mingshui County, so reminders still need to be made. The southeastern region is deep with dangers, and if one isn't careful, they could capsize. Su Chan swallowed hard. Damn, this is terrifying. Feng Guangling's sister is a prodigy among prodigies, and this is well known. But who would have thought that a mere county magistrate is actually a behind-the-scenes big shot? What frustrates Su Chan the most is that Feng Guangling, this playboy, is said to be gilding in the Demon Suppression Division. But who makes achievements on their first day gilded? After 2 or 3 months on the job, his merits are almost higher than 100 households. To know that the current Feng Guangling is just a small flag. Damn, the whole Feng family is suspicious. It's better to provoke them less in the future. In a certain place east of the Buddhist kingdom and west of Great Hua, a woman paused slightly, sensing something, and turned her gaze toward the southeastern region. There is her useless brother and that unorthodox father. It's been over 2 years since she left home. She wonders if those two can take care of themselves. If the Western Buddha dares to come out, annihilate them. At the same time, on the outskirts of Linha Forest, Feng Yumin looked down at the huge white fox corpse beneath him, his brow slightly furrowed. Something feels off. The Linha Forest is famous for its unity. And suddenly 2 injured passage realm demon beasts have emerged. It doesn't seem normal at all. Could it be that there's internal strife in Linha? Feng Yumin's eyes suddenly became sharp. This is an opportunity. Taking advantage of their internal chaos to strike them down would be delightful. After a few moments, Feng Yumin suppressed the impulse in his heart, cast a deep glance into the depths of Linha Forest, and turned away without hesitation. He feared that if he looked any longer, he would truly be unable to restrain his excitement and rush in. If it were 20 years ago, he would have charged in, but now it's different. In the northern part of Linha Forest, towards Fujing, a brown bear was running wildly across the wilderness. Its eyes filled with rage and humanity, showing not only vigilance, but also a hint of resentment. Why can't it leave the forest? It has already reached the passage realm. Why can't it roam freely? Just because of a few words from those so-called humans? It refuses to accept it. It trains hard just to devour meat. But there are hardly any people deep in the Linha Forest, and those who dare to enter the depths are all-powerful beings. Trying to eat those kinds of people is sometimes even harder than becoming a passage realm beast. As for those who aren't at the passage realm, the 7 great kings of Linha Forest wouldn't allow them to eat. Such a passage realm existence is utterly tasteless. But that was all in the past. It has escaped. Now the sky is high for birds to fly, and the land is vast for bears to run. What would be the result of a passage realm demon beast entering the national borders? Especially since this passage realm demon beast is different from others with their tails tucked in. It is solely focused on eating humans. Don't be fooled by its fall. As long as it's not fundamentally harmed and given enough vitality and time, it can still become a passage realm beast. On the mountain road, Feng Guangling rode ahead on a white horse, with 23 others closely following behind. Bai Fuling's pretty face was still cold, but her eyes no longer held that disdain and indifference. After 5 days of traveling through 7 deserted towns, covering 3,000 miles is no longer just a slogan, but a reality. These are not those who can walk on air in the spirit communication realm, but rely on their legs and horses in the passage realm. In terms of traveling, unless you reach the spirit communication realm, you have to honestly use your legs or rely on transportation. Bai Fuling finally understood why the Night Watchers were so convinced by Feng Guangling. Anyone who dares to lead by example deserves respect. Anyone who can protect their weaker subordinates deserves trust. Feng Guangling indeed didn't communicate much with others, but when danger arose, he truly stepped up. He didn't arrogantly command anyone. Every order he gave had a reason and effect. To put it bluntly, following such a superior could extend one's life. Who wouldn't like and trust that? How could the playboy from back then become so serious now? And how could the once unruly person become so responsible? Bai Fuling couldn't figure this out. If Feng Guangling knew of Bai Fuling's doubts, he would certainly retort directly. Is it easy for him to disguise himself? He also wants to communicate freely with others. The problem is, he doesn't dare. Ever since learning that there are shape-shifting demon beasts in this world, Feng Guangling has become even more cautious. He repeats the words more talk, more mistakes every day. First, he has no way to explain the source of his surgical methods. And second, the rest is realm. He thinks he can fool Feng Yumin, this cheap old dad, but fooling others would truly treat them as fools. Fear of death has reached a new height. The problem is, Feng Guangling truly doesn't have that kind of strength to rampage or a background that allows him to slack off. So he can only survive. Only Feng Guangling himself doesn't know how high-profile his current actions are. Looking at the rising resentment before him, Feng Guangling was stunned and quickly stopped his horse. This situation feels wrong. The resentment here is denser than all the previous deserted towns combined. 7 deserted towns. If one town has a population of 20,000, then 7 towns would have 14,000. The resentment in this town before him likely exceeds 20,000 deaths. Feng Guangling put down the map and sighed softly. With such a large base, even the capital city would struggle to bear it. As the largest city in the southeastern region, Fuzhou only has a population of 5 million. The losses are staggering. In a world where demon beasts run rampant, human life truly seems worthless. If this were in Shenzhou, such a major event would have already caused an uproar. Yet in the wind-worn continent, it seems the Demon Suppression Division is left to handle it themselves. Who can one reason with about this? One can only say that even after several months, Feng Guangling still hasn't been able to shift his mindset. Once this contrast becomes stark, the burning flame in his heart turns restless. He must become stronger, no matter what. Otherwise, in this world, he would only end up as a pig or dog to be slaughtered. Everything is just for survival. Chapter 75. The Taoist must fight the bald donkey. Feng Guangling's map marked the unmanned towns they had dealt with. At first, he hadn't thought much of it. But as he connected the dots, his expression grew serious. Was this really the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation? No way. It can't be that unlucky, can it? No wonder the resentment in the unmanned towns was so heavy. The hidden trouble must be here. The longer Feng Guangling stayed in this world, and the more he encountered, the more he felt a chill of fear. The things of the Taoist sect are very mysterious to outsiders, but for Feng Guangling, who was originally a Taoist, it's not just mysterious, there's also awe. Could it be that the Taoist sect has developed to the wind-worn continent? But that doesn't seem right, despite reading so many books. He hasn't found any trace of the Taoist sect. Even the previous 3 talents formation seemed dubious. This 9 Curves Yellow River Formation shouldn't be the authentic one either. If it were truly that great formation, not just the southeastern region, the entire Dahuang Empire would have fallen. Don't even mention experts in the Passage Realm. Even immortals would have to kneel. Realizing this, the shock in Feng Guangling's heart dissipated. He wouldn't be the one to stick his neck out. He absolutely couldn't be the one to lead. He must survive. Feng Guangling kept comforting himself. In truth, who doesn't want to be spirited and roam the world? It's just that lacking strength and resources makes one unable to be spirited. Looking at the route on the map, Feng Guangling couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know whether to consider himself lucky or unlucky. If he was lucky, how could he have encountered such a vicious formation resembling the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation? If he was unlucky, then all the bad things he had encountered were just trivial formations. The next 2 villages, however, were no joke, not to mention anything else. Feng Guangling could confidently say that at least one of them must have a great demon or evil spirit, and their strength would definitely be considerable, possibly even human. After all, these places were at the formation's eye, and they were definitely guarding something. The reason why the unmanned towns had no other oddities might be to conceal the truth, or it could be that they had already been cleared out. Of course, encountering Feng Guangling was bad luck for them. After all, when he took action, he directly dispersed the resentment. Lord Little Flag, what should we do next? Li Jian asked as he saw Feng Guangling lost in thought without moving for so long. What to do? If I knew, would I still be dazed at the entrance of this small town? Feng Guangling put away the map and rubbed his forehead. The resentment rising to the sky, the dense, almost fog-like energy. He didn't need to calculate to know there was great danger inside. The problem was, having come this far, could he really back down? This was all merit. Although it wouldn't increase his lifespan or refine chi, who said it was useless? After walking this far, Feng Guangling had already sensed something was off. Although his strength had increased, his 5 senses had become more sensitive. Now, he couldn't even be sure that only he could detect the resentment and energy. After all, the practitioners he had encountered were all weaker than him, and those stronger had only been seen in passing. Moreover, Feng Guangling had his reservations and didn't dare to linger around those stronger than him. Lord Little Flag, should we let Lord Wanhu come handle it? This was the first time Xiao Wu had seen Feng Guangling hesitate and appear uneasy. If anyone knew Feng Guangling best here, it was Xiao Wu. Even when Feng Guangling was a wastrel, he had never hesitated like this. After becoming the Little Flag of the Demon Suppression Division, he had always taken the lead. This current state definitely indicated something was wrong. Right? I almost forgot that we can let others handle it, Feng Guangling said, slapping his forehead, a smile instantly appearing on his face. It was all due to habitual thinking. In the past, he was used to handling problems alone during his cultivation. And since coming to this world, He had often dealt with issues alone out of concern for revealing weaknesses, especially in recent days. Xiao Wu's words reminded him that he was just a little flag and that when faced with unsolvable problems, it was only natural to let the big shots handle it. Everyone stared at Feng Guangling in disbelief. This situation was unusual. Isn't it the norm for a serious person to step up when faced with difficulties and only seek help when it's clear they can't cope? Why would he think of letting someone else handle it before even starting? If it were that way, what use were they as night watchmen in the demon suppression division? They might as well let the Qianhu and Wanhu handle it directly. By Fuling didn't he even bother to hide her eye roll, almost scoffing aloud. Feng Guangling didn't he care about any of this. Achievements and merits were nothing compared to his own life. Xiao Wu, send a message by carrier pigeon, telling the division that at least one expert in the passage realm is needed to deal with the situation here. No need for anything else. As soon as the order was given, Xiao Wu immediately began to catch a carrier pigeon. Everyone present, whether from the Demon Suppression Division or the Town Office Division, had already become accustomed to executing Feng Guangling's orders immediately. Their experiences reminded them that ignoring Feng Guangling could lead to injuries at best and death at worst. Didn't they see the two people at the back now pale and nearly lifeless? They were the ones who had disregarded orders and foolishly approached the pit of resentment. When that terrifying resentment erupted, the two nearly died on the spot. It was only thanks to Feng Guangling's quick reflexes and the fact that his hand seals were now incredibly fast. Plus, he only needed to silently recite the incantation in his mind without speaking it aloud, that those two were not turned into mere bones. Waiting for the big shots to handle it while also hoping to gain some merit? That was a dilemma. Being afraid of death while wanting merit was no different from being a bald donkey. Thinking of this made Feng Guangling want to slap himself. How could he compare himself to a bald donkey? He had to remember that this world had bald donkeys, and they were even called nations. There was no benefit to fighting with them now. Once he had enough strength or found a backer, he would definitely have to fight a bald donkey. A Taoist who doesn't fight a bald donkey feels wrong somehow. Little flag, aren't we going in to investigate the situation? When reinforcements arrive, we'll also have information to report. Bai Fuling began to address Feng Guangling as Little Flag like Xiao Wu and the others did from the third unmanned town onward, no longer directly calling him Feng Guangling. Feng Guangling's transformation was shocking, and she was convinced by what he had done. Of course, the thought of wanting to stab Feng Guangling still lingered, but it was buried deeper. Over these past few days, she had come to understand that Feng Guangling's strength was indeed beyond what she could contend with at present. Chapter 76. I just want to survive. Feng Guangling suddenly realized. Could it be that I have sharp eyes and can see the issues of energy and resentment at a glance? There is no dissection in this world, but there is a term for dismemberment, and there will always be those who study. Otherwise, how did pills and talismans come about? After searching through so much information, Feng Guangling still couldn't find any vocabulary related to soul possession. It's just ridiculous. Of course, it's also because of this that Feng Guangling was able to adapt so quickly. Although he was being overly cautious, he wasn't easily seen through. Let's go in and take a look. This time, there shouldn't be too many people. One person for support is enough. Remember to bring the signal talisman. If anything feels off, pull the signal immediately. The people outside shouldn't enter the town when they see it. Xiao Wu, when the time comes, you must send a rescue signal, requesting that it must be a Wanhu or a commander to handle it. Feng Guangling knew very well that even if the Demon Suppression Division received the rescue signal, the person who came would definitely not be Wanhu or a commander. There was a high probability it would be a Qianhu. As for why he had such a guess, it was of course due to the habits brought from the Ming Shui County Demon Suppression Division. Every time he faced Su Chan, Feng Guangling felt as if he were being seen through completely. This was also the reason he wanted to hide in the library and not come out. As for why the Ming Shui County Demon Suppression Division was special, Feng Guangling didn't know that a Qianhu was equivalent to a commander in other places. If a Qianhu was so powerful, then what about a Wanhu? What about a commander? This is called cognitive bias. Yes, my lord. Although Xiao Wu really wanted to follow him in, his strength wasn't enough, and Feng Guangling's words essentially placed the responsibility for post-rescue entirely on him. So he could only obey orders. I want to go in with you. Bai Fuling raised her head, her gaze intense as she looked at Feng Guangling. No, I don't have confidence this time. Feng Guangling directly refused without hesitation. He was no longer as awkward as before regarding this woman who had helped him shed the title of boy across 2 lifetimes. Although he still didn't know how to face her, she was his woman, and that was an ironclad fact. Feng Guangling wasn't going to let his woman take risks. There was danger inside, and it was more dangerous than the previous 7 towns, a feeling deep inside him that couldn't be deceived. Bai Fuling was momentarily stunned. A trace of fluctuation appearing in her beautiful eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. This was her enemy, an enemy she had to strike. Even if she couldn't kill him, she had to incapacitate him. You don't need to worry about my safety. Our town government is acting in conjunction with your demon suppression division. If you want to take all the credit for yourself, no way. Bai Fuling's apricot eyes glinted coldly as she fixed her gaze on Feng Guangling. Fine. Now that we're talking about credit, what else could Feng Guangling say? The other members of the town government had no significant reaction. Feng Guangling truly didn't realize that by avoiding contact with too many people to keep his secret, he had unwittingly won over a group of hearts. But it felt great to have no one causing trouble. If another person like Bai Fuling showed up, Feng Guangling might have to uphold the traditions of the Taoist sect and take her down directly. All right, you can come along, but you must obey orders. Feng Guangling looked at the stubborn Bai Fuling and finally didn't try to persuade her further. Continuing to talk would only lead to enmity. In this line of work, how could one not have a bit of awareness? Do you really think cultivators are that foolish? Without a bit of intelligence and emotional intelligence, you can't cultivate at all. This time, it wasn't 5 people entering, but 3. In addition to Feng Guangling and Bai Fuling, there was also a watcher ready to send a signal at any moment. After working together for so long, they had developed a tacit understanding. As soon as they entered the village, Feng Guangling immediately sensed something was wrong. This resentment, it was flowing. It wasn't the kind that naturally dissipates with the air, but rather artificially controlled absorption. There was accumulation and also consumption. Unmeasurable, O heavenly sovereign. Someone is here. The moment Feng Guangling narrowed his eyes, he had already determined where that strange stirring in his heart came from. Feng, Shu, you 2 step back. Retreat to the stone tablet at the town's entrance. If I call for a retreat, you must exit. When Bai Fuling seemed to want to say something, Feng Guangling's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his low voice carried an irresistible meaning. This is an order. Yes, this is an order, not a discussion. The moment Bai Fuling opened her mouth, an inexplicable transparent light shield enveloped them. It was hard to see with the naked eye. But if a cultivator at the Tongming level observed closely, they could still detect the anomaly. So after giving instructions, Feng Guangling pointed toward the stone tablet, indicating for Bai Fuling to look for herself. Bai Fuling carefully observed for a dozen breaths, and then her eyes suddenly revealed a look of shock. She understood why Feng Guangling wanted them to retreat. A formation talisman. This small town had unknowingly been shrouded by formation talismans, and they hadn't sensed any fluctuations in energy. Formation talismans required profound energy to maintain, and opening formation talismans would naturally emit fluctuations. But here, there were none. This bizarre situation made Bai Fuling's brows furrow slightly as she looked at Feng Guangling in confusion. She had never heard of such a situation. So how could Feng Guangling discover it at the first moment? Could it be that the difference between the initial and intermediate stages of Tongming was really that significant? Feng Guangling was completely uninterested in what Bai Fuling was thinking. He only knew one thing. Something was wrong, and it was a big problem. Quickly retreat. Feng Guangling lowered his voice and urged. In the air, it felt as if a pair of eyes were watching everything that was happening here. That feeling was very dangerous. And the stirring in his heart grew stronger. This was the instinct of a cultivator. Unmeasurable heavenly sovereign, I just want to survive. Why does danger always come knocking? Clearly, it was the simplest reconnaissance mission, yet in the end, they encountered a major crisis. What the hell? Did they have to kill me? He had no idea what price he would have to pay to escape. Feng Guangling didn't regret coming in. He was just a bit unwilling. He had been living cautiously in this world, never expecting to accidentally step into a trap. Bai Fuling finally stopped insisting. It was the first time she saw Feng Guangling so serious and solemn, and judging from his demeanor, the upcoming situation was certainly something they couldn't intervene in. Under such circumstances, retreating from the range of the formation talismans and out of the town was the best choice. Chapter 77. I use Taoist techniques to overcome death tribulations. Bai Fuling and the others finally retreated to the entrance of the small town. At that moment, Feng Guangling thrust his sword forward and suddenly raised his head. An indescribable aura burst forth from him. Technique, xianxiaaudiobooks. This was a technique Feng Guangling had never used in front of others. And it was also one of his trump cards. The 8 trigrams of Qimen were for attack, while xianxiaaudiobooks was for escape. The word escape means to hide. Buzz. A milky white light suddenly burst forth, the death gate concealed, and the rest gate revealed. The life gate opens. The moment the command fell, the 8 trigrams roared into operation. Boom. The ground suddenly shook, and the light shield formed by the formation talismans was momentarily breached. Seeing this, Bai Fuling and the others didn't hesitate, their figures suddenly retreating a step, directly exiting the range of the formation. The causality involved with xianxiaaudiobooks was too great. Feng Guangling didn't want to use it until the last moment. But the problem was, he couldn't just stand by and watch Bai Fuling and the Watcher die in there. Unmeasurable heavenly sovereign. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. This debt, I'll accept. Just at that moment, a violent aura suddenly erupted from the center of the town. Who dares to break my arrangement? The violent aura ravaged the entire small town. Technique: golden light spell. At the moment of forming the hand seal, golden light erupted all over his body, and at that moment, a terrifying impact crashed into Feng Guangling. The moment they made contact, the golden light exploded. Feng Guangling's pupils shrank suddenly. Unmeasurable heavenly sovereign. Damn it, what kind of strength is this? Just the momentum alone was enough to directly shatter the defense of the golden light spell. What is the point of fighting? Escape, must escape. In that moment, the aura of death spread. Death, all death, devoid of life. Feng Guangling's soul flew away in shock. In the formation of the xianxiaaudiobooks, there was no life formation. The path of death was certain, the pattern of certain death. Soldiers, combatants, all lined up in front. The secret incantation of the sixth jia, the Lin character decision. The arrival of the celestial venerable. Whether the celestial venerable could be summoned was uncertain, and what kind of celestial venerable could be summoned was also unknown. But one thing Feng Guangling was absolutely certain of was that the celestial venerable would definitely descend. The star pattern of this world was almost identical to that of the blue water star. Since that was the case, the Lin character decision would definitely be effective. However, this summons would bind him with karma permanently. But in the face of life and death, who the hell is afraid of that? I used the Tao to measure the death tribulation. Who can invite me into the underworld? Boom. A violent momentum suddenly crashed down from the sky, and in that instant, everyone couldn't help but tremble in fear. In the sky, a huge phantom flashed and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, everyone, whether inside or outside the formation, one by one, vomited blood. Even the light shield formed by the formation talismans was on the verge of collapse at this moment, as if it would shatter with just a light touch. Feng Guangling was no exception. When the intent of the Lin character arose in his heart, he had already vomited blood. Don't talk about time. He couldn't even last 3 breaths, at most only 2. Uffed. In an instant of blood spewing, Feng Guangling's face turned as pale as paper. The Dharma appearance descended? What a joke. The moment it just appeared, Feng Guangling almost thought he would explode on the spot. The most damnable part was that the 5 elements within him almost withered completely at that moment, his lifespan entering a countdown, with only 2 months remaining. After painstakingly nurturing his body for 2 or 3 months and extending his life by more than a year, just one Lin character decision turned it all to ashes. Boom. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed, and Feng Guangling looked up abruptly as a phantom crashed down in the center of the town, instantly sending dust flying everywhere. Feng Guangling's eyes widened as he stared at the billowing dust. Don't get up, absolutely don't get up. I've risked half my life for this, and it can't possibly not kill you, you bastard. The night watchmen, including Xiao Wu, instinctively crawled up from the ground, vomiting blood as they rushed towards the town. The night watchmen were not afraid of death. Xiao Wu, who had joined midway, was even more fearless. He was the first to charge forward. Previously, due to a moment of negligence, Feng Guangling almost lost his life in bed. This time, he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen in front of him again. Bang! The previously invisible light shield could be entered and exited freely. Now, the visible translucent light shield completely sealed off the entire town. This was a kind of reactive protection mechanism of the formation talismans. Just as Feng Guangling performed the Lin character decision, he nearly destroyed the formation talismans directly. The talismans didn't even need to absorb the mystical energy, directly activating the final protective mechanism. Generally, the formation talismans could be used 5 times before they would completely dissipate, which was also the reason for their high cost. But once the protective mechanism was activated, the formation talisman was rendered useless. Fortunately, this formation talisman was being used for the first time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to withstand the crushing force of the Lin character decision. Lord Little Flag, Xiao Wu and Li Tian shouted desperately, trying to remind Feng Guangling to retreat. Although they didn't know if they could escape, it was better than being paralyzed on the ground without any reaction. At this moment, Feng Guangling didn't even have the strength to move a finger. He heard them, but he couldn't react at all, not even able to make a sound. All he could do now was to adjust his breathing in a race against time. The issues with this small town exceeded his imagination. What is this called? This is called a misstep, leads to a series of mistakes. He had underestimated the wind-hardened continent. Feng Guangling couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh in his heart. Ever since he realized that techniques could suppress enemies more effectively than mystical arts, he seemed to have become a bit complacent, especially after selecting 2 mystical arts in the demon suppression division, discovering that mystical arts were actually not much different from techniques. His vigilance had decreased significantly. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of tense footsteps echoed, making everyone's hearts tense. All eyes were fixed on the direction of the swirling dust. Gradually, a massive figure slowly appeared in everyone's sight. The specific appearance was unclear, but it was evident that it was a beast. Unimaginable celestial venerable. In this deserted town, what was hiding was not a person, but a beast. That colossal figure was enough to indicate the terror of this beast. It was even larger than the giant python Feng Guangling had seen at the Xiaoyan sect. Feng Guangling still couldn't discern the strength of the beast or the evil. He couldn't even tell if it was human. Only after engaging could he confirm. But just because he couldn't see it didn't mean Xiao Wu and the others couldn't. Spirit communication realm, Feng Guangling, run. By Fuling finally couldn't help but scream upon seeing this scene. Chapter 78. Even in death, I will strike you once. A spirit communication realm beast was simply a devastating crush for their team. It's over. Everyone had only this thought in their minds. If the opponent were in the clear realm, even if it were a complete clear realm, they might still have a chance to fight or escape. But now, it was the spirit communication realm. They couldn't fight or escape, only wait for death. It seemed that fate was indeed not to be underestimated. Feng Guangling let out a bitter laugh. The massive beast had completely appeared before everyone. It was a tiger. Yes, just a tiger that was countless times larger. Feng Guangling began to doubt whether this wind-hardened continent was a mutated version of the divine land. Otherwise, why would there be such a damned sense of familiarity? Li Huyao. It was over, a mid-level spirit communication realm Li Huyao. Xiao Wu helplessly collapsed to the ground, despairingly watching the Li Huyao approaching Feng Guangling step by step. Feng Guangling looked at the approaching Li Huyao, and his mood surprisingly calmed down. Given his current situation, barring any accidents, he would need a month to heal, meaning he only had a month left to live. What could he do? Nothing at all, just wait for death. Although it's said that it's better to die than to live in misery, right now, he had no way out. It was just a pity that he had barely managed to unleash techniques and hadn't had the chance to test more advanced techniques before dying. It was indeed a bit unwilling. You all go, hurry up. Feng Guangling staggered to his feet and waved at Xiao Wu and the others behind him. There was no escaping now, but dying while sitting and dying while standing were still choices. The demon suppression blade was drawn, its sheath thrown aside by Feng Guangling. The blade tipped down, thrust into the ground, both hands pressing on the hilt to support himself so he wouldn't fall. In that moment, an indescribable air of nonchalance instantly filled the entire area. Unimaginable, celestial, venerable. I really don't want to die. Feng Guangling raised his head to look at the ferocious beast staring at him, neither happy nor sad. Living a few more months could be considered as giving face to the ancestors. It was a pity that he had failed to catch it. Due to a moment of carelessness, he had fallen into a dead end. Bai Fuling's beautiful eyes shimmered with a strange light. This Feng Guangling was completely different from the one she remembered. Or rather, the Feng Guangling she had seen in recent days was entirely different from the one she had encountered before. She didn't deny that she felt a flicker of attraction and a hint of secret joy towards this Feng Guangling, even though she didn't know why. Roar. The terrifying roar of the beast shook the heavens and the earth. The fierce tiger beast suddenly raised its gigantic paw and smashed it down towards Feng Guangling. Feng Guangling still stood tall, determined to die standing. As a descendant of the Yanhuang bloodline and a person of the Tao sect, no matter which world he was in, he had to endure until death. Spell, 5 Thunder Divine Curse. Even if he died, he had to take a bite out of you. Regardless of whether he could bite or not, he had to bare his teeth. Is it frustrating? Of course it is. Being careful and cautious, afraid of being discovered. He had consulted so much information about the wind and erosion continent, and none of it had been useful until now. In the end, he encountered a tiger lying in wait. Boom. Thunder rumbled, lightning dragons appeared, and the thunder clouds churned restlessly. Infinite heavenly sovereign, even if the Taoist can't take you down, he will strike you with lightning. You vile beast, dare you commit murder? As Feng Guangling fainted, he only thought of striking the fierce tiger demon with a lightning bolt. But he heard a voice that absolutely could not appear here. Familiar, too familiar. The first person he saw upon entering the demon suppression division. The one who almost had him killed, and the one who had made him suffer countless times. How could he be here, so far away in Mingshui County? A blade of light suddenly cleaved through the entire sky, scattering the thunderclouds, and at the same time, the translucent light shield formed by the array symbols instantly turned into countless specks, dissipating into the air. In the next moment, the blade of light plunged into the fierce tiger beast's forehead. As the light burst forth, all of the fierce tiger beast's movements froze in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the fierce tiger beast was directly split in half. At the same time, the lightning struck down into the fierce tiger beast's forehead, and a flash of crimson light vanished into Feng Guangling's body. Su Chan gasped, incredulously looking at the Feng Guangling who had collapsed on the ground. This little rascal is so fierce and arrogant. Even in death, he had to stab the demon beast, and it was a stab charged with lightning. Is this the vengeful heart of a spoiled young master? Although his strike directly split the fierce tiger demon in half, it could not directly annihilate it. A desperate strike could not achieve a complete annihilation of a spirit realm demon beast. but the subsequent lightning directly scattered the fierce tiger demon's soul. This was the reason for Su Chan's shock. Wait, could this kid be dead? Su Chan hurriedly squatted down to check Feng Guangling's breath. And after confirming there was no problem, he let out a sigh of relief. A few days ago, after encountering that demonized human-shaped man in white in the Linhe forest, Su Chan had almost immediately begun searching for another escaped beast towards Fujing. As for the other beast, it had been killed by Feng Guangling's father, Feng Yumin. Before this, he sensed that something was off about the aura here, which was why he ran over to check the situation. Given his speed, he shouldn't have arrived here so quickly. He even received a message from Zwatong halfway here. Thus, he hurriedly sped up. If he had been a moment slower, Feng Guangling would have really died. Su Chan was extremely grateful for the appearance of the communication talisman at this moment. Looking at the unconscious Feng Guangling, Su Chan's heart still raced uncontrollably. An abnormal county magistrate father, an abnormal violent sister, and after finally having a normal spoiled young master, he had now become abnormal as well. This little guy actually dared to fight a spirit realm demon beast alone. Would a normal person behave like this? He didn't know whether to scold Feng Guangling or admire him. It was simply reckless disregard for his own life. Feng Guangling, do I have a choice? Damn, Lord Su. My young master. Little Wu rolled in and crawled in, looking at Su Chan with wide eyes. They had seen that scene clearly, although the demon beast's claw hadn't fallen. Feng Guangling had collapsed. He was fine, just exhausted. Su Chan looked at Feng Guangling with emotion. Good people don't live long, while bad people last 1,000 years, huh? The crushing force of a spirit realm demon beast didn't crush his body, and the overwhelming power that caused a mutation didn't drain his profound energy and kill him. He merely fainted from exhaustion. This is just too absurd. That's good, that's good. Little Wu and Li Tian both collapsed to the ground without any dignity. For others, if Feng Guangling died, they might just feel regret, but for these two, if Feng Guangling died, the sky would collapse. Chapter 79, Dao Xian Technique and Xian Technique. In the outer heaven, in a misty place, an old man sitting cross-legged on a mountaintop suddenly opened his eyes. He emanated an otherworldly aura, coupled with a bloody ferocity. It was a contradictory feeling, but it was precisely happening to this old man. The sharp and peaceful energies coexisted in one person, creating a discomforting contradiction. The moment he opened his eyes was exactly when Feng Guangling used the Lin character technique. The heavens don't abandon my Dao Xian. The old man's aura suddenly surged, and the white clouds within 1,000 miles roared and surged as if they were tides, rising and falling. Feng Guangling's caution seemed so wise and formidable at this moment. The wind and erosion continent has Buddhism, but no Dao. Because Dao is Dao Xian. The initial name of Xian Technique was Dao Xian Technique. And after 3,000 years of great change, it was renamed Xian Technique. And this secret, let alone a little flag bearer. Even 10,000 households do not have the qualifications to view. Why did Feng Guangling always feel that the stars were off when using the Qimen Bagua in divination, but felt incredibly smooth when using Qimen Duanjia? The reason lies in someone obscuring the count of the stars. The innate and acquired realms here are extremely cruel. There is no mention of loss or improvement. It is an explosion after the collision of two forces. Now all Xian techniques actually have shadows of techniques within them, which is why when Feng Guangling cast spells, no one regarded him as an anomaly. One reason is that not many people pay attention to Feng Guangling. Another reason is that what Feng Guangling cast could indeed be considered Xian technique. It wasn't yet time to enter the world, but now there is a successor outside. What to do? Should we let Qingyi choose for herself? The old man mumbled, and then inexplicably entered a meditative state again. That aura came quickly and left quickly. He could only confirm it was in the wind and erosion continent, but could not determine the location. In this situation, it was completely unnecessary to send someone down the mountain to walk. Moreover, the Dao Xian lineage is all about free range. Knowing that there are other successors besides their lineage is enough. When fate arrives, they will meet. When fate does not arrive, it cannot be forced. It is no wonder that an old man in a yellow robe on the wind and erosion continent said that the Dao Xian lineage is all like salted fish, only waiting until they are bullied to stand up. Otherwise, they would definitely lie down instead of sitting. Mingshui County. Feng Yumin put down the communication talisman and looked up towards the direction of the Linhe forest. Feng Guangling encountered a spirit realm demon beast while on a mission and is now unconscious, but there is no danger to his life. The aura of impending violence on Feng Yumin finally subsided a bit when the last 6 words appeared. Not long after, Ming Qingtian arrived in front of Feng Yumin. Brother Feng, don't be angry. How did you promise me back then? My son has only been in the demon suppression division for a short time and has already encountered so many dangers. You tell me, is this something a human should do? Before Ming Qingtian could finish his words, Feng Yumin launched into a tirade. No danger to life, but he is still unconscious. Who knows what impact it will have in the future? Brother Feng, Calm down, calm down. You know that the tasks of the Demon Suppression Division have uncertainties. Ming Qingtian was also exhausted. He just couldn't understand why Feng Guangling encountered so many dangers. He had already tried his best to avoid tasks that would lead to direct conflict with demon beasts and evil spirits. But in the end, he still encountered danger. Who can he reason with about this? This time, he really couldn't blame the Demon Suppression Division. The unmanned town had already been swept through by Zuotong and his team, confirming that there was no danger above the Enlightenment realm before they allowed the newbies like Feng Guangling to practice. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought those rookies from the town government division along. But unexpectedly, something went wrong here. Clearly, there were no discoveries in the unmanned town before. When Feng Guangling went there, a demon beast of the Enlightenment realm suddenly appeared. What baffled everyone the most was that Feng Guangling had talismans on him. According to Su Chan, Feng Guangling didn't use any talismans even when he fainted. Is he really willing to risk his life for talismans? Who can be blamed for this? Of course, Ming Qingtian wouldn't dare to say anything about this. In fact, it wasn't that Feng Guangling was willing to risk his life for talismans. The incident happened so suddenly, and Feng Guangling wasn't accustomed to relying on external objects. Moreover, he wasn't used to the existence of a storage ring, so for a moment, he really didn't think of using talismans to get out of the situation. Ming Qingtian, are you trying to strangle our Guangling in the cradle? Is the library a place for people to stay? How could you even say that? Feng Yumin stared fixedly at Ming Qingtian, looking as if he would turn against him if he didn't give an explanation. Fine, I have 2 talismans of the Enlightenment realm here. I'll reward them to him. So he can keep them on him? When Ming Qingtian saw Feng Yumin's expression, he knew that if he didn't shed some blood today, not only would he not calm Feng Yumin's anger, but it would also be questionable whether he could leave the Feng family in one piece. Feng Yumin nodded in satisfaction. His son was fine, and he could also extort some things from Ming Qingtian to keep on him. Feng Guangling had been in a coma for a full 24 hours, which was 2 days. The moment he opened his eyes, his first choice was to observe his surroundings. Don't ask, just know he had experience. The last time he woke up like this, he had a woman pressed underneath him. Infinite Heavenly Lord, I actually didn't die? After confirming the situation around him, Feng Guangling couldn't help but check his body. That 5 Thunder Divine spell was the last divine spell Feng Guangling desperately cast, and the price he paid was absolutely heavy. With all 5 elements in his body completely exhausted. In other words, it was like letting out one last roar of life. But now, his physical condition was even better than when he checked the unmanned town before. Who can he reason with about this? He looked at the tattoo of the soul suppression bell on his left chest, which appeared even clearer. What is going on? He didn't die? His strength seemed to have improved, and the qi in his body seemed to have condensed a lot. It wasn't that he had broken through, but it seemed he could try using other spells now. Lord Little Flag, you're awake? When Xiao Wu pushed the door open and saw Feng Guangling leaning against the head of the bed, he instantly shouted with joy. Xiao Wu, how long has it been? Feng Guangling confirmed that his body was fine and that he had at least a year of life left. His mood instantly improved a lot, and a hint of a smile appeared on his pale face, as if he had survived a disaster. There was no way around it. He was truly scared. This experience of death was too terrifying. Chapter 80, Major Movements. Lord Little Flag, you have been in a coma for 2 days. From Xiao Wu, Feng Guangling learned about what had happened during his coma. Su Chan's appearance was an accident, but fortunately, it was this accident that saved his life. The support from the capital of Talisman arrived 2 hours later. If they had waited until then, Feng Guangling and the others would probably have been swallowed alive by the demon beasts, leaving no remains. The unmanned town had been flattened. That's right. It was directly destroyed and leveled, leaving no trace at all. If one were to go there now, they would only see a large empty space, with not even a broken wall or root in sight. This was not done by the Demon Suppression Division, but by the Town Government Division. Moreover, it wasn't just one, but 2 towns that were flattened. It is said that after this, 2 captive evil spirits hidden in the unmanned town were exterminated by Zuotong with a single strike. After this, the Town Government Division and the Demon Suppression Division joined forces to conduct a major sweep around, checking the population. They didn't realize until the first day that a large number of counties had reported false populations. It couldn't even be termed as false reporting. It was more accurate to say that people had disappeared. Furthermore, at least 3 unmanned towns were discovered. Feng Guangling looked at the map in his hand, and the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. This was truly the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation. The most terrifying part was that the capital of Talisman was situated right in the middle of the formation. Good heavens! Are they planning to wipe out the hundreds of thousands of people in the capital of Talisman in one go? Although he still held some resentment towards Su Chan for making things difficult for him, he had to say that he must thank him this time. If he hadn't appeared in time, he would truly have been on his way to see the ancestral master. All right, I understand. You can go out now. I need to rest for a bit. Feng Guangling waved his hand, signaling Xiao Wu to leave. He had figured out one thing. He was now out of danger. And he had made a contribution. There would surely be rewards from above. Plus, he owed Su Chan a life-saving favor. As for more specific situations, he needed to check the archives in the library. Of course, if the level was too high, he could only guess blindly. Okay, young master. After the old master heard the news, he asked me to tell you that if there's danger in the future, let others handle it. Don't push yourself so hard. Xiao Wu leaned in a little closer and lowered his voice. Feng Guangling felt warmth in his heart. It had been a long time since he had heard the title young master, especially after this time, when he almost went to meet the grandmaster of the Three Cleans. It felt even deeper. Xiao Wu's calling him young master was so familiar, and he showed no signs of embarrassment, revealing that he was still the same old Xiao Wu. Tell my father to rest assured. Feng Guangling didn't want to contact him directly. The problem was that this wasn't an era of widespread telephones. Relying on sound transmission talismans? Don't joke around. Feng Guangling still didn't even know what sound transmission talismans looked like. It would be better to take the time to write a letter. Feng Guangling missed his cheap old man Feng Yumin a bit. Although he was just a small county magistrate, his love for Feng Guangling was unmatched by anyone. Otherwise, with Feng Guangling's previous tendency to get into trouble, he would have long been thrown into the river to feed the water demons. With over a year of life left and an improvement in strength, he was close to reaching the high levels of enlightenment. At that point, it wouldn't be impossible to kick into the enlightenment realm all at once. Don't reason with cultivators, as they don't conform to common sense themselves. Reasoning? Have you ever seen someone using sword techniques with a knife? Only those from the Taoist sect would have such a nature. On the day Feng Guangling woke up, the area within 3,000 miles of the capital of Talisman exploded. It really exploded. Previously, the town government division had only flattened 2 unmanned towns, while the demon suppression division was investigating the surrounding population and abandoned villages and towns. All of this was just recorded, with no other actions taken. On the first day after Feng Guangling woke up, almost the entire demon suppression division was mobilized, including Feng Guangling. This time, even the little flag was requisitioned. Besides that, the town government division personnel were also fully mobilized, leaving not a single talisman behind in the capital. It could be said that aside from ordinary soldiers, there was truly not a single cultivator left in the capital of Talisman. If they encountered an attack, it would be a sure hit. Unfortunately, everything was very sudden. Not to mention the Linha forest, even the 3 major families in the southeastern region had not received any wind. Most of the personnel from the Demon Suppression Division and Town Government Division had actually received orders at the last minute and didn't have time to send messages. The real mastermind behind this incident was Wei Ming, the highest commander near the capital of Talisman. All those involved in the investigation were at the 1,000 household level. The goal was to catch everyone off guard and strike like a lightning bolt. Everyone was bewildered, including Feng Guangling. Because for this mission, Feng Guangling was not on the task list. He had only one order: to take good care of his injuries. Within a radius of 3,000 miles, the sounds of battle continued to reverberate. Some powerful practitioners even thought this was a prelude to a beast tide. Most of these people had experienced the beast tide 20 years ago, and even those who hadn't were often hunting monsters in the Linha forest. They were all too familiar with the sounds of fierce battles and beast roars. However, when they tried to investigate the situation, they were told by the Demon Suppression Division not to interfere with the mission. The battle range affected 3,000 miles. Yet it was merely a task of the Demon Suppression Division. Once this news spread, the entire Fulling was almost lifted to the skies by the uproar of discussions. Had the Demon Suppression Division not taken any major actions? Of course they had. Not to mention the distant past, in the last 2 or 3 months. The Demon Suppression Division had eliminated more than one sect. But now, this was happening near Fulling. If something happened here, where else in the southeastern region would be safe? The 3 major families were the most anxious. They were all based in Fulling, and if something happened there, it wouldn't lead to complete destruction. But the direct descendants of the 3 major families would definitely suffer. This was no joke. In an instant, people were on edge, and Fulling was restless. In the past, during such times, the town office would have stepped forward to calm things down. But now, the town office didn't even bother to acknowledge them. Because both the town office and the Demon Suppression Division had more important matters to attend to. As the highest-ranking officer of the Demon Suppression Division in Fulling, Wei Ming was currently gazing solemnly at a valley filled with a bewildering smell of blood. Beside him was a middle-aged man dressed similarly to those in the Demon Suppression Division. He was the officer of the town office and also the highest authority in Fulling. His name was Lu Tsongming, known as the Golden Abacus. What exactly were they trying to do with the combined formation talismans? Wei Ming's expression was grim. If the incident involving Feng Guangling provoked the anger of Su Chan and Ming Qingtian, he hadn't really taken these abandoned towns seriously. It was too normal for monsters to ravage Linha town, and there were countless abandoned towns. However, It now seemed that the situation was bizarrely unbelievable. Chapter 81. A small shoulder can't bear it. Formation talismans were already rare, and combined formation talismans were even rarer. It could even be said that such things should not appear in the wind-weathered continent. Only those wealthy sects from the outer heaven had the audacity to use them. Yet now, they had encountered it in the southeastern region. Moreover, this great formation had actually enveloped the entire Fulling. Although the true intention of this formation was still unknown, it was definitely not a good thing. Can't you see? Of course, they intend to refine us as if we were monsters or evil spirits. Their ambition is sky-high. They want to swallow the entire population of millions in Fulling in one go. Lao Wei, does your demon suppression division have any information at all? Lu Tsongming saw through the intention of this great formation at a glance. Wei Ming actually knew as well, but he was unwilling to believe it. What was the demon suppression division fighting for, risking their lives to slay monsters? Wasn't it for the peace of the nation and the people? Now, they were desperately fighting in front, while someone was scheming to harm everyone from behind. Anyone who discovered this would be furious. Such a move was not something monsters would do. They didn't have that kind of capital. The reason why the Dahuang Empire could repel the beast tide time and again, and why the position of the Talisman Tower was so special within the Dahuang Empire, was precisely because of the crucial role talismans played. Monsters had no talismans and could not use them. Human hearts. Lu Tsongming shook his head and sighed. Are monsters scary? Is evil terrifying? They are indeed scary. But human hearts are even more frightening. Such a huge movement requires someone to take the blame. What do you say? The actions of the Demon Suppression Division and the town office this time are so significant that they are probably already spreading throughout the entire southeastern region. And even the capital has begun to investigate. It's difficult to calm the panicking ordinary people without a good reason. To guard against external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. This principle has remained unchanged since ancient times. This is your town office's issue, don't bother me. Wei Ming replied irritably. The Demon Suppression Division's task of slaying monsters was already troublesome enough. Why would they care about these matters? Wouldn't it be better to slay a few more monsters with that time? Lu Tsongming rubbed his eyes, feeling a headache, but a moment later, his eyes suddenly lit up. This incident was discovered by a small flag of the Demon Suppression Division and their own main flag. If that's the case, then they could take all the credit for it, and no one could say anything, right? As for whether the court would blame them for ineffective governance, forget it. This was the southeastern region. Where could they cover everything? It was impossible to cover it up. At most it would just mean less trouble. Talisman Tower. Su Su had a dark expression, with a murderous aura rising. He, who prided himself on being the chess player, had unexpectedly had his most important piece ruined by someone. That was a combined formation talisman. Do you know how much effort it takes to create such a set of talismans? Especially since it has to be done quietly without anyone noticing, which makes it even more difficult. This wasn't just 20 years. He had been quietly working on this for over 30 years. Before he could even take a glance, it was gone. How many abandoned towns were there in the southeastern region? Countless. The panic caused 30 years ago and 20 years ago had only just calmed down. Before this, neither the Demon Suppression Division nor the town office had paid much attention to these abandoned towns. But who knew if they had suddenly become obsessed? And to top it off, they had destroyed his grand plan. How could Su Su not be furious? How could he not be heartbroken? A combined formation talisman, something worth millions of gold, was now gone. The most unbelievable part was that the one who ruined his plan was neither a powerful figure nor a strong expert. And certainly not someone in a high position specialized in surveying terrain. Just a small flag of the Demon Suppression Division and the main flag of the town office. In the eyes of ordinary people, they might still hold some intimidation, but in the eyes of Su Su, the master of the Talisman Tower, calling them ants would not be an exaggeration. Yet now, it was these two ants that had ruined his plan. This was the most critical piece, and it had perished before it even started. Unforgivable, intolerable. Su Su was on the verge of going berserk. If only he had another year and a half to prepare. By then, unless 5 strong experts at the Passage Realm acted simultaneously, otherwise, he could only watch Fulling become a land of eternal silence. At that time, he would be a god in Fulling. It would be useless for anyone to come. But now, it was all gone. After all his clever schemes, it turned out to be a futile effort. Pan Ming's expression was also extremely grim. But not only Su Su was plotting against the abandoned towns, he was also scheming. Moreover, he knew that Su Su planned to sacrifice the entire population of millions in Fulling, and he happened to have the same intention. The heart rose in an instant, and the plan shattered. The son of a county magistrate unexpectedly disrupted his grand scheme. Su Su crushed the communication talisman in his hand. The murderous aura on him flickering away, but the dense killing intent deep in his eyes still lingered. Feng Guangling was the son of a border county magistrate, while Bai Fulling was the jewel of the Bai family, one of the 3 major families in the southeastern region. Who would be easier to find as a scapegoat? It was obvious. Of course, Feng Guangling had the night watchman as a layer of protection, but that only meant he wouldn't be schemed against within the city. Nothing more. This breath could not be swallowed. Pan Dao, you won't stop me, will you? Su Su's gaze was somewhat dangerous. He couldn't eat if this breath wasn't released. Regarding the Demon Suppression Division, Pan Meng was very cautious. There had been several times when Su wanted to take action against the Demon Suppression Division, but each time he was persuaded by Pan Meng to give up. A mere county magistrate's son dares to ruin his grand affairs. It would be a pity if he dies. No way. Pan Meng shook his head lightly. In the small courtyard, watching Bai Yi flail his arms in excitement, Feng Guangling was dumbfounded. What is going on? All of this is my merit? The Demon Suppression Division is here to avenge me? I'm just a county magistrate's son, merely a small flag of the Demon Suppression Division. And such a huge action is taken for my revenge? Come on, my little shoulders really can't bear this. The news brought by Bai Yi shattered Feng Guangling's worldview. The actions of the Demon Suppression Division and the Town Government Division this time were earth-shattering. Not only had they cleared out a remote town within 3,000 miles of Fujing, but they had also captured countless demon beasts, including 5 fully realized spiritual beasts and 8 evil demons. The reason for such a large-scale operation was that the small flag of the Demon Suppression Division and the main flag of the Town Government Division accidentally stumbled upon someone raising evil demons while executing a mission, leading to Feng Guangling suffering severe injuries. That's why the Demon Suppression Division and the Town Government Division united to take action. Chapter 82. Not acting like a son of man in the Town Government Division. The reason given by the Town Government Division, aside from the final explanation, was indeed the truth. But therein lies the problem. You say it's because of me that there's such a large action? What do you want the person who set up the 9 Curves Yellow River Array to think? What about the one collaborating with the demon beasts? Feng Guangling wanted to cry. He was certain that this was definitely not something spread by the Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division usually operates quietly, making money silently. Such a high profile is not their style. This means the problem lies with the Town Government Division. What a disaster. This fortune could be given to any 1,000 or 10,000 households. How can a small flag like me handle it? Those without power or background wouldn't dare to casually take credit. Brother Guangling, why do you look unhappy? Bai Yi finally stopped his incessant chatter and looked at Feng Guangling, puzzled. This is a tremendous achievement. It should at least elevate you a rank, if not 3. Ask anyone who can become a main flag within 3 months of employment. The Demon Suppression Division doesn't care about your background. They only look at your strength and merits. Feng Guangling starting as a small flag is enough to make people envious. And rising to main flag so quickly is beyond mere envy. That's why Bai Yi was so excited. Happy my foot. From now on, I'll be worried every time I leave the city. Feng Guangling said irritably. Who wants this kind of wealth? The person capable of secretly laying out a combination array of talismans around Fujing must be a formidable figure. Getting entangled with such a person means you might not die, but you'll certainly suffer. The Town Government Division spreading this news is like inviting trouble for themselves. Huh. Isn't it always like that outside the city? Bai Yi remained confused. There are demon beasts and evil demons rampant outside the city. Wasn't it scary last time? Forget it. You just don't understand. Feng Guangling took out 2 books on mysterious arts from his storage ring and handed them to Bai Yi. Mysterious arts? Yes. Mysterious arts. Brother Guangling, you're already so impressive. I don't need to practice any mysterious arts, right? After all, I'm following you. And you want to let me get into trouble, right? I want to let you get into trouble, but I will come looking for you. Feng Guangling replied bluntly. This was a decision Feng Guangling made after careful consideration. He was now a night watchman in the Demon Suppression Division, not the former playboy. But Bai Yi was still the same old sidekick. In the future, Bai Yi might easily become a target. As for distancing himself from Bai Yi to reduce trouble, Feng Guangling hadn't thought of that at all. What is cultivation about? It's about following one's heart. To avoid trouble by distancing himself from his little brother would go against Feng Guangling's principles. In the end, the only solution was to help Bai Yi improve his strength. I'm not afraid of trouble. I can just have my old man handle it. Bai Yi's thinking was simple. Using Feng Guangling's name to act tough outside, and if trouble arises, let his family deal with it. Such a simple thing. Why bother learning mysterious arts? Xiao Yi, do you still want to follow me? If he wanted to, he had to improve his strength. Talking big ideas to Bai Yi was useless. Just telling him that if he didn't improve, he wouldn't take him along was guaranteed to work. This was from the original owner's memories, and Feng Guangling took it out without hesitation. Sure enough, as soon as Feng Guangling said this, Bai Yi immediately reached out to take the 2 books on mysterious arts. As long as I learn, I can go out of the city with you? In that moment, Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This poor kid had been pinned up for the past 2 to 3 months. Now he wished he could be out every day. But without Feng Guangling by his side, he lacked the confidence to roam freely. Of course, The premise was at least to reach the clarity realm. No entry without reaching the clarity realm. It was that simple. As for being a burden, that wasn't really the case. At most, he would just not take Bai Yi along during missions. But the current issue wasn't whether to take Bai Yi along. Feng Guangling wouldn't gamble on whether the person who set up the combination array of talismans might target Bai Yi. Some people are merciless in their revenge, and it's simply inhuman. No problem, Brother Guangling, wait for me. Bai Yi nodded vigorously, taking the mysterious arts and turning to leave. Is the clarity realm hard? Not at all. He had just not wanted to undermine Feng Guangling and didn't want to live a boring and monotonous cultivation life, which was why his strength had remained weak. Speaking of which, in the entire southeast region, there was only one person who could be called a genius. It wasn't the discarded young master of the Xiao family, nor Xiao Fengming, and definitely not Bai Fueling, but Bai Yi. He began cultivating at 13 and in just a month, not only became a mysterious practitioner, but directly reached the mid-level of the clarity realm. Although he had wasted several years, he was now at the high level of the clarity realm. So, when it comes to the gap between people, sometimes it's even greater than the gap between people and dogs. Xiao Fengming was just at the mid-level of clarity and was feeling pleased with himself, claiming to be a genius. But he should look at his age. He was already 23. He was 5 years older than Feng Guangling and Bai Fueling. Although cultivation in the early stages is quick, it stalls after reaching the great perfection of the clarity realm, but the age of breakthrough also determines the upper limit. Some people get stuck at the great perfection of the clarity realm for a lifetime and never see the wonders of the spirit realm before they die. Yet some only need to exert a little effort to reach the top, standing above 90% of people. Bai Yi following Feng Guangling without being killed had a lot to do with Bai Yi's cultivation talent. Of course, there was also the fact that Feng Yumin, the small county magistrate, was cleaning up for them. Feng Guangling rubbed his forehead and sighed lightly. Finally, he had sent Bai Yi away. But the tasks to come would be more troublesome. Their essay saying, if you steal for 1,000 days, you can't defend against a thief for 1,000 days. As for whether the person who set up the combination array of talismans wouldn't seek revenge, just thinking about it makes it impossible. What a headache. The town government division ISN, acting like a son of man. Small flag lord. This is what the master asked me to give you. Xiao Wu hurriedly ran in and handed a letter to Feng Guangling. Inside was a family letter, a sound transmission talisman, and a jade pendant, of which Feng Guangling couldn't tell the use. This was a matter of experience. There was no way. Feng Guangling was a complete stranger to the wind and haze continent. In over 3 months, he had enough time to connect with this continent. But he couldn't understand everything thoroughly. Chapter 83, not the same thing. After reading the letter, Feng Guangling was filled with emotion. He once looked down on those who spoiled their children. After all, their essay saying that spoiling a child is like killing a child. When this happened to him, Feng Guangling could only say one thing, so fragrant. In Feng Yumin's letter, apart from explaining the functions of the talismans and jade pendants, the entire message had only one meaning: let go and do it, as there was his father to bear the burden. With such a father, it would be strange if the son didn't become a rich playboy. The talisman was a defensive talisman that could withstand a full strike from a spirit. The effect of the jade pendant left Feng Guangling dumbfounded. Teleportation. Yes, teleportation, inputting xianxia, and teleporting 3,000 meters at will. Although it wasn't fixed-point teleportation, it was enough to be frightening. Feng Guangling had only seen such a function in novels, and he never expected it to become a reality in this world. This was a world where demons and monsters roamed, and anything could happen, indeed. Feng Guangling self-hypnotized for quite a while before accepting this fact. In some ways, the Fenghua continent was indeed more advanced than Shenzhou. One should never underestimate the people of the world. No matter which world they came from, they should not be underestimated. Even though Feng Guangling valued his life and had always been cautious, the pride that flowed in his bones as a person from Shenzhou sometimes made him overlook things. This was one such time. He originally thought that with his skills in the 8 trigrams and xianxiaaudiobooks, he could at least escape even if he couldn't win. In the end, he didn't even have a chance to escape and was forced to go down fighting. In fact, if it weren't for letting Bai Fueling and the others escape first, Feng Guangling could have escaped as well. Ultimately, Feng Guangling overestimated himself. Little flag, my lord says. Little Wu's eyes flickered, not daring to look directly into Feng Guangling's eyes. This incident was indeed overstepping authority. Before the outcome was known, he reported it directly to Feng Yumin. In the past, he would have received a beating for this. Previously, Feng Guangling was just an ordinary person, and the punches and kicks he received from Little Wu felt no different than a massage. Now, Feng Guangling was a Xian practitioner at the Tongming realm. It wouldn't be so easy to fool him. What did you say? Feng Guangling asked, noticing Little Wu's hesitation. Is my cheap father planning something? Otherwise, Little Wu shouldn't be acting this way. My lord says you should hurry up and find a wife. Little Wu ultimately chose a new excuse. With such a father, How could Feng Guangling not become a playboy? I'll go to the library. If there's anything, inform me. Feng Guangling really didn't want to communicate with anyone. He initially thought that once he entered the demon suppression department, he would have to navigate the bureaucratic path, but little did he know that the demon suppression department, while appearing to be a government office, was actually outside the bureaucratic system. This made Feng Guangling feel much more relaxed. But who would have thought that the demon suppression department was so troublesome? The interpersonal relationships didn't need to be considered, but all were life-threatening tasks. It was always about demons and beasts, not the kind of reckless people who wanted to refine the great Hu Empire. Who could he reason with? Now Feng Guangling understood why the demon suppression department had so many privileges and why they were so powerful. Without some privileges, who would dare to handle such matters? Feng Yumin squinted his eyes, gazing toward the capital of talismans. Previously, Ming Qingtian had come, but Feng Yumin had not even seen him. Good, very good. Let my son take the blame. Your demon suppression department is impressive. He didn't know how long had passed when Feng Yumin took a deep breath, and his cold voice echoed throughout the Feng residence. This time it was indeed not the demon suppression department's fault. Giving them more courage wouldn't make them dare to scheme against Feng Guangling. Feng Yumin was just using this to tell the demon suppression department not to set their sights on the Feng residence. Feng Yumin had always known the thoughts of the demon suppression department. He just didn't care. In any case, what he did was actually similar to the demon suppression department. As long as Feng Guangling wasn't in danger, Feng Yumin genuinely felt it wasn't a big deal. Now, however, he was inexplicably dragged into the mess by the government office. If he didn't take a stand, Feng Guangling would have plenty of pitfalls to step into in the future. Although Feng Yumin didn't mind Feng Guangling stepping into pitfalls, there had to be some benefits involved. Just look at what was happening now. Was credit so easy to claim? Those capable and powerful people who silently set up formations to surround the capital of talismans were good people? Such individuals could easily wipe Feng Guangling from existence with just a flick of a finger. My lord, should I go for a round? The one-armed old steward's face was also grim. What would you go for? Of course, to kill. To dare to scheme against his own son was just asking for death, wasn't it? The Feng family wasn't afraid of the Linhe forest. How could they fear such underhanded schemes? Who dared to reach out? They would be wiped out directly. Over the years, the old steward had done a lot of such things. Otherwise, Feng Guangling wouldn't have grown up safely. The only time he was careless, Feng Guangling directly changed souls. Just look at how dangerous the Feng family situation was. No need. In the past, he couldn't cultivate, so we always needed to protect him. And have you forgotten the 4 words that little Ling said before making a move? Do you think that person would let little Ling get into trouble? Feng Yumin squinted and said softly. Did he really think he could let Feng Guangling run around the capital of talismans alone without any worries? Being alone and unprotected in the capital of talismans would mean waiting to be devoured until not even bones were left. The 4 words Wuliang Tianzuan were the confidence Feng Yumin had in letting Feng Guangling venture out on his own. He even suspected that if he secretly arranged for someone to protect Feng Guangling, they might die without a sound. That level of chosen successors was not something just anyone could meddle with. The one-armed old steward nodded in understanding. Indeed, the young master is no longer the young master he used to be. To make a young master who couldn't cultivate become a Tongming practitioner, how could such a person not have some arrangements? Feng Guangling thought, damn it, you all better arrange something for me. Feng Guangling knew what Feng Yumin and the old steward were thinking and probably wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. They truly didn't regard him as a person. Wasn't it because he had no background, no support, and no one to protect him that he had been so careful to survive? Yet Feng Yumin thought he had a big background and support. Was he just going to let him be? The old steward still felt a bit uneasy. Feng Guangling had grown up before his eyes. Now that such a big thing had happened, he was genuinely worried. Send 2 people to see who is plotting against little Ling and give them a warning. Feng Yumin's eyes narrowed slightly, and killing intent surged instantly. Chapter 84, Leaving the City. Feng Guangling was once again pulled out of the library. This time he spent even less time inside, only 3 days. Another task? This time? Even before little Wu could speak, Feng Guangling instinctively asked. After all, every time he was dragged out of the library by little Wu, it was never for anything good. Yes, little flag, my lord. Little Wu quickly handed over the letter. It was always like this, making him feel like a mercenary being paid to do a job. When Feng Guangling opened the envelope to read the letter, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was someone who came in through the back door. Let alone thriving in the demon suppression department. At least his superiors should know him, right? But now, he had only met them a few times last time. Having no background and no support was truly miserable. Little Wu, are you sure there's no mistake with this task? Feng Guangling's eyes suddenly widened. What the hell is going on? I'm just a little flag in the Tongming realm, and you actually want me to carry out such a task? Are you afraid I'm not dying fast enough? Or do you think I'm wasting the air of the great Hu Empire? That's right, little flag. This is a personal instruction from Lord Zhua for me to hand over to you, Little Wu affirmed. In the past few days, Lord Zhua's name had been ringing in people's ears, leading 7-1 who. Only Lord Zhua ordered not to seal the knife. If you weren't caught, it was good luck. If you were caught, even if you hid in the city, you would be dragged out and slaughtered. The fear style is truly enough to make one feel terrified. Damn it. Feng Guangling couldn't help but curse. The task was very simple. Clearly stated in 2 lines. There is a major demon in the Linhe forest severely injured and has dropped a rank, fleeing towards the southeast area near Fujing. Suspected to be within 30,000 miles of Fujing. All night watchmen are ordered to patrol within 50,000 miles of Fujing and to signal for contact at any time. Goodness, do you even want to see what the hell you're saying? A major demon falling a rank is still a spiritual demon. I'm only at the clear light realm. Go look for it. Is that just delivering food? Is this task even something a human can do? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. And the more he could only be angry. Because it wasn't just Feng Guangling alone. All night watchmen of the Demon Suppression Division in Fujing had received the task. Xiaoqi led his subordinates in squads to sweep the area, with individual searches for those over 100 households. In fact, Feng Guangling wasn't wrong. It was not much different from delivering food. But the Demon Suppression Division had to do this. A major demon hiding in the southeast could cause destruction beyond anyone's imagination. Taking advantage of the demon's weakened state, finding and eliminating it quickly is the only hard truth. As for how many people would sacrifice themselves in the process, night watchmen are just doing a life-threatening job. It doesn't matter how many die. As long as it is found, it is worth it. Not to mention ordinary night watchmen. Even those from 100 households or 1,000 households must die when the time comes, without the slightest hesitation. This is why Feng Guangling gritted his teeth in anger, but could only take orders. Is everyone here? Feng Guangling raised his head and shouted, since it couldn't be avoided. Let's see how it goes. Reporting to Lord Xiaoqi, everyone is here. Li Jian shouted with both hands clasped in salute beside him. Feng Guangling nodded in satisfaction. This team he brought from Mingshui County was increasingly showing its own character. This is a good thing. In the Demon Suppression Division, who doesn't he have a few trusted subordinates? Those who are truly alone are considered failures. In the end, the higher-ups won't praise your integrity. They will only say you don't know how to manage people, not even having a confidant. The Demon Suppression Division values combat power the most. As for forming factions, the higher-ups don't care at all. On the day when danger arrives, what use is it to form factions? Set off. Feng Guangling took the lead on a white horse and set off again. Who will be unlucky this time? Out. It's good to be out. I've finally waited for you to come out. I thought you would hide in the library forever. Su Su's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he instantly crushed the sound transmission talisman in his hand. Whether Feng Guangling unintentionally or deliberately ruined his plan, in his heart, Feng Guangling was already a dead man. Every time he thought of such an ant that ruined his plans in Fujing, Su Su felt uncomfortable all over. As long as Feng Guangling is alive, he can't even enjoy his meals. They set off as a team. Pan Meng reminded from the side. Killing a night watchman and killing a team of night watchmen have completely different levels of impact. Killing a night watchman means Zuotong will fight you to the end. And eventually, all the forces of the Demon Suppression Division in the southeast will be mobilized. Killing a team of night watchmen means it won't just be Zuotong fighting you to the end, but the Great Hua Empire will fight you to the end. How was the former prince of the Great Hua Empire taken down? Pan Meng didn't need to remind Su Su. He already knew the difference. Don't worry, a year ago, we lost a batch of formation talismans in our talisman tower, and the investigation was handled by the Town Government Division. At that time, a team from the Town Government Division was killed, and now it's the turn of the Demon Suppression Division. It's very normal, isn't it? Su Su's face already bore a smile filled with bloodthirsty danger. The most ruthless are those in the game. The most merciless are the players. In order to achieve certain goals, players can sometimes abandon their own pieces without hesitation, let alone unrelated people. After a few days of calm, Pan Meng wanted Su Su not to be so obsessed. It wasn't worth exposing a flaw for a pawn. This is not what a player should do. But in the end, Pan Meng didn't do that. He even went along with it. The reason is simple. The most ruthless are the players. What are allies? Without that strength, don't step onto the board. Otherwise, if you die, don't blame others. The moment Feng Guangling left Fujing, not only did the Talisman Tower begin to operate, but the Demon Suppression Division and the Town Government Division also began to operate fully. The previous formation talismans in the deserted town were clearly laid out by someone. Moreover, the scope of the involvement was too vast, enough to make one tremble. If Feng Guangling hadn't discovered it by accident, once it started, not to mention other places, Fujing would definitely be finished. Such a scheme is absolutely not something an ordinary person could come up with. But after investigating for so many days, neither the Demon Suppression Division nor the Town Government Division had any leads. Finally, Lu Tsongming suggested letting Feng Guangling come out as bait. Wei Ming hesitated for a moment before agreeing. The reason? He knew who stood behind Feng Guangling. Moreover, this was not the Demon Suppression Division throwing Feng Guangling out as bait. It was the Town Government Division's suggestion, and the Demon Suppression Division was just issuing tasks normally. So no matter how that madman blamed it, it wouldn't fall on them. So, Feng Guangling was thrown out like this. Chapter 85, Please Die. When those in power determine that the benefit outweighs the risk, they will not hesitate to throw the chips on the table. Feng Guangling is now that chip. To draw out the person secretly arranging the formations is a benefit that outweighs everything. Who can be sure that person hasn't arranged formations elsewhere? He has left the city? Lu Tsongming stood beside Wei Ming, gazing towards the city gate. To throw a small flag out to take the blame, then to use it as bait, was no burden for Lu Tsongming. Even if this wasn't one of their town government division's people, he would still do it. He has left the city. But let me tell you, you'd better be mentally prepared. He is not simple. Wei Ming glanced at Lu Tsongming with a meaningful look. The feeling of someone else taking the blame is really nice. It's been years since I've seen Jian Quan go crazy. It's a bit nostalgic. Can your Demon Suppression Division escape? Lu Tsongming frowned slightly. Wei Ming's words were interesting. Lu Tsongming wasn't foolish. On the contrary, he was very smart. Just from one sentence, he had already guessed some things. Feng Guangling is not simple. First, Feng Guangling himself is not simple, and second, Feng Guangling's background is not simple. What could an 18-year-old kid have that is not simple? If he were truly not simple, he wouldn't have almost died in the ghost water. That means Feng Guangling's background is not simple. Our Demon Suppression Division is on a normal task. Didn't you see all the night watchmen mobilized? Wei Ming's smile grew even wider. Lu Tsongming's frown deepened, but at this point, it was too late to stop. He had already spread the news. So how could he hold back? You tell me what the consequences will be. Should I run away in advance? Lu Tsongming, feeling a bit uneasy, couldn't help but ask. Well, how should I put it? Anyway, I have no confidence if I face him. At that moment, Lu Tsongming's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew very well what kind of strength Wei Ming had. If Wei Ming could not contend with him, how strong must that person be? With a swoosh, Lu Tsongming disappeared directly from beside Wei Ming. This black pot is hard to carry. No, this black pot cannot be carried at all. The most important thing now is to quickly arrange for someone to protect Feng Guangling. Wei Ming chuckled, clearly taken aback. Did you really think you could scheme against our Demon Suppression Division? Do you know how much we've lost because you casually pinned the blame on Feng Guangling? When Ming Qingtian relayed the news, Wei Ming nearly exploded on the spot. Since Feng Guangling joined the Demon Suppression Division, how much has Feng Yumin extorted from us? If it were just that, Wei Ming would feel pained but could endure it. However, this time Feng Yumin didn't even let Ming Qingtian cross his threshold. That is what worries him the most. If this blame isn't shouldered by the town office, Wei Ming fears Feng Yumin might dismantle the Demon Suppression Division. Then who would he turn to for justice? He originally wanted to set a trap for Lu Tsongming. Now, it turns out Lu Tsongming dug his own pit and jumped into it. What does that have to do with him? After sprinting out of Fuiying, Feng Guangling dashed straight towards the Linhe forest. He had no idea that leaving Fuiying would attract the attention of so many powerful figures. In his mind, he was still that useless dandy. Becoming a night watchman for the Demon Suppression Division was just a stroke of luck. He had no capital to attract the attention of top-tier big shots. The only concern was whether the person behind the combination formation talisman would come to seek revenge. Now that he had already left Fuiying by at least 300 miles, worrying was no longer important. He had to begin the mission. Li Dian, point the way. Everyone else, activate the exploration talismans. Li Dian held a map, which outlined the area that their small flag was responsible for. As long as they finished searching this area, the mission would be considered complete. Whether they could find anything was not required by the Demon Suppression Division, and once the mission was completed, there were no further orders from them. In short, after searching their assigned area, they could do as they pleased, if there were tasks. The Demon Suppression Division would communicate through the messaging talisman. This time, the Demon Suppression Division had truly invested heavily. Everyone above the rank of small flag had access to messaging talismans. The exploration talismans had a very singular function, capable only of detecting beasts of the transparent realm or above. As for evil spirits, forget it. Until you encountered an evil spirit, even if it appeared within 100 meters, you wouldn't know. As soon as the exploration array talisman was activated, Feng Guangling immediately sensed a strange and unsettling aura. It was a sensation that swept over him like a gaze, making him feel uncomfortable. This kind of talisman was indeed convenient. No wonder the status of the talisman tower was so high. Not to mention anything else, just this talisman that could only detect beasts had already saved many practitioners' lives. Meanwhile, 500 miles away, two groups were converging towards Feng Guangling's location. One group consisted of 7 people, all dressed in black robes and hoods, making it impossible to discern their faces. The cold, bloodthirsty aura emanating from them gave off a vibe that warned others to stay away. Are you sure they are coming this way? The leader looked towards the direction of Fui Ying, his indifferent voice raspy enough to pierce eardrums. Confirmed. They will arrive here in about 2 hours. The person answering was peculiar. He wore normal clothing but had a white mask on his face, and his voice was altered. Good. The black-robed leader waved his hand, and the 6 subordinates instantly dispersed. The next moment, a milky white light flickered 6 times before everything returned to calm. The masked man nodded in satisfaction, but just as he turned around, his body suddenly stiffened, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. What are you going to do? His angry question was laced with an unshakable fear. Because he was trapped. He couldn't move at all. This combination formation was being used for the first time, and to ensure nothing went wrong, they needed to test it on someone. The black-robed man drew a long sword and walked step by step towards the masked man. You can't kill me. The masked man looked at the black-robed man approaching him in terror. He was just a messenger. His strength was really not that strong. Once trapped in the combination formation talisman, there was only one way to go: wait to die. For our mission, please die. The black-robed man slowly raised his sword, aiming for the masked man's heart, applying pressure slowly. The blade pierced his body, and the intense pain made the masked man tremble all over, but strangely. No matter how he struggled, his body remained rooted in place, unable to move. Chapter 86, The Old Farmer. The black-robed man gazed towards Fui Ying, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. After this mission, he would no longer owe that person a favor and wouldn't have to hide like a rat anymore. Killing one person was no different from killing a whole team for them. After more than a year, he finally understood the terrifying control the town office and the Demon Suppression Division had over the Great Hua Empire. To be precise, they hadn't entered any city for a year and 3 months. Not a single city, and not just in the southeastern region. Once this mission was completed, that person would give them new identities, and at the very least, they wouldn't have to survive in the wilderness anymore. Small flag lord. There's a river ahead about a mile away. Should we take a detour or go straight across? Li Jian reported to Feng Guangling while holding the map. Is there a bridge? There were no telepathic strong practitioners here. No one could cross the air. If there was no bridge, they would have to take a detour. Yes. Cross the bridge. Feng Guangling waved his hand, immediately changing direction. The river was wide, nearly 300 meters across. The bridge was not a suspension bridge, but a stone bridge. Under the bridge, Feng Guangling saw an incredibly familiar object. The dragon-slaying sword. A Taoist dragon-slaying sword was hanging under the bridge. In that moment, Feng Guangling felt his blood boil. This world has a Taoist sect. There are indeed cultivators in this world. The thought in Feng Guangling's heart became incredibly clear at that moment. The dragon-slaying sword was just a name. It didn't mean that this sword was any divine weapon. Some dragon-slaying swords were even just wooden swords. The most common dragon-slaying swords were the copper coin sword and the peachwood sword. The one appearing before Feng Guangling was indeed a peachwood sword. This was also why Feng Guangling was so certain that there were cultivators in this world. The boiling blood stirred up an immensely excited emotion. He had found the organization. After being fearful in the wind-hardened continent for several months, he had finally found something he truly recognized. Who could understand this feeling? Small flag lord. There are people on the bridge. In fact, beforehand, Feng Guangling had already seen them. He just hadn't paid attention. Bridges were meant for people to cross. It was normal for someone to be on the bridge. But looking at their appearance, it seemed a bit unusual. The person looked ordinary, showing no particular traits. With a hatchet at their waist, like an old farmer going up the mountain to chop wood. The other party had their eyes closed, standing motionless in the middle of the bridge. An ordinary woodcutter appearing in this desolate wilderness was already abnormal. Moreover, this person was standing in the middle of the bridge with their eyes closed. When Feng Guangling and his group reached the bridge's entrance, the old farmer suddenly opened his eyes. That sharp gaze, which made people's hearts tremble, was not something an old farmer should possess. This road is closed. Please take another route. Old man, do you know who we are? Feng Guangling called out, raising his head. It was normal for someone to block the road. When Feng Guangling dealt with those 7 or 8 small towns, he had also been blocked a couple of times. They were just woodcutters who knew nothing of the outside world, but upon hearing the names of the Demon Suppression Division or Night Watchmen, they would automatically step aside. Woodcutters or boatmen also had territorial divisions. It could only be said that humans are instinctively sensitive to territorial matters and possess a sense of possession. I know, but you cannot pass through here. The answer given by the old farmer left Feng Guangling utterly surprised. Knowing their identities and still coming to block the road was no ordinary obstruction. Do you know the consequences of doing so? Feng Guangling squinted his eyes and questioned in a slightly heavy tone. I know. The old farmer nodded gently. In an instant, the atmosphere between both sides became extremely tense. Knowing the law and breaking it is a capital offense. Yes, knowing that the Demon Suppression Division and the Night Watchmen were blocking the taskers is a death sentence. This is the tyranny of the Demon Suppression Division. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. In the next moment, Feng Guangling's pupils suddenly constricted. Retreat. Xiao Wu and the others almost retreated in response, without any hesitation. Feng Guangling's ability to predict danger was more accurate than all the others combined. This had been honed through repeated encounters with danger. The moment the voice fell, the old farmer suddenly drew the machete from his waist. Buzz. In that instant, the blade's aura filled the entire world. The terrifying momentum of the blade's aura instantly made the Demon Suppression Division's flying riders shriek in fear. The white horse beneath Feng Guangling couldn't help but kick back and retreat, directly pushing out of the stone bridge's range. Boom. With a casual swipe, the old farmer created a 3-meter deep line right in front of Feng Guangling. I have been entrusted to stop you from continuing south. Feng Guangling narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the other party. He couldn't tell how strong the other party was, but it was definitely stronger than him. That moment of Blade's aura, even if it wasn't a mystical technique, was enough to instill fear. He was currently at the high level of the clear realm, and the other party was at least at the mid-level of the spirit realm. Damn it. Why is it that whenever others appear, they can fight small monsters? But wherever I go, I face opponents even more terrifying than myself. It's simply unfair. Since you know who we are, you should have heard that the Night Watchmen do not retreat. As Feng Guangling spoke, he slowly drew the demon-slaying blade. Clang. 7 demon-slaying blades were drawn simultaneously. At that moment, neither Feng Guangling nor Xiao Wu thought of dodging. Instead, they quickly drew their blades. The Night Watchmen do not retreat. Whether facing monsters, evil spirits, or enemies, the Night Watchmen do not have the option to retreat. They only have the path of fighting to the death. The old farmer nodded gently, clearly aware of the Night Watchman's rules. Before the enemy was clearly identified, the Night Watchmen might heed advice, but once the enemy was clear, they would leave no room for retreat. This was the consistent style of the Demon Suppression Division and the fundamental reason why the Demon Suppression Division could stand tall in the Great Hua Empire and intimidate the wind-washed continent. The old farmer spoke rarely. Almost as soon as Feng Guangling's words fell, he suddenly raised the machete and swung it down again. His movement was very ordinary, just like a typical woodcutter chopping wood, striking fiercely at the trunk. But this ordinary action made everyone's pupils involuntarily constrict. In that moment, every pore of Feng Guangling exploded. An extreme sense of danger suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. Xianxiaaudiobooks. Open the life gate. Escape. At that moment, Feng Guangling almost instinctively unleashed Xianxiaaudiobooks, wrapping himself and a few others in it, and suddenly lunged to the left. Boom. A terrifying blade aura crashed down, and the spot where Feng Guangling and the others were located was swallowed by a massive fissure. People and horses were turned upside down, truly turned upside down. In this critical moment, they avoided the fatal blow, but still narrowly escaped being severely injured by the terrifying blade aura. What kind of strength is this? Spirit realm? Even if it were the perfect realm of the spirit realm, it shouldn't be this terrifying. And what kind of mystical technique is this? With no warning, just swinging a machete, and the blade aura was already enough to swallow everything? Feng Guangling was no longer the naive newcomer who had just arrived at the wind-washed continent. He had some understanding of the matters in the wind-washed continent. The strength of a mystic is reflected in 2 aspects. First, the mystic energy, and second, the mystical techniques. Both are indispensable. Yet this old farmer, from the moment he appeared until now, had not used any mystical techniques. All Feng Guangling saw was the blade aura. Was the other party at the passage realm? Infinite, you old celestial. How many passage realm experts are there in the entire wind-washed continent? Did I just happen to run into one? How can I be this unlucky? Feng Guangling raised his head, glancing at the old farmer, who was approaching step by step with the machete in hand. This world is truly absurd. I am clearly at the clear realm. Although I am not a match for those above me, I should definitely have the upper hand against those below me. The problem is, every time I encounter someone, it's always someone stronger. If the other party were at the initial stage of the spirit realm, Feng Guangling could at least fight against them. Not to say he would win, but he definitely wouldn't lose. If the other party were at the perfect stage of the spirit realm, Feng Guangling could still manage to hold his ground. But the problem is, the other party was already beyond the spirit realm. How can I fight? There's no fight to be had. Just wait to die? Old farmer, are you pretending to be a woodcutter again to bully people? Suddenly, a hearty voice rang out. And in that instant, the immense pressure that had been weighing on Feng Guangling and the others suddenly dissipated. Feng Guangling and the others nearly took a few steps back before they could catch their breath. When they looked up, they saw another elderly man, similarly aged, walking towards them. The man's clothing was similar to that of an ordinary person, even describable as coarse hemp clothing. The only thing that caught the eye was his sleeves. His sleeves were silk, purple silk. A purple-sleeved robe. He is a purple-sleeved robe. Li Dian's excited voice even changed tone, and he had a look of relief on his face. A robe? What the heck is that? Feng Guangling was even more bewildered. What is going on here? Can someone say something that I can understand? Young master, the purple-sleeved robe is an elder of the library pavilion. The night watchman's gazes were all intense. There are two types of people in the demon suppression division that cannot be provoked. One is the head of the demon prison, 1 head per layer, totaling 9. The other is the elders of the library pavilion, 1 elder per 3 layers. Not every demon suppression division has a library pavilion, nor does every demon prison have a head. However, as long as one can become one of them, it represents supreme status. Even Wei Ming has to obediently greet these elders. Just ask if you are scared. Infinite Celestial. The demon suppression division truly is a powerful ally. Feng Guangling's eyes brightened. As for that cheap old man, it goes without saying, no matter what, he would go all out to get what he wanted for himself. Just look at how the storage rings came, 2 at once. This must have emptied out his entire fortune and goodwill to get just 1. Yet the old man got 2. It must be said, this is excessive pampering. But some things cannot be solved by pampering. For example, hard power. In the current situation, without hard power, how can one stabilize the scene? Didn't you see that as soon as the purple-sleeved robe appeared, the old farmer immediately stopped, not daring to move an inch? The more Feng Guangling thought about it, the more at ease he felt. The sense of crisis that had been weighing on his heart had not diminished much, but at least he felt a breath of relief. He had a backing. He had a background. Although not all of it was his, at least he no longer had to be as cautious as before. What is most important for a cultivator? To follow one's heart. Heaven knows how miserable Feng Guangling had been under pressure these past few months. But he couldn't afford not to suppress himself. If he really dared to reveal his true nature, causing trouble today would mean death tomorrow. Purple-sleeved robe, you actually dared to come out? It seems that your demon suppression division really values this little guy. The old farmer is indeed called the old farmer. His real name has long been unknown to anyone. But the only person who could elevate the status of farmers with sheer strength is this old farmer before us. Now those so-called high-ranking officials and nobles no longer dare to bully the old farmer as they did before. In fact, it is thanks to this old farmer's contributions. At least in the southeastern region, that's the case. This is also why the purple sleeve robe didn't strike immediately when it appeared. Moreover, he just realized that the old farmer didn't really take action. Otherwise, the few rookies in Guangling would probably be dead beyond recovery. Every night watchman is of utmost importance to our demon suppression division. But you, how did you suddenly get involved in such a messy situation? This isn't like you. The old farmer holds a transcendent position. Aside from dealing with demonic beasts, he protects his fellow farmers and doesn't act against the officials of the empire. Even if there's injustice, he directly leaves it to the other party and waits for their superior to handle it. If the injustice persists, then it's a trip to the capital. Because of this, the handling of cases in the southeastern region is considered fair and just. At least when it comes to farmers, very few dare to act recklessly. If you owe a favor, you must repay it. The old farmer tapped the back of his knife by the bridge and looked directly at the purple sleeve robe. It seems this hurdle won't be easy to pass. But since I'm here, you should know what I represent. Your favor is miscalculated. Let us go. Let us have a match, and then you'll come with me to the Demon Suppression Division's demon prison. We'll have one battle, just to determine the winner and loser. Then we'll have another match, regardless of life or death. After that, you still have to follow me to the demon prison of the Demon Suppression Division. This isn't up for discussion, nor is there room for negotiation. If the old farmer dares to refuse, then there's no place for him in the Great Hua Empire. The Demon Suppression Division is that rigid. Regardless of whether it's life or death, you still have to follow me to the Demon Suppression Division. This is also why the purple sleeve robe said this time the favor was miscalculated. Unless something unexpected happens, the old farmer won't suffer too much. This time, he can't pass. Blocking the tasks of the Demon Suppression Division incurs consequences, no matter who it is. Is it that serious? He thought it was just a matter of blocking the night watchman from crossing the river, at most. It would just be a confrontation with those bastards in the Demon Suppression Division who protect their own. But now it seems things are not that simple. It's not just one battle, it's a match, and then you still have to go to the demon prison. This is the most hardline stance of the Demon Suppression Division. If you defeat the purple sleeve robe, it can only be said that you've repaid the favor. But the price you have to pay cannot be lessened at all. It's not as simple as winning or losing. This matter won't just go away that easily. Chapter 87. Power can do as it wishes. More serious than you think. The purple sleeve robe nodded gravely. When Feng Guangling first entered the Demon Suppression Division, it was divided into 2 factions. One believed that a little ancestor had arrived, and they shouldn't be harmed or dropped. The other thought that a useful pawn had come to the Demon Suppression Division, which could be used for fishing in the future when the division was inconvenient to show itself. Ultimately, this was all because of the person behind Feng Guangling. But who knew? These people were all mistaken. Feng Guangling was far from being a spoiled rich kid. He was a walking machine of merit. If it weren't for Feng Guangling's short time in the Demon Suppression Division and his low strength, he would at least be a total flag by now, if not 100 households. If something really happened to Feng Guangling, that madman would definitely cause trouble without caring about the consequences. That is not all. What they feared most was that female bodhisattva. When that woman goes crazy, it's indiscriminate attack. All right, I consider this favor repaid. Let us go together this time. The old farmer nodded slightly and said no more. The attitude of the Demon Suppression Division was clear. It didn't matter whether he was willing or not. It was useless. You all continue. Remember, when you find a big demon, contact the division immediately. Don't try to be brave. The purple sleeve robe looked at Feng Guangling very seriously. The merits Feng Guangling has now were not earned through proper tasks. It's precisely because of this that it's infuriating. Who gets extra merits from a legitimate task? Yes, Elder Z. Feng Guangling quickly nodded. Finding a big demon must be reported. Would he wait for the big demon to counterattack? Feng Guangling had never thought this way. If possible, he wouldn't even want to leave the library pavilion. When Feng Guangling looked up, the old farmer and the purple sleeve robe had already vanished without a trace. Feng Guangling didn't even know if they had teleported or flown away. Being strong can allow one to do as they wish. Well, it seems that that's indeed the case. If it weren't, the old farmer wouldn't dare to stop the night watchman from crossing the bridge. At this moment, a fiery thought surged in Feng Guangling's mind, to become stronger. This wasn't the kind of panic from being unfamiliar upon arriving in the Windward continent. It was a desire to become stronger for survival. The two feelings were completely different. Let us go and continue the journey. Feng Guangling didn't want to think about these messy things anymore. Completing the task was the priority. This trip out was good. He finally realized that the Demon Suppression Division was about doing personnel matters. In fact, until now, Feng Guangling still didn't trust anyone. Even with the pampering of Su Yumin, he could only trust half, let alone others. Moreover, since joining the Demon Suppression Division, he hadn't seen many big shots. Now, he had seen them, but with that glance, he nearly lost his life. Feng Guangling had no doubt that if the purple sleeve robe hadn't appeared, the old farmer would have taken his life. On this day, a shocking battle broke out in the desolate wilderness of the southeast. No one knew the specific outcome. But the old farmer, whose whereabouts were unpredictable yet just, walked into the Demon Suppression Division's demon prison that evening. Well, the big demon needs guidance. And whether it lives or dies after that is hard to say. This time, the prestige of the Demon Suppression Division rose another level. When Su Su received the news, he was completely stunned. The old farmer's luck had fallen to this extent. He didn't actually want the old farmer to kill anyone. He just wanted the old farmer to be tough with Feng Guangling as the situation warranted. Killing the night watchman? Su Su wasn't that foolish. The old farmer wouldn't do that and would probably take him to the Demon Suppression Division instead. But just like that, the old farmer was caught by the Demon Suppression Division. The most incredible thing was that the one who caught him was actually the purple sleeve robe. That elder of the Demon Suppression Division, who had long been in the library pavilion and rarely showed himself, happened to be in the mood to go out for a stroll, just in time to encounter someone wanting to attack the night watchman, and then he took action. The old farmer was just unlucky. After being stunned for a full quarter of an hour, Su Su finally let out a heavy breath. This is truly a case where human calculations cannot compare to the heavens. Originally, he planned to use this favor from the old farmer to benefit him for a lifetime. Unexpectedly, the favor was spent, and in the end, nothing was left. So, the chess player's heart is all dark. This is reality. Sigh, made a wrong move. Su Su lamented. This was a good hand. He had kept that favor since back then, a favor neither big nor small that could be used for maximum profit. If the old farmer had slaughtered Feng Guangling and the others, then this favor would have been substantial. At that time, Su Su could have cast out a few scapegoats. And wouldn't the old farmer have to serve him for a lifetime? What a pity. Next, what are your plans? Pan Ming said casually. People of the old farmer's strength are actually not so easy to calculate. Only Su Su thought he could manage, which is why he did this. If it were him, Pan Ming wouldn't He wouldn't use the old farmer to calculate the people of the Demon Suppression Division. He would even have the old farmer help the Demon Suppression Division. Bringing the old farmer into the Demon Suppression Division was the real maximum profit. This shows the different ways they operate. Su Su wants to control everything. His desire for control is extremely strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be thinking about splitting Su Jing from the southeastern region. The plan continues. That big demon, do you know where it is, Taoist Pan? Su Su raised his head and asked Pan Ming seriously. This is a favor. He must give it and must take it down. It was a great demon at the brink of collapse. As long as he could be subdued, many things could be done afterward, and at least it would be a great help to him. As for Feng Guangling, such a mere ant, he didn't take him seriously. Although the old farmer had suffered a setback here, he still had a backup plan, and in his eyes, Feng Guangling was already a dead man. Why do you think I know where that great demon is? Pan Ming glanced at Su Su in surprise. This was the third time Pan Ming had looked at Su Su with new eyes since Su Su wanted to play the role of the chess player on the board. After all, he had never leaked a hint, yet Su Su had figured it out. Pan Taoist, we've known each other for many years. We're quite familiar with each other. Su Su didn't say it too clearly, but gave Pan Ming a meaningful look. Who wouldn't want a great demon at the brink of collapse? Someone like Pan Ming, who prided himself on being the chess player, would definitely not let it go. After all, who could resist the temptation of a great demon that could restore itself to the channel realm at any time? I understand. What do you want in exchange? Pan Ming nodded with a smile. He didn't deny it because there was no need to, just as Su Su hadn't made it clear. Everything requires a price. Especially since Pan Ming indeed wanted to keep this great demon for himself. Now it just depended on whether Su Su could afford this price. Chapter 89, That Toad. 100-mile combined formation. Su Su directly threw out his chips. Pan Ming fell silent in thought. If Su Su had offered something else, he might not have been tempted and would have directly refused. But the combined formation talisman, despite being only 100 miles, had a value greater than that of a channel realm expert if used well. The cost of making a combined formation talisman was extremely high, and the materials were very rare. There weren't many in the talisman tower either. This was why Pan Ming hesitated. All right, I can give you the information, but how to capture it is up to you. A great demon that could potentially be controlled and could restore itself to the channel realm in a short time. A combined formation talisman that could be set up to potentially trap a channel realm expert. And he chose one in the end. Okay, I just need the location. The rest I will handle. Su Su was more direct. What he wanted was the location of the great demon. The Demon Suppression Division was making a big show of searching for the great demon, partly to capture it, and partly to eliminate it. The great demons under the Demon Suppression Prison came this way. The higher the library tower, the more secrets it held. The deeper the Demon Suppression Prison, the more and stronger the great demons within it. Wei Ming looked at the old farmer sitting in front of him, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. How could he not be familiar with this old farmer, whose reputation in the southeastern region surpassed that of the Demon Suppression Division? In fact, he had invited the old farmer to join the Demon Suppression Division multiple times before, but had always been rejected. Now, it was good. The person had jumped onto the ship himself without having to pay any price. Such good fortune was rare in the world. Feng Guangling was simply a boon for the Demon Suppression Division. Zuotong was almost driven to the brink of anger. Was this really the time to be foolishly happy? The most important thing now was Feng Guangling's safety. Although these high-level officials all knew that if Feng Guangling went out, there was a high probability of an accident, no one expected that the accident would come so fiercely. Fortunately, this time, the purple sleeve robe was curious about what danger this little guy, who was idly staying in the library tower, might encounter. Otherwise, who would deal with the old farmer? Hey, do you think only Elder Z is taking action? Don't worry, that little guy is very safe. Wei Ming chuckled, making the old farmer sitting opposite him feel a bit uneasy. Lord Wei, is there anyone else besides Elder Z secretly protecting that little guy? In fact, until now, the old farmer still didn't know exactly who that little guy the Demon Suppression Division cared about was. But he was certain it was definitely the night watchman inside Feng Guangling's little banner. Old farmer, you should actually be glad that you met Elder Z, at most. You only got a beating. If you had met that person, whether you could come out whole is really hard to say, Wei Ming said mysteriously. Who that person was didn't need to be mentioned. In the southeastern region, besides Ming Qingtian, who was also a commanding officer in the Demon Suppression Division, there was only that shameless toad Su Chan, who liked to play the fool while eating the tiger. A person who could hold a commanding officer position would run to Mingshui County to do what? Becoming 1,000 households? The fact that there was no 10,000 households in the Mingshui County structure was something Wei Ming conveniently ignored. The most infuriating thing was that Wei Ming had actually wanted to go to Mingshui County back then, but had fallen for Su Chan's tricks and ultimately couldn't compete for it. The old farmer frowned slightly. In the southeastern region, besides a few people, was there anyone who could make him unable to come out whole? You shouldn't doubt it. You know Su Chan's temper. Despicable, shameless, and insidious. Encountering him, you definitely won't have a good time. Wei Ming spoke through clenched teeth when it came to Su Chan. Of course, he wouldn't say this in front of the old farmer before, but now it was certain that the old farmer was already part of the Demon Suppression Division, and even his subordinate. He certainly had to give that bastard Su Chan a warning. The old farmer stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Wei Ming. What did you say? He's also secretly protecting? When he saw Wei Ming nodding affirmatively, the old farmer inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, because he was very sure that Wei Ming was not lying. If he really encountered that toad Su Chan, not to mention missing limbs, he would at least have to lie in bed for several months. He had indeed experienced that. Feng Guangling had no idea about this. After encountering the old farmer blocking the bridge, he became even more cautious, and his speed slowed down significantly. Now, if he encountered someone like the old farmer who suddenly appeared to block his path, he definitely wouldn't foolishly approach. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. The night watchman outfit of the Demon Suppression Division could protect him, but it had its limits. If he really encountered those desperate people, not to mention the night watchman, even the emperor in a yellow robe sitting on the dragon throne would probably get stabbed. Feng Guangling didn't blame the old farmer. He only blamed himself for not being cautious enough and for being weak. Little Banner Lord, there's a situation. Suddenly, Li Dian's suppressed voice sounded. The detection talisman has reacted. What situation? The 3 words "there's a situation" were what Feng Guangling feared the most. Every time there was a situation, it was never good news. There is a beast reaction, but it's not a red alert. The detection talisman only had 3 colors: red, yellow, and white. Red indicated a great demon above the channeling realm. Yellow indicated a great demon above the perfection of the channeling realm. White indicated normal. As for the initial and intermediate stages of channeling, there was no challenge for the night watchman, even if their strength was not good. 2 or 3 night watchmen could take down the opponent. Not being a red alert meant it was not the beast that the Demon Suppression Division was looking for. For a moment, Feng Guangling found it hard to decide. Should he go handle it? Heaven knows what dangers awaited him there. If he didn't, he go? As a night watchman, as a cultivator, his heart would be unsettled. Stay alert, follow me. Feng Guangling gritted his teeth, finally waving his hand and heading in the direction indicated by the search talisman. What should a cultivator do when their heart is unsettled? Beat it until it is settled. If it were a great demon, Feng Guangling wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. But since it was a channeling realm demon, he didn't have much fear. After all, he was at least a high-level channeling realm cultivator now. Although he was not at perfection, channeling realm perfection didn't mean much to him. In the distance, a figure couldn't help but smile slightly at the moment he saw Feng Guangling make his choice. He really couldn't understand what the division was thinking. What kind of test was this? That little brat Feng Guangling had been a bit of a wastrel before, but now he was a qualified night watchman. What was there to test? While feeling reluctant, the figure's movements were not slow. As Feng Guangling rushed towards the direction of the demon beast, he followed suit. This time, they had to ensure Feng Guangling's safety. This was the order of the 2 highest commanders in the Demon Suppression Division of the Southeast region. After all, they were suspected of using Feng Guangling as bait. If something went wrong, it wouldn't just be the Demon Suppression Office that would suffer. They would likely face repercussions too. Chapter 90. You killed my pet? Feng Guangling and a few others had dismounted and were lying on a slope, watching a demon beast that was drinking water not far away. For a moment, they didn't know where to start. What kind of feeling does a demon beast give off? Evil, fierce, brutal. Drinking blood and eating people is normal behavior. Harming the innocent is even more so. So when encountering a demon beast, everyone only has one choice: to destroy them. Those who want to use demon beasts for their own purposes are not considered human. In front of Feng Guangling, a very cute rabbit was drinking water by the riverbank. It looked exactly like the rabbits Feng Guangling remembered, with no differences at all. At first sight, Feng Guangling even felt a twinge of nostalgia. A mouse, a rabbit, and a weasel. Who says this is another world? But the problem arose. The weasel is a demon beast, and it can worship the heavens. The rabbit is also a demon beast, and not just any demon beast. It can even trigger search talismans to glow yellow. A demon beast that is so cute? If it weren't for the display on the search talisman, Feng Guangling and the others would really suspect they had made a mistake. Li Dian, what kind of demon beast is this? Feng Guangling looked at Li Dian with a complicated expression. Among them, 2 people were the least knowledgeable, unable to identify all types of demon beasts. One was Xiao Wu, and the other was Feng Guangling himself. Red-eyed beast. My lord, don't be fooled by its cute appearance. It's actually very dangerous, Li Dian quickly explained. Feng Guangling's expression became even more complicated. Dangerous? What exactly is dangerous about it? What special skills does it have? Feng Guangling tiredly pressed for an answer. If it were Xiao Wu, he would have already clarified the origins of this so-called red-eyed beast in detail. As expected, if you weren't raised from a young age, you really wouldn't know enough. The red-eyed rabbit's special skills are roar and poison gas, Li Dian said gravely. Roar and poison gas? Did you get that wrong? Feng Guangling almost couldn't wrap his head around it. A rabbit that looks so cute actually has skills like a lion and a weasel. This was truly unexpected. This world is really magical. Well, this world is originally magical. Feng Guangling sighed in resignation. Hold your breath, plug your ears. I probably need about 15 minutes. Can you hold out? Roar and poison gas are easy enough to handle. As long as this red-eyed beast's strength doesn't exceed the intermediate stage of transparency, Feng Guangling is confident he can ensure its demise. Sure. In the next moment, Feng Guangling had already raised his finger sword. With a focused gaze, the 8 trigrams of the Qimen instantly took effect. Trigram, Zhen is thunder. Without giving the opponent any chance to react, Feng Guangling struck with the ferocity and determination of a cultivator exorcising demons. Thunder is ferocious, and it is also punishment. Under the utmost yang, all things in the world shall be reduced to ashes. The instant the thunder sounded, the rabbit suddenly raised its head, and the next moment, it opened its mouth wide. That seemingly small rabbit's mouth split open as if someone had cleaved it in half, and its entire head was nearly split into two. Feng Guangling's pupils constricted slightly. Who could have imagined that such an adorable and well-behaved rabbit would have such a hideous and terrifying side? The next moment, a terrifying howl suddenly echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Roar. This was not the sound of a rabbit. It was truly the roar of a lion. As the roar erupted, a gray aura suddenly emerged, enveloping the entire red-eyed beast. Wu Liang Tianzun. How dare this little creature be so audacious before me? Feng Guangling momentarily lost his words, almost saying something wrong. But this couldn't be blamed on him. The rabbit looked exactly like the rabbits in his deep memory. It was too deceptive. With a resounding crash, azure thunder fell straight down, hitting the red-eyed beast's mouth squarely. In the blink of an eye, the gray mist dissipated completely, along with that terrifying roar that made everyone feel uneasy and their minds tremble. Intermediate stage of transparency. This red-eyed beast was actually an intermediate stage transparency demon beast. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Feng Guangling truly wouldn't have believed it. However, it was fortunate that the opponent was only at the intermediate stage of transparency, so with one strike, it was completely obliterated, leaving not even a hair behind. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Guangling had already gained the ability to stand on the wind and erosion continent. Of course, it was only at the bottom level. When facing those at the mid to high levels, it was best to run away. Otherwise, he would end up like when he faced Xiao, being cut down in one blow. Who dares to kill my pet? A terrifying roar suddenly echoed throughout the valley, causing Feng Guangling and the others on watch to change their expressions drastically. Damn it, here we go again. This mission was truly nerve-wracking. My lord, retreat. Xiao Wu and Li Jian instantly stepped forward, protecting Feng Guangling behind them. We can't retreat. Feng Guangling smiled bitterly. Although he still couldn't see through the strength of the mysterious person, just this roar made it clear. Today, he wouldn't escape. Why was his life so miserable? In a daze, a middle-aged man had already appeared at the spot where the red-eyed beast had been. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man, who could even be lost in a crowd. But this seemingly ordinary man brought a sense of shock to everyone. That terrifying, overwhelming aura pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Xiao Wu and the others understood why Feng Guangling said they couldn't escape. How could they retreat? Just a wave of someone else's hand would probably turn them to dust. In fact, the old farmer was one of these kinds of people. But the old farmer did not harbor any killing intent. So Feng Guangling could still use Qimen Duanjia to escape a calamity, though it was only a calamity. If the old farmer had come at him with another strike, Feng Guangling and the others would have had to report to hell. You killed my pet? That was an expression of extreme rage. There was no doubt. That red-eyed beast was definitely the other party's pet, and the other party was not lying. Especially when the other party was angry. The way its pupils turned red was undeniably similar to the red-eyed beast. Game over. When confirming this matter, Feng Guangling's heart only held these two words. His luck had turned against him. While others encountered noble figures when they went out, he encountered disasters. You all go down to accompany my pet in death. The middle-aged man was not asking. It was more like he was mentally preparing himself, especially when he saw the clothes on Feng Guangling and the others. The flash of surprise in his eyes further indicated the situation. Feng Guangling originally thought the other party would have some reservations. But he didn't expect the next sentence to be a direct attack. Chapter 91. I am actually the bait. The middle-aged man raised his hand, and a sharp sword appeared in his grasp. Without giving Feng Guangling and the others any chance to explain, the long sword swung down towards Feng Guangling. The terrifying sword energy spread recklessly, and in an instant, all the surrounding scenery was swept away. The slope where Feng Guangling was located was even directly flattened. Wu Liang, you old bastard. This level of person didn't even use any mystical arts, merely relying on sword energy to kill? Is it really the so-called the path is the simplest? Feng Guangling's pupils suddenly contracted, and the Qimen Duanjia surged in his mind. The Great Way has 50, heaven evolves 49, and man escapes 1. Calculate to the death. Calculate that one escaping. Calculate that one ray of hope. At that moment, an inexplicable aura suddenly rose from Feng Guangling. But in such a crisis, no matter what kind of breath it was, it couldn't hold back. The sword energy was rampant, almost in the blink of an eye. It had already reached Feng Guangling and the others. It's over, we're doomed. Feng Guangling didn't think there would be a second purple-robed figure to help them through the crisis. From the beginning to the end, Feng Guangling never considered himself the main character. Since he wasn't the main character, How could someone always appear to save him whenever danger arose? It sounded nice, but he didn't have that kind of fate. You see, although Feng Yumin doted on Feng Guangling to the extreme, in the end, Feng Yumin was just a small county magistrate. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't influence those old monsters standing on the clouds. Yes, at the moment the middle-aged man swung his sword, Feng Guangling had already confirmed that this was yet another old immortal. His strength definitely exceeded the spirit communication realm. The so-called simple principles were all lies. It was simply because they, the night watchmen, were seen as mere ants in the eyes of the opponent, who didn't even consider it worth using their mystical arts. Others crossed over to either enjoy themselves or exert pressure over the world. He crossed over and had barely survived until now, yet there was danger everywhere. People die when compared to others. Feng Guangling felt utterly despondent. He had never underestimated the people of the Wind and Transformation continent, nor had he ever thought of himself as remarkable. From the first day he came to this world, he had never relaxed his vigilance. But who the hell would have thought that just leaving the city would repeatedly lead to danger? No, it couldn't even be called danger. It was a death trap, a situation where, without a strong person to assist, death was certain. Oh, daring to attack the night watchman of the Demon Suppression Division, you really have some guts. That sword energy that spanned the heavens and earth suddenly dissipated under this mocking voice. Feng Guangling's pupils narrowed sharply. What the hell? What is this? Can someone tell me? At the moment he raised his head, Feng Guangling saw a familiar figure, and at that moment, he was not excited nor thankful for surviving a calamity, but felt a chill all over. He understood. Everything became clear. This mission was a fishing operation, and he was the bait. The young master was actually the bait. Damn it, you high-ranking people, your hearts are all so dirty. If the purple-robed figure was an accident, then the appearance of this familiar figure was definitely no accident. Because if nothing unexpected happened, this bastard couldn't possibly appear here. Su Chan, the only 1,000 household officer of the Demon Suppression Division in Minshui County. That toad who liked to put Feng Guangling in difficult situations. Once was an accident, but twice is definitely a scheme. Feng Guangling was no longer the young scion he once was. He was a Taoist master who had achieved enlightenment in the Tao, and even dared to study instant spellcasting himself. Such matters fell under his gaze, and he could see through them without having to think deeply. Why are you here? The crimson in the middle-aged man's eyes slowly faded, but his expression remained extremely unpleasant. This is bad. Why the hell is this bastard here? This mission has turned out to be a huge loss. His pet has died, and now he encounters this bastard who wants his life. Su Chan's reputation in the southeastern region is not good. To be precise, it's infamous. Don't be fooled by his submissiveness in front of Ming Qingtian and his inability to raise his head in front of Feng Yumin. There is no choice. One is a master uncle, and the other is a sword madman of unknown background but tremendous strength. Going against these two would only lead to a beating. But in front of others, this so-called toad Su Chan is a sky-swallowing toad. Why should I care about the famous Sun Xiong? Now let me say two things, and you don't interrupt. Raising demon beasts and allowing them to wreak havoc on the world. Acting recklessly against the night watchmen of the Demon Suppression Division. Sun Xiong, you tell me, how do you want to die? Su Chan waved his hand lightly. Feng Guangling's pupils slightly contracted. Others might just laugh off this statement, but to him, it sounded like thunder roaring. Sun, rabbit, is this a coincidence? This is definitely not a coincidence. A powerful person who keeps a red-eyed beast as a pet. And his nickname is Sun Xiong. You must know that in the Bagua, Sun represents the rabbit. Sun symbolizes wind, and the rabbit represents obedience. But if it becomes ominous, what would the outcome be? What is happening now is enough to explain everything. Sun Xiong is someone who would unhesitatingly swing his sword at the night watchman. Such a person, how could he possibly be a good person? Whether standing from the night watchman's perspective, the perspective of the Great Hua Empire, or his own perspective, Feng Guangling would never consider Sun Xiong a good person. None of this is important. What matters is that from Su Chan's words, it's easy to hear that there is Bagua in this world. Unfathomable heavenly lord. Poor Taoist has truly found an organization. Previously, it was just a guess, for which Feng Guangling had gone through all the data he could find. Who would have thought, in the end, the result would be confirmed from this Su Toad, who loved to put him in difficult situations? Thank you, young master. At this moment, a genuine smile finally appeared on Feng Guangling's face, and the tension in his mind finally began to ease. He was constantly worried that others would discover the difference between spellcasting and mystical arts. God knows how panicked he felt inside. Now it's good. No need to worry anymore. Since there is Bagua in this world, then everything about spellcasting can be explained. Don't understand? Simple. Most spellcasting emerges from the wonders of Bagua. Is it easier to understand now? When Su Chan said this, he deliberately glanced at Feng Guangling. And when he saw Feng Guangling's suddenly relaxed expression, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. It seems that his image in this little bastard's heart is still quite good. Sun Xiong, oh Sun Xiong. Look at how this little bastard has disregarded you after hearing your name, indicating that he has great confidence in me. You better not be ungrateful. Chapter 92. What makes you think I'm easy to talk to? Human emotions need communication. Merely relying on one's own imagination will often stray far from the real intentions. Feng Guangling and Su Chan are like this. After all, the two really haven't interacted much, and they can't achieve the kind of understanding that Feng Guangling has with Xiao Wu, where a single glance conveys what needs to be done. Not to mention Su Chan. Sometimes Feng Guangling can't even grasp the meaning behind Li Dian's words without it being explicitly stated. Sun Xiong narrowed his eyes, staring hard at Su Chan, raising demon beasts and allowing them to wreak havoc on the world, acting recklessly against the night watchman of the Demon Suppression Division. If no one discovers it, then it's nothing at all. The deterrent power of the Demon Suppression Division is there. No one dares to do such things openly. But as long as it remains undiscovered, they can do as they please. Lord Su, I don't agree with your statement. Do I have pets? No. Have I harmed them? No. I was just passing by, saw the night watchman of the Demon Suppression Division here, and came over to say hello. The vicious look on Sun Xiong's face completely faded. His expression became calm, and his tone even had a touch of gentleness. Regardless of which of the two things Su Chan mentioned, being involved would lead to serious consequences, especially the matter of acting against the night watchman. That's not just serious consequences, that's a matter of life and death with the Demon Suppression Division. Otherwise, how would the old farmer sign a contract of servitude for 100 years with Wei Ming? Feng Guangling was dumbfounded. He had been in this world for so long. Apart from Su Chan, he had truly never seen someone so shameless. Even he seemed to pale in comparison. Oh, so I misunderstood you? Su Chan's gaze flickered, looking indifferently at Sun Xiong. Of course, I was just out for a walk to see if I could encounter demon beasts to make some extra money. When Sun Xiong said this, he had no psychological burden at all. The killing tasks were just to make some extra money. One was killing monsters, and the other was killing people. To him, there didn't seem to be much difference. Making extra money, huh? So that's how it is. Sun Xiong, what makes you think I'm easy to talk to? The moment the voice fell, Su Chan's seemingly ordinary and somewhat lazy demeanor suddenly changed dramatically. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the surroundings, and a suffocating breath rushed towards him. In the next moment, before Feng Guangling could react, Su Chan had already appeared in front of Sun Xiong, and the most unbelievable part was that he had actually grabbed Sun Xiong's neck with one hand, effortlessly lifting him up. Wuliang, what the hell? This frog that loves to make life difficult for others is actually this terrifying? Feng Guangling swallowed hard. Sun Xiong had been so arrogant, just from the fact that he didn't even give Feng Guangling and the other night watchman a single word after he appeared. One could tell. Others would draw their swords at the slightest disagreement, but Sun Xiong didn't even have the interest to converse, indicating that his strength was at least at the peak of the Tongling realm, or even higher, possibly at the Dao realm. Such a powerful person, in the face of Su Chan, had no ability to resist at all and was directly grabbed by the neck. Why you? Sun Xiong's face instantly turned pale, and the fear in his eyes was completely unmasked. He was at the Dao realm. Although he wasn't as powerful as those five standing atop the clouds, he generally didn't regard others highly. But due to a mere oversight, he was completely suppressed by Su Chan. No, this couldn't even be called suppression. It was outright crushing. The moment Su Chan's hand grasped his neck, he wanted to fight back. In the face of life and death, who cares about the night watchman of the Demon Suppression Division? But the moment he tried to retaliate, he found that the mysterious energy within his body was completely unresponsive. This was the result of being crushed in strength. Don't you dare try to talk your way out of this. Do I look like a fool to you? Su Chan's eyes glinted with dangerous light. There are many ways to argue, but Su Chan had never seen someone as shameless as Sun Xiong, who didn't even care about his own face, casually spouting nonsense. Since the other party was so shameless and rambling, there was nothing more to say. I am Sun Xiong. I once bled for the southeast. Sun Xiong's pale face quickly turned a deep red from the lack of breath, as he looked at Su Chan with fear and frustration. He truly didn't expect Su Chan to dare to act so directly. Shut your mouth. If it weren't for this reason, you would have died long ago. Would I still be here wasting my breath with you? Forget it, anyway. You won't live if you don't become crippled. Su Chan spat out impatiently, then turned to look at Feng Guangling and the others. Feng Xiaoqi, long time no see. How have you been in Fuzhou? Long time no see, my ass. If you hadn't acted to save people a few days ago, I would have long been dead without a grave. Lord Su, long time no see. Higher ranks really do crush people. This isn't just talk. The old Feng Guangling might have been arrogant before, but now he was very well behaved. Cultivating should be in accordance with the rules, even if it brings satisfaction. Good. The child can be taught. Su Chan laughed heartily, increasingly satisfied with Feng Guangling, and even felt a bit regretful about why he had led Feng Guangling to Fuzhou back then. Do you know what the Demon Suppression Division is calling Feng Guangling now? A walking merit gatherer. As long as Feng Guangling is present, merit is sure to follow. Of course, some envy Feng Guangling and call him a harbinger of misfortune, saying that there will be bloodshed wherever he goes. But to be fair, if you want to gain merits and become rich overnight, staying close to Feng Guangling is definitely the right choice. Don't be fooled by the fact that these few people under Feng Guangling's banner seem to be treading water. In reality, their wealth is greater than that of some general banners. Moreover, once Feng Guangling rises, they will also rise with him. The merits here are no joke. You all carry out your tasks well, I'll take a step ahead. Su Chan stomped his foot, and his whole being suddenly shot up into the sky. This time, Feng Guangling finally saw how those high-level individuals operated. There are indeed people who can fly, and without relying on any tools or talismans, they can soar into the sky with just a stomp. He could also become such a person in the future. As Su Chan departed, all the night watchmen suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, while only Feng Guangling raised his head to gaze at the figure disappearing into the horizon. The book records, before the Tongling realm, one is human, after the Tongling realm, one is a spirit, not at the same level. Feng Guangling had never understood this sentence before. After all, to him, it merely seemed like a classification of strength levels, nothing too mystical. But now, seeing Su Chan soar into the sky with a stomp, Feng Guangling no longer thought so. He was now at the advanced stage of the Tongming realm. Yet the gap between Tongming and Tongling felt like a divine punishment. Feng Guangling had already sensed this before. But now he felt the difference in a direct and overwhelming way. Just the ability to fly alone was a world apart. This was not a metaphor. It was a fact. Chapter 93. What the hell is a misunderstanding? Feng Yumin of Ming Shui was angrily walking with his sword drawn, while the one-armed old steward tightly grasped Feng Yumin's sleeve with his remaining arm. Behind them, 5 men cloaked in black robes knelt on one knee, heads bowed, trembling, not daring to say a word. Sir, this is not to be done, not to be done. This is just a guess, just a guess. If you go out like this, it will cause chaos in the world. The one-armed old steward earnestly tried to persuade him, using all his strength to pull Feng Yumin back. What does chaos in the world have to do with me? Damn it. They actually dared to use my son as bait. They've gone too far. Feng Yumin dragged the old steward along, moving towards the main door. No, 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 sir. This might be a misunderstanding. The Demon Suppression Division would never do something self-harming. Please think twice. The one-armed old steward pleaded desperately. Misunderstanding my ass. Time and again. Do they really think I'm Feng Yumin just sitting around doing nothing? Damn it, I won't let this go. I will smash that damn Demon Suppression Division to pieces. Feng Yumin continued to struggle towards the entrance of the courtyard. In the Great Hua Empire, or rather, in the Fenghua continent, there are not more than 5 people who would dare to say they would smash the Demon Suppression Division. Now, there is one more. And if this person were to smash the Demon Suppression Division, perhaps no one would really stop him. Even the old fossil in the 6th layer of the Demon Suppression Division in the capital might very well welcome him with open arms. When Ming Qingtian arrived at the Feng family, this was the scene he saw. He broke out in a cold sweat on the spot and felt a bit relieved. Just moments ago, while communicating with Wei Ming, he was glad he hadn't listened to that bastard Wei Ming. If he had arrived just a bit later, the Demon Suppression Division in Ming Shui might have really been smashed. That bastard Wei Ming, he has to blame for this. With these thoughts in mind, Ming Qian didn't dare to delay further. He dropped down from the sky, not even bothering to enter through the main gate, and directly ran to Feng Yumin, shouting loudly. Calm down, calm down. Feng brother, calm down, calm down. What the hell does that mean? Feng Yumin raised his head, eyes red, staring at Ming Qingtian. Suddenly raising his hand, a terrifying sword energy surged out. Damn! Ming Qingtian shouted, pushing both hands forward, creating a layer of light shield. Boom! The force exploded, sending Ming Qingtian directly to the entrance of the courtyard. Ming Qingtian, you bastard, you still want me to calm down? Tell me, is this what you promised back then? Now you're doing this, huh? That's my son. Do you even understand? Feng Yumin directly burst into a rage. As the highest-ranking official of the Demon Suppression Division in Mingshui County, and one of the only 2 command officials in the southeast region, Ming Qingtian surprisingly did not explode in anger, but instead wore a bitter smile on his face. Brother Feng, you really misunderstood this time. When the incident involving the old farmer spread, Ming Qingtian knew that something big was about to happen. Before he could prepare for the confrontation with Feng Yumin, his troublesome disciple Su Chan brought news of the Su Xiong situation. This is insane. Are they seeking death? If both of these individuals were at the Tongming realm, Ming Qingtian wouldn't even need to come to the Feng residence personally. He wouldn't even need to make an appearance. But these 2 were not just old predecessors. They were powerful practitioners far beyond the Tongming realm. It's normal for the older generation to suppress the younger generation, but they must not be caught. once discovered. It would not only ruin their reputation and invite scorn, but also subject them to retaliation, and they would have to bear it. In the Wind and Huadong continent. After countless years, who doesn't have some connections? Fighting against demon beasts is one thing, but being schemed against or framed by the older generation is just foolishness. One can only accept it. If you fall into the hands of the older generation, you can only consider yourself unlucky. After all, it's your own fault for being blind. But if the older generation openly suppresses the younger generation, one must be prepared for death. After all, there are people older and more powerful than you. If you don't follow the rules, others won't either. Now it's a mess. Who knows which idiot thinks they are clever and called out these two old-timers to intercept Feng Guangling. Rules? The rules have long been thrown to the dogs. It's no wonder Feng Yumin would be furious and ready to destroy the Demon Suppression Division. Misunderstanding? Are you trying to tell me the old farmer is a misunderstanding? Or that Su Xiong is a misunderstanding? Or do you want to tell me that your Demon Suppression Division is prepared to kill these two and send me their heads? Feng Yumin raised his hand, pointing his sword directly at Ming Qingtian. Tell me, what is this so-called misunderstanding? Ming Qingtian gasped. He wasn't surprised that Feng Yumin knew about the old farmer and Su Xiong. But Feng Yumin demanding their heads truly caught him off guard. These are not ordinary people. Their strength is crucial to the plan at that time. Not to mention their identities, they are also of great significance to the Demon Suppression Division's plans. But now, Feng Yumin wants their heads right off the bat. Brother Feng, this is all a misunderstanding. Ming Qingtian could only smile bitterly. What the hell is going on? Feng Yumin suddenly slammed his sword down onto the ground, leaning on it and looking up at Ming Qingtian, his imposing aura suddenly soaring. You need to clarify this for me today, otherwise, after today, there will be no Demon Suppression Division in Mingshui County. Feng Yumin was serious. He wasn't just putting on a show. Earlier, when he saw the one-armed steward pulling Feng Yumin back, Ming Qingtian thought it was just a performance for him. But now, it was clear that it was not. Ming Qingtian unconsciously glanced behind Feng Yumin, and at that moment, he noticed that the ground behind them was densely covered with shattered bricks. Good heavens, this is truly something. Feng Yumin is going to go against the heavens. Fortunately, he came. Fortunately, he didn't foolishly listen to that bastard Wei Ming saying there would be no problem. Damn it. What do you mean there won't be a problem? If Feng Yumin is preparing to demolish the Demon Suppression Division, then what would be considered a problem? The Demon Suppression Division did not treat Feng Guangling as bait. This time, all the night watchmen of the Demon Suppression Division mobilized to find that injured great demon from the passage. The secret protection from Zixio and Su Chan was just because Feng Guangling ruined some people's plans. Ming Qingtian briefly explained the situation. He had to explain. The furious Feng Yumin was terrifying, but now, the calm yet seething Feng Yumin was even more frightening. A biting dog doesn't bark. Ming Qingtian was all too familiar with this day. Chapter 94, Brother Feng, don't be impulsive. Alright, good. According to what you said, the Demon Suppression Division has no responsibility at all? Feng Yumin's eyes glinted with rage. But damn it, my son ruined some people's plans. And that's a merit for your Demon Suppression Division. You're not thinking about protection, you're thinking about him being ambushed during a mission. How dare you say that to me? No, there is responsibility. But Brother Feng, don't forget our responsibilities in the Demon Suppression Division. Ming Qingtian looked at Feng Yumin with complex emotions and recounted the previous joint mission between the Demon Suppression Division and the Town Government Division. The responsibility of the Demon Suppression Division is singular, to slay demons and eliminate evil. Feng Yumin narrowed his eyes slightly. Deep within, a dangerous glint lingered. He understood the responsibilities of the Demon Suppression Division better than anyone. If it weren't for that incident back then, he would now be a pillar of the Demon Suppression Division in the capital. Whose idea was it from the Town Government Division? Feng Yumin wasn't foolish. He had indeed felt the impulse to demolish the Demon Suppression Division earlier. He let Feng Guangling enter the Demon Suppression Division to provide him with a place to settle down, not to let him serve others. But Ming Qingtian was not wrong. The tasks given to Feng Guangling were indeed not dangerous. Yet it was precisely these simple tasks that always encountered deadly danger. Especially since these dangers did not come from demon beasts. Who could he complain to? But that was not a reason for Feng Guangling to be in danger. The Demon Suppression Division did nothing wrong, but the Town Government Division was not being humane. Blaming Feng Guangling was something Feng Yumin could understand but not accept. Making Feng Guangling a bait was not just a matter of understanding or not accepting. It meant he would have to demolish the Town Government Division. Ming Qingtian was stunned. How could he guess this? Could it not have been an accident caused by the Demon Suppression Division's mission? What can I say that? Feng Yumin narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura subtly manifesting from his body. If it really can't be said, then let us just kill them. He only has one daughter and one son. His daughter is successful and doesn't need protection from him, while his son is useless, but he is still his son. He wouldn't even bully him. So how could he let others scheme against him? Yes, this matter was initiated by Lu Tsongming, but he didn't know your identity. Enter the scapegoat Lu Tsongming. Or perhaps it wouldn't be fair to call him a scapegoat. The scheme against Feng Guangling was originally Lu Tsongming's decision. To be honest, the Demon Suppression Division didn't intend to let the Night Watchman take the blame. One Bai Fuling was already enough. The Town Government Division is the Bai family, one of the three major families in the southeast region, capable of blocking many envious gazes. All right, good Town Government Division. Good Lu Tsongming. Feng Yumin drew his sword and left. Since he knows which bastard is scheming against his son, what is there to wait for? Wait for the demon beasts to attack? Brother Feng, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Ming Qingtian was startled and quickly blocked Feng Yumin's path. With Feng Yumin's current attitude, if he went over, he would surely kill someone. Two town government officials wouldn't be enough for Feng Yumin to demolish. Letting someone take the blame doesn't mean you can push them to their death. You want to stop me? Feng Yumin was extremely furious. Whoever tried to stop him would be cut down. No, Brother Feng, you misunderstood. This mission is a joint operation between the Demon Suppression Division and the Town Government Division. Lu Tsongming is not in Fuxing. He has already gone to the capital. If you go to Fuxing now, it won't be of any use. It's better to wait for my news. Ming Qingtian hurriedly explained. This matter wasn't small. But it wasn't that big either. As long as Feng Guangling didn't encounter any accidents, it would all be minor issues. Once Feng Yumin's anger subsided, going to Fuxing would not result in the entire Town Government Division being demolished. As for Lu Tsongming, one can only wish him good luck. Feng Yumin pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to sheath his longsword. After dropping this remark, he ignored Ming Qingtian and turned to walk towards his study. The one-armed old steward apologetically cupped his hands to Ming Qingtian and hurriedly followed suit. Ming Qingtian let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Today, both the Demon Suppression Division and the Town Government Division nearly faced disaster. Luckily, he was smart. Otherwise, who knows what kind of chaos would have ensued. This matter must be reported up the chain. He wondered what kind of reward he would receive from the capital. With this thought, Ming Qingtian's mood lifted, and he turned to walk outside the courtyard. At this moment, his face no longer bore the anger from earlier, but was instead adorned with a smile. How was my acting? This scene was both acted and not acted. Feng Yumin had never intended to smash the Demon Suppression Division or the Town Government Division. But he had to show his attitude, and someone needed to witness it. If anyone dared to scheme against his son, what would Feng Yumin become? The one-armed old steward glanced at Feng Yumin in silence. Would you believe that yourself? If I hadn't pulled you back, the Demon Suppression Division of Minshui County would have been gone long ago. The old steward felt exhausted. It was supposed to be acting, but in the end, Feng Yumin nearly lost control. They had been together for so long. Who didn't know who? Seeing the old steward's resentful expression, Feng Yumin couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Master, what should we do next? The one-armed old steward directly skipped this topic, unwilling to discuss it with someone whose resolve was weak. It would be fine to talk about other matters with other people. But when it came to his own young master, the master had never been resolute. It was better not to reopen old wounds. Give a warning to the Town Government Division and have the Shadow Guards investigate who is targeting Shaoling. Feng Yumin narrowed his eyes and said coldly. There was still no clue about the person preparing to refine the talisman capital with the combination talismans. Originally, Feng Yumin thought this matter would end there. But he never expected the other party to jump out again. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? There are always traces left behind. Feng Yumin didn't care whether the old farmer and Sun Xiong had been pacified. He only knew one thing. A gentleman does not leave grievances unavenged. Back then, when facing the 5-passage realm demon beasts in the Linhe forest, Feng Yumin dared to draw his sword and chase after them. What more now? By the river, Feng Guangling splashed some water on his face and looked towards the distance where Li Dian and others were dealing with the demon beast corpses, shaking his head gently. This journey had truly been perilous. Not to mention the ambush by the old farmer and Sun Xiong. They had encountered over 20 demon beasts along the way, including 2 evil spirits. No wonder there are 2 branches of the Demon Suppression Division in the southeastern region, given the frequency of encountering demon beasts. Adding another Feng Guangling wouldn't seem excessive. Mr. Xiaoqi, there's a reaction. There's a reaction. Chapter 95, Taoist and Taoist Boy. Feng Guangling actually thought his luck was quite good at first. Others struck by lightning either went to meet their ancestors or went to hell to play chess with King Yin, but he, struck by lightning, could run to this world where he could freely use magic. As long as the qi in his body, oh no, it should be called mysterious energy now, was sufficient. He could even cast terrifying spells like summoning spirits and commanding generals. However, after these few months, Feng Guangling felt that some of the night watchmen in the Demon Suppression Division were right. He was indeed plagued by bad luck. Otherwise, How could he encounter trouble everywhere he went? A simple search task, and others encountered 1 or 2 demon beasts at most, but he had encountered them a full 18 times. It was life-threatening. Let us go, let us take a look. Whether it was good luck or bad luck, one had to respond when things happened. Xiao Wu nodded, holding the talisman in front to lead the way. As for Li Jian and the others, they followed closely behind. They had long since gotten used to it. Stop. Suddenly, Feng Guangling raised his hand sharply, causing Li Jian and the others to stop in an instant. While Xiao Wu also halted, looking puzzled at the search talisman. The yellow light had disappeared. This meant that the demon beast that had been detected had left the range of the search talisman, or perhaps it was dead. Everyone retreat. Feng Guangling's pupils suddenly constricted, and he lowered his voice to command. Xiao Wu and the others instinctively retreated. In this team, Feng Guangling's orders outweighed everything. Even if Su Chan came, he might not be able to command Xiao Wu and the others so easily. Footsteps sounded quietly, approaching from afar, and gradually, 2 figures appeared in the sight of the group. Master, there are shape-shifting great demons, many of them. A crisp, youthful voice carried an unmistakable excitement. Silly child. Shape-shifting great demons cannot leave the Linha forest. These are not demons, they are people. An old, calm voice followed. Huh, they're not shape-shifting great demons? That is not fun. Shape-shifting great demons aren't fun. They must be killed, understand? I know. Remember, when encountering shape-shifting great demons in the future, if you can't fight them, run. If you can, kill them. Can we eat the flesh of shape-shifting great demons? It's best not to eat it. It's more valuable for alchemy. The tall and short figures finally approached Feng Guangling and the others amidst this question and answer. In that instant, Feng Guangling's gaze suddenly narrowed, and a hint of excitement flickered deep in his eyes, but he suppressed it fiercely. Found it. Infinite. O revered one. Who said there is no path in this world? Little Taoist, I might not have to conceal myself in the future, nor force myself to change my catchphrase. I can call myself a poor Taoist now. The tall and short figures were both dressed in Taoist robes. Although the color of the robes differed from what Feng Guangling remembered, the style was almost identical. The only difference being that the collar to the shoulders had cloud patterns painted on it. Greetings to the fellow Taoists of the Demon Suppression Division. The old man stopped about 5 meters away from Feng Guangling and cupped his fists in salute. For a moment, Feng Guangling felt a sense of loss. It wasn't a bow of respect. This thought flashed by, then he felt invigorated. No bowing is not important. And the robes not resembling those in his memory are not important. What mattered was to hear what the old man had to say. Fellow Taoist. This title Feng Guangling hadn't heard for a long, long time. It felt like a lifetime ago. No, it was indeed a matter of a past life. Those weaker than oneself are ants. Those of similar strength are fellow Taoists. Those stronger than oneself are seniors. This is the most brutal and direct hierarchy in the cultivation world. After arriving in this world, Feng Guangling didn't dare to mention or even think about it. May I ask how this fellow Taoist is addressed? I am Feng Guangling from the Demon Suppression Division. Feng Guangling didn't bow, but chose to clasp his hands in greeting from the heart. After hiding for so long, he didn't want to expose himself inexplicably or die a mysterious death. Although this old Taoist appeared amiable, the sharp aura that came from his calmness was still overwhelming. He was undoubtedly a cultivator. There are only 2 possibilities for someone like this to not bow to a stranger. Either they are concealing their identity, or the other party truly isn't one. Regardless of which, Feng Guangling wouldn't foolishly expose the other or show off himself. I hail from the Cloud Palace atop Yunhua Mountain. You may call me Taoist Yuan. I am here to lead my junior brother to appreciate the landscapes of the great Hua Empire. Taoist Yuan's voice was calm, but a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Greetings, Taoist Yuan. I wonder about the great demon that just appeared here. Feng Guangling's gaze slightly narrowed. Then he spoke in a deep voice. Oh, you mean that saber-toothed demon? My mischievous disciple, seeing the hunt, has already slain it under the sword. I wonder if this will affect your tasks, fellow Taoists? Taoist Yuan asked in surprise. There are no specific regulations on who should deal with demons and monsters. Any practitioner can act when they encounter them. This is clearly stated in the laws of the Great Hua Empire. Feng Guangling still couldn't adapt to the rules of the Great Hua Empire. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have asked such a question. No, you misunderstand. Our mission this time is to find a great demon. We just received a response from the search talisman, which is why we came here. The task of the night watch, with everyone on duty, is not a secret, so there's nothing to hide. I see. Then you should head in that direction. When we were coming, we sensed a rather obscure aura over there. However, I have my disciple with me, and it seems someone is setting up a formation over there. I originally wanted to have a chat with Wei Ming. The Taoist Yuan spoke very directly and plainly. There is an obscure aura of a great demon. And because he has a disciple, he refrained from impulsively seeking out Wei Ming. Since they encountered the night watch here, it is naturally up to them to handle it. This is not about being cowardly, it is about weighing the pros and cons. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I have a task at hand, and if this matter is true, I will surely reward you handsomely in the future. Feng Guangling cupped his fists and, amidst Yuan Taoist's jest, led Xiao Wu and the others directly in the direction pointed out by Yuan Taoist. Fellow Taoist, please be cautious. I can't understand the setup over there, so it's best to call for support. Yuan Taoist shouted to Feng Guangling. Until the group disappeared from sight, the little Taoist boy looked blankly at Yuan Taoist. Master, are they just going to rush over like that? Didn't you say that without a spirit connection realm practitioner, it would be a dead end? I just looked. None of them are in the spirit connection realm. If Feng Guangling heard this from the little Taoist boy, he would probably be so frightened that he would fall off his horse. A child of only 8 or 9 years old could see through all their realms at a glance. This is simply terrifying. Chapter 96, that prodigal place. Yes, it's undoubtedly not a contest for the spirit connection realm. But little Taoist boy, didn't I tell you that our sect does not judge combat strength by realm? Yuan Taoist gently rubbed the little Taoist boy's head. All right, but master, you said the wind transformation continent is beautiful. Yet it seems we haven't seen any scenery on our way. The child's thoughts were very jumpy, almost as if he was thinking out loud. Because some people in the outer world are afraid to let the ancestral lands recover. Yuan Taoist smiled as he looked up at the sky. As his voice fell, the air seemed to momentarily still, and with a cold snort from Yuan Taoist, everything returned to normal. Belonging to the same Daoxian lineage. I just don't know which branch you are from. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years have passed. Everything changes and is impermanent. And the affairs of the world are clear in life and death. Lord Little Flag, could there be a scheme in this? Xiao Wu, holding the search talisman, observed and asked with concern. The appearance of the old man and the child was too suspicious. And at least Spirit Clarity Realm Great Demon just vanished without a trace. Could there be no problem here? No. Feng Guangling chuckled and shook his head. Will there be danger in the past? Feng Guangling didn't know. But whether the other party was deceiving them, Feng Guangling was very certain. If a cultivator wants to deceive, it is 9 truths and 1 falsehood. The one that truly takes lives is that 1 falsehood. What supports the theory of 1 falsehood? A large amount of verbal communication. But Yuan Taoist did not. From the meeting to the separation, apart from introductions and information sharing, Yuan Taoist spoke no unnecessary words. At the moment when Feng Guangling and Yuan Taoist met, on the rooftop of the Talisman Capital Talisman Tower, Pan Ming suddenly stood up, ignoring the astonished expression of Su Su sitting across from him, and walked solemnly to the window, looking in the direction where Feng Guangling was. This aura, who has come from that place? Thinking of this, Pan Ming unhesitatingly began to calculate. Who says the wind transformation continent has no divination? The wind transformation continent indeed does not, but the outer world does. Most of those people from the outer world come from the wind transformation continent. The reason for the formation of a break is also due to that battle back then. Just as Pan Ming was calculating, Yuan Taoist smiled and looked up at the sky. In that instant, Pan Ming groaned and retreated 3 steps. Someone has come from that place. Su Su's gaze flickered, and he raised his hand. A yellow talisman appeared out of nowhere, and at the same time, a faint light flickered, instantly enveloping the entire floor. Someone has come. They just didn't know who it was. Pan Ming took several deep breaths to suppress the excitement in his heart. It seems they couldn't wait any longer. Just don't know who will become the chives to be harvested this time. Su Su chuckled softly. This is also why he wanted to set up the game. Su Su didn't care about that. Both sides were playing chess, focused on each other's strength. Whoever loses, loses. But beyond winning and losing, some things cannot be forgotten. Some people have not yet been hooked, some have not yet died out, some are still at large, and some can even act recklessly. The more people die, the better it will be for his plan. Your pieces are almost lost. Will you continue? The old farmer was trapped, and 2 important pieces were lost inexplicably. Could there be no problem in this? Don't say these 2 self-proclaimed chess players. Even someone with slightly higher IQ would suspect there is a problem here. Of course. Just 2 unimportant pieces. My chess never shifts, it's well based on individuals. Don't you remember? Su Su wore a relaxed smile. Pan Ming nodded lightly. Their styles were completely different. Pan Ming preferred to directly suppress with strong individual strength, no matter who it is, in the face of absolute strength. They can only bow their heads in submission. Su Su liked to control the overall situation, believing that individual power is merely a complement in the face of the whole. Originally, Su Su thought his layout method had no flaws, but the sword madman who emerged back then with his overpowering style shattered his confidence. After reviewing for so many years, Su Su finally regained his confidence. But this time, Su Su's layout journey was not so smooth. It seemed that ever since he started laying out, everything was filled with various obstacles. It didn't seem man-made, but rather accidental. But the more it was like this, the more confused Pan Ming felt. Until this time, after he calculated, he suddenly understood. That so-called prodigal son might be the key to breaking the game. Indeed, he had just calculated that it was because he calculated that he was almost backfired and seriously injured. Su Su's inexplicable targeting of Feng Guangling, using this former prodigal as a pawn for the night watch and the town government, actually caused Su Su to suffer heavy losses. That someone from the outer world unexpectedly encountered Feng Guangling, and both sides did not fight. Revisiting previous events, it seemed that every plan Su Su made was unintentionally disrupted by this so-called prodigal son. It seems I also have to step into the game. Pan Ming lowered his head, a flash of sharp light in his eyes. The layout must be done early, otherwise it will be too late to regret. In the Xiao family, Xiao Huofeng looked at the letter in his hand, his fingers applying slight pressure, and the letter turned to ashes in an instant. The Wind Transformation Continent has transmission talismans and image recording talismans, but in most cases, many people still use letters to communicate. The reason is quite simple, easy to destroy. Feng Ming, do you want revenge? When Xiao Feng Ming walked into the study, Xiao Huofeng's first sentence left Xiao Feng Ming stunned on the spot. Yes, father. Can I take action against that little scoundrel? Xiao Feng Ming paused slightly, then immediately nodded excitedly. In the last incident, Xiao Feng Ming lost all face and was kneeling in the ancestral hall for 3 days and nights before being let out. Thinking back to the last time he attempted to ambush Feng Guangling and ended up being cut down like a drowned chicken, Xiao Feng Ming felt suicidal. But he knew very well that he wouldn't be able to take revenge. Feng Guangling was now a minor officer in the Demon Suppression Division, who would dare to attack him within the city. Previously, Xiao Huofeng had warned him, yet now Xiao Feng Ming was being asked if he wanted revenge. Is that even a question? It's not a question. Remember, I will select 3 Spirit Realm Death Warriors to accompany you out of the city. If you fail, you are no longer a member of the Xiao family. Do you understand what I mean? As the voice fell, a contract floated down in front of Xiao Feng Ming. After seeing the contents of the contract, Xiao Feng Ming's expression changed inexplicably. The contract was essentially a severance agreement. If it were exposed, the Xiao family would immediately throw the contract away to prove that Xiao Feng Ming's actions had nothing to do with them. Xiao Feng Ming felt a hint of regret. The matter between him and Feng Guangling was essentially a jealousy feud, and the girl they were fighting over had no feelings for Xiao Feng Ming at all. As for losing face, don't joke around. Can being targeted by the Demon Suppression Division be considered losing face? Now that Xiao Huofeng was about to discard the contract, Xiao Feng Ming had only 2 choices, to go or not to go. A choice between 2 options, with no third alternative. Xiao Feng Ming knew very well the consequences of refusal. If he refused, he would probably never be able to walk out of the Xiao family's door again. And there might not even be a possibility of leaving this study alive. Father, I understand what to do. Xiao Feng Ming bit his finger and let his blood drip onto the contract. All right, go. It's better to do it sooner rather than later. Leave the city today, and someone will send you the location. Xiao Huofeng appeared very indifferent, as if Xiao Feng Ming were not his son at all. In fact, the entire Xiao family knew that Xiao Huofeng's love was only given to one person. The former young master of the Xiao family, who was now half dead and lying in bed. Feng Guangling squinted at the front, while behind him, the demon-slaying swords of Xiao Wu and the others had already been unsheathed. Lord Minor Officer, there's only a response from the spirit realm here. There's no warning of major demons. Lord Minor Officer, if we go 3 miles further, we will be out of our search area. Xiao Wu and Li Tian reported softly, one holding a search talisman and the other a map. I know. Feng Guangling nodded lightly. He had seen the map and naturally knew that they were at the edge of the area they were responsible for. They could ask for help from the Demon Suppression Division right now. The problem was that all the night watchmen of the Demon Suppression Division were busy dealing with that major demon. What would happen if they called for help and found the major demon? Before them was a small village, and at the village entrance, there were 3 bloodied corpses. And they were mutilated. A glance was enough to tell this was the work of demon beasts, coupled with the warning from the search talisman. The meaning of all this was self-evident. Most importantly, the area around the village was filled with dead energy, and a sense of resentment was rising. This incident had not happened long ago, absolutely no more than 3 days. Wuyang Tianzuan, Yuantao Taoist really didn't lie to me. But this is a tough problem. Feng Guangling rubbed his brow. Risking oneself? He had tried that before, and almost ended up with the ancestors. But how could he solve this matter without personally going into battle? Should he really call for support from the Demon Suppression Division? Then what would he be doing as a night watchman? Of course, the main issue was that his heart was unsteady. If a cultivator's heart is unsteady, their energy will be out of balance, hindering their cultivation. This kind of place is referred to as a fallen land in the southeastern region. The literal meaning is clear. This place has fallen. Inside is a paradise for demon beasts. This is different from an abandoned town. When evil demons emerge, no one survives. In the fallen land, everyone is treated as livestock. When encountering demon beasts, there is only one choice: to fight them. Spirit realm warriors, come with me. Xiao Wu, when you see my signal, immediately call for support. But remember, you must stay close. Even if the demon beasts come out, you must stick together. Do not lose track. Feng Guangling was not a good person or a saint. Thinking of his own life, he would even prefer to hide in the library and not come out. Even when carrying out tasks, he would only act if there was a mandatory order from above. However, when faced with a fallen land that treated people as livestock and food, he could not turn a blind eye. Master, what do you think he will choose? In the distance, amidst the dense jungle, two figures, one tall and one short, sat cross-legged on the crown of a giant tree, watching this scene from afar. If Feng Guangling were to see them, he would be shocked to realize that these two were none other than the Yuantao Taoist and his disciple from before. While Feng Guangling rode swiftly, the Yuantao Taoist and his disciple could not keep up. Previously, Feng Guangling had noticed that Yuantao Taoist was slightly stronger than him, but not by much. The facts proved that the difference was not trivial. If it were you, what would you choose? What is there to choose? Just kill them. If the demon beasts are causing chaos, just kill the demon beasts. If humans are committing sins, just kill them. The little Taoist waved his hand, looking heroic. And what if it's evil demons causing trouble? Yuantao Taoist smiled at the little Taoist. Exterminating demons and evil, it's just our duty. To him, such matters did not require much thought. Everyone he had encountered or been educated by since childhood had taught him one principle: when witnessing injustice, one might not need to draw their sword, as that could become meddling. But when encountering demon beasts and evil demons, just act. What if you can't avoid it and the demon beast is too strong? Yuantao Taoist gently rubbed the little Taoist's head. This trip down the mountain was not just to see if that young man who could trigger the heavenly movement was from the Daoxin lineage. More importantly, it was to assess his successor. Their lineage had never had issues with age, only with whether one's heart could remain steadfast. If it weren't for that little brat going astray, the Daoxin lineage wouldn't have fallen into such a state. However, a mistake is a mistake, and the Daoxin lineage still has some responsibility. Too strong? Master, if I charge up and strike a sword, wouldn't that count as harming the demon beast? The little Taoist was a bit confused. In his mind, there was no such thing as being unable to defeat an opponent. Whether one could win or not, they had to fight. Ha ha ha. Good, just like that. Remember, our Daoxin lineage can dodge and evade, but we cannot fear death. Yuantao Taoist laughed heartily. The Daoxin lineage never feared death. In that battle back then, Daoxin faced a whole world, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter, nearly bringing their ancestral land to ruin, yet they still did not bow their heads. In the end, they even nearly severed the roots of the demon beast lineage. And they are still blocking the ancestral land of the demon beasts now. That is the style of the Daoxin lineage. It can be said that the style of the demon suppression division is largely inherited from the Daoxin lineage of that year. The little Taoist did not understand why his master was suddenly so cheerful, but he saw an even happier scene. Master, look, they are going in. Chapter 98. The fallen land lacks humanity. Feng Guangling gently drew the demon-slaying sword and looked up at the small village. The dead energy was confusing, and the Yin energy lingered. This place of resentment was the beginning of vengeful spirits. It must be cleared. Let us go. With a low shout, Feng Guangling took the lead and rushed toward the small village. The three of them crouched down and quietly entered the village. The next moment, Feng Guangling's pupils suddenly constricted, and anger surged in his heart. Dead people, everywhere dead people. This small village, while not destroyed, still appeared quite prosperous, as evidenced by the undamaged buildings. But now, the broken walls and ruins had destroyed all of this. A heavy dead energy created an unbearable atmosphere, and a stench filled the entire village. Lord Minor Officer. There are no living witnesses. Lord Minor Officer, I have a discovery over here. Feng Guangling took a step forward. What did he discover? This is a place of demon beasts. It has left from here. Feng Guangling nodded gently, signaling the two of them to be quiet, and then quietly followed the traces left by the demon beast. After walking for about 300 meters, a faint, piercing howl echoed in the air, causing the three to stop simultaneously. As they approached, a horrifying scene appeared before them. It was a large pen, like a sheepfold for shepherds. Inside were people with severely injured limbs, all of whom had clearly been bitten or broken apart while still alive. The demon beast not only raised them like livestock, but also severed all their other means of escape. Even if these people were rescued, they could not live independently. They had no choice but to die. In this place of despair, there was no humanity. Feng Guangling fell silent for the first time, a flicker of rage in his eyes. After being in this world for so long, it was the first time he truly understood the meaning of cruelty. He also understood why humans and demon beasts could not coexist. In the depths of the Linhe forest, the Dahuang Empire still sought ways to eradicate them. In fact, Not only the Dahuang Empire, but also Beimang and Shifua had similar plans. Have you detected the presence of the demon beast? Feng Guangling squinted his eyes and asked quietly, a cold killing intent causing the two night watchers behind him to shiver. No, but it's certain that it is inside the village. Very few in the younger generation had seen the place of despair. They could not feel its cruelty from books. Only now, witnessing it with their own eyes, did they realize how utterly inhumane the term place of despair was. Why do humans have no intention of even negotiating with demon beasts and instead choose to eradicate them completely? The reason lies here. The collision between two different races, especially when they feed on each other, leads to a brutality beyond anyone's imagination. In a relatively large courtyard, a 5-meter-tall gray bear was using one hand to shove a person into its mouth. 2 days ago, it had woken up in a cave in the Linhe forest and inexplicably found itself near this small village. At that time, it was very hungry. So hungry that it could barely move. When it encountered people, it was even afraid and would hide. Inside the Linhe forest, there were rumors that humans from the outside were very cruel, not only hunting them, but also treating them as food, and their fur would be used to make various items. In simple terms, humans would flay them alive. Until that day, when it felt it could no longer hide. It swatted at a person and unexpectedly killed them. Humans were weak, but they could run. After that day, it caught everyone in the village. And to prevent them from escaping, it broke all of their hands and feet, just as its elders had instructed. At the same time, it could also taste whose meat was more delicious. The reason most of the living people Feng Guangling saw were children and men. The elders were wrong. Weren't they supposed to say the outside was dangerous? But I haven't encountered any danger. The gray bear shook its head and muttered to itself, occasionally taking a bite of a thigh. Stop. Feng Guangling raised his hand, and the two night watchers behind him immediately halted. You two stay here to assist me. I will eliminate him. The gray bear was still shoving a corpse into its mouth and mumbling to itself, and Feng Guangling listened intently. Although he couldn't understand the beast language, he could tell it wasn't saying anything good. Looking at the actions of this demon beast that consumed humans, it could not be allowed to live. It must die. That's right. Feng Guangling took a deep breath, stepped forward, and charged straight into the courtyard gate. Roar. The gray bear almost immediately threw its head back and roared, standing upright. A terrifying aura surged forth in all directions. Humans could not withstand its momentum. As long as it appeared fierce enough, they either fled or crouched down to await death. This was the conclusion the gray bear had reached over these past few days. Perfected transparency realm. It can kill. As Feng Guangling ran, he suddenly waved his hand. Technique. Shimen Bagua. The Bagua diagram opened a path, and in an instant, the entire courtyard was enveloped by the Bagua diagram. Lin, Bing, Do, all lined up in front. The secret blessing of the sixth Jia, the character decision. As soon as the character decision was invoked, Feng Guangling's speed increased by threefold. At the same time, the furious gray bear had already smashed down with a paw. At the critical moment, Feng Guangling suddenly dodged to the side. Boom. Dust flew everywhere. With one slap, a large pit appeared in the ground. At the same time, Feng Guangling's demon-slaying blade had already been cleaved out. Clang. Sparks flew. The demon beast of the transparency realm could actually withstand the demon-slaying blade? So tough-skinned and thick-fleshed? Then I will use techniques. It seemed to know no techniques and relied purely on physical attacks. Bagua, DUI is for marsh. Bagua, Zhan is for thunder. Waves surged, and thunder rumbled. Water conducts electricity. I will electrocute you, beast. At the moment the thunder fell, the gray bear suddenly stepped forward. Trample. A move that all large demon beasts know. If it were someone else, even if they couldn't avoid it, they would do everything possible to prevent themselves from being severely injured. But Feng Guangling didn't know. Boom. The Bagua diagram rolled the dirt, rushing towards the thunder descending from the sky. Amidst the booming sounds, the lightning exploded. Feng Guangling was even blown away by the shockwave. Puffed. In midair, Feng Guangling spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 99, Slaying Demons. A series of powerful moves, and he was injured due to a moment's inattention? This is utterly ridiculous. Feng Guangling had never suffered such a great loss before. It was also the first time he saw a demon beast could counterattack. The mutual restraint ultimately depended on the essence of the quantity. Just like water and fire cannot coexist, when fire is strong, water evaporates, and when water is abundant, fire extinguishes. The gray bear suddenly took a step forward and brought down another trample. The ground shook. At the same time, it spread its arms wide, leaning forward, and opened its bloody maw towards Feng Guangling's direction. Roar. The terrifying sound sent ripples through the air. This roar was the true roar. The roar of the red-eyed beast seemed too out of place in comparison to the gray bear's roar. Technique. Chimen Duanjia. Open the life gate. The moment the hand seal was formed, Feng Guangling had not yet landed when the air twisted, and he had already changed position. amidst the booming sounds. The building behind him was directly destroyed by this roar. The entire courtyard turned to ashes under the trampling and roaring of the gray bear. This was Feng Guangling's first true confrontation with a demon beast. Before this, whenever Feng Guangling made a move, it was an instant kill. This had led him to have the illusion that the demon beasts on the wind-weathered continent were no match for techniques. Now, the opponent was only half a realm higher than him. Yet even so, Feng Guangling unleashed all his techniques. The high-level transparency realm and the perfected transparency realm were essentially the same realm. It was just that the latter had taken a step into the spiritual realm. Among the practitioners, each realm had a world of difference, and the gap was astonishing. Bagua, Li is for fire. Feng Guangling waved his sword, and a sea of fire fell down towards the gray bear. If he could use the Jin character decision, Feng Guangling's first choice would be to bury the opponent. Since he couldn't achieve a one-hit kill, there was no need to use thunder. Simply put, it consumed too much energy. If he used the Jin character decision a few more times, he would not need the gray bear to make a move. Feng Guangling would collapse on his own. The blazing fire surged into the sky, directly encircling the great gray bear, and the bear's actions made Feng Guangling realize what it meant to be simple, crude, and incredibly effective. He was merely waving his arms continuously, ultimately causing a hurricane that prevented the fire from getting close. The beast at the perfection stage of the transparent realm had actually reached the edge of transformation. With just one more small step, it would enter the spirit realm, becoming what is known as a great transformed demon. Master, it seems he can't defeat that big dumb bear. In the distance, on the treetops, the little Taoist boy's face was filled with worry. Little Taoist, did you see something? Yuan Taoist was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he had a look of satisfaction on his face, with a hint of surprise deep in his eyes. His first task upon coming to the Wind Transformation Continent was to investigate Feng Guangling's background. Now, he was quite pleased with the profound techniques Feng Guangling had employed, because this was indeed Daoxian technique. There was an extremely significant difference between it and ordinary profound techniques. Without the Dao, one cannot form a technique. This was a saying that circulated before the Wind Transformation Continent fell into decline. All the moves Feng Guangling used were consistent with Daoxian technique. He was undoubtedly one of their own. However, it was unclear which old guy's legacy it was. I can tell, that person's bagua is even bigger than mine. And it's so beautiful, just missing the black and white fish. The little Taoist boy's worried face showed a hint of admiration. He could also perform the bagua, but his range wasn't as vast, and in his bagua, there would be one black and one white fish in the contract. Right, but not quite. He is of the same lineage as us, and he is still at a high level of the transparent realm. Do you think he can't defeat a beast at the perfection stage of the transparent realm? Yuan Taoist didn't say it so clearly. Instead, he posed another question. He can definitely defeat it, but why can't he? The little Taoist boy was completely bewildered. Yeah, if it were any other high-level brother of the transparent realm, that beast would have already died. How could it still be so arrogant? Because he lacks practical combat experience. Therefore, we can't disturb him. He needs to experience these things himself. In the future, when he encounters greater opponents, he won't be caught off guard. Yuan Taoist patted the little Taoist boy's head, smiling as he explained. If Feng Guangling knew what Yuan Taoist was thinking, he would probably be so angry that he wouldn't even need to fight the big gray bear anymore. How could someone say he lacks combat experience? That underestimates the capability of someone who can cultivate techniques to be instantaneous. Of course, from another perspective, Yuan Taoist was not wrong. Feng Guangling really hadn't had much contact with demon beasts. Before this, all the demon beasts he had encountered were easy defeats, killed in one move. Faced with such evenly matched demon beasts, while he wasn't completely flustered, it was still difficult for him to find the opponent's weakness immediately. Furthermore, Feng Guangling's combat experience referred to fighting against humans. When it comes to beasts that are countless times larger than humans, unless he uses the Lin character technique, it is easy to feel a sense of suppression. On the other side, when Feng Guangling was casting the Li character technique, he was slapped in the face by the big gray bear. At that moment, as he spat blood and flew backward, his heart suddenly opened up. Infinite Lord, did this little Taoist give you face, daring to hit my face? You broke the rules. This was a demon beast, not a damn human. In the 8 trigrams of Chiman, if you don't break through violently, you can only wait to be tortured to death. Since that's the case, why get close? Isn't this what a mage would do as a warrior? Mutual generation and mutual restraint, right? I'll let you experience mutual generation and mutual restraint. Having forgotten the essence of the Tao after too long, I'm feeling unwell. If I don't kill you, my path will be obstructed. Bagua, DUI as marsh. This time, without raging waves, it slowly spread and submerged the big gray bear's feet. Technique, 5 Thunder God Curse. The demon-slaying blade was held horizontally in front of him. Both hands bent to grasp it, and at the same time, he formed a hand seal. At that moment, thunderclouds surged, and the sky above the small village was suddenly filled with overwhelming thunderclouds gathering in one place. Boom! The thunder roared, as a blue dragon rolled within the thunderclouds. Suppress! At the command, the thunder crashed down. Although Feng Guangling still couldn't manifest the final form of the 5 thunder god curse to form a dragon's head, the thunder, as thick as a barrel, still struck fear into people's hearts. Roar! The big gray bear howled, suddenly performing a stomp. He sensed a deadly threat from that flash of thunder. Unlike the last thunder, this time it gave him a very dangerous feeling. Even if I have to lie in bed for 3 days, I will still wipe you out, you bastard. At the moment the hand seal fell, Feng Guangling suddenly spread his hands, and the demon-slaying blade floated in front of him. The blade tipped face down, the handle upward. Feng Guangling placed one hand on the handle and pressed down sharply. 5 thunder separates yin and yang. Bright thunder suppresses, dark thunder falls. Slay the demon. Chapter 100, Self-Awareness. I'm still that little Taoist who fears death. The 5 thunder true law separates into yin and yang dual thunders. The 5 thunder god curse clearly divides into bright and dark thunders. The dragon form was illusory. Except for not having a dragon head, everything else was vividly real. Boom. The thunder entered the water. The thunder roamed throughout the courtyard, everything flowing continuously, the thunder unending. This was why Feng Guangling first cast the DUI character technique before performing the 5 thunder god curse. Roar, roar, roar. The big gray bear's originally disdainful gaze suddenly turned to fear. The terrifying thunder kept traversing while continuously striking him, and that feeling was too terrifying. The damage caused by Feng Guangling's recklessness was definitely horrifying. The damage brought about by the combination of 2 different techniques was absolutely more despairing than the effect of 1+1. Demon beasts facing profound technique attacks rely on their tough skin and thick flesh. Now that this advantage was gone, they could only wait to die. Yuan Taoist, who was in the treetops, had a face full of disbelief while also showing an undeniable excitement as Feng Guangling cast the 5 thunder god curse. Divine thunder curse. It's actually the divine thunder curse. The Daoxian lineage has countless profound techniques, but very few related to thunder attribute have been passed down. Even those that have been passed down are not something that ordinary people can cultivate. Becoming a profound practitioner relies on fate, while cultivating thunder techniques relies on luck. This is the preciousness of thunder techniques. But now, Feng Guangling had continuously cast 2 types of thunder techniques. Master Thunder. I know. Do you want to learn? I do. Master. I feel like I could actually do without learning. No, you just said that yourself. Yuan Taoist smiled widely. In the past, when he wanted the little Taoist boy to learn the thunder law, the little Taoist would run away faster than a rabbit. Now the little Taoist voluntarily threw himself into the net. He certainly wouldn't let him escape. The little Taoist boy was on the verge of tears. He only saw the coolness and power of the thunder law, momentarily forgetting the pain of learning it. The thunder law of the wind transformation continent is different from that of the divine continent. Before learning the thunder law, one must draw lightning into their body. Only those from the Daoxian lineage dare to do this, and there is a certain assurance that the body won't be harmed by the thunder, while for others, it would mean either death or becoming crippled. How could someone born and raised on the wind transformation continent have such mastery of thunder techniques? Who is behind him? Which grandmaster could teach such a prodigy? Yuan Taoist's smile revealed his big white teeth. There are many prodigies in the Daoxian lineage, but the Daoxian lineage does not recognize them. Why? Because the so-called prodigies of the Daoxian lineage are of one kind, those who can cultivate thunder techniques. Aside from that, they are not considered prodigies. Feng Guangling gasped for breath, watching the big gray bear convulsing on the ground. Even now, he still didn't know the name of this bear demon. But it didn't matter, it had been defeated, completely taken down in one go. As for the 5 elements within him, not only had they not improved, but he had also lost some. He had just noticed this while adjusting his internal energy. I only have a maximum of 1 year to live. This truly is a case of retribution. I have killed so many demon beasts along the way, and in the end, it all goes into slaying demons and eliminating evil. Lord Little Flag. The 2 night watchmen didn't dare to approach. The mysterious 8 trigrams of Feng Guangling have not been unraveled, still shrouding the courtyard, and the thunder continues to rage. Even the demon beasts at the perfected stage of the clear realm are twitching on the ground, half dead. They certainly don't think they are tougher than the demon beasts at that stage. A weak body is human nature. Unless one is a practitioner at the perfected stage of the spiritual communication realm or above, otherwise, they are all the same. Why is it that those walking the path of Dao Xian have at least the strength of the spiritual communication realm? The reason lies here. After reaching the spiritual communication realm, the success rate of undergoing thunder tempering at the thunder wall is as high as 70%. The remaining 30% mostly end in death. It's not that they can't endure, it's that they want to endure a bit more. Who says cultivation isn't greedy? Cultivators are greedier than anyone else. Don't come over. Wait a moment. Feng Guangling shook the surging blood energy within him, looking at the already silent big gray bear. Still cautious in his eyes. This time, the big gray bear has completely refreshed Feng Guangling's understanding of demon beasts. Feng Guangling is very cautious. This hasn't changed since he arrived in this world. Only after realizing the restraint of spells against demon beasts and evil spirits did he have to admit, deep down. He felt a bit proud. Despite the setbacks along the way, they have all been resolved, and Feng Guangling truly doesn't feel anything. Until today, he finally understood that demon beasts are not something that can be dealt with in one move. When encountering a powerful one, he can only be blind to it. Thus, reading thousands of books must be matched with traveling thousands of miles. Otherwise, if he encounters a great demon in the future, Feng Guangling will truly die. After a full quarter of an hour, at the last moment, Feng Guangling performed a word technique, and then a crimson light entered his body. After confirming that the big gray bear had no breath left, Feng Guangling waved his hand, storing the bear's corpse into his storage ring. Double confirmation, the big gray bear is dead. This is called self-awareness. From the beginning, Feng Guangling was not the kind of reckless person. He is still that little Taoist who fears death and prefers to be cautious in action. After taking the big gray bear's corpse out of the storage ring again, Feng Guangling finally slumped to the ground to adjust his breath once more. Killing a demon beast at the perfected stage of the clear realm is much more difficult than killing an evil spirit at the perfected stage of the spiritual communication realm. This is completely opposite to other practitioners in the wind-rotted continent. Clean it up, and also, inform the communication division to come handle the situation here. After finally recovering a bit of breath, a hint of a smile appeared on Feng Guangling's face. One of the 5 elements within him is about to heal. This is a good thing. To put it plainly, healing one means 15 years of life. Moreover, the healing of the 5 elements within the body is not as simple as 1 plus 1. The 5 elements within any practitioner cannot be complete unless one reaches the passage realm. This is also the reason why practitioners at the passage realm generally have a lifespan of 300 years. Calculating lifespan based on the state of the 5 elements within the body is not accurate, but at least it can give a vague concept. Now, Feng Guangling at least has 3 years of life, and for the time being, he doesn't need to be anxious about his lifespan. Cleaning up a great demon at the clear realm doesn't take much time. Soon after, Xiao Wu and the others appeared beside Feng Guangling. And Xiao Wu had already sent a message to the Demon Suppression Division. The sound transmission talisman is naturally used at the most critical moments. In fact, ever since Feng Guangling entered the small village, Xiao Wu had been holding the sound transmission talisman, always ready to call for help. Lord Little Flag, what should we do next? Continue. Feng Guangling said loudly with great spirit, waving his hand. It's a joke. Although a great demon at the perfected stage of the clear realm is hard to kill, at least it gives 2 to 3 years of life after being slain. This is more than the lifespan gained from killing so many demon beasts along the way. He now wishes to encounter a few more great demons at the perfected stage of the clear realm. Everything that happened in the small village fell under the watchful eyes of Taoist Yuan. He was originally prepared to intervene. Although they do not judge the strength of their lineage by realm, that demon beast was after all at the perfected stage of the clear realm. A great demon that had stepped into the spiritual communication realm. It was normal for Feng Guangling to be unable to defeat it, but the final result almost made Taoist Yuan fall from the treetops in shock. Feng Guangling's thunder technique was terrifyingly unexpected. Moreover, the combination of water and thunder attributes. That prolonged attack now evokes a sense of dread. What normal person can withstand relentless thunder strikes? A demon beast? That's still within the normal range. Little Tong Tong, did you understand? After calming his inner agitation, Taoist Yuan gently asked as he stroked the little Taoist boy's head. Thunder techniques have such uses? Honestly, that's very novel. I want to learn thunder techniques. Then I can throw one into the lake, and master won't have to fish to eat fish. The little Taoist boy's eyes sparkled, as if he thought of something, and drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. Taoist Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Fishing is a hobby that cannot be replaced by using thunder techniques to blow up fish. Little Tong Tong, fish taste better when caught, you know? Huh, is that so? Of course, master never lies to you. That seems to be true. Their voices grew fainter as their figures gradually disappeared into the horizon. Feng Guangling felt a sense in his heart as he looked toward Taoist Yuan's direction. Just now, he had a moment of palpitations. It felt as if he was being watched. In fact, when he was performing the mysterious 8 trigrams, that feeling was particularly strong, but at that time, life and death were at stake, and he had no extra energy to care about these things. Suchan, why aren't you staying in Mingshui County? What are you doing here? At the edge of the area Feng Guangling was responsible for, Suchan smiled at the middle-aged man with a dark expression in front of him. To be honest, in the southeastern region, Su Chan's reputation is quite large. A person who reprimands thousands of households with the status of 1,000 households is truly only Su Chan, the one being reprimanded. A 10,000 household from the Demon Suppression Division in the capital was even more shocking. But the follow-up to the matter was that the 10,000 household ultimately bowed his head and admitted his mistake to Su Chan. Isn't that exaggerated? Even more exaggerated things happened afterward, because Su Chan continued to reprimand several others. The saying "a toad that doesn't want to eat" refers to Su Chan. The sky-swallowing toad also refers to Su Chan. But regardless of which one it is, no one dares to provoke him. Today, a rare one has come out. The 10,000 household from the Demon Suppression Division in the capital didn't believe Su Chan would dare to offend him, so the two confronted each other. Oh, as expected from a big place, you certainly have a strong air of authority. However, you might not understand our southeastern region. Wherever there are demons, there are our night watchmen. We are not like you, foolishly guarding your own little plot of land. Su Chan showed no courtesy, and saying it in a sarcastic tone is already being polite. He was just short of directly pointing at the other person's nose and cursing. But Su Chan can't be blamed for this. Who told this guy to come in and start giving orders? Saying the Ming Shui County's Demon Suppression Division has its own area of responsibility and shouldn't mess around. And that the Su Jing's Demon Suppression Division has its own duties and cannot be randomly mobilized? To hell with that. Why do night watchmen risk their lives outside? To protect the southeastern region from being disturbed by demon beasts. Responsibilities? The responsibility is to defend the home and country. Area of responsibility? The reason Ming Shui County has an additional Demon Suppression Division is that its geographical position is special, facing the river forest directly. Now that a great demon has fled in, can Ming Shui County not act? How large of an area can the Su Jing's Demon Suppression Division cover? And how long will it take to search the southeastern region thoroughly? Is that foolish or not? He Zhongli almost couldn't catch his breath. Who among those who can achieve the rank of one who isn't someone who has walked over a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? He came to the southeastern region to make a name for himself and wanted to take another step up. To be precise, he had no selfish motives. He simply didn't understand the current situation in the southeastern region. He just wanted to complete his tasks efficiently. Was that wrong? Of course not. But there were too few people. The night watchers in Mingshui County weren't coming out to help. And relying solely on the manpower from the Demon Suppression Division in Fujing Town made it really difficult to complete the tasks in the shortest time possible. Stop your nonsense. Didn't you say you wanted to take a stroll in the Linhe Forest? Just walk straight from here, and after 300 miles, you'll see a river. Cross the river, and you'll reach the Linhe Forest. Remember, don't provoke the people inside unless necessary. They don't care whether you're a night watcher or not. If you dare to compete for achievements with them, they really will chop you down. The last sentence was purely meant to scare He Zhongli. Night watchers from the Demon Suppression Division won't be attacked for no reason wherever they go, unless it was premeditated. As for those hunters who live by hunting monsters in the Linhe Forest, they would love for a night watcher to take action. It gives them something to talk about over tea and meals. Lord Su, what do you want to say by blocking my way here? He Zhongli took several deep breaths to suppress the anger in his heart. He had seen cold sarcasm before, but it was the first time he encountered someone like Su Chan, who relentlessly pursued him with sarcasm. From Fujing to Mingshui County, and then to here. What grudge or enmity was this? He was just unclear about the layout of the southeastern region and hadn't he done anything wrong in the end. Why was Su Chan chasing after him? I want to make an example of you, Su Chan said. Oh, it's nothing much. Just want to tell you not to mess with that small flag responsible for this area. Otherwise, I'll throw you out to take the blame. And whether you live or die will be up to you. Seeing that He Zhongli finally backed down, Su Chan stopped pursuing him. There was no way. This bastard wanted to find Feng Guangling right away. How could Su Chan feel at ease? Even now, Su Chan still hadn't figured out what He Zhongli wanted with Feng Guangling, but it was certain that it was definitely not a good thing. All right, wait, don't be so quick to say that. Just as He Zhongli's words rang out, Su Chan immediately raised his hand to interrupt him. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles is under Feng Guangling's jurisdiction. Yes, that Feng Guangling you're looking for. Earlier at the division, I gave you face, so I didn't say much. Now that we're here, there are some things I need to clarify. Su Chan smiled at He Zhongli, showing no sign of embarrassment. He Zhongli almost coughed up blood. Giving me face? What kind of face are you giving? Every time it's cold sarcasm. Do you call that giving face? You, a Qianhu, don't bow when you see me, a Wanhu. And you still chase me and curse. Do you think that's giving me face? Damn it. However, what Su Chan said next completely stunned He Zhongli and made him understand why Su Chan had previously said he was giving him face. Because Su Chan was threatening him. A Qianhu threatening a Wanhu. A threat from a fellow night watcher. If this got out, he, as a Wanhu, would really lose all face. Don't get any ideas about Feng Guangling. Otherwise, you will die. You can take this as a warning or a threat. I don't mind. Su Chan's smile slowly faded, and he stared firmly at He Zhongli, looking as if he would strike if He Zhongli didn't give him a response. He Zhongli's breath hitched, and he widened his eyes in disbelief and anger as he stared at Su Chan. How dare he be so bold? Where did Su Chan get the courage to threaten him? And judging by his demeanor, Su Chan was not only warning but was really prepared to take action. Why was that? Wasn't Feng Guangling just a pampered rich kid who had connections? Why did the Demon Suppression Division in Fujing treasure him so much? And why did the Demon Suppression Division in Mingshui County protect him like this? He couldn't make sense of it. But to bow his head, that was impossible. He was a Wanhu. Did he really think he was worthless? Just as he was about to explode, Su Chan dropped another bomb. By the way, what I just said wasn't from me. It was from Ming Qingtian, who asked me to deliver it to you. He Zhongli opened his mouth, but couldn't make any sound. He was furious about Su Chan's threat, but after all, Su Chan was just a Qianhu. No matter what reason Su Chan had for not climbing higher, he was still just a Qianhu now. A Qianhu threatening a Wanhu. If he didn't show some anger, how could He Zhongli still hold his head up? But Ming Qingtian was different. He was a big shot registered at the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division in the capital. A commander? Who would dare treat Ming Qingtian as an ordinary commander? The most ridiculous part was that the vacant commander position was prepared for Ming Qingtian. A threat from such a big shot. Forget He Zhongli. If any other commander came, they would be terrified. Who exactly was Feng Guangling? Now He Zhongli was eager to meet him. But he also knew that once he maliciously inquired about Feng Guangling, or even tried to recruit him, he would no longer have the chance to meet Feng Guangling. Do you think that Lord Ming is threatening you? Actually, the real threat comes next. Su Chan's smile faded, coldly staring at He Zhongli. Night Watchers slay demons and protect the country. It's glorious, and that is an honor. If someone dies because of the schemes of outsiders, the Demon Suppression Division will pursue it to the end. Don't think that just because you're a Wanhu in the Demon Suppression Division, you can escape this rule. You must have forgotten how the commander died 10 years ago. If something goes wrong with Feng Guangling because of your issues, not only will you be unlucky, but everyone related to you will be unlucky too. This is what I, Qianhu Su Chan of the Demon Suppression Division, am saying. This is the real threat. The previous words were what Ming Qingtian said. Calling it a threat is more like a warning. Now, this is the true threat. If it were before, He Zhongli might have already exploded with rage. But now, he had no intention of making a move. Compared to Ming Qingtian's warning, Su Chan's threat was not important at all. Qianhu Su, I know what to do. He sighed. He Zhongli knew that this trip to the southeast could only end without any results. Don't even mention making achievements. It would be good enough if he could keep his life here. He hadn't done anything yet, but because of a name, he had become the public enemy of the Demon Suppression Divisions in both Fujing and Mingshui County. Damn it, this name was just a minor flag. Who would believe it if it got out? But the reality was this bizarre. He hadn't even taken action against Feng Guangling. Just mentioning Feng Guangling's name with a hint of subjective malice led to Su Chan, that gluttonous toad, chasing him with ridicule and even threatening him. Where could he seek justice? Night Watchers don't deceive Night Watchers. I remember what you said. If that consequence arises, I think you wouldn't want to see it. Su Chan spoke coldly. He didn't say it clearly, but He Zhongli understood. If he dared to talk one way and act another, not only the Night Watchers, but even He Zhongli himself wouldn't be able to survive, and everyone related to He Zhongli would suffer. The Demon Suppression Division never had the so-called rule of not implicating others. Cutting grass without uprooting it will lead to regrowth in the spring breeze. This was the style of the Demon Suppression Division. Watching Su Chan's retreating figure, He Zhongli let out a breath of turbid air. It was truly an unforeseen disaster. One should not heed the slanders of others. Otherwise, this trip to the southeast would not have been so torturous. Originally, with 1,000 households coming over, the Demon Suppression Department would have sent a few small flags to accompany him on missions. Now, however, the Southeast Demon Suppression Department hasn't even acknowledged him and has left him to carry out missions alone. The reason? Helping outsiders plot against one's own people. Who the hell would care about your life or death? He Zhongli's gaze turned cold as he looked towards the capital. The Ning family. What a good Ning family. Using backdoor connections. What a good backdoor connection. If you plot against me, I want to show you a little bit of color. You really don't take 1,000 households seriously. He Zhongli came this time, not with the intention of killing Feng Guangling. He merely wanted to drive this troublemaker out of the Demon Suppression Department. In his view, the Demon Suppression Department is sacred, and the Night Watchmen are inviolable. What right does a wealthy scion like Feng Guangling have to stand with those of them who fight for their lives? That is an insult to the Night Watchmen. It is disgraceful. But now it seems that the situation is different from what he imagined. All the information provided by the Ning family is nothing but lies. As one of the 3 major families in the southeast region, He Zhongli had never doubted the information provided by the Ning family before. But now, doubt is unnecessary. With 2 command officials and a special 1,000 households coming forward to warn and threaten him, Who the hell can still say that Feng Guangling is just a wealthy scion who entered the demon suppression department through backdoor connections? He Zhongli would be the first to crush him. He has experienced the dangers of society before. Within the 10,000 miles that Feng Guangling was responsible for, there were a few people who were the most miserable. As soon as Feng Guangling set out, they had already begun to design an ambush. Because of the old farmer. No, because of the purple sleeve robe, Feng Guangling did not change his route. They originally wanted to retreat, but received news to continue waiting. And this wait lasted for a month. In the desolate outskirts where human footprints are rare, a whole month. Since becoming they had found it hard to experience that feeling of hunger, but these past few days, they truly felt it. Boss, how much longer do we have to wait? All the edible things within 100 miles have long been consumed by them. If it weren't for the fact that can endure hunger better than ordinary people, they probably would have given up long ago. Here, the benefits of storage items can also be seen. Unfortunately, storage items are too expensive for people like them without backgrounds to own. Do you want freedom? The leader in the black robe sighed lightly. His experiences of being constrained made him aware of the value of freedom. Whether to kill the night watchman is actually not important. What he wants is freedom. After the last task, the contract will naturally dissipate, and at that time, that person can no longer threaten him with the contract. And he won't have to worry about the heavenly punishment for violating the contract. Think. If you think, just keep waiting. The leader in the black robe sighed again. What kind of people are these? Wanting freedom, but unwilling to put in effort? There is no such thing as a bargain in this world. In the talisman tower, Su Su gently placed a white piece down. Opposite him, Pan Ming looked up in surprise at Su Su. Ever since Su Su displayed that frantic look after the incident, Pan Ming did not think Su Su had the capability to become the one in control. But in the past month, Su Su's performance had surprised him, and he regarded him with higher esteem. Aren't you afraid they will expose you? Pan Ming also placed a black piece down, looking at Su Su and asking. The old farmer was captured, Sun Xiong was arrested, and the so-called assistant from the capital was having a hard time in the southeast region. In this situation, Su Su instead calmed down. Is this self-abandonment, or is he preparing to start another game? Self-abandonment is one thing. It's just breaking the bottle and throwing it away. Fleeing into the wilderness when things are exposed. If it's the latter, then Pan Ming can only say Su Su is daydreaming. Worry? What do I have to worry about, Taoist Pan? You must not harm me. When did I instruct them to harm anyone? Su Su looked at the chessboard without even raising his head, but what he said stirred up a huge wave in Pan Ming's heart. How could Su Su, who had just been trained not long ago, casually say such a thing? It's fine to deceive others, but to deceive oneself is something else entirely. I was thinking too much. But do you still have pieces? Pan Ming instantly changed his tone. This Su Su had a bit of that meaning. Pieces. I have always had. They are just a distraction. The southeast region has been too calm for too long. A storm is about to rise. Su Su picked up a white piece, raised his head, and wore a chilling smile. Good. Then I wish you success, Taoist Su. I dare not claim success. Matters on the chessboard have never come to fruition in one step. Su Su gently placed down the piece, and a soft laugh followed in Pan Ming's ears. The three major families in the southeast region are too many. What those people do has nothing to do with me. But it has an inextricable connection with the Ning family. Pan Ming was truly looking at Su Su with a different perspective now. Who is the old farmer? A person of renown throughout the southeast region. Although Sun Xiong's reputation isn't as great as the old farmer's, he is indeed a strong figure in the Passage Realm. The Wind-Weather continent has only 5 fully realized Passage Realm experts, meaning only 5 of them have reached full perfection. Besides that, there are many other Passage Realm experts. To invite 2 such people to act without getting involved in any karma is not something ordinary people can do. It seems Taoist Su's chess skills have improved. Pan Ming chuckled and nodded. He knew very well that this was something Su Su did specifically to show him. If he didn't mention this today, Su Su would bring it up after he Zhongli's matter. And what Su Su needed was very simple, to raise the stakes. Taoist Pan, you are a senior. Su Su said with a smile. Ha ha ha, good, good. In that case, let us reset 3 moves. Not saying it outright, but seeing through it. Su Su's meaning was already very clear. All previous layouts were to be overturned, and he wanted to redrop his pieces, using 2 Passage Realm experts as chips to open 3 more moves. Feng Guangling was unaware of these twists and turns. He was currently very comfortable. Although he was beaten up by a fully realized Great Gray Bear, the harvest was substantial. 2 more years of life. Who would dare to imagine? Most importantly, the Great Gray Bear has a beast core. This is the most important material for alchemy. A beast core from a fully realized Passage Realm beast can at least be used to refine a Passage Realm elixir. As for its function, it will depend on what other materials the alchemist has to combine it with. Li Jian reported only after carefully checking the map. If we haven't found the Great Demon by then, we'll see if we need to provide support over there. Feng Guangling suddenly yanked on the reins, and the white horse instantly changed direction. The demon suppression department not only wastes night watchmen, but also wastes mounts. But unexpectedly, every mount in this pair was very robust, even stronger than when they set out a month ago. This is a miracle for night watchmen, who often go on missions. On the way back, Feng Guangling did not dare to be careless at all. In previous instances, a little carelessness almost led to doom. He is now extremely vigilant about this world. After about 3 hours, as the sun set behind the hills, Feng Guangling suddenly raised his hand. Stop. The dust abruptly ceased flying, and the 4 words obey orders had already deeply ingrained themselves in the bones of the night watchmen who had been following Feng Guangling all along. Moreover, these black horses now seemed to follow the white horse as their leader. As long as the white horse stopped, they almost did not need their owner to speak, and they would instinctively halt. Xiao Wu, is there any reaction ahead? Feng Guangling asked Xiao Wu. Reporting, Little Flag Master, there is none. The little flag looked at the search talisman in his hand and confirmed before speaking. None. Feng Guangling narrowed his eyes slightly. Then this is strange. The feeling of palpitations just now was too familiar. It was an instinctive reaction every time danger approached. This was a warning confirmed by the heads of nearly 20 demon beasts. Feng Guangling didn't know if this was what they called a benefit of crossing over. But one thing was certain, there was definitely danger ahead. You all wait here. I'll go check it out myself. Lord Xiaoqi, that's an order. Yes. It's coming, boss. It's coming. To the north of the hill, a figure in a black robe was excitedly running under the sunset. The target has finally arrived. God knows how they have managed to survive this past month. Since yesterday, they could only meditate to reduce their internal consumption. Going 10 days or half a month without food was a capability only possessed by those at the spirit connection level. They were simply not capable of that. Those in the transparent realm were just like ordinary people, needing 2 meals a day, and even those at the spirit connection level needed to consume food for energy. The reason people are human is because of their desires. A whole month of living in the wind and rain, most people couldn't bear it, especially since they were stuck in one place rather than hunting in the Lina forest. Is it coming? Yes, it's coming, and there's only one person. Are you sure? The leading figure in the black robe suddenly stood up, looking at his subordinate with great surprise. The intelligence he received indicated there were 8 people on the other side. He was originally worried about whether the news would leak. After all, more people meant more unexpected events. If even one got away, what awaited them would be a hellish escape. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought out the combination talisman formation all at once. Confirmed. Good, prepare to act. And let me tell you, don't mess it up. Otherwise, we all die. Once the ambush of the night watchman is exposed, there will be no place for them on the entire wind transformation continent. Of course, except for the Linha forest, but with their strength, entering the Linha forest would be tantamount to seeking death. No one would be that foolish. Feng Guangling frowned as he looked around, his gaze becoming profound. Qi Min Dunjia activate. A divination, based on Qi Min, totaling 4,320 configurations. Calculating heaven, earth, people, and luck. The death gate highlighted. The life gate hidden. Good heavens. The wind transformation continent is going against the heavens. Everywhere is a dead end and a place of despair. What is going on? Are they going to oppose the 3 pure ones? Feng Guangling sighed as he put down his hands. Luckily, he came alone. Too many people would really become a burden. In such places, having more people does not make up for it. The current choice is actually very simple. Take a detour. There are so many dangerous places anyway. There's no need to recklessly charge forward. Once the thought emerged, it couldn't be suppressed. Thus, Feng Guangling very practically chose to follow his heart. Cultivating is about going with the flow. Since his heart said to take a detour, who would foolishly charge in? That would be plain stupidity. The few black-clad figures observing Feng Guangling from behind the slope were dumbfounded. Just as it seemed the opponent was about to step into the range of the combination talisman formation, they turned around and left. What are you doing? This is going to cause trouble. Boss, he's leaving. The subordinates panicked. They were truly anxious. Damn it, they were just one step away. As if the heavens were punishing them. If he just took one more step forward, all their plans could be implemented. I know. A small tolerance can keep the big plan intact. Hold on. The leading black-robed figure clenched his hands, palms sweaty. Then he just watched as Feng Guangling turned around and walked straight away. In that moment, all the black-robed figure's eyes turned red. Truly red. They had waited so long. Finally seeing the person, and just one last step was needed, yet the opponent retreated. Who do they go to reason with? Let them jump out now to ambush. To speak frankly and bluntly, they didn't believe they could keep him. The opponent could make the employer specify using the combination talisman formation for the ambush, and even specifically stated that they must eliminate witnesses. Which meant the opponent's strength was definitely not weak. Boss, what do we do now? The other black-robed figures were extremely anxious. All their efforts, all their waiting, all their patience, were all in vain. No one could bear such torment. Follow him. If he is alone, We must kill him at all costs. The leading black-robed figure could no longer hold back. The distance was too far to launch a surprise attack, but if Feng Guangling was alone, they could ambush him on the way. 8 people, 8 night watchmen. Except for the one riding the white horse, who had no murderous aura. The other 7 were all radiating overwhelming killing intent. Anyone not blind could tell that these people had come from a sea of blood. If they went up, let alone eliminating witnesses, it would be lucky if they weren't eliminated themselves. How could they fight? How could they complete the mission? Boss, withdraw. The leading black-robed figure gritted his teeth, waved his hand fiercely, and lowered his body to retreat. If something cannot be done, then to insist on it is foolish. He wasn't foolish. Not completing the mission meant they would have to continue the contract. If they recklessly charged in, it could mean death. Better to live than die poorly. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have served that person for so many years. Feng Guangling felt something and looked back. That feeling of palpitations was indeed correct. It vanished without a trace once he left that range. Xiao Wu, confirm there are no anomalies within a 2-kilometer radius? Yes, Lord Xiaoqi. Xiao Wu replied confidently. Throughout this journey, the search talismans had never made a mistake. Then let's go. Feng Guangling waved his whip nonchalantly and continued on his way. He didn't know that as he left, the hearts of the few black-robed figures behind him shattered. Had they known it would be all for nothing. What were they even waiting for? Now they had lost everything. Ming Shui County. Ever since Feng Guangling left Ming Shui County, the fun there had evidently decreased a lot. Some citizens even began to doubt the existence of the Feng family's young master, who used to strut around the streets fighting cocks and walking dogs. Had Feng Guangling ever done anything wrong? Certainly. He had teased good family girls and occasionally fought in the streets. But every time, Feng Yumin would provide compensation far beyond what anyone could bear. Now that Feng Guangling had left, they had lost a source of income. The atmosphere in the Feng family today was not as relaxed as outside. It was extremely heavy. In the reception room, Feng Yumin smiled as he looked at the imposing middle-aged man. Among the 3 great families in the southeastern region, besides the Bai family being generous, the Xiao family producing dragons, and the Ning family being low-key. The Bai family may not have any outstanding heirs, but they are wealthy and have backing. The Xiao family's heirs are always exceptional, and the current head of the family was also a dragon among men in his youth. As for the Ning family, they are truly low-key to the bone. If you were to say that the Ning family had any earth-shattering events, most people wouldn't even think of it. But for those who reached a certain level, the Ning family was even more difficult to deal with than the Xiao family. Ning family head, as a mere county magistrate, I cannot aspire to your Ning family. Moreover, the marriage of my daughter is something she must decide for herself. You and I cannot discuss it. Feng Yumin set down his teacup, still smiling, but a sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The Feng family had daughters that all families desired. Looking back 5 years, many had come to propose marriage to the Feng family. Many prominent figures in the southeastern region had tested the waters, including the Bai and Xiao families, but the Ning family had never come. This time, with Ning Jiqing's sudden visit, besides surprise, Feng Yumin felt cautious. Since ancient times, matters of marriage have been dictated by parents and matchmakers. Brother Feng, you are being too polite. The middle-aged man smiled at Feng Yumin. This time, he must finalize the matter. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to that person. As the head of the Ning family, one of the 3 major families in the southeastern region, Ning Jiqing personally came to visit, which already showed the greatest sincerity. If this can't persuade Feng Yumin, then don't blame the Ning family for being ruthless. That woman has someone backing her up. Does the Ning family not have anyone behind them? Do you dare to say that in front of the young lady? Feng Yumin looked at him with a half-smile, half-sneer. Ning Jiqing's expression paused slightly. He truly did not dare to. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. To go to that woman and propose to his own son? Ning Jiqing wasn't that foolish. If it were that simple, this matter would have been resolved long ago. There wouldn't be a need to wait until now. That woman left after wreaking havoc in the capital, causing all the young heirs of the major families in the capital to hold their breath at the mention of the blood bodhisattva's name. Who would willingly marry such a woman unless forced by circumstances? County Magistrate Feng, relying on one's children is ultimately not a long-term solution. Ning Jiqing's gaze turned cold as he looked at Feng Yumin. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the reception room froze. I spoke to you nicely, and you don't give me face. Then don't blame the Ning family for not giving you face. What if she is the blood bodhisattva? Does she really think the Ning family is easy to bully? Without Ning Jiqing's reminder, I already know this principle. That's why I've always advised my son not to rely on his sister's name to stir up trouble outside. Look, my son hasn't even mentioned it in all these years. And he's quite accomplished, already serving in the Demon Suppression Division. With accomplished children, I enjoy my blessings. Feng Yumin paused, slowly putting down his teacup, his smile still intact. Relying on children is not a long-term solution? Are you joking with me? What is the purpose of having children? Isn't it to bring glory to oneself? You tell me my son and daughter are so accomplished, yet you say such things? Even jealousy doesn't require such words. It's foolish. Clearly, with Ning Jiqing's words, Feng Yumin had directly blacklisted the Ning family. Ning Jiqing was nearly choked by Feng Yumin's words. Enjoying blessings through accomplished children? Go to hell. What is so great about being a small family? He thought this way, but he truly felt a bit sour inside. The Ning family is large. But Ning Jiqing only has 2 sons and 1 daughter, and none of them are accomplished. Now, not even one is at the clear realm. Brother Feng, head of the Ning family, children are accomplished and have their own ideas. As a father, I can't control them. Feng Yumin raised his hand gently, signaling Ning Jiqing to stop talking. Moments later, Ning Jiqing left Feng's residence with a dark expression. Notify them to let Minshui County have some work. Head, there is the Demon Suppression Division here. I know, just don't touch the bottom line of the Demon Suppression Division. Of course, this is all on the surface. The Ning family was rejected. If he didn't show some attitude, people would really underestimate the Ning family. With that woman around, Feng Yumin would definitely still be able to hold office. The situation here is strange, but Feng Guangling's side is beautiful. Coming out was nerve-wracking. Always worried about being retaliated against. Well, the worry was indeed justified. If it weren't for the Demon Suppression Division secretly following, either Lao Nong or Sun Xiong could easily take Feng Guangling's life. On the way back, however, there were surprisingly few troubles, and even the monster beasts were much less. This time, with the storage ring, Feng Guangling and his group truly made a significant profit. 20 monster beasts at the Clear Realm and 8 at the Bright Realm. After packing these up, they were directly stored in the storage ring by Feng Guangling, and after entering the city, they would be handed over to Xiao Wu and the others to process, selling the meat and skin together, while the beast cores were directly submitted to the Demon Suppression Division. I forgot to mention, the Demon Suppression Division is responsible for alchemy. The entire Fenghua continent's pills are distributed by the Demon Suppression Division. Of course, there are other alchemy sects, but overall, the Demon Suppression Division occupies 80 of the pill business on the Fenghua continent, while the remaining 20 is divided among other sections. Moreover, after the practitioners hunt monster beasts, they habitually sell the beast cores to the Demon Suppression Division. After all, the Demon Suppression Division not only pays money, but also gives merit. Today, the Demon Suppression Division was very quiet enough to make one feel uneasy. Feng Guangling and his group's actions went very smoothly. But that doesn't mean everyone else's actions can go smoothly. Guangling brother. Bai Yi's wailing voice came from afar and soon appeared in front of Feng Guangling. What is it? Feng Guangling looked at Bai Yi, who was in a sorry state but had bright eyes, and for a moment, he didn't know what had excited Bai Yi. I was chased out by my dad. Bai Yi hurriedly grabbed a teacup and gulped down some tea, smiling brightly at Feng Guangling. Guangling brother, I'm at the Bright Realm now. What? Feng Guangling stared at Bai Yi in shock. After Bai Yi confirmed it once more, Feng Guangling still looked at him with disbelief. Infinite, you've reached the Bright Realm? Just a month and a half ago, you were at the Clear Realm. Even if you were at the peak of the Clear Realm, it wouldn't be possible to reach the Bright Realm so quickly. Do you really think the Bright Realm is like cabbage? Have you seen how there are only 3 Bright Realms with this little flag and Feng Guangling himself? Is this kid Bai Yi's talent really that outstanding? Feng Guangling's cultivation is different from others, but he still knows the saying about 1 realm a day. Look at the Xiao family. That Xiao Fengming is only at the mid-level of the Bright Realm. Yet he is praised to the heavens and even dares to compete for the so-called young family head. Now look at this Bai Yi, who is grinning like a fool. Feng Guangling really finds it hard to associate him with terms like genius or prodigy. By the way, I came to give you this. A letter from Uncle Feng. Bai Yi didn't give Feng Guangling time to receive it, pulling out a letter from his storage bracelet and handing it to Feng Guangling. It seemed in his view, becoming a Bright Realm practitioner was less important than delivering a letter to Feng Guangling. And then, that was it. Feng Guangling frowned, his gaze slightly flickering. A letter specifically warning him to be careful of the Ning family? The Ning family, the least noticeable of the 3 major families in the southeastern region? What kind of trouble has the Ning family stirred up recently? Feng Guangling casually asked Bai Yi. If you want to know what has happened in the southeastern region, just find the Bai family. Now that the Bai family's young master is here, does he need to think for himself? It seems like there isn't anything significant. Oh right. A month ago, that old guy Ning Jiqing went to propose to Uncle Feng and was rejected. This incident has created quite a few jokes. Everyone is saying the Ning family is daydreaming about wanting a toad to eat our southeastern region's big phoenix. Bai Yi thought for a moment and then rattled off quickly. Got it. With this, Feng Guangling immediately realized why Feng Yumin had warned him to be careful of the Ning family. The golden phoenix that Bai Yi mentioned is naturally his cheap sister. According to the original body's words, that is called the Great Kuanping. The kind that scares people to death. Someone actually dares to marry a Kuanping. Impressive. Fortunately, the cheap sister is not at home. Otherwise, that guy Ning Jiqing would probably get beaten up. Don't doubt it. This has happened before. Feng Guangling has even seen it happen several times. In the end, it naturally came to nothing. Infinite Heavenly Sovereign. Which mountain did the great Kunping worship? Even the faces of the three major families in the southeastern region were disregarded? By the way, Guangling brother, the Baibao Pavilion is holding an auction today. You should go take a look. Not going. Feng Guangling is the kind of person who would definitely sit if he could, and absolutely not take risks if he could avoid them. He really doesn't want to get involved in such a lively scene. I heard there are beast cores at the peak of the spirit realm. Bai Yi said mysteriously. What did you say? Peak of the spirit realm? Yes, I brought enough money. Bai Yi patted the storage bracelet on his wrist, looking proud. The beast cores below the transparent realm or at the transparent realm have no effect for Feng Guangling. However, beast cores from the spiritual realm are quite significant. At the very least, they can increase one's lifespan by 5 years. It's better to live than to die. Who would want to die if they could survive? Feng Guangling certainly doesn't. For him, this is a treasure that increases lifespan, and for other practitioners, it represents an opportunity to break through the spiritual realm. Having a beast core from a fully realized spiritual realm can increase the success rate of breaking through by at least 30%. Don't underestimate that 30% success rate. 80% of people in the wind-weathered continent are stuck at this step. Do you have an invitation? I don't. But you do, Bai Yi said naturally. I don't have one either, Feng Guangling replied curiously. To participate in the Baibao Pavilion's auction, an invitation is required. Otherwise, regardless of your status, you won't even be able to enter the main door. You have one. I really don't. Brother Guangling, have you forgotten? You are a small flag of the Demon Suppression Division, so you can bring 3 people in without an invitation, Bai Yi quickly reminded him. Wow, being reminded like this. Feng Guangling suddenly remembered that the Baibao Pavilion is indeed a property of the Demon Suppression Division. The Baibao Pavilion is the external window of the Demon Suppression Division. Whether you want to sell beast cores, exchange for military merit, or use military merit to exchange for gold and silver, you can do it here. Moreover, there is one crucial point that is the main reason why the Baibao Pavilion has gained its reputation. Every 3 months, the Baibao Pavilion holds an auction. There are all kinds of items available. Not only beast cores from the fully realized spiritual realm have appeared, but even beast cores from the channeling realm have been auctioned. However, to bid on channeling realm beast cores, you must not only have money, but also military merit. This is not the only requirement. Many items auctioned by the Baibao Pavilion actually require military merit for exchange. For example, spiritual realm elixirs must be exchanged with military merit. This is also why so many practitioners sell directly to the Demon Suppression Division after hunting monsters. Not everyone can progress like Feng Guangling, who is devoted to cultivation. In fact, Feng Guangling also feels that he has reached a bottleneck, without a great opportunity. It is simply wishful thinking to want to become a spiritual realm practitioner in a short time. Who is the most capable of hunting monsters in the wind-weathered continent? It's the Night Watchman of the Demon Suppression Division. This is also the reason why the Baibao Pavilion remains standing. Participation in the Baibao Pavilion's auction requires an invitation. But the Night Watchmen of the Demon Suppression Division do not need one. Ordinary Night Watchmen can participate freely. Small flags can bring 3 people, great flags 5. And those ranked from hundreds to thousands can bring 7, while those higher can bring as many as they want, since they are the ones who set the rules. Let us go. Let us take a look right away. Feng Guangling waved his hand and immediately walked out of the small courtyard, with Bai Yi excitedly following beside him. And behind them were Xiao Wu and Ming Wei. For anyone, 5 extra years of life is invaluable, especially for someone like Feng Guangling, who has a short lifespan. This time, Feng Guangling's trip out of the city has been very fruitful. It's not just about knowing how to deal with monsters, but he has also grasped some uses of the soul calming bell tattoo. For instance, sensing lifespan and sensing danger. Otherwise, no matter how skilled the medical skills are, it would be impossible to clearly perceive one's own lifespan. Is this the Baibao Pavilion? Looking at the huge and ancient stone door in front of him, Feng Guangling was slightly taken aback. Where's this place? Fuzhou. Who is behind the Baibao Pavilion? The Demon Suppression Division. The Baibao Pavilion should look like a grand establishment, right? But what he saw was a giant stone door, just a stone version of the wooden door of a temple. As for the architectural style, it had no distinct characteristics. It was no different from the Demon Suppression Division. Right. Let us go, Brother Guangling. This time we can finally broaden our horizons. Unlike other noble family members, Bai Yi had never been taken by Bai Qi to participate in an auction. Before this, the thing Bai Yi and Feng Guangling wanted to do most was to dominate at the Baibao Pavilion's auction. Now that Feng Guangling doesn't need an invitation, how could they possibly miss this opportunity? All right, let us go. Since we're here, we might as well go in and see if there is something extraordinary inside. As soon as they entered the main door, Feng Guangling's brows immediately furrowed. A faint sense of being watched swept over him. After all, There are shape-shifting monsters in this world. If a shape-shifting monster were to infiltrate the auction, the impact would be beyond description. The hall was spacious. But it was not the auction hall. The first-floor hall was prepared for exchanging military merit and trading monsters. The auction was located on the second floor and above.